Chapter 2, The Raging Tide Rises Again. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Thump, 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 thump. Before the Norman army could even approach the positions, the quick-firing guns deployed at various fire points along the defensive line roared in defiance. Wherever the shells landed, flesh and blood flew, and mud and sand splattered everywhere. In the Bastion Student Corps sector, the 4 fragmented combat battalions had only 7.5 PIR, 25 mm, caliber quick-firing guns left. Though called quick-firing guns, by Earth standards, they clearly fell into the category of autocannons. These hand-cranked rotary weapons consisted of 5 barrels, fed by 30-round magazines. They had a theoretical rate of fire of 300 rounds per minute, a sighted range of 10,000 feet, a combat rate of fire around 200 rounds per minute, and an effective range of 6,000 feet, or about 1,800 meters. Although their operating principle was primitive and their combat effectiveness couldn't compare to truly automated weapons, before the dawn of the electrical age, these rapid-fire weapons were undoubtedly the most common and reliable high-lethality equipment for infantry combat. Over the past week, the Federal Army guarding the borderline had tenaciously repelled wave after wave of Norman army attacks. A significant portion of the Normans' casualties were bestowed by these quick-firing guns. However, as combat attrition increased, the number of usable quick-firing guns in the defenders' hands had been halved, and a severe shortage of ammunition had greatly weakened their practical effectiveness. Enemy distance 2,000 feet. Everyone, prepare to fire. Hart Resos's voice was so resonant that it still covered a considerable area of the defense sector despite the chaotic artillery fire on the battlefield. Weiss poked his head out of the trench and saw that the vanguard of the Norman combat group had advanced to a spot 300 to 400 meters from the trench. Under the continuous battering of the quick-firing guns, many Norman soldiers had already fallen during the advance, causing the offensive formation to be sparse in the front and dense in the back. If the defenders had more quick-firing guns or a certain number of machine guns deployed at the front of the position, such a skirmisher attack would simply be a suicide mission. Seeing the Norman soldiers enter the effective range of their rifles, the friendly units in the adjacent positions opened fire impatiently. As the dense crackle of rifles rang out, a large swath of the lead Norman soldiers instantly collapsed. The soldiers behind them charged forward regardless of safety, one row coming up only to be cut down after another. For every 10 feet the front line advanced, it cost at least 100 lives. At this rate, the Norman units committed to the attack would once again bleed out before the defenders' positions. The Norman soldiers, famed for their bravery, ignored the terrifying aura of death and resolutely advanced over the corpses of their comrades. To break through the defenders' positions, they first had to cross the minefields laid by the defenders, jump over the trenches and barbed wire entanglements in front of the positions, and then annihilate or drive back the Federal officers and soldiers in the first-line trenches. After days of heavy shelling and repeated attacks, the minefields on the outskirts of the positions no longer posed much of a threat. The originally wide and deep trenches now had multiple gaps due to the Norman army's artillery fire and demolitions, and had instead become a second jumping-off point for the Norman soldiers' assault. This time, as the Norman soldiers rushed to within about 100 meters of the trench, they suddenly dropped to the ground. In an instant, smoke rose from the woods, and shells immediately shrieked through the air, landing on the defenders' forward positions. Suddenly caught under the Norman artillery barrage, the Federation officers and soldiers had no choice but to take cover where they were. In the muddy trench, Weiss crouched down, fingers plugging his ears and eyes tightly shut, his mind racing. It was another creeping barrage. Many of the defenders' personnel casualties and equipment losses occurred under such conditions. Once this short burst of shelling ended, those Norman soldiers would surely charge the defenders' positions with a near-frenzied intensity, as if they had been injected with stimulants. Every time this happened, the morale and fighting spirit of the Federal officers and soldiers would be suppressed by the opposition. Bayonets alone couldn't stop the enemy, and they would be forced to retreat to the second-line positions to reorganize their defense and wait for an opportunity to counterattack to have any hope of continuing to hold the line. The Norman army, which had landed behind the Federal army via airborne drop, had always relied on aerial resupply from their own vessels and materials captured from the battlefield to sustain their combat needs. Therefore, their artillery preparation was always very brief. This creeping barrage also only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. As soon as the shelling stopped, the charging cry of "Long live the Emperor" rose once again like a mountain-shaking tsunami. Weiss poked his head out to look. Good grief, those Norman soldiers were charging with gleaming bayonets. He shouted with all his might, "The enemy is coming up! Free fire! Free fire!" Across the defenders' positions, the Grumman fire sticks rang out in unison, but the sound was dull and the rhythm chaotic. It took a good while before the quick-firing guns joined the fray again, but by then, they could no longer stem the tide of the Norman offensive. Seeing the Norman soldiers quickly cross the trenches and barbed wire, reaching the front of the position in the blink of an eye, Weiss hastily shouted, "Throw bommy grenades." Compared to the slow-firing bolt-action rifles, these oval-shaped grenades were undoubtedly more effective in defensive combat. Upon being reminded, the Federal soldiers in the trenches threw their grenades one after another. After a series of dense and compact explosions, the Norman soldiers charging in front were either killed or wounded, and their attack line essentially fell back to the vicinity of the trenches. Just then, the artillery units of the various defending sectors began to show their might. 15 PIR, 75 mm, caliber field guns and 7 PIR, 35 mm, caliber quick-firing guns poured fire toward the front of the positions. The former were dual-purpose cannons suitable for precise mid to short-range shooting, using shells with both impact and delay fuses, capable of handling various ground and air defense tactics. The latter were hand-cranked rotary rapid-fire weapons with a 4-barrel construction, fed by 10-round magazines, with an actual rate of fire of 60 rounds per minute. Not only was their range superior to the 5 PIR, 25 mm, quick-firing guns, but leaving aside cost factors, the anti-infantry effect of the 7 PIR caliber impact-fused high-explosive shells was much better than the 5 PIR caliber solid shots. Under the suppression of the defenders' artillery fire, the Norman army's advance stalled at the trench line. Just then, a lead grey warship suddenly leapt out from deep within the woods in the Norman-controlled area. Judging by its size, it was a small-tonnage second-class frigate, which had been cleverly concealed in the woods to create a surprise effect during the battle. In the magnificent aerial duel earlier, the main fleets of both sides had paid an extremely heavy price. The Normans had exchanged relatively small losses for relatively large gains, thus winning a tactical victory. However, the damaged vessels had basically all fallen within the Federal Army's controlled area, and most of the Star Source stones in the wreckage were recovered by the Federation. These refined floating materials would allow the industrially powerful Federation to rebuild a fleet in a short time, so the Federation became the strategic beneficiary. After that battle, both sides still maintained air forces with non-negligible strength on the Wessex battlefield and the Monomolan Mountains front. However, whether it was the tactical victor or the strategic winner, neither side wanted another hard-fought battle with such massive losses at this stage. Therefore, in the Ulster-Wessex border region, the contest for air superiority had entered a rather subtle state. Small-scale battles involving frigate-class vessels occurred frequently, but both sides only wanted to use clever tactics and were unwilling to fight to the death. If a Federal warship appeared near the border line, whether to escort transport ships or attack the Norman army, the Norman warships stationed at the Metsport air terminal would quickly dispatch an air force of at least equal strength. If a Norman warship appeared near the border line, regardless of its purpose, the Federation fleet stationed at the Federation's northern air terminal would certainly dispatch superior forces to meet it. Since both sides were racking their brains to deal with the enemy's fleet, the energy and effectiveness devoted to supporting ground operations were naturally weakened. Now, the Normans had gone to great lengths to have a frigate ambush the battlefield, and the most they could seize was this time difference of half an hour or so. As soon as Federal warships arrived, it would definitely have to stop its ground attacks to either engage them or retreat. There was no third option. The number of cannons carried by a second-class frigate was roughly equivalent to a standard artillery battalion, but by performing direct fire shooting from a high vantage point, its attack efficiency was much higher than that of a standard artillery battalion. The booming of cannons echoed across the battlefield along with the roar of engines, and the situation and momentum of the attackers and defenders instantly reversed. On the defenders' side, the quick-firing guns and field guns originally used to suppress the Norman offensive units were forced to hastily switch to anti-aircraft fire. However, the small-caliber quick-firing guns had difficulty penetrating the hull of the Norman frigate at a distance. When the field guns fired shells with impact fuses, their power was sufficient to deal with a second-class frigate, but the Norman warship targeted the defenders' artillery positions with heavy fire as soon as it appeared. Consequently, very few of the defenders' field guns were firing, and the occasional 2 or 3 shells that were fired missed the target by a hair's breadth. This Norman frigate that suddenly appeared on the battlefield temporarily suppressed the defenders' fire with a domineering posture. The Norman soldiers waiting for an opportunity in front of the positions lost no time in launching a charge. They climbed out of the trenches, ignored the incoming bullets and grenades, and shouting "Long live the Emperor," they crossed the buffer zone between the trenches and the defenders' positions in one breath. They charged into the trenches, using bayonets and fists to deal with the Federal officers and soldiers on the forward positions. The ferocious Norman soldiers had appeared in Weiss's nightmares more than once. Their demonized image was also the most feared object of almost every Federal soldier's childhood. Now, they had to face the swarming Norman soldiers directly, face their muzzles and bayonets. Without enough courage and conviction, the battle line would surely collapse at the first touch. On the position, Weiss held a Grumman fire stick with a fixed bayonet in his left hand and an officer's sidearm in his right. He calmly fired at the Norman soldiers jumping into the trench, hitting with almost every shot. However, unless a vital spot was hit, a single pistol round was hard to kill an enemy. Instead, it would make the Norman soldiers as violent as wounded beasts. Having emptied the magazine of his pistol, Weiss had no time to reload before he was entangled by a burly Norman soldier. He casually tucked the pistol into his belt, leveled his rifle at an angle, and didn't forget to call out to his comrades, "Fall back! Fall back! To the second position!" The border defense line on the Federation side originally had a depth of over 20 li, but with the Norman army attacking from behind, the usable depth had shrunk by more than half, and the defenders had only managed to organize 3 lines of positions. The second line position Weiss mentioned was only 1,000 feet from the forward position, with the 2 lines connected by multiple communication trenches. To hinder the enemy's advance, these communication trenches were serpentine at both ends, while the middle sections of several hundred feet were straight. Once the forward position was breached by the enemy, the defenders could quickly retreat to the second line position and directly block the communication trenches with quick-firing guns and bullets. Chapter 3, Trench Warfare. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. In the trench, Weiss was covered in mud, and he wore the yellow collar patches that identified him as a student of the military academy. It was impossible to identify his position in the unit just by appearance, but seeing the pistol tucked into his waist and hearing him loudly calling out to his companions, the Norman soldier before him curled his lips. He stepped out with his right leg, leaned his body forward, gripped his rifle tightly with both hands, and like a spear thrust, the gleaming bayonet lunged straight at Weiss's chest. Calling out for his soldiers to retreat to the second line position while engaged in a bayonet duel with an enemy was neither arrogance nor ignorance on Weiss's part, it was a deliberate feint to make his opponent think victory was within reach, enticing him to let his guard down. Catching a glimpse of the Norman soldier's move out of the corner of his eye, he didn't waste a single unnecessary motion. With a flick of his wrist, he used the front end of his Grumman fire stick to knock aside the enemy's bayonet. Then, pulling back his left hand and pushing out with his right, he slashed the bayonet in an arc through the air. The moment the tip of the blade stopped, it was pointed directly at the Norman soldier's throat. Kill! Weiss roared in his heart, gripping his rifle tightly with both hands, and unleashed a simple, unadorned thrust. This technique was a small finishing move he had discovered during combat training. When fighting against colleagues he hadn't sparred with before, the probability of a one-hit victory was nearly 40%. In the previous Great War, the individual combat quality of the soldiers of Wessex and the Norman Empire was recognized as the best, followed by the Federation army, and then smaller nations like Frisia and Farlan. The Norman soldier could be mentioned in the same breath as the elite Wessex soldiers not just because of their outstanding team spirit, but also because of their superior combat skills. The Norman soldier before Weiss was burly but not clumsy, brave but not reckless. Just as the bayonet tip was about to pierce his throat, he used an incredibly fast reaction time to lift his rifle and parry. The rifle mechanism clashed against the bayonet, making a crisp sound. Having missed his strike, Weiss quickly withdrew his force, wary of the opponent's follow-up moves. The Norman soldier was indeed seasoned. He quickly retreated half a step, twisted his wrist, and swept the blade of his bayonet toward Weiss. Weiss steadied his footing, turned sideways, and lifted his rifle to parry, using the front part of the barrel to deflect the opponent's bayonet. In just a few seconds, the two sides exchanged attacks and defenses, with the rhythm of the transition as fast as lightning. After 3 moves, the Norman soldier voluntarily retreated a step and stared at Weiss. That sinister look gave Weiss a sense of déjà vu. The battlefield was not a dueling arena for individuals. The confrontation between Weiss and the Norman soldier lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before the one-on-one situation was broken. Someone from behind Weiss fired a shot, hitting the Norman soldier's right shoulder. Even though this guy was as strong as an ox, he could not withstand the terrifying power of a 3.2 PIR, 16 mm, caliber bullet. His body was like it had been clipped by a truck. He staggered backward, a chunk of flesh larger than a fist sheared off his shoulder, directly exposing the white bone. Yet, this guy didn't cry out in pain. Instead, he let out a muffled grunt, still clutching his rifle, his blood-red eyes glaring at the shooter. Immediately afterward, 2 Norman soldiers appeared above the trench. One jumped directly into the trench, and the other, spotting Weiss, raised his rifle to shoot him. At that moment, Weiss had already prepared himself for a heroic death, but he was saved by a companion from the second-line position. The Norman soldier who was a second away from shooting him was blown backward by an artillery shell. Retreat quickly! Someone shouted from behind Weiss. He didn't hesitate at all, pulling the bolt to load a round while retreating into the communication trench. During the retreat, the Federation soldier used egg-shaped bommy grenades to stall the Norman soldier's pursuit, buying valuable time for themselves to safely retreat to the second-line position. The first-line position of the Federation border defense was declared lost once again. Returning to the second-line position, Weiss was panting like a broken bellows, but the situation didn't wait for time, and time didn't wait for anyone. He hurriedly called out to the officers and men of the Baston Student Corps to strictly guard against the Norman soldiers' attack. Just then, the official commander of the remaining troops, Otto Lunz, arrived with a squad of soldiers. "Have you seen Klemper-Heesen? You, hey, Long, you're still alive." Seeing Lunz's relieved expression, Weiss grinned and said, "The war hasn't been won yet, how could I die?" Baptized by the fires of war, Lunz was no longer the cold, arrogant and conceited top student he once was. He shouted, "Good that you're alive. We've brought your invention, hurry up and use it to organize the firepower." The 2 water-cooled heavy machine guns shipped by the Krumbelhesen factory in the name of battlefield testing had previously been deployed in shooting bunkers next to the 1st Combat Battalion. Later, Weiss had the soldiers move one of them near the regiment headquarters. The battle around the border defense had been going on for a week, and both machine guns had had the chance to participate in combat, killing or wounding at least dozens of Norman soldiers. Undoubtedly, their rate of fire and sustained firing capability were superior to hand-cranked rotary rapid-fire cannons, but they had also experienced jamming. Aside from the range and power being inferior to the 2 types of rapid-fire cannons equipped by the Federation Army, the lack of ammunition was also a fatal problem constraining their effectiveness. Weiss and his team had scraped together only over 10,000 rounds of 1.4 PIR caliber bullets. In such intense combat, if they fired freely, these bullets wouldn't last long. "All right. I think you and your support have come at just the right time." Weiss stepped forward and gave Lunz a light hug, then said to the temporary machine gun squad students and reserve soldiers, "Guys, bring the machine gun over here. The enemy could launch a second attack at any time." Between the first and second line positions, there was a communication trench every 300 or 400 feet. The area outside the communication trench was easily susceptible to the defenders' gunfire and artillery. For the Norman army to move from the first line position to the second line position, their main force would generally attack along the communication trench. Therefore, when deploying defenses, the Baston Student Corps configured their troops and firepower around them. Of course, the Normans could also do the opposite, ordering the attacking troops to spread out in skirmisher formation and sweep across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The price paid might be a bit more, perhaps a lot more. The Norman army, which had formed a pincer movement on the Federation's border defense line, held the advantage both tactically and psychologically. They hadn't taken the Federation defense line in a week, not because they were soft-hearted or had some scheme to lure the enemy, but because they lacked sufficient troops and firepower. The Norman army that had carried out the airborne landing in the rear of the coalition had only 20,000 troops initially committed to combat. After successive reinforcements, there might be over 30,000. Their field combat strength was outstanding, but they were stretched thin when it came to siege warfare. Previously, they had broken through the first-line position and breached the second-line position, already seeing the dawn of victory. If the Normans had invested a few more regiments on the front line when the defenders sent out all their reserve troops to counterattack, they would have had a great chance to secure the results. On the north side of the Federation border defense line, the Norman army that had been attacking all the way from the ground also had few troops committed to the siege, and they were isolated deep in enemy territory, with their supply lines constantly harassed by the Federation's regular troops and the Wessex guerrilla force. The Normans were desperate to end this tug-of-war and secure a key victory, but if both attacking forces suffered too many losses, even if they captured the Federation defense line, it would be difficult to withstand the desperate counterattack of the Federation's 2nd and 4th Corps as they fought for a way out. Weiss's machine gun squad had just taken their positions when someone on the front line shouted, "Attention! Normans!" Before the words faded, gunfire erupted. The monotonous, dull gunfire of the Grumman fire stick converged into a sheet, making the roar of the Mailgard rapid-fire cannons seem sparse. "Our rapid-fire cannons are almost out of ammunition," Lund said, frowning. "The situation with neighboring units is about the same. This morning's supply was supposed to include 10,000 rapid-fire shells, but it's said that only 2,000 were unloaded, and less than 100 were allocated to us. That's terrible." Weiss responded, "Even if we bring the machine guns up, we can hold for at most one day. If the command doesn't want to lose the border defense line, they must find a way to transport enough ammunition, supplies, and reinforcements to us. The problem is that the 2nd and 4th Corps in retreat also rely on air supply to maintain their combat needs," Lund said. Weiss sighed helplessly, turned, lay on the edge of the trench, and carefully poked his head out to look. There were no large enemy troops appearing outside the communication trench, which meant the Normans would still launch a strong attack along the communication trench with the spirit that, in a narrow road, the brave wins. The narrow communication trench limited the Norman army's tactical flexibility. The defenders originally only needed one rapid-fire cannon or a few crates of bomb grenades to block a communication trench, but today's situation was different from the past. After their own ground troops broke through the defenders' first-line position, the only Norman frigate on the battlefield braved the defenders' anti-aircraft fire and approached the defense line, using direct-fire artillery to strafe the firepower points on the defenders' second-line position. Artillery shells struck with a deafening roar, shaking the world, and the trench was immediately filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, faintly making one feel the breath of death spreading. Weiss moved forward along the trench wall for a distance. The communication trench branch on the right flank of the Baston Student Corps' defensive zone was originally defended by the 3rd Combat Battalion, but the defending troops there were already dead or wounded, and the firepower point where a rapid-fire cannon had been set up was also destroyed by the enemy warship's artillery fire. If they didn't reinforce it in time, the Norman soldiers would soon pour into the second-line position from this gap. Weiss pulled up a few soldiers who were huddled in the trench to avoid the artillery fire, those from the 2nd and 3rd Battalions. "Follow me. Use bomb grenades to block the enemy. Machine gun squad. Machine gun squad, follow me." The temporarily organized machine gun squad had 4 soldiers, 2 were students from the Baston Military Academy, and 2 were reserve soldiers. Hearing Weiss's summons, they hurriedly carried the water-cooled machine gun manufactured by the Krumblhesen factory and the ammunition boxes containing ammo belts and rushed over. "You set the machine gun there, and only open fire when you see the Normans," Weiss instructed them, pointing to the bunker that had been blown open by the enemy warship's artillery. The smoke had not yet dissipated when the brave Norman soldiers indeed charged along this communication trench. The soldiers Weiss had sent to reinforce the position threw bomb grenades into the communication trench, and the Normans also threw grenades from the communication trench at the defenders' trench. Accompanied by the booming explosions, there were scenes of gore and carnage on both sides. With the Norman warship suppressing them with firepower and the Norman soldiers launching a fierce assault, how could this battle be fought? Weiss gritted his teeth and squinted, just happening to see that in the virtual frame corresponding to the Norman frigate, the warship graphic was filled with red patches, the lower limit of its equivalent protection value had dropped to 0, and the lower and upper limits of its movement speed had both dropped to double digits. This meant that its hull had been pierced in multiple places, and the propulsion system had serious problems. Perhaps just 2 or 3 more shells would be enough to make it unable to continue threatening the defenders. Catching a glimpse of the secret of this enemy warship, Weiss hurried back, shouting at Otto Lunds, "The enemy's frigate is about to collapse. Call the command post and tell them to hit it with a few more punches no matter what." Chapter 4, Even the Fierce Have Weaknesses. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Watch out for the enemy's bomb grenade. In the trenches, someone shouted loudly. Although the surrounding Federal soldier consciously retreated, they did not necessarily find the right direction. The battlefield was filled with smoke, stray bullets flew everywhere, and the sounds of guns, shouting, and wailing intertwined. Perhaps only the soldiers closest to the enemy's grenades could discover them in time. On Orin's planet, the so-called bomb grenade is a man-made object with the same nature and purpose as grenades from Earth's civilization. The difference is that whether in the Norman Empire, the Free Federation, or the Kingdom of Wessex, the bomb grenade issued to the military generally weighs between 2 to 2.5 pounds, has significant explosive power, and an average throwing distance of 30 to 40 meters. 2 loud explosions rang out, and the trench junction was instantly shrouded in red flames and grey smoke. The Federation officers and soldiers caught within were either killed or wounded, and the suppressing fire facing the communication trench drastically decreased. Taking this opportunity, the Norman soldier stepped over the corpses of comrades and enemies, quickly advancing along the communication trench. The Federal soldier hurried to fill the defense. When they saw groups of Norman soldier rushing out from the mist like smoke, each looking fierce and unstoppable, they momentarily panicked, though their thoughts and actions only suffered a moment of stagnation and hesitation. The consequences were as severe as a dam breaking. At the critical moment, the crisp sound of machine guns rang out across the position. The battlefield-verified machine guns temporarily deployed to the firing points, manned by Baston Military Academy cadets and Federal Army reservists, poured a rain of bullets toward the Norman soldier appearing at the trench junction. The Normans fell one after another. Some could still move, some were still struggling, and some were already dead. Who said small-caliber bullets couldn't kill? Due to the harsh and cold environment, creatures on Orin's planet generally possessed strong physiques. Most of these Norman soldiers charging forward with bayonets were over 6 feet tall. Having undergone military training for years, they were dark-skinned and robust, standing like iron towers. In this electrified industrial age, with metal smelting, casting, and chemical technology maturing daily, it was a choice made based on local conditions for national militaries to select large-caliber rifles as standard weapons, despite the cost of soldier burden and logistical pressure. Take the Grumman M3.2 rifle equipped by the Federation Army as an example. As long as it hit directly, the target was basically killed or crippled. This applied equally to the fierce Norman soldier and ferocious wild bears. Past practical experience showed that if a small to medium caliber bullet failed to hit a vital spot, there was a high possibility of provoking a desperate struggle from the opponent, leading to a violent counter-kill. For these reasons, whether for standard military equipment or civilian hunting weapons, calibers were generally above 3 PIR. Under the guidance of Weiss, the Krumble-Hessen factory successfully developed a 1.4 PIR caliber water-cooled machine gun. Although approval for battlefield trials was obtained, upon learning the caliber of this weapon, the military from top to bottom was not optimistic about its prospects. Even after witnessing live-fire demonstrations, many soldiers still felt that this was a piece of advanced equipment with dubious practicality. Once on the battlefield, they might be flattened by an enemy riddled with bullet holes. They clearly didn't realize that the enhancements gained by biological functions through thousands of years of evolution were insignificant in the face of changes brought by technological progress. The reason the Federation Army chose the new 1.4 PIR caliber sniper rifle amidst controversy was the final decision made by considering rifle range, bullet power, shooting accuracy, and practicality. Numerous live-fire tests showed that a small to medium caliber pointed rifle bullet could effectively kill or wound unprotected or lightly protected human targets within range. If hit by 3 to 4 consecutive rounds, even if a vital spot wasn't struck, it was enough to make the target temporarily lose combat capability. The continuous output of machine gun fire blocked the breach that had almost burst. The soldiers of the Baston Student Corps gave them a taste of their own medicine, quickly throwing a wave of grenades at the Normans in the communication trench, pushing back their offensive. The second line of the national border defense was a coherent whole. Although the Baston Student Corps held out against the Norman army's attack on the second line, they would be unable to stand alone if the defense zones of neighboring units were lost. As the crisis slightly eased, Weiss and Lunds busily directed the battalions to consolidate defenses and treat the wounded, while closely monitoring the situation of neighboring positions. The battlefield was filled with artillery fire and smoke, making it difficult to accurately grasp changes in the battle situation with the naked eye. Through a week of combat, via constant observation, exploration, and contemplation, Weiss had preliminarily mastered the method of using the friend or foe identification system to quickly discern the combat situation. Once he discovered an anomaly in a certain part of the defense line, he immediately reported to headquarters for emergency assistance. On the ground, the battle between the attackers and defenders continued intensely. The Norman army's attacking forces did not have the advantage in numbers, and there weren't many tactical methods available for storming fortifications. They often fell into close quarters melee combat, unlike the smooth flow of their previous engagements with the Wessex army. In the sky, the Norman frigate that had been cleverly ambushed seemed unrestrained, continuously using its artillery to clear the way for the ground troops. However, as Weiss saw, it had been hit multiple times in exchanges of fire with the Federation Army's ground anti-aircraft units, and the damage continued to accumulate. There were many artillery pieces in the defender's zone that could be used for anti-aircraft combat. Even with a shortage of ammunition, dealing with a small-scale anti-aircraft battle was sufficient. Look! That guy's been knocked down. Suddenly hearing someone cheer beside him, Weiss quickly looked up and saw the rampaging Norman warship plummeting toward the ground, trailing thick black smoke. Seconds later, it crashed with a roar. This situation had occurred in head-on confrontations between the two fleets. It was likely that the warship's backup power system had failed or the circuits driving the levitation system had been destroyed. In such extreme circumstances, unless the ship crew member parachuted to safety in time, there was basically no chance of survival. For the Federation officers and soldiers tenaciously resisting the Norman army's attack, the crash of that Norman frigate had an immediate effect in reducing the pressure on the defense line and boosting morale. This achievement was undoubtedly credited to the Federation Army's ground anti-aircraft units. As for whether it had anything to do with his previous reminder, Weiss didn't care, nor did he speculate. Hearing the sharp whistles and rising slogans from the surrounding positions, he quickly squinted to observe and then shouted, "Counterattack! Counterattack! Entire unit pay attention, join the counterattack!" Lunds rushed over. "Did you receive the counterattack order from headquarters?" Weiss replied, "This is the perfect opportunity for a full-line counterattack. I'm sure our orders are on the way." Lunds looked at Weiss with surprise, his mouth open, but not knowing what to say. Weiss knew where his hesitation and concerns lay, so he said, "Same as before, you stay here to command, and I'll lead them in the charge. On the battlefield, if one cannot assess the situation, missing a tactical opportunity is a small matter. If it drags down the overall situation and causes irreparable bad consequences, that would be quite terrible. Now that the die was cast and the momentum had built, it was impossible to rescind the order. Luns had no choice but to brace himself and say, "Fine. You must stay safe." Weiss swiftly ejected the pistol magazine, pulled out the last few rounds of stock from the bullet pouch at his waist, and while pressing them into the magazine, said to Luns, "Come on, give me a few more bullets quickly." Without hesitation, Luns emptied his pistol bullets, including the spare magazine. There were only about a dozen rounds left. The total amount of ammunition and supplies airlifted in the night before was significant, but once dispersed among dozens of units across the entire defense zone and then distributed to each officer and soldier, the quantity was pitifully small. Losing the land transportation lines was no different from fighting the enemy while holding one's breath. If not for the fact that reinforcements from within the Federation were arriving one after another, and the Federal 2nd and 4th Armies fighting in Wessex were steadily retreating south, putting the paratrooping Norman army at risk of being annihilated, the Normans wouldn't have needed to attack the Allied national border defense lines so fiercely. They would only have needed to choke the enemy's supply lines on both sides and wait for the opponents to run out of ammunition and food to win easily. Facing the Federation army's full-line counterattack, the Norman army, having lost their warships' fire support, seemed to have suddenly lost their strength. They resisted strenuously for a while at the various junctions where the communication trenches met the first-line positions, but unable to withstand the Federation army's bayonet and grenade tactics, they soon lost those junctions. The forward positions of the defenders' zone were not ideal for the attackers to transition between offense and defense. The surviving Norman soldier retreated like a tide, their determination to retreat appearing even firmer than when they were attacking. Just like that, the first-line positions returned to the hands of the Federation army. In a situation where they were short on troops and low on ammunition, the defending officers and soldiers did not cross the trenches to pursue the Norman army in one go, but they didn't show much knightly spirit either. They fired wildly at the backs of the Norman soldier, taking down many of them. Seeing them flee in such a pathetic and disheveled state felt quite satisfying. The defense line was held, and the Norman army's attack was crushed once again. Watching the Norman soldier discard their equipment and flee all the way, Weiss let out a long sigh of relief. He instructed the soldiers to hurry and transport the wounded and repair the first-line positions. Then, looking at the messy battlefield, he pondered a very practical question. This generation of Norman soldiers was not as fierce as wolves and tigers as the Federal veterans described. Their basic military skills were solid, and their tactical strategies were used appropriately, giving them strong combat effectiveness on the battlefield. However, they seemed to have an excessive reliance on weapons and tactics, or perhaps the heavy casualties of the previous generation had changed their past disregard for life attitude. Instead, they focused on utilizing the advantages of weaponry and tactical strategies to minimize head-on clashes and win at the smallest possible cost on the Wessex battlefield. After dozens of battles, the Norman army's death toll was said to be only over 20,000, a figure not even equal to a small-scale campaign during the previous war. Later, when the Norman fleet engaged in a decisive battle with the Federation fleet, the reason the Normans went all out was that they wanted to seize air superiority, making subsequent operations smoother and significantly reducing ground force casualties. From a tactical perspective, this new state of the Norman army was undoubtedly more rational and clever. However, from a strategic point, the younger generation of Normans was not as simple, brave, and fearless as their fathers, nor did they have that iron-like obedience. They had their own thoughts and ideas. The trends of resisting imperial power, pursuing freedom, resisting war, and seeking peace had found suitable soil to grow. Under the right situation and conditions, an internal force would form a considerable obstacle to the Norman Empire's expansion and aggression. Chapter 5, Victory and Defeat on a Thin Line. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. 16 rifle rounds, 2 Bomi grenades. This was the combat resupply each rifleman received after the entire regiment cleared the positions and gathered ammunition. To preserve the unit's combat effectiveness as much as possible, 1 in every 5 members of the Baston Student Corps used captured weapons. The performance of the Norman rifles was not inferior to the Grumman fire stick at all. The problem was that most Federal soldiers had never even seen the Norman Army's standard-issue rifles before. From first contact to adaptation, there was bound to be a relative adjustment period. Without professional guidance, how much combat effectiveness they could exert depended on individual skill and intuition. After continuous combat attrition, the Baston Student Corps had dwindled from its full strength of 2,490 men to just over 600 now. With over 70% killed in action, wounded, missing, or out of contact, it was commendable that the unit could still continue fighting in such a state. Given the shortage of combat power, the military academy cadets serving as acting officers took up Grumman fire sticks just like the common soldiers, remaining ready at all times to repel a new round of attacks from the Norman army. In the front-line trenches, Weiss used his human radar to closely monitor every move of the enemy. A few days ago, the Normans would wait until the next day to launch another attack after one round of offensive, but in the last 2 days, they had launched wave after wave of assaults regardless of casualties and fatigue, making 2 attacks a day the norm. Indeed, after the early morning attack was thwarted, before it was even noon, the Normans were frequently redeploying their troops, looking as if they would soon blow the horn for another offensive. In the sky, the 2 fleets that had arrived to do battle had been facing off from a distance for several hours. The Normans had deployed 11 warships, while the Federation fleet had deployed 12, the strength of both sides seemed roughly equal. The Norman fleet possessed the devil bomb that their opponents feared, while the Federation fleet had support from ground-based anti-aircraft fire. Once they engaged, both sides had their own advantages, and neither could expect to gain an easy upper hand. Moreover, in that thrilling aerial duel, the Normans had paid the price of 16 ships lost and 31 damaged, cutting their aviation units' available strength directly in half. Meanwhile, the Federation fleet had 17 ships lost and 44 damaged. Combined with the losses of the Second Fleet and the Munster garrison fleet, the available vessels were already stretched thin to handle the current conflict. Consequently, both sides had become much more cautious in the deployment of their combat vessels. To guard against a Norman army offensive in the afternoon, Weiss consulted with Lunds and moved the Baston student corps' lunchtime forward by 1 hour. The comrades in the baggage company rushed to deliver hot field meals to the positions, but before the meal was finished, the rumbling roar of artillery fire echoed from the woods opposite them. Weiss stuffed his food into his mouth in a few bites, covered his ears, and crouched down. This round of artillery fire from the Norman army lasted about 10 minutes, and its intensity seemed to have weakened somewhat. Once the shelling ceased and the Norman army launched its attack, Weiss discovered that the enemy was using the same offensive routine, only they had adjusted the focus of the attack, pointing their spearhead at the left wing of the defensive line. The fortifications there relied on the mountain terrain and were easier to defend compared to the center and right wing of the line. The defensive forces on that side consisted of 6 divisions, the 67th and 70th Combat Divisions, the 93rd and 124th Garrison Divisions, and the 142nd and 144th Reserve Divisions. These 6 combat units had nearly 100,000 personnel at full strength, but the 70th Combat Division and 93rd Security Division had previously participated in the battle to defend Mesport Airfield, while the main forces of the 67th Combat Division, 124th Garrison Division, and 142nd Reserve Division had been incorporated into the Durim battle group to attack the Norman paratroopers. Their attrition rates were all above 60%. The 144th Reserve Division was the only unit among them with a full complement, but its ranks were mostly composed of the second batch of reservists, meaning their quality was lower and their training time shorter. For the purpose of improving the combat effectiveness of the reserve units, the defensive line headquarters reorganized the remnants of the 67th and 70th Combat Divisions into reinforced regiments for the duration of the war. Surplus officers and sergeants were integrated into the 144th Reserve Division, and the 93rd and 124th Garrison Divisions, as well as the 142nd Reserve Division, were downsized accordingly. In this way, the lineups of the various units on the right wing of the defensive line were filled out and their personnel structures became more rational, but this was only the situation on paper. To truly improve the combat effectiveness of these units, sufficient training and integration were necessary. Over the past week, the Federation officers and soldiers had spent most of their time and energy consolidating their own positions and resisting enemy attacks. The newly added officers and sergeants upheld the fine tradition of leading by example in battle. Some were killed or wounded before they even recognized their own soldiers. Through nighttime aerial resupply, the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division, which had landed behind the Federation Army, consistently maintained a combat strength of 20,000 to 30,000 men and, with just a single division, had beaten the dozen or so Federation Army divisions on the defensive line into a sorry state. After the new round of attacks was launched, they used part of their forces to feint against the center of the defenders' line while committing nearly 10,000 troops to a fierce assault on the right wing. 4 or 5 Norman infantry regiments surged toward the Federation Army positions wave after wave like a tide, with the sound of dense gunfire coming incessantly from that direction. In Weiss's special vision, rows of red dashed boxes turned into lifeless gray. Every minute, hundreds of Norman soldiers were killed in action. The bloody scenes were bound to be shocking, but the Norman soldiers still followed one after another. At this moment, they seemed possessed by the souls of their fanatical and warlike ancestors, or perhaps the bloodthirsty genes hidden in their bones and veins had been activated. Although the Federation officers and soldiers in the right-wing sector resisted with all their might, and the defensive line headquarters urgently dispatched some mobile units to reinforce the defense, the first-line positions were declared lost after holding out for only one round against such an irrational and nearly insane Norman offensive, given the unfavorable circumstances of ammunition shortages and unstable morale. After breaking through the first-line positions on the right wing, the Norman army did not advance laterally along the positions but instead pursued the retreating defenders toward the second-line positions. On the Federation Army's national border defense line, long communication trenches were established between the first and second lines, which had previously served as defensive pace shifters twice. But this time, the Normans overcame technique with sheer force. Under their brutal impact, the right-wing defenders failed to hold the junctions and were plunged into hasty close-quarters combat, where they were also defeated by the high-spirited Normans. The remnants retreated hurriedly toward the final defensive line, exposing the flanks of their allies to the muzzles and bayonets of the Normans. After piercing through 2 of the Federation Army's main defensive lines in succession, the Norman army still did not lower their scythes but continued to push into the depth of the defense line. Their offensive was unusually fierce, with no intention of stopping for even a brief rest. Attacking continuously despite casualties and fatigue was certainly the result of the commander's operational decisions, but this abnormal style also reflected changes in the battlefield situation from another angle. The Federation Army's 1st Mixed Combat Group, which was rushing north to reinforce the border defense line, had overcome the problems of railways, roads, and bridges destroyed by the Normans. After a long journey of trekking and sleeping in the open, enduring countless hardships, they were getting closer and closer to the Ulster-Wessex border. The units operating abroad, with the 2nd and 4th Armies as their main force, were also struggling to retreat to the southeastern border of Wessex under the relentless pursuit and constant harassment of the Norman army, just a few steps away from the border. The Federation Army forces moving north and south were gradually forming a counter-encirclement against the Norman army wedged into the Ulster-Wessex border zone. Once their iron fists struck together, the advantageous situation the Norman army once enjoyed would surely be reversed. Under repeated fierce attacks, the assault troops of the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division gradually approached the defenders' third defensive line from the right wing of the front. If they broke through this line, they would directly threaten the Allied defense line north of the border where the Federation Army and Wessex forces had been working together to resist the Norman army's attacks for 5 days. Although that Norman army force, which had fought its way from Mesport airfield to the border, did not have a name as famous as the Royal 1st Marine Division and had no brilliant performance of sweeping all before it in the previous war, they had been campaigning for many days and were exhausted, with their long supply lines frequently harassed by the Wessex guerrilla force. Even so, they came with the momentum of successive victories, high morale, and full fighting spirit, launching 6 rounds of attacks in 5 days. Although they failed to take the line, they caused heavy casualties to the Allied forces, making the defensive system built on the foundation of the Wessex border defense line teeter on the brink of collapse. This stab from behind was very likely to destroy the Allied defense line. Once the Ulster-Wessex border was occupied by the Normans, the Federation army units operating abroad would suffer an extremely heavy blow, with even the possibility of being completely wiped out. Seeing the right wing of the defense line pierced and the reserve forces unable to save the situation even after being fully committed, the defense line headquarters had no choice but to draw troops from the center and left wing units to launch a local counterattack against the Norman army that had broken into their positions. As the most unique unit on the Ulster-Wessex border defense line, the Baston Student Corps, despite its lack of strength, resolutely drew a company of troops to join the action. As usual, Weiss resolutely geared up and led his comrades to charge at the Normans. In the fierce battle that followed, he was mentally prepared at all times to sacrifice himself for his country. Although there were various problems and defects in the Federation's military, political and social systems, if he chose to flee the battlefield or surrender to the enemy at this time, to put it loftily, he would be destined to live the rest of his life in the shadow of self-contempt and being looked down upon by others. To put it realistically, it would be a major obstacle to his future military career. Seeing that the situation of their ground forces was critical, the Federation fleet decisively dispatched 2 frigates to support the battle. They quickly lowered their altitude and launched precision shelling against the Norman army that had broken into the defenders' positions. The Norman fleet showed no weakness. 11 warships, including 2 cruisers likely carrying devil bombs, advanced in formation. If the Norman fleet were allowed to enter the effective range of the devil bombs, this Federation fleet probably wouldn't last even 15 minutes. However, to assist their ground forces, the Federation fleet did not recall the 2 frigates sent to shell the enemy, but instead met the challenge with the remaining 10 warships including 3 cruisers and 7 frigates arranged in a double-column battle formation. Chapter 6, Dawn of Hope. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Heavy breathing, blurred vision, the shouts of killing in his ears drifted in and out. His hands were wet and sticky, and he couldn't tell if it was sweat or blood. Stained with a layer of crimson, the bayonet on his rifle no longer gleamed coldly, but instead appeared exceptionally grisly. In this trench leading to the right-wing defensive zone, the Baston Student Corps Provisional Assault Company, which had just experienced a fierce battle, was being rotated out by friendly units for a brief rest. The combat had been so tragic that of the 198 officers and men who had assembled at departure, fewer than 63 remained. Everyone had exhausted their Bomi grenades, and their ammunition was nearly gone. Relying solely on bayonets, various tactical coordinations could not be utilized. In the end, they relied entirely on willpower to keep fighting. The soldiers of the Federation Army were truly fighting for their lives now. This was because the Norman Army, which had chosen to launch an offensive on the right wing of the defensive line, had broken through the defenders' 3-tier positions with a wave-like assault that disregarded casualties. They had punched through the Federation's National Border Defense Line from the rear. To the north lay the Wessex National Border Defense Line, jointly defended by the Federation Army and the Wessex Army. They were stubbornly resisting a fierce attack from the Norman Empire's Northern 2nd Combat Group. The blade pressed against their backs made this defensive line as precarious as a pile of eggs, causing the situation in the Northern Theatre to take a sharp turn for the worse. With things having come to this, the defense line headquarters had no choice but to draw combat power from the central and left-wing sectors, organizing several assault battalions and companies to launch wave after wave of counterattacks against the Norman army that had captured the right-wing sector. For centuries, the Norman army had been renowned for its prowess in offense. Before them, there had never been an indestructible fortress. Their classic examples of winning through attack were too many to count, though their defensive skills were rather unremarkable. In this war, whether in North Frisia or Wessex, the Normans had demonstrated their traditional expertise to the fullest. However, one would be greatly mistaken to conclude from this that they were poor at defending. The Norman army, conducting large-scale spatial operations within Federation territory, had frustrated the Federation Army's initial counter-offensives with an unbreakable field defense, establishing the prestige of the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division in a single battle. The Norman's K-type bolt-action rifle utilized a 3 PIR caliber, with a range and power comparable to the Federation Army's Grumman M3.2. Its advantages were high precision and a fast rate of fire. In this kind of offensive and defensive combat centered around trenches, firearm range was undoubtedly the most significant factor. Weiss discovered that the Norman soldiers could not only skillfully exploit the advantages of the K-type rifle but also made extensive use of enhanced semi-automatic pistols. The barrels were 3 to 4 times longer than ordinary pistols, and they used special long magazines. Their firepower density and sustainability in close combat were quite formidable. In Weiss's view, weren't these just small submachine guns with a burst fire mode? For the guerrilla-strong Federal soldiers, the power of semi-automatic pistols was on the smaller side. Cases of soldiers continuing to fight after taking 2 or 3 bullets were everywhere. However, the Norman soldiers did not fight alone. their concentrated fire made it difficult for the Federal soldiers, who were charging with bayonets, to get close. The assault company led by Weiss had to throw a fierce volley of grenades before they could close in on the Normans, finally retaking a section of the trench with their bayonets. Of course, the cost was heavy. The elite prospective officers of the prestigious 1st Federal Army Academy, chosen as 1 in 100 and painstakingly cultivated, were falling like summer flowers on this blood-soaked battlefield. What was the meaning of it? This was a question that deeply troubled Weiss. From an economic perspective, the Bastion Student Corps was the most precious unit among the defensive forces and should not be endlessly consumed in such brutal trench melee combat. Combat orders from the defense line headquarters also hinted at this. But from the perspective of tempering the will and forging character, this was a rare opportunity for the Bastion Military Academy students to grow rapidly and even achieve a spiritual sublimation. As the saying goes, the great waves wash away the sand. Those who could survive such combat could be considered the elite of the elite, the talent of talents. The path to becoming a famous general is destined to be extraordinary. The repeated fierce struggles on the ground battlefield left Weiss with almost no time to pay attention to the progress of the air war. However, in a three-dimensional warfare model, whoever can grasp air superiority can obtain a high multiplier bonus for ground combat. In fact, Norman cruisers were repeatedly launching devil bombs while Federation warships did their best to evade. The two sides traded blows, neither giving an inch. This struggle was definitely not large in scale, but it was exceptionally intense and prolonged. At the start of the battle, the Federation fleet could still spare 2 frigates to support the ground troops, but as the battle deepened, both sides had warships withdrawing due to damage or being destroyed. Thus, they each gave their all, until a victor was decided. No one had the spare capacity to look after their comrades on the ground. Bastion Assault Company. Bastion Assault Company. The messenger's shouts pulled Weiss's thoughts back to reality, and he quickly responded, "We're here." The messenger, carrying a satchel and covered in mud, stumbled up to Weiss. "The assault battalion of the 139th Division can't push up, and the assault battalion of the 84th Division has already entered the fray. General Lawson orders you to follow closely behind the 84th Division's assault battalion and charge forward. This time, no matter what, you must take fire point E14. The fire point E14 mentioned by the messenger was a tactical support point for the Federation Army in the right-wing defensive zone, constructed with concrete fortifications for deploying rapid-fire cannons. Previously, when the defenders retreated, they had sabotaged the weapons and equipment they couldn't move in time, but there were too few explosives to completely destroy the fortifications. Now, it had become a fire point used by the Norman army to consolidate their line. Weiss squinted to look and frowned. The Normans have already brought up their rapid-fire cannons. The messenger nodded. The situation is indeed very bad. I heard the 139th Division's assault battalion fought desperately, and in the end, only a few dozen people withdrew. Sir, I can only wish you luck. Indeed, besides wishing for luck, what else could be said? Prepare for combat. Weiss raised his hand and took a deep breath. Of the remaining 63 officers and men in the assault company, more than half were wounded, yet at this moment, not one flinched or feared the battle. They all stood up, responding in low voices, "Prepare for combat." Seeing that the friendly units committed to the attack had all moved up, Weiss lowered his hand and led the soldiers forward at a trot. They soon passed the positions where they had previously fought with enemy troops, continuing forward against the Norman bullets. In his line of sight, a group of Federation Army soldiers fell under the Normans' dense fire, while the next group, at the sound of an elite's whistle, resolutely charged into the trenches piled with corpses. When they stepped into puddles formed by blood, the crimson liquid splashed up, shocking to the eye. Thump 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 thump. This rhythmic and crisp gunfire came from the rapid-fire cannons mounted at fire point E14. When two armies clash, various weapons and equipment compete for brilliance on the battlefield. With the two sides trading blows and alternating between offense and defense, weapons and equipment are more or less captured by the opponent, so there are no longer any secrets. The rapid-fire cannons equipped by the Norman army had the same caliber as their service rifles, and their ammunition was standardized. Their construction was very different from the Federation Army's rotary rapid-fire cannons. They looked like traditional field guns, except the muzzle was replaced by a ring of barrels. Several barrels were encased in a metal cylinder, fed by an upright disc-shaped magazine. They were also hand-cranked, but the rate of fire was at least twice as fast as the Federation Army's rotary rapid-fire cannons. The Federal soldiers in front were nearly all dead or wounded, and the Bastion Assault Company would soon be at the very front. If they had some bomby grenades, they could still use the smoke from the explosions to interfere with the enemy's aim. Charging forward like this without any cover, the few men remaining wouldn't last 10 seconds under the sweep of the Norman rapid-fire cannons. This couldn't go on. He had to think of something. Weiss bit his teeth, wishing his eyes could spit fire to burn those detestable Normans alive in their positions. Imagination was one thing, but reality was cruelly heartless. Comparing the identification data of the soldiers on both sides, the Norman soldiers not only had no obvious weaknesses in individual combat power, but they also held a significant advantage in biological functions and mental vitality. They continued to fire, gunning down the helpless Federation Army soldiers in the trenches, just as the Federation Army soldiers had done in the morning's defensive battle. Just as despair rushed in like a tsunami, Weiss heard a peculiar whistling sound from the sky. He jerked his head up and saw a biplane with a white fuselage and grey skin skimming past at low altitude. It had 2 seats, front and back. The rear pilot threw a bomb without tail fins, likely an explosive modified directly from an artillery shell, down into the trench where the Normans were clustered. With a thunderous boom, it sounded to Weiss's ears like a clap of thunder in a land suffering from a long drought. 6 crudely built, Slow-moving biplanes were like 6 divine generals sent from the heavens, rampaging across the battlefield and killing in all directions. They flew over the Normans' heads again and again, continuously dropping bombs, blowing the Norman soldiers in the trenches into a chaotic mess. Suddenly hit by such an attack, the Normans were somewhat caught off guard. The soldiers hastily raised their muzzles to fire into the air, and several rapid-fire cannons also tilted their muzzles up. Such anti-aircraft fire sounded intense, but in reality, it had little effect. The 6 Federation Army planes, with simple emblems painted on their fuselages and wings, repeatedly entered and exited the airspace over the battlefield, calmly dropping about 20 bombs, killing and wounding many Normans. The psychological deterrent and tactical impact of this attack far exceeded the actual lethality of the bombs. Taking advantage of the shift in the Normans' attention, the Federation Army soldiers charged into the trenches held by the Norman soldiers in one breath. Although in close quarters melee combat, the Federation soldiers from various garrison and reserve divisions were inferior to these elite Norman soldiers in both individual combat power and teamwork, relying on a burst of morale and a decisive all-line counterattack, the Federation army swept across the battlefield like a hurricane. The shift in the tide of victory was significant. The Norman soldiers showed unusual tenacity, stubbornly resisting the Federation army's counter-offensive with a mindset of fighting for every inch of ground. Some units even fought to the last man in their positions. In this life-and-death struggle where the brave prevail when meeting on a narrow path, the Federation army, fighting on their home turf, ultimately gained the upper hand. They split the Norman forces that had entered the Federation defense zone and annihilated them one by one. Near dusk, the ground battle finally came to a temporary close. At this time, the assault company led by Weiss had fewer than 20 combat-ready men left. Although the Federation army had suffered casualties far exceeding those of their opponents this afternoon, the reversal of the battle allowed him to see a positive side to this terrible war. Out of necessity, the Federation military was no longer clinging to the big ships and big guns mentality and had begun to accept new things like airplanes and deploy them onto the battlefield. Desperation leads to a desire for change. Only through seeking and pursuing change can there be new hope. Chapter 7, The Origin of War. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Good news. Good news. The 4th Corps is only half a day's march away from us. In the trenches of the Ulster border defense line, the exhausted Allied soldiers stood up one after another. To them, this news was like the rumble of thunder over a parched land, bringing hope to those in a desperate situation. The 4th Corps? The Iron Fist Corps of the 1st Legion? They've come from the Western Front to reinforce us. Beside Weiss, Hart Ressos, a third-year student from Baston Military Academy, muttered to himself. During the last spring grand maneuvers, the 1st Legion's performance as the attacking side was quite brilliant. As one of the 4 Ace Corps of the 1st Legion, the 4th Corps, nicknamed the Iron Fist Corps, had held the left flank and sent defenders several times their number home in defeat. This highly decorated Marine unit had long been stationed on the western border. Although the natural environment there was harsh, the officers and soldiers were well-equipped, well-trained, and supported by sound logistics, so they had always maintained a high fighting spirit. In the last war, the 4th Corps clashed with the Norman army many times, winning twice in key battles, making them one of the few elite divisions in the Federal Army that could rival the Norman army. Having guarded the borders for many years, the combat effectiveness and willpower of the 4th Corps were naturally not something ordinary combat divisions could compare to. After experiencing the previous grueling struggle, Weiss no longer had the mind to consider the overall war situation. He only hoped that the Federation army reinforcing from the north could clear the obstacles as soon as possible, open the land route between the border defense line and the rear, and facilitate the withdrawal of the overseas combat units back to the homeland. After standing up, Weiss looked around and then gazed southward. While the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division, which had conducted an airborne landing within Federal territory, was indeed brave, these 2 attacks in a single day had forced them to exert their full effort. Before they could use the night to replenish personnel and ammunition, it was unlikely they would launch a 3rd attack. Seeing no anomalies in the southern mountains and forests, Weiss looked up at the sky. At the critical moment, with the support of their own aircraft, the Federation Army's ground troops had managed to hold the border defense line with great difficulty, but in the air, the Federation fleet had suffered another defeat. Out of 12 airships, 5 were sunk and 4 were heavily damaged, basically losing their combat effectiveness, while the Normans only had 3 sunk and 2 heavily damaged. Fortunately, the Federation sent a relief fleet led by 2 armored ships, and the Norman fleet took the initiative to break off combat contact, only maintaining surveillance from a distance. Subsequently, the Federal warships conducted a brief bombardment of the Norman troops in the mountain forests, after which the Norman relief fleet arrived, and both fleets returned to a state of confrontation. From dusk until nightfall, neither side's air or ground forces made any further moves. In the dead of night, the sky was suddenly illuminated by artillery fire, and the battle south of the border defense line lasted throughout the night. At dawn, a troop of cavalry wearing Federal uniforms appeared outside the woods opposite the positions. Upon seeing this, the Allied defense forces on the border defense line erupted in cheers. That night, the Federation Army's 4th Corps used their Iron Fist to defeat the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division, opening a land route for the reinforcing troops coming from the north. Although the Norman Empire's Devil Division was not completely annihilated but instead broke into smaller groups to continue harassing the Federation Army's supply lines, for the defenders of the borderline and the overseas combat units withdrawing from Wessex, this battle fundamentally improved their situation. On the evening the 4th Corps arrived at the border defense line, the Baston Student Corps received orders from headquarters to pack their gear and evacuate to the rear aboard transport ships. On the border defense line, various units of the Federation Army had fought side by side for many days. During the most intense and cruel moments of battle, they had supported each other regardless of unit, enduring the darkness before the dawn together. As the young officers and soldiers of the Bastion Student Corps marched in formation through their sector, the troops stood up one after another to see them off, their eyes filled with respect. Before boarding the ships to leave, Weiss and Otto Lunz carefully counted the personnel. Before the battle began, there were over 500 instructors, inspectors, and students from Bastion Military Academy, plus over 1,000 reservists added during wartime, totaling more than 2,400 people. After just over a week, the numbers had been reduced by nearly 90% due to deaths, disappearances, and heavy injuries. Now, only a mere 311 people were able to leave with their heads held high. Among these 311 personnel, excluding the officers assigned during wartime and the mobilized reservists, only 137 were from Bastion Military Academy. After nightfall, a light transport ship flew to the defense line and landed on the pockmarked battlefield. The remaining personnel of the Bastion Student Corps formed 3 columns and boarded the ship in silence. It wasn't until they were seated in the cabin that someone looked through the porthole at the border defense line they were about to bid farewell to. Half a month ago, when the Bastion Student Corps had arrived here with neat formations and high spirits, probably no one had expected that they would undergo a hellish ordeal here, and that many of their former classmates and friends would remain here forever. Accompanied by the dull roar of machinery, the transport ship lifted off. Leaning against the slightly vibrating cabin wall, Weiss was overwhelmed with emotion. The war had just begun, and the Bastion Student Corps had already been severely crippled. What fate awaited them? Replenishing personnel and reorganizing, or being split up to have the students sent to various staff and command departments as cadet officers. Closing his eyes, those unforgettable bloody battle scenes appeared vividly before him. Even though he was exhausted to the extreme, it was difficult to fall into a peaceful sleep. Along the way, Weiss woke up twice from bloody nightmares and fell back to sleep twice amidst hesitation and anxiety. After more than 6 hours of flight, the transport ship finally landed at the Hofentis military base, located over 300 li north of AO City. This place was over 1,400 li from both the northern and western border defense lines, making it a relatively important military stronghold. In this deep rear, over 1,000 li from the front lines, there would be no sudden sounds of gunfire, nor would death be a constant companion. After arriving at the temporary campsite, Weiss took a comfortable hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and lay on a camp bed, finally getting a peaceful night's sleep. After breakfast, the surviving company level and above officers and inspectors of the Bastion Student Corps were summoned. In the tent used as a meeting room, they were surprised to see Colonel Capes and 2 majors under his command, as well as Lwen Schmidt and 4 other academy colleagues serving as officers. Most of these people were wounded. Capes had bandages on his head and arm, and Lwen Schmidt was on crutches. It turned out that after the units incorporated into the Durim battle group were defeated by the Norman army, some survivors retreated to the border defense line, some followed friendly forces south, and others had their retreat cut off by the Normans, only breaking through after enduring immense hardships. Excluding those captured by the Norman army and those who returned to the border defense line, a total of 57 people survived. Of the 62 seriously wounded who had been evacuated from the border line earlier, 8 had died of their injuries. Calculating this way, the survival rate for the Bastion Military Academy's deployment of the Student Corps was around 45%. The exact figure depended on the number of personnel captured by the Norman army, or more accurately, the number who could return home after the war. In the last war, the overall survival rate of the Bastion Student Corps was 49%, mainly because the casualty situation for personnel joining in the later stages had significantly improved. If one only looked at the casualty rate in the early to middle stages of the war, the survival rate was only 30%. Before the enemy's guns and bayonets, the Bastion Student Corps was essentially no different from ordinary units. Colonel Capes and the others meeting with the main force at the Hofentis military base was both a formal return to the unit and a farewell before departure. Colonel Capes announced to everyone that he had received an assignment from his superiors to serve as the acting division commander of the newly formed 190th Division, and several of his capable subordinates would accompany him. After his departure, the position of commander of the Bastion Student Corps would be appointed by the 8th Garrison District. Although the Bastion Student Corps had entirely withdrawn from the northern border defense line, it still belonged to the 8th Garrison District in the Northern Federation. The remnants of the Bastion Student Corps rested briefly for 2 days at the Hofentis military base. During this time, not a single soldier was added as a replacement. Instead, all the reservists were transferred out, leaving only a skeleton crew of Bastion students, instructors, and inspectors. From this, it seemed that the superiors were not planning to send this special unit back to the front lines in the short term. The peaceful days in the rear passed quickly, while on the northern front, the Allied officers and soldiers were still suffering. Although the Federation army reinforcing from the north had defeated the Norman Devil Division and reversed the precarious situation, the Norman army was not as easy to deal with as expected. Following behind the Federation Army's 2nd and 4th Corps as they retreated toward the borderline was the Norman Empire's Northern 1st Combat Group. They were battle-hardened troops who had conquered North Frisia and Wessex, creating a series of successful battle examples considered military classics. On the day after the Bastion Student Corps withdrew from the border defense line, the Normans used armored vehicle units as the vanguard to launch a fierce attack on the Federation Army's rearguard. Meanwhile, the Norman Empire's Northern 2nd Combat Group, which had constructed positions north of the Ulster-Wessex border defense line, first feigned weakness by voluntarily abandoning some positions, then suddenly counterattacked, striking the Federation Army's flank. Just a short distance from the border line, the Federation Army rearguard, which had held out for so long, actually collapsed. Losing their rearguard cover, the units of the Federation Army's 2nd and 4th Corps that had just arrived at the border defense line, along with the accompanying Wessex 1st Mixed Legion, scrambled to retreat into the border defense line. The chaotic order gave the Norman army an opportunity. They attacked by day and raided by night, pursuing relentlessly and causing Allied casualties to soar. After all the overseas combat units had retreated into the border line, the Federation army took the initiative to abandon the riddled and crumbling border defense line, retreating in an orderly fashion to the reserve fortifications between the two great fortresses of Maragos and Cercio, establishing a new northern defense line based on favorable terrain. In the border campaign, the losses of the Federation and Wessex armies reached 3 to 4 times those of the Norman army. It was an unmitigated and painful defeat. One of the few positive factors for the Allied side was that most of the star source stones in the wreckage of both sides' warships were recovered by the Federation army, which would allow the Federation fleet to obtain relatively more replacements in a relatively short period of time. Through the investigation and analysis of the Norman warship wreckage, the Allies also gained more information about the construction principles of the Devil bombs. They used storage batteries acting on artificial star source stones to provide lift and gunpowder combustion to provide forward propulsion, forming highly aggressive aerial torpedoes. The key to this new weapon was the artificial star source stone technology. The characteristic of star source stones is that to provide the same amount of lift, the weaker the electricity, the more star source stones are needed, and vice versa. For warships using natural star source stones, the output of the power system needs to balance driving the star source stones for lift, driving the rudders and propellers for horizontal power, and driving the weapon equipment. How to allocate this for maximum efficiency is a quite complex system engineering task, and the production of star source stones has always been the primary factor limiting the number of airships built by various countries. The emergence of artificial star source stones seemed at first glance to be a force that would completely break the strategic balance, but the number of Norman warships had not grown abnormally. This indicated that artificial star source stones could not replace natural star source stones as the source of lift for warships. As for the specific reason, logical inference suggested it was likely an issue of stability or limits. Either they could not provide stable lift for a long time, or they could not withstand a certain intensity of electricity, and thus lacked the conditions to become a power source for warships. The Allies should feel fortunate about this, as at least they did not have to face an overwhelming number of Norman warships. Chapter 8, Graduation Ceremony Amidst the Flames of War. Fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. After a brief rest, the Baston Military Academy cadets boarded a flight transport ship and left the Hofentus military base. This time, the transport ship's total flight time was less than an hour and a half, and before it even landed, everyone was already moved to tears. The familiar scenery outside the portholes told them that this was the outskirts of AO City, the Baston Military Academy. They had come home. The administrative staff, instructors, and first-year students who had remained at the academy lined up at the shooting range to welcome the members of the Baston Student Corps back from their expedition. Stepping out of the transport ship's hatch and bathing in the clear, bright sunlight, Weiss felt a profound sense of happiness, as if he had returned to the human world from purgatory. Thinking back on the hardships, exhaustion, grievances, and helplessness he had endured at the military academy over the past year or so, they seemed like nothing compared to the battlefield permeated with the scent of death. The returnees once again stood on familiar, fertile soil, but those comrades who had sacrificed their lives for the country would never return here again. Looking at the sparse ranks of the second and third-year cadets, many instructors wept on the spot. A similar situation had occurred 20 years ago. Times had changed and people had moved on, but the sorrow was being replicated. The showy principal, General Adamir Leno, stood at the very front of the welcoming line, hugging the returning instructors and cadets one by one. Although the Baston Student Corps had only been on the battlefield for over a month and had only been in actual combat for about 10 days, they had encountered the enemy's most elite and valiant troops. In extremely unfavorable circumstances and at the most perilous moments, they had demonstrated unyielding resilience, using their youthful blood to withstand the surging waves raised by the enemy. With their contribution to holding the national border defense line, they were fully worthy of the respect of Principal General Leno and all the remaining staff, yet there was no expression of pride or arrogance on their faces. Returning to the military academy dormitories with heavy hearts, they walked through quiet corridors and into empty rooms, and many finally could not help but burst into loud sobs. The big guy Trenger, who lived with Weiss, was said to have been killed in action on the first day the Durem battle group engaged the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division. No one would ever again seriously explain to Nicola that his name was Trenger, not Trent. Weiss put down his bags and sat on his bed, lost in thought, staring at Trenger's chair for a long time. For lunch that day, the cafeteria prepared an exceptionally rich spread of dishes, but the cadets only ate with their heads down, not saying a single word. In the afternoon, the cadets received a notice from the school. In view of the excellent performance of the Baston Student Corps members on the battlefield, the third-year students would graduate 2 months early. Although the established graduation assessment procedures could not be omitted, everyone's grades would receive bonus points for their participation in the war. As for the second-year students, in addition to the corresponding rewards for military merit and grade bonuses, they would also receive a special choice. They could continue to stay at the military academy to study, or choose to go to units as a cadet officer for training through combat. This way, they would not delay their graduation and could complete their officer internship period early, allowing them to obtain official officer status ahead of their peers who stayed at school. One must know that in a long military career, a step ahead often means a step ahead at every stage. Taking one step earlier could lead to higher achievements. Over the next 5 days, 35 healthy third-year students, including Weiss and Lunds, underwent the graduation assessment as the first batch of wartime graduates. After experiencing the trial of fire, it seemed that every cadet had a deeper understanding and better mastery of military skills. Their grades in various subjects had improved compared to previous training assessments, and with the substantial war participation bonus points, the comprehensive scores of all 35 people actually reached the excellent level. According to the market value of previous years, excellent graduates from Baston Military Academy were highly sought after commodities for the various corps and garrison areas of the Federation Army. Although the dispatch of graduates depended on school recommendations and the allocation of the Army General Staff Headquarters, if an honor student wanted to go to a specific unit, they only needed to write a letter or have someone bring a message, and the other party would naturally handle the corresponding procedures equivalent to holding the power of autonomous choice over their own destiny. Before the comprehensive scores were announced, the fat Vice President Joseph Grumman had his capable assistant bring a personal letter to Weiss, suggesting he consider going to the armament department after graduation to utilize his talent for firearm design, or strive to go to the General Staff Headquarters to serve as a cadet staff officer. He could help facilitate either of these paths. If dispatched to an Army combat unit as a cadet officer, the fat Vice President analyzed that since it was wartime, any unit could be sent to the front line at any time to engage in combat with the Norman Army. Even staying in a staff agency at the division or even corps level could not guarantee absolute personal safety. As for how to walk his future path, his thoughts were completely different before and after personally experiencing the war. In the past, Weiss felt that gold would always shine, going to a frontline unit to get grounded and build connections, then slowly moving upward, would make the path to the summit solid enough. If he went directly to a high-level staff agency, he could watch and learn from famous generals and experts, broadening his horizons and expanding his thinking. Combined with his foresight as a person from the future, it wouldn't be difficult to become a top-tier strategist. Now, Weiss had a clearer understanding of his own abilities and positioning. Without rich practical experience and sufficient mental and physical tempering, strategizing is nothing more than armchair generalship, and the advantage of being a person from the future is no different from a castle in the air. He thought it over repeatedly, since fate had arranged for him to come to such a magnificent era and become a Baston Military Academy student with a bright future, why should he shrink back and consider a retreat? As the saying goes, if the country no longer exists, where shall the people find their place? Of the choices before him, only two were truly viable. One was to go to the front line and grow through the tempering of blood and fire, laying a solid foundation for commanding thousands in the future. The other was to go to the flight fleet to utilize his super talent as a human radar, learning while doing, striving to become an invincible fleet commander. Weiss had seriously considered switching to the aviation forces to utilize his infinite talent. However, as the premier military academy of the Federation Army, graduates of Baston Military Academy were naturally meant to be used by the Federation Army. Over the last half-century, only 100 or 200 Baston graduates had transferred to serve in the aviation forces, with about 30 or so reaching the rank of brigadier general or above. Some of them had gone to help build the aviation forces when they were first established, while others had studied aviation as a major at a senior staff college. If he actively threw himself into the aviation forces, he might carry the bad reputation of a traitorous general, but as long as he could save the country and the people, what did a bad reputation matter? If Nicola were here, transferring to the aviation forces to take up a post shouldn't be much of a problem, but this fellow had been missing for a long time. Aside from that field letter that left no address or unit designation, there was basically no news at all. Weiss had to ask the fat vice president for help and indicated that if there was no direct way to enter the aviation forces, he could also first apply for something like the aviation major at the Della Fig Senior Staff College, and then logically enter the aviation forces for service. After clarifying his thoughts, Weiss inquired with the military academy instructors about the recruitment situation of the various senior staff colleges of the Federation. The reply he received was that during wartime, senior staff students were only drawn from active duty staff personnel and officers of various levels for short to medium-term rotation training. They did not recruit from military academy students or active duty NCOs and soldiers. It seemed that this indirect route to save the nation would require a bit more of a detour. The fat vice president's reply was slow in coming, but the Baston Military Academy moved quickly. In response to the special wartime situation, they decided to adopt a method of graduating students in batches. Those whose physical conditions were suitable for assessment would be assessed and graduate first, while those who were injured would undergo individual assessments after recovery and graduate upon passing. In the second week after the first batch of 35 students passed the comprehensive assessment, the school held a special graduation ceremony for them. This year, there were originally supposed to be 239 students participating in the graduation assessment, and the vast majority would have passed smoothly to start a new journey in life. However, at the graduation ceremony, only a mere 78 third-year students were present. Those whose assessments were delayed due to injury accounted for more than half, with a full 11 people in wheelchairs, and another 3 who were unable to witness their comrades' graduation moment on site due to severe injuries. That familiar military music was still stirring, and many understood its tragic heroism for the first time. At this special graduation ceremony, Principal Leno spoke volubly for over half an hour. His rhetoric was still flowery and his content was still empty. His tone of blind confidence was even more disappointing than the supply efficiency during the border campaign. Fortunately, the old Principal Fan Luo was also invited to come and give a graduation message to the young men into whom he had poured much of his heart during his tenure. The old principal's tone was as peaceful as ever. He spoke from his own military academy years to his personal experience of war, from post-war construction to his return to the military academy. In this long span of nearly half a century, he had encountered setbacks and hesitation, won glory, and forged brilliance. At the moment the bad news of the war's outbreak arrived, he felt as if he had returned to his youth, seeing countless familiar yet strange faces. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his old friends sacrificing their lives on the battlefield seemed unfortunate, but their troubles and sorrows were gone from them forever. It was a complete liberation. Meanwhile, he had survived, which seemed lucky, but he had to carry responsibility and mission constantly, facing new difficulties and challenges. From the crushing defeat of the Wessex army and the situation of the Ulster-Wessex border campaign, a regrettable conclusion could be drawn: the current Norman army is stronger and more difficult to deal with than in the last war. Furthermore, the Kingdom of Wessex has basically lost its capacity for war, and the Federation needs to resist the Norman Empire independently. The difficulty of winning the war is unprecedented. Although the war situation was not ideal and the sharp fangs of the Normans were terrifying, the thought of his comrades' expectant eyes made him feel that he should be fearless and go all out. Because of this, the old principal had taken the initiative to volunteer to the military high command, hoping that his old bones could still make some contribution to the country and the army. Previously, the Federation Army's overseas expeditionary forces and border defense units had lost a large number of frontline officers and soldiers. Although the national mobilization system sent wave after wave of recruits into the barracks, causing the scale of the Federation Army to expand rapidly like a balloon, the weakness of the various national defense divisions and reserve divisions had been fully exposed in the border campaign. They frequently became the breakthrough points for the Norman army to shatter the Federation Army's battle lines. To turn this situation around as quickly as possible, the military high command decided to break up the combat divisions that had suffered heavy losses earlier and use them as the backbone, with the various garrison and reserve divisions as the main body, compressing their organization and replenishing their personnel to form several completely new combat units, national defense divisions. With the sudden increase in the number of combat units and a shortage of active duty generals, a group of retired veteran generals returned to their combat posts, and the old Principal Fan Luo was among them. He was appointed as the commander of the 1st National Defense Division and would soon depart to take up his post. Chapter 9, Invitations from the New and Old Principals. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. After the graduation ceremony ended, the current Principal Lino left directly as usual, giving the impression of a busy VIP, while the old Principal, Fan Luo, remained as amiable as ever. A group of graduating cadets in military dress uniforms crowded around him, talking animatedly about something. Although Weiss had a good impression of this old principal, he particularly disliked squeezing into crowds, so he just stood quietly to the side. Only after the cadets gradually dispersed did he step forward to exchange a few pleasantries. The white-haired elder patted his shoulder. I know you are a unique person with an unlimited future, but no matter when or what role you play, you need to keep a cool head at all times. For this kind of talk that would work on any cadet, Weiss didn't take it to heart at first. He replied, "Thank you for the teaching," and was about to take his leave when old Principal Fan Luo asked, "Have you chosen which unit to go to yet?" Weiss answered truthfully, "I'm still considering." The old principal smiled, "You might as well consider one more option, our National Defense Division." Weiss thought for a moment, "Is this a long-planned military reform?" The old principal nodded, "Yes, exactly." With Nicola away, Weiss's access to timely news from all sides was not as good as before. However, in the few days since returning to the military academy, he had still heard some information about this military reform from his companions. The first batch of 10 national defense divisions to be formed would replace the relatively rigid 4-4 system with a more flexible 3-3 system in their combat organization. Each division would oversee 3 infantry regiments, and each regiment would oversee 3 infantry battalions. While the unit's structure seemed thinner, at the battalion level, a light artillery company equipped with light rapid-fire guns was added to the original 4 infantry companies. At the divisional level, a divisional motorized battalion and an anti-aircraft battalion were added. Consequently, a standard national defense division had slightly fewer personnel than a combat division but more than a garrison division or a reserve division. However, it was equipped with 40% more rapid-fire guns and 25% more field guns than a combat division, making its theoretical comprehensive combat capability superior to that of a combat division. The concept of a national defense division might be very attractive to others, but in Weiss's view, this approach might only treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. Therefore, he did not agree immediately to old Principal Fan Luo's face-to-face invitation, but instead said politely, "All right, I will consider it seriously." The old principal said nothing more, nor did he show even a hint of displeasure. He leaned on his officer's cane and walked away composedly. Weiss had just returned to the dormitory when he was summoned to Principal Lino's office. At the staircase, he encountered Otto Lunz coming toward him. Weiss nodded to him as a greeting, and Lunz smiled slightly. As the two were about to pass each other, Weiss heard him whisper 1st National Defense Division. What does that mean? Passing through the long corridor, Weiss arrived at the door of Principal Lino's office. Johnson, the principal's assistant, stood outside the door and knocked for Weiss. "Mr. Principal, Mr. Klemperhesen is here. Have him come in." The voice from inside was deep and powerful, but the speaker's mood could not be discerned from the tone or manner. "Yes, Mr. Principal." Johnson pushed the door open with just the right amount of force and gestured for Weiss to enter the office. Such treatment had not occurred the last time he was summoned. "Thank you." Weiss nodded to Johnson. Besides his administrative duties, this tall, thin, and fair-skinned young man was also responsible for the cadets' field first aid course and possessed impeccable professional skills in medicine. "Good luck," Johnson said to him in a very low and soft voice. "And whatever you do, don't make him angry." Before Weiss could ask why, the principal had already taken the initiative to welcome him, and that cold face, which had remained unchanged for nearly a millennium, actually wore a smile. "Cadet Long Krunberheisen, ER, I should call you an officer now. Being able to graduate successfully with an overall rank of 2nd has fully proven your outstanding intelligence and ability. You are the pride of our Bastion Military Academy and the hope of the Federation Army. I believe that one day, your name will be engraved on the stone walls of the Bastion Hall of Fame, and there might even be a statue specially made for you standing in our square. All of this is by no means just a dream, the path is right beneath your feet. At this moment, Weiss felt that the person standing before him was not a high and mighty principal, but a professional HR recruiter, a headhunter, attempting to recruit talent in a way he deemed clever. Under Lino's confident and expectant gaze, Weiss calmly and neither submissively nor overbearingly changed the subject. Graduation should have been an exciting event, but the war has surged in like a fierce beast. In the past few weeks, we watched our classmates fall one by one, sacrificing their lives for the country on the battlefield. Those who are alive are lucky, but also in pain, because this war is far more difficult than we imagined. In the future, we still have a long way to go. The enemy is not scary, what is scary is losing our own courage, confidence, and faith in freedom. As I often say, a few among us have an improper mindset, blindly worshipping power and noble status, which led to thoughts of secretly colluding with the enemy. This is truly fatal. At this point, Lino suddenly shifted his tone and brought the topic back to the talent recruitment. I looked at your graduation preferences over the past 2 days. I was worried that some might be afraid to fight, but the situation is much better than I expected. You are all fine young men. In fact, given my rigorous attitude, it would be impossible for me to recommend a flawed graduate to a combat unit. As he spoke, Lino picked up a piece of paper from his desk, which was covered in many handwritten notes. Because of your outstanding performance in the border battle, many unit commanders and chiefs of staff have called or written, hoping I could recommend the best graduates to them. Look, there's the 1st Legion staff, 2nd Corps staff, 5th Corps headquarters, 3rd Garrison District headquarters, 6th Garrison District staff, 7th Garrison District staff, as well as the divisional headquarters and staff of the 9th, 17th, 18th, 24th, and 31st Combat Divisions. These are all illustrious units. Weiss thought for a moment. With your insight and experience, you should be able to give us very good advice. Of course. Lino, like a fisherman seeing a fish bite the hook, deliberately suppressed his inner joy and stated solemnly, in this world, besides your parents, probably no one wants to see you succeed in the army more than I do. The medals pinned to your chests and the general stars on your shoulders in the future will all be my glory and pride. Therefore, I will do my best to recommend you to the units most suitable for accumulating experience and establishing merit. Based on the various traits you displayed during your time at the military academy, I believe, you should choose between the 2nd Corps staff or the 3rd Garrison District headquarters, and I personally lean toward the former. Their Chief of Staff, General Arlenson, is quite a formidable figure. Not only is he a master of wargaming, but he also served as a staff officer for General Castivier in the last war, making significant contributions to the victories in the Battle of Gidlink and the Battle of Loriest. Weiss remained noncommittal. I presume you are very familiar with this General Arlenson. Of course. Lino said triumphantly, if nothing else, as long as you take my personal letter to report for duty, you can pick any suitable position in the staff department. When there are opportunities for further study or promotion in the future, my old friend will definitely give you priority. This man already had the air of a high-ranking official, and when he got carried away, his behavior and demeanor were quite off-putting. At this moment, Weiss finally knew why Lunds had said 1st National Defense Division to him. Decisively rejecting Lino's invitation to resolutely join the old principal, the satisfaction of that slap in the face would be instantaneous. Seeing that Weiss's reaction was not enthusiastic, Lino paused and continued, of course, the 2nd Corps is currently confronting the Norman army on the Western Front, and battle could break out at any time. If you choose the 3rd Garrison District headquarters, the situation will certainly be more stable, but the opportunities to accumulate military merit will be relatively fewer. Recalling the principal's assistant's warning, Weiss carefully phrased his response to avoid slapping the face too directly and provoking this bureaucratic principal. Before experiencing the border battle, I thought I was omnipotent, a remarkable military genius. But after witnessing a real battlefield and seeing the bloody and cruel slaughter, I realized how arrogant I was in the past. I have been thinking about how to walk the path ahead these past few days. For my first step after leaving the military academy, I am inclined to go to a grassroots unit to accumulate more practical experience. As he listened, Lino's expression darkened. After patiently listening to Weiss finish, he snorted coldly, you aren't also planning to tell me that you intend to report to the 1st National Defense Division, are you? Weiss replied, in fact, that is one of my options. Seeing that Weiss did not give a definite answer, Lino's expression softened slightly, then do you know that in these newly formed National Defense Divisions, only a portion of the personnel and equipment are in place? Given the current war situation, they are unlikely to have sufficient time for training and preparation. Perhaps in 2 months, or maybe 4 or 5 weeks, they will have to be rushed to the front lines. If you join a National Defense Division, you can indeed get a good position initially, but once on the front lines, you will find how pathetic it is to be among a group of rookies. To be honest, the thing I regret most to this day is not preventing the Bastion Student Corps from rushing to the north. In the National Defense Mobilization Plan, the reason the Bastion Student Corps was deployed in the 8th Garrison District was originally intended to keep you away from the front lines in the early stages of the war to coordinate and integrate with Allied forces before finding an opportunity to be sent to the front. Unexpectedly, things went against our wishes, the 8th Garrison District became the front line, and the cadets meticulously nurtured by the Bastion Military Academy suffered heavy casualties under the Norman storm-like attacks. When those National Defense Divisions head to the battlefield, they might not even reach the combat level of the Bastion Student Corps. How about this? If you really want to go to a grassroots unit to be tempered, you might as well go to the 9th Combat Division belonging to the 2nd Corps. That is an illustrious Iron Army whose combat effectiveness can definitely rival the elite units of the Norman Empire. Principal Lino's words did not move Weiss, but they did help him understand one thing: the reason Otto Lunz was willing to join the 1st National Defense Division, besides old Principal Fan Luo's personal charisma, was another very important reason: the newly formed National Defense Divisions provided ambitious young officers with the opportunity to challenge themselves, improve themselves, and showcase their abilities. If they could train a unit that was not highly regarded into a strong combat force in a short amount of time, it would be enough to prove they possessed outstanding organizational, training, leadership, and command abilities. Chapter 10, Finding a Different Way. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are right here. Considering various uncertain factors, Weiss still hadn't clarified his future before leaving Principal Lino's office. When he returned to the dormitory building, he found Otto Lunz, Hwaz Carlat, and Marlon Engel all standing at the stairwell. As soon as they saw Weiss, 3 pairs of eyes immediately locked onto him. How did it go? Lunz asked. Weiss naturally understood what he was referring to. Have you all made up your minds to follow the old principal to the 1st National Defense Division? Lunz replied. Why, are you not going? It's not that I'm not going, it's just that I haven't decided yet, Weiss answered. Can you tell me what you're thinking? Carlet clearly misunderstood Weiss's way of speaking and said crossly, what are we thinking? Going to the 1st National Defense Division is certainly not as good for one's career as going to the Army Group Staff or Corps Headquarters. If you plan to accept the principal's arrangement, we have nothing to say. Hwaz, what are you talking about? Lunz tried to smooth things over. Long said he just hasn't made up his mind yet. Weiss didn't defend himself, instead, he nodded to Lunz, indicating he was all ears. Lunz looked around and lowered his voice. In the Northern Campaign and the Border Campaign, the Federation Army suffered heavy losses. On one hand, this was because the Norman Army had new weapons and tactics we weren't familiar with. On the other hand, it's also due to the Federation Army's obsolete and backward military system. Simply put, our combat divisions are well equipped and fully trained, with strong combat effectiveness and high soldier morale, while the situation for the garrison divisions and reserve divisions is terrible. On the battlefield, as long as combat, garrison, and reserve divisions are deployed together, the garrison and reserve divisions will inevitably become the breakthroughs for the enemy to pierce the front line. Even if these units are temporarily mixed, the results are mediocre. Because of this, our military system urgently needs a reform to make all units possess strength comparable to or even exceeding that of the combat divisions. During the border campaign, Weiss and Lunz were partners and spent most of their time together, yet they had never discussed such topics. He likely encountered some new concepts and ideas after returning to Baston Military Academy. Objectively speaking, the Federation's military system did indeed have various flaws and required a transformation to heal these issues. The essence of any transformation is breaking the old order to establish a new one. As the saying goes, there is no construction without destruction. It is impossible to achieve transformation without harming the interests of those already in power. Throughout history, some transformations are top-down reforms, while others are bottom-up revolutions. If it were merely replacing the old 3-tier combat unit classification with unified national defense divisions, it would likely be a symbolic reform that treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. It was because he saw these essential truths that Weiss lacked interest in joining the 1st National Defense Division and even harbored concerns. Principal Lino's words were indeed unpleasant, but one sentence had alerted Weiss: joining the 1st National Defense Division might very well lead to a very tragic end. If the war quickly reached a turning point, it would be a happy outcome for both reformers and conservatives. However, if the fighting continued to go poorly in the next phase, the national defense divisions and the people promoting their reform would become scapegoats for the defeat. This method of harming the country and the people was precisely the common tactic used by vested interests to eliminate dissidents. Weiss let out a long sigh. I believe more and more people will realize the necessity of promoting transformation. Furthermore, true transformation isn't limited to the military system, it should cover every field of the country: politics, economy, industry. Lunz stared wide-eyed at Weiss. After a long moment, he nodded. Although we have chosen different paths, we share common ideals and goals. Good luck, buddy. Carlet and Engel wanted to say more, but Lunz stopped them. Before they left, Weiss said to Lunz, "Thank you, Otto." Lunz smiled and turned to leave with Carlet and Engel. That evening, the fat vice president personally came to Baston Military Academy and had a heart-to-heart talk with Weiss. Since the Federation implemented national defense mobilization, the Klemperhausen factory had received large orders from the military. All production lines were running day and night, with workers rotating shifts to step up production. Correspondingly, the factory's revenue and profits showed explosive growth. The fat vice president had originally provided a large amount of capital to the Klemperhausen family and assisted them in purchasing production lines, training technicians, and recruiting employees. According to their agreement, he was entitled to a generous return, thereby strengthening his own commercial power. Because of this, lately, the fat vice president appeared to be running around for the Grumman Group, but in reality, he was doing a lot of selfing work, recommending the Klemperhausen factory's new weapons to the military. The 1.4 PIR caliber light machine gun, which had tested well on the battlefield, was approved by the military's technical committee and had just received its first order for 5,000 units, 1,000 of which would be mounted on light armored vehicles manufactured by the Heisen Automobile Factory. Meanwhile, the 3.2 PIR caliber heavy machine gun, which barely met design expectations after repeated improvements, also received a significant research and development subsidy. With the current war situation being so difficult, Weiss truly had no energy to focus on business matters. However, the fat vice president also brought him good news. Delafig Senior Staff College had agreed to give this outstanding young officer, who had served as an acting battalion adjutant and acting deputy regimental commander in the Baston Student Corps during the war, a chance to take the entrance exam. As for whether they would accept him as a transfer student and assign him to the aviation major, that would depend on his final entrance exam scores. After talking with Principal Lino and Otto Lunds, the thought of transformation had disturbed Weiss's peace of mind. However, with his current abilities and conditions, he was far from being able to initiate such a change. After much consideration, he decided to accept the backdoor opportunity provided by the fat vice president and go to Delafig Senior Staff College for the exam. In peacetime, Baston Military Academy graduates usually enjoy a graduation leave of about a month. During this time, they can recommend themselves to units through various means or accept the military academy's arrangements and report to their units after the holiday ends. With the war ongoing and the situation tense, in just a few short days, all 35 outstanding graduates of Baston Military Academy had determined their post-graduation destinations, including Lunds, Carlat, and Engel. A total of 12 graduates applied to go to the 1st National Defense Division and were approved. Having more than a third of the graduates join the same division-level unit was a first in decades. Of the remaining 23 graduates, 2 were selected for Army-level command and staff organizations, 3 for Corps-level command and staff organizations, 6 joined division-level command and staff organizations, and 11 went to serve in grassroots combat units. Only Weiss received the specially approved qualification for the Senior Staff College entrance exam. The students, who had studied and lived together for 3 years, bid each other farewell and hurried off on their new journeys. Weiss also packed his bags and took a train alone to the capital, Liberty City. He only had one short week to prepare for the exam. Fortunately, the fat vice president had managed to obtain the exam syllabus, allowing Weiss to make targeted preparations. With the level of an outstanding Baston Military Academy graduate plus the refinement of battlefield experience, passing the basic military skills assessment was not difficult. The hard part was the military theory exam. It required not only mastery of military history but also deep analysis of the causes and consequences of historical events, drawing lessons from the past to explain the present. It required not just winning at wargaming but also correctly analyzing the reasons for victory or defeat and applying those lessons to reality. Finally, the assessment team would pose a set of tricky and eccentric questions to test the candidate's reaction speed, and this part carried a significant weight in the final score. During that week of preparation and the subsequent 2 days of the exam, Weiss was completely focused and gave it his absolute all. Even so, his exam scores only barely passed the line. Although he was admitted to Delafig Senior Staff College as a transfer student in the last class of regular students recruited before the war, he did not get into the aviation staff major as he had hoped. Instead, he was assigned to the land warfare staff major. The regular curriculum at Delafig Senior Staff College is 18 months. By the time Weiss stumbled in as a transfer student, his classmates had already been studying there for over 5 months, and most of them had served as officers or staff officers in the military for more than 2 years. Weiss used every available moment to catch up on the 5 months of missed coursework, but there was no way to make up for the lack of experience serving in the military. In the subsequent comprehensive assessment, he ranked near the bottom. There was no newbie protection here like in a game. If his scores were this dismal in 2 consecutive comprehensive assessments, he would face elimination. Weiss returned to his studious cold window mode, while many of his friends from Baston Military Academy went back to the war-torn front lines. During this period, the Northern Front completely shifted to a defensive posture. Although the new defensive line had geographical advantages, it was precarious under the Norman Army's constant and varied attacks. The Federation Army exerted all its strength just to stop a damburst-like total collapse. Meanwhile, the seemingly calm Western Front finally erupted into crisis. The Kingdom of Basel, the Kempten Kingdom, and the Kingdom of Falen announced they had joined the Monarch alliance initiated by the Norman Empire. The Norman army immediately marched into these 3 countries, using them as a passage to attack the Federation. Although the border regions where these 3 countries met the Federation were part of the Monomolan Mountains, there were several valleys suitable for ground troops. To hold these natural passages, after the last war ended, the Federation renovated and expanded 5-century-old fortresses. From north to south, they were Antonio, Bellacazar, Chalonde, Dunluck, and Elm. These fortresses, occupying treacherous terrain, could be said to be impregnable under traditional warfare modes. However, the Norman Empire's nutcracker performance in North Frisia and Wessex had already completely overturned traditional military thinking. Facing the flood-like offensive of the Norman army, Antonio Fortress was in peril, Bellacazar Fortress was in peril, Elm Fortress was in peril. Under these circumstances, the 10 national defense divisions originally scheduled for 2 months of reorganization and training were rushed into battle after less than 5 weeks. The much-anticipated 1st National Defense Division was ordered to the Bellacazar Fortress to support the fighting. Chapter 11, The Fall of Dreams. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Staying up late and waking up at dawn, he was either studying or drilling. There was no time for letters or idle chatter, even post-meal walks were filled with academic problems. After more than a month at the Delafig Senior Staff College, Weiss lived like an ascetic. He gave it his all, short of tying his hair to a beam or stabbing his thigh with an awl to stay awake. However, the potential of an ordinary person is limited. Among a group of elite young officers chosen from thousands, he had no significant advantage in innate talent or acquired ability. Starting together, he might have competed for the upper middle tier, but arriving 5 months late, he barely managed to escape the bottom elimination zone despite his desperate efforts. Even so, This kind of rigorous study yielded considerable potential rewards. One must know that graduates of Baston Military Academy must undergo a 4 to 12-month officer internship before becoming official officers, whereas graduates of Delafig Senior Staff College can serve as regimental chiefs of staff or equivalent mid-level positions immediately upon graduation. Similarly, when entering a corps headquarters, the former usually starts as a trainee staff officer, while the latter can serve as the head of departments such as the Operations and Training Office, the Mapping Office, or the Quartermaster Office. The difference in treatment was immediate. In peacetime, students valued overall ranking most, followed by personal connections. But in the current stage of major war, people felt as if they were in the midst of stormy seas. The condition of the ship was closely linked to everyone's fate, and no one could devote themselves to their studies without distraction. After the war broke out, Delafig Senior Staff College suspended its regular 18-month curriculum, which recruited a new class every 6 months. Instead, it used the freed-up teaching resources to hold wartime short-term training courses lasting 4 to 6 weeks. Participants included commanders and chiefs of staff whose units had been decimated or scattered, coming here to summarize lessons and analyze countermeasures, as well as military backbones from units far from the front lines, coming to learn about new battlefield tactics. These individuals generally held the rank of major or higher, and it was not uncommon to see general stars on their shoulders. For regular students, being able to meet and befriend these experienced and capable middle and senior level officers would undoubtedly provide convenience for their future paths. Therefore, whenever the college arranged for them to play the role of opponents in practical exercises or wargaming for the wartime short-term classes, they always found ways to demonstrate their talents, posing many difficult problems for the instructors arranging the training. Some got what they wanted, some saw their hopes dashed, and some succeeded unintentionally. During a wargaming session, Weiss made 2 unexpected moves and provided precise and detailed deductions of the battle situation, which caught the attention of several chiefs of staff. When they learned that this young man had been a standout figure during his time at Baston Military Academy, had participated in the border campaign with the Baston Student Corps, and had received extremely high valuations, they one after another extended olive branches, intending to recruit him under their command. Weiss had gone to great lengths to come to Delafig Senior Staff College not for personal promotion, but to stand in a higher position where his special abilities could be more effective, helping the Ulster Free Federation defend its precious spirit of freedom. Although he failed to enter the aviation specialty as he had hoped, staying in the army was not entirely a bad thing. After all, a human radar was useful across any battlefield. Regarding the officers' sincere invitations, Weiss neither accepted nor refused. Instead, he kept in touch with them, often asking for their advice on experiences and methods of leading troops in battle. The more he interacted, the more he learned, and Weiss benefited greatly, while the officers also gained a different way of thinking from him. The time of rigorous study flew by, while days on the battlefield were much harder to endure. The Western Front did not collapse as quickly as some had feared. Relying on the 5 major fortresses of the Monomolan Mountains, the Federation Army stubbornly resisted the offensive of the Norman Empire and its allies. At Bellacazar Fortress, the 1st National Defense Division, along with the 6th and 10th National Defense Divisions that later joined the fray, assisted the fortress defense forces in repelling repeated fierce attacks from the Norman Basel allied forces. Meanwhile, the Federal First Fleet, which had lost half its combat power in the border campaign, used clever tactical deployments to repeatedly thwart the offensives of the Norman Empire Eastern Fleet. Despite being at a relative disadvantage in strength, they maintained the aerial situation in a delicate balance. Through internal reference materials of the Federation Army and news from new classmates, Weiss closely followed the war on the Western Front and the situation of the 1st National Defense Division. To better study the Western Front's battle situation, he carefully reviewed military data on the 5 major fortresses including geography, design plans, and the history of renovations. Among these fortresses, Bellacazar was not the newest, the largest, nor the most strategically situated. Under attack by an equal force of enemies, it was likely to be the first of the 5 fortresses to fall. During the last Great War, Bellacazar Fortress had been leveled by the gunfire of the Norman fleet. After the war ended, the Federation redeployed the western border defense line, and the new Bellacazar Fortress took 4 years to complete. In the following dozen years, it received almost no reinforcement except for adjustments in weapon configuration, and the Bellacazar Fortress division stationed there had always been weaker in manpower than a standard combat division. A weak force showing strength was undoubtedly a highlight of the battlefield. Under deliberate promotion by the authorities, the defense of Bellacazar Fortress became material for praising the iron will of the Federation Army and showcasing the results of military reform. General Fanlo, over 60 years old, and the 1st National Defense Division he commanded also received extensive coverage. This vibrant unit was given the glorious title of the Youth Iron Army, and a large number of officers and soldiers received honorary awards for their military merits. The Federation Army's defense along the Monomolan Mountains held against the onslaught of the raging waves, allowing the people to breathe a small sigh of relief, but then big trouble arose on the northern front. After more than a month of rest and replenishment, the Norman army entrenched in Wessex suddenly showed its might. They concentrated thousands of cannons and over 1,000 armored combat vehicles on the frontal battlefield, launching 4 large-scale attacks on the Allied Malaga-Cercio defense line within a single day. Even with wreckage everywhere and blood flowing like a river, they did not retreat, finally piercing the Allied defense line at dusk. Under the cover of night, the valiant Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division once again conducted an airborne operation behind the Federation Army's lines, coordinating with the main forces for a pincer attack, once again creating a total collapse of the Federation Army. After this battle, the Northern Combat Group, which the Federation Army had painstakingly reorganized and trained, ceased to exist. In various strongpoints south of the Malaga-Cercio defense line, the defending troops were jumpy and panicked. Facing the Norman army that surged like a flood of beasts, many garrison and reserve divisions collapsed at the first touch, resulting in scattered remnants of defeated troops everywhere in the 7th and 8th garrison districts. In less than 5 days, the Federation Army lost 33 combat divisions, 21 garrison divisions, and 17 reserve divisions on the northern battlefield, with the loss of troops reaching an extremely staggering number. This defeat made the entire Federation tremble. This defeat made the entire Federation weep. The Federation President personally inspected the front, members of the Supreme Military Council personally supervised the front, and the Chief of the General Staff personally coordinated the front. Large numbers of fresh troops were dispatched from the Federation's heartland to the northern front. Even so, the northern battlefield was like a wound cut by a poisoned sword, bleeding and festering uncontrollably. The lush Châtel Federation state fell under the iron hooves of the Norman army. The Federation army established a defense line along the Witzbas River in the Okmalun Federation state, but the new line held for only 2 days before being broken by the Norman army. The General Staff headquarters ordered the retreating troops to congregate in Hyman City, the state capital, attempting to slow the pace of the Norman army's offensive with an urban defense battle. However, before many units could even reach their designated positions, the Norman armored units had already bypassed them and arrived at the gates of Hyman City, launching attacks in unconventional tactical ways. The defending troops barely resisted for a while before hastily abandoning the city and fleeing. Further south of the Okmalun Federation lay the Alsace Federation state and the Pablunbo Federation state in the central part of the Federation. These areas had developed transportation and concentrated resources, accounting for nearly half of the Federation's power output, 1/3 of its metallurgical and casting industries, and a large number of light industries. If lost, the Federation's proud industrial system would suffer a heavy blow. One must know that in the last war, the Norman army had only occupied the western part of the Alsace Federation state and had never occupied its entire territory, let alone set foot in the Pablunbo Federation state. This time, the Normans firmly pinned down the Federation army's most elite units on the eastern front and invaded the Federation's heartland in force from the northern front. The war situation was now completely different from before. The western front remained solid, but the northern gateway was wide open, leaving the heartland with no natural defenses to hold. An unprecedented crisis. The Ulster Free Federation had to mobilize all its strength into this war that it could not afford to lose. All men of military age between 17 and 49 who were in non-essential positions, government personnel, industrial and mining workers, handicraft workers, etc. were all called up for service. Volunteers between the ages of 15 to 17 and 49 to 54 were also allowed to join the army. Young women were also mobilized to replace men in factories. Positions with lower labor intensity were basically feminized. Tens of thousands of civilians who had not received any military training had already taken up arms. How could the military elites of the various military academies and colleges be an exception? With an order from the General Staff headquarters, the study time for all short-term rotation classes was halved, and regular student classes were suspended, with students joining combat units at the standard of graduates. This was a desperate measure akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, but there was no other choice. Having been at Delafig Senior Staff College for exactly 2 months, Weiss received his deployment notice. The General Staff headquarters assigned him to the newly formed 11th National Defense Division to serve as a division operations staff officer. Given the situation, Weiss packed his bags without a word and quickly set off on his journey to report to the unit. The 11th National Defense Division was currently undergoing combat training at the Hofentus military base. The last time Weiss had stayed at the Hofentus military base was only a little over 2 months ago, but when he returned, things had already changed. The members of the Baston Student Corps who had survived the brutal border campaign had long since rushed to the front lines to fight the enemy bravely, either covered in glory or dying a heroic death. He alone was still here, facing a group of ignorant and inexperienced green recruits. Dreams fall here, yet the footsteps of reality never cease. Whether it is good or bad, a blessing or a curse, no one can predict. Chapter 12, New Recruit Reporting for Duty. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the era of heavy industry, mechanical technology was advancing by leaps and bounds, yet means of electrification and information remained monotonous and sparse. On his way to the Hofentus military base, Weiss bought a stack of newspapers, but found no information regarding the 11th National Defense Division. Judging by its unit designation, it should be part of the second batch of new forces formed during this military reform. As for whether its structure was consistent with the previous batch of National Defense Divisions, or if there were changes in personnel composition and weaponry, Weiss was completely in the dark. The train traveling west finally pulled into IWA station, over 2,000 miles from the capital, Liberty City. After getting off, Weiss found the station staff, presented his identification, and explained the situation. He was then able to catch a dedicated military supply train to the Hofentus military base, dozens of miles away. Arriving at the unit where he would hold his first official military post, Weiss felt apprehensive. After waiting for over 10 minutes at the military station, where supplies were piled high like mountains, a young officer drove up to meet him. He was of average height and build, with a very ordinary appearance, the kind of person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Seeing that the officer wore the collar and shoulder tabs of a cadet officer, Weiss couldn't help but frown. By the standards of Earth's civilization, the customs and mindset of the Ulster Free Federation leaned toward the West, direct and informal. However, an operations staff officer was, after all, a mid-level officer at the division headquarters. To send only a cadet officer to receive him, regardless of the reasons, ultimately showed a lack of importance and confidence. Despite his slight displeasure, Weiss did not show any unkindness toward the innocent cadet officer, but instead took the initiative to converse with him. This man was named Rifo Max, a recent graduate of the North Nord Military Academy. After graduation, he had served as a cadet officer in the 41st Combat Division. He had only been there for 2 weeks before encountering the collapse of the Malaga-Surcio defense line. The unit was decimated, and the surviving officers, sergeants, and veterans transferred to the 11th National Defense Division on a voluntary basis. Max explained that the 11th National Defense Division had not only integrated officers and soldiers from the 41st Combat Division but had also taken in remnants of the 87th and 89th Guard Divisions. These two second-line divisions had been heavily damaged while defending the Malaga-Surcio defense line and subsequently retreated to Hyman City. Before they could rest and reorganize, they were pummeled again by the Norman army. Officers at the regimental level and above were either killed or wounded, and the units scattered during the retreat, becoming the first division-level combat units of the Federal Army to have their designations deactivated. The remaining troops were all broken up and integrated into the newly formed National Defense Division. With over 3,400 personnel from the three aforementioned divisions, along with 12,000 newly mobilized recruits in the second batch, the actual strength of the 11th National Defense Division reached 95% of its intended establishment, nearly at full capacity. In terms of weaponry and equipment, they had received their full quota of firearms and 80% of their artillery from the Quartermaster Department, and training ammunition was relatively abundant. It was clear that the military high command placed great importance on these newly formed National Defense Divisions, doing everything possible to ensure personnel and equipment support. When Weiss asked about the differences between the 11th National Defense Division and the 10 previously formed National Defense Divisions, Max proudly explained that in the 6 divisions formed in the second batch, the ratio of officers and sergeants had been significantly increased, as had the number of rapid-fire weapons. Furthermore, elite students from the sniper school had formed 6 sniper detachments, which were assigned to the reconnaissance battalion of each of these 6 National Defense Divisions. The sniper detachment assigned to the 11th National Defense Division was led by 2nd Lieutenant Andreas Basley, the prize pupil of the Federal Army's ace sniper, Colonel Borgwine, and a 2-time champion of the Federal Army Golden Marksman competition. At Weiss's request, Max took a detour to the training area. On the vast training ground, thousands upon thousands of soldiers were conducting technical and tactical drills. With the same uniforms and the same equipment, the spirit displayed by different units varied. Looking across the field, it was actually quite easy to distinguish which were the newly formed units and which had been training for some time. Max parked the car by the side of the road and pointed not far away. There, that's our unit, the 931st Infantry Regiment. Today, the 932nd Regiment and the Divisional Reconnaissance Battalion are out for a forced march, the 933rd Regiment is conducting tactical training, and the Divisional Artillery and Anti-Aircraft Battalions are at the firing range. Weiss gazed intently at the officers and soldiers conducting static shooting drills. Whether they were practicing prone shooting in the mud or maintaining a standing aiming posture, the lines were not particularly neat, yet they gave an impression of being well ordered. It seemed to be an atmosphere of composure and calm, a mindset of enduring humiliation and preparing for future success. After observing for a long time, he muttered to himself, "Not bad, much better than I expected. Next, shall we go see the 933rd Regiment's training, or go straight to division headquarters?" Max asked. Weiss thought for a moment. To division headquarters. With a couple of presses on the accelerator, the car arrived at the division headquarters, which was camouflaged to look like a hill. Max led the way, and Weiss followed unhurriedly. Entering the tent, they saw a group of officers gathered around a sand table, seemingly conducting a war game. Max reported loudly to the leading officer, a stocky general with graying hair, reporting, "I have brought back our new operations staff officer, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen." The officers all turned their gazes toward Weiss, who stood at the entrance of the tent. The so-called acting captain refers to a temporary military rank obtained due to wartime needs or other special reasons, without a formal commission. This temporary rank can be made permanent after accumulating a certain amount of tenure or military merit, or it may be revoked upon the conclusion of the war or other special circumstances. Although his studies at the Delafig Senior Staff College were only halfway complete, the brutal experience of participating in the border campaign with the Baston Student Corps had given Weiss valuable battlefield experience and psychological depth. Under the various gazes of the officers, he held his head high, squared his chest, and strode toward the sand table. The general at the head of the group walked slowly toward him. The two saluted each other, and Weiss introduced himself. The general said in a calm tone, "Hello, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen, welcome to the 11th National Defense Division. I am the commander, Major General Emilio De Luca. This is the Chief of Staff, Colonel Philip Huesai Butaiki, this is the Inspector, Lieutenant Colonel Remo Fruller, this is the Quartermaster, Major Ben Sacanio, this is the Intelligence Staff Officer, Captain Jao Hartbauer, and this is the Communications Staff Officer, Lieutenant Mattia Gozin." Weiss shook hands with the officers one by one with a balanced demeanor. In this tent, except for the cadet staff officer Max, everyone was older than him, and appeared significantly so. Given this, he spoke in the sincere tone of a junior, "Gentlemen, due to the needs of the war, my companions and I temporarily interrupted our studies at the Delafig Senior Staff College to join frontline combat units as acting captains. Although we lack experience, I believe that with your help and support, we can quickly integrate into the combat team and contribute what we can to turning the tide of the war." In the Federal Army, the Delafig Senior Staff College was a prestigious institution. The officers might look down on an acting officer like Weiss who hadn't even received his diploma, but they could not look down on such a group, and certainly could not negate the military's decision. The Chief of Staff, Colonel Butaiki, an officer with thick eyebrows and large eyes who seemed upright, took the lead in responding, it has been 14 years since I graduated from the Delafig Senior Staff College, and I still deeply miss my days as a student there. Welcome, my junior, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen. The Intelligence Staff Officer, Captain Hartbauer, said with a smile, as your senior, a former student who graduated 3 years ago, I give you a warm welcome. Major General DeLuca also raised his voice accordingly. After receiving the assignment order from the General Staff Headquarters, I spoke on the phone with my old friend, General Mugen Schmidt. He told me that the young man sent to us might look ordinary, but is actually a quite capable fellow. A few months ago, you apparently defeated the elite students sent by the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy in a war game. At that time, you were still part of the Baston Military Academy, weren't you? Mugen Schmidt was one of the 3 treasures of the Delafig Senior Staff College and a renowned tactical expert in the Federal Army. Weiss had attended 7 or 8 of his lectures and was deeply impressed by his profound skill in tactical strategy, but he hadn't expected the general to know of his past deeds. As for the topic of skipping grades to join the class, Weiss did not shy away from it. Indeed, I graduated from the Baston Military Academy just over 2 months ago. Due to my specialties in war games and land warfare gunnery, I passed a special examination to enroll in the Delafig Senior Staff College. The officers present didn't seem surprised by Weiss's statement, and they showed no obvious resentment toward his skipping grades. Major General DeLuca said, the battlefield is a stage where strength speaks. A truly capable person should not be restricted by age, seniority, or other such frameworks. Come, we were just analyzing the Norman Army's assault capabilities through a war game. You are our operations staff officer and a master of war games, it's the perfect time to help us analyze this. Having seen the training of the 931st Infantry Regiment, Weiss felt that Major General DeLuca must have some ability. Since the general had already asked an authority and was still eager to test the new operations staff officer's skill, if not for some other motive, it showed that this commander was indeed thirsty for talent and truly focused on building his unit. Reorganizing his thoughts and mindset, Weiss followed the officers back to the sand table without hesitation. The terrain layout was clearly the Battle of the Malaga-Surcio defense line. Over 600,000 Federal Army troops had relied on 2 strong fortresses and a field defense line with a deep system to resist the attack of 400,000 Norman Army troops. Logically, the Federal Army had every advantage, yet the result of the campaign was their rapid collapse. This was a difficult problem that officers and military experts at all levels of the Federal Army had repeatedly pondered and debated. Chapter 13, Urgent Military Situation. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. To win this campaign, it is neither difficult nor easy. I believe the key lies in how to restrict the Norman Army's iron cavalry. Beside the sand table, Weiss spoke calmly. During the final weeks at the Delafig Senior Staff College, the Battle of the Malaga-Surcio defense line was the hottest tactical topic. To allow students to conduct targeted deduction and analysis, the college obtained first-hand data from the General Staff Headquarters and organized the creation of 6 sets of sand table war games, which were essentially in use from morning till night. As for how the Federation Army in a defensive posture could play to its strengths and avoid weaknesses to defeat the Norman Army's offensive, the instructors and students had summarized no fewer than 10 strategies. There was no need to hide one's abilities when it was time to perform. Next, Weiss listed the 3 simplest and most feasible defensive measures he felt were possible with as much clear logic, fluent language, and vivid expression as he could. When he finished his explanation, looking at the officers of the division headquarters, every single one was still chasing his train of thought. Weiss did not get carried away because of this. He sensibly stated that although he excelled in theoretical tactics and strategy, his practical combat experience was far behind that of his seniors, and his understanding of the battlefield was still very shallow. He would need to learn a lot from everyone in the future. The newcomer had ability and the right attitude, and Major General DeLuca seemed quite satisfied with this. He told Weiss that he had started as an ordinary soldier and had experienced dozens of battles, large and small, in the last war, during which he was wounded 4 times. After the war ended, he entered military academies twice for further study, working his way up from company commander and battalion commander to regimental commander and division commander, being steady and diligent. Previously, he had felt good about himself, but when he faced the Normans again, he suddenly realized that his vision and thinking had unknowingly been left far behind by the times. When he learned that his superiors intended to appoint him as the commander of the newly built National Defense Division, he worried he wouldn't be up to the task. He proactively applied to go to the Delafig Senior Staff College for short-term training, but unfortunately, the war situation was urgent. After receiving the appointment, he immediately threw himself into the formation and training of the new unit. Every officer in the division headquarters, from the chief of staff to the ordinary staff officers, more than half were requested by him from his superiors after careful consideration. Colonel Budick, the chief of staff, had worked with him for nearly 10 years and was, in his view, a perfect combination of wisdom and courage, a model who could maintain a cool head at any moment. Major Sacanio, the quartermaster, was his old subordinate, not only diligent and dedicated but also a mathematical genius with very strong organizational and coordination skills. Captain Hartbauer, the intelligence staff officer, was an outstanding graduate of the Baston Military Academy and a somewhat famous rising star in the 3rd Garrison District, having won first place in the district reconnaissance competition and received a first-class merit in the autumn grand maneuvers. After this round of introductions, Weiss suddenly discovered that these seemingly ordinary officers around him each had extraordinary qualities. For a fledgling newcomer like himself, being able to associate with such capable people was a stroke of luck. Over the next 2 days, Weiss got to know the main officers of each battalion and regiment one by one. From what he saw, the maxim that there are no weak soldiers under a strong general fit the situation of the 11th National Defense Division perfectly. The only flaw was that this unit had been assembled and trained for a short time, and the coordination between officers and soldiers was not yet sufficient. Even if the officers demonstrated abilities in training exercises that the soldiers admired, it would be difficult to gain the soldiers' trust in a short time. This trust was directly related to a unit's resilience on the battlefield and its resistance to setbacks and adversity. For the current Federation Army, this point was undoubtedly very important. On the fourth day after Weiss reported for duty, the 11th National Defense Division received orders to set out. The officers and soldiers boarded the train overnight, but until the train started, they did not know the exact destination of this trip. The unknown made people curious and apprehensive. That night, apart from arranging for rotating guards, Major General De Luca did not issue any instructions to the division headquarters officers, nor did he chat with them. There was little conversation among the officers, they tried their best to conserve their energy, but few were able to fall asleep peacefully. At dawn, the train stopped at a small station called Hagenberg to refill its water. The officers and soldiers were able to move their bodies a bit on the simple platform. Major General De Luca and Lieutenant Gozin, the communications staff officer, went to the station's duty room. A short while later, the two returned from the duty room, their expressions looking quite grave. Walking into the midst of the officers, De Luca said in a low voice, "Guys, I have very bad news. Bellekaiser Fortress was captured by the Norman army last night." Hearing this, Weiss's heart skipped a beat. Bellekaiser Fortress had fallen. What happened to the 1st National Defense Division stationed there? What happened to the old principal, Fan Luo? What happened to those former classmates who had survived the border campaign? The officers looked at each other, none of them knowing what to say at that moment. De Luca continued, "The other 4 fortresses on the Monomolan line are still in our hands. Therefore, our superiors have ordered us to coordinate with friendly forces to retake Bellekaiser Fortress." "Coordinate?" Colonel Budik, the chief of staff, was the first to ask. "Yes, coordinate." De Luca immediately confirmed his point of concern. "But for now, it's not yet known which unit will take the lead in the main assault." The chief of staff raised his hand and looked at his watch. "We are still 744 miles from the Monomolan Mountains. If the journey goes smoothly, we will arrive at the offensive jumping-off point by noon and can join the battle with friendly forces in the afternoon. Perhaps we can take advantage of the enemy's unstable footing and quickly retake the fortress, or we might get bogged down in a bitter struggle. In fact, given the current state of the 11th National Defense Division, it is clearly more suited for defense than for a proactive offensive. They are certainly well aware of that. The task originally assigned to us was to be stationed near Nazen town, east of Bellekaiser Fortress, and wait for an opportunity to reinforce the fortress. But the current situation leaves them with no choice but to grit their teeth and send us in." Major General De Luca whispered while looking around. In a non-combat alert state, many soldiers had left the train cars and were gathered in small groups on the platform chatting. Looking at their demeanor and behavior, they clearly did not know that the battle situation ahead had suddenly deteriorated. Colonel Budik took a deep breath and said nothing more. Major General De Luca also frowned and remained silent. At this time, Weiss carefully asked, "This time, don't they plan to use airships to transport our soldiers along with their equipment?" Bellekaiser Fortress was located at a mountain pass in the northern section of the Monomolan Mountains, at an altitude of over 6,800 feet. The reason the Norman army had repeatedly failed to capture it before was because they had failed to seize air superiority. Several attempts using airship raids had failed. Relying purely on infantry to grind it out was no different from facing an armored warrior with bare hands. Now the roles of offense and defense were reversed. Although it was only 70 or 80 miles from Nazen town to Bellekaiser Fortress, most of it was uphill. It required dual locomotives to pull 4 to 5 freight cars up there, and ordinary cars were out of the question. If they relied on men and horses to carry equipment and supplies up, the combat efficiency could well be imagined. De Luca looked at Weiss and replied calmly, "Specific deployments will only be known once we arrive at the new assembly point. Let's hope the situation isn't too bad." Aside from "let's hope so," Weiss had nothing more to say. After filling up with water, the train continued westward. During troop movements, hot meals and dishes were not to be expected. The officers and soldiers could only use kerosene stoves to boil tea and fill their stomachs with field rations. As they neared the front lines, the railway transport also became congested. While waiting for line scheduling, several trains carrying the wounded passed in the opposite direction. Looking at those dying casualties lying side by side, and those bandaged, expressionless wounded, the ensuing oppressive atmosphere made people feel as if it were difficult to breathe. After noon, the train stopped at a temporary station that didn't even have a name. From here, one could not only see the continuous snowy peaks of the Monomolan Mountains and the rising smoke in the distance but also faintly hear the rumbling of cannon fire. A messenger arrived on horseback and handed a written order to De Luca. The general did not hesitate and ordered the troops to assemble on the spot, preparing to march to the front line on foot. The entire division of over 15,000 officers and soldiers, plus weapons, equipment, and combat baggage, took up 4 full trains. Given that this place was nearly 20 miles from Nazen town and it would take 3 to 4 hours of marching to reach the offensive jumping-off point, Colonel Budik suggested that the infantry set out by regiment and the auxiliary combat units by battalion, departing one by one after all personnel and equipment had arrived. Although De Luca favored this arrangement, it wasn't long before the Western Front Command sent a major staff officer specifically to handle the 11th National Defense Division's combat liaison affairs. He brought an order from the commander, General Heathton Fritz, requiring this fresh force to march light to the designated area with equipment and supplies to be brought up later by the baggage units. Since there was an order from above and no obvious errors or loopholes, they simply executed it. What surprised Weiss a bit was that Colonel Budick argued strongly with this major staff officer, who was much younger than him, causing him to make some concessions in the interpretation and application of the command's orders, agreeing that each infantry regiment would only set out after all its personnel were present, rather than rushing to the designated area in battalion or company units. Half an hour later, the 931st Regiment was fully present. Over 2,600 officers and soldiers finished assembling on the spot and, in neat columns, marched forward to loud chants. De Luca rode his horse to the intersection to see off the troops heading to the front first. Weiss and the others, led by Colonel Budick, used the combat maps and battlefield data brought by that major staff officer to determine the unit's marching routes and deployment positions, avoiding a terrible situation where the unit would lack equipment or be in chaos when receiving combat orders. Colonel Budick's shrewdness and efficiency gave Weiss, who was more than a novice but not yet a veteran, a good lesson. After nearly another hour of waiting, the 932nd Regiment set out at full strength, carrying their assigned field guns and rapid-fire guns with them. Although this would slow down their marching speed, Colonel Budick insisted on it, and De Luca supported him, causing the major staff officer sent by the Western Front Command to voice some useless complaints. Shortly after the 932nd Regiment marched out, the division headquarters Direct Communications Company established a field telephone line. The major staff officer responsible for battlefield liaison immediately spoke with the Western Front Command, and then his expression became very strange. He first looked toward the mountains to the west, then turned to look at De Luca. The Normans actually forced one of their Walleg-class battleships to land on the ruins of Bellecaser Fortress. They're actually using it as a fixed artillery battery. Hearing this news, De Luca's eyes widened. Colonel Budick lowered his head in deep thought, and Weiss was also puzzled. What game were the Normans playing? Had their artificial star source stone technology made a breakthrough to the point where a battleship's value had dropped so low it could be discarded on the ground? Or did they believe that the strategic significance of capturing and holding Bellecaser Fortress was entirely worth sacrificing a battleship? Chapter 14, An Impossible Mission. Near dusk, Weiss arrived with the division headquarters at a temporary staging area near the front lines. Standing there, one could look up and see the pass named Bellecaser, as well as the fortress whose fame had long since echoed throughout the Federation. Of course, what was visible through the binoculars at this moment was not a majestic fortress, but a pile of broken ruins and a dark big rock that seemed completely out of place in the environment. The Norman army had placed a 28,000-ton battleship in that pass to serve as a steel fortress. Although its absolute defensive capability was far inferior to a modern fortress, it created a major problem for the Federal Army, which was determined to retake the fortress. Because the Norman cruiser equipped with Devil Bomb were agile and adept at hiding among the peaks of the Monomolan Mountains, the Federal Army's capital ships were hesitant to act, afraid to get too close to the Bellecaser Pass. While they could rely on cruisers and frigates to harass the Norman army from time to time, they were helpless against the forcibly grounded Norman warship. The atmosphere at the 1st Division operational meeting after arriving at the temporary staging area was quite oppressive. According to reliable combat reports, the 14th Combat Division, one of the elite units of the 1st Legion which had arrived earlier, had launched 3 attacks in half a day. However, due to the fierce firepower of the Norman steel gun batteries, they were unable to approach Bellecaser Fortress at all. Instead, they had to withdraw from the offensive because their casualties exceeded half of their troops. After the operational meeting ended, Weiss walked out of the division headquarters to get some air on a small hill nearby. Before long, an infantry company of over 200 men passed by, heading toward the offensive staging area closer to the front lines. They did not look like they were in the heavily burdened state of a long-distance march, nor the lightly equipped state of troops about to enter combat. In addition to conventional weapons like rifles and rapid-fire guns, they also carried some unusual equipment, such as mortars with short, thick barrels, long, slender demolition charges, and tightly bound bundles of explosives. In this special heavy equipment company, every person, whether officer or soldier, had a stern expression, and the formation exuded an air of grim determination. Watching them, a thought couldn't help but pop into Weiss's head: could this be a suicide squad preparing to launch an attack at night? Suddenly, Weiss spotted a familiar face in the ranks and was instantly stunned. Hart Ressos, his classmate at Baston Military Academy, the second-year student who had been fiercely reprimanded by third-year students for knocking over a stove during the spring grand maneuvers, and a comrade in arms who had faced life and death alongside him in the border conflict. If he remembered correctly, he had also joined the 1st National Defense Division commanded by the old principal, Fan Luo. Could it be that this company before him was composed of the remnants of the 1st National Defense Division? Weiss quickly ran down the hill, caught up with the formation, and called out, "Hart! Hey! Hart!" Ressos turned his head upon hearing the call, and seeing it was Weiss, he said something to the officer beside him, then left the formation and walked slowly over to Weiss, forcing a smile onto his face. "Hey, long time no see. Ha! Look at you, you're already an acting captain." Weiss did not smile. It had only been 2 months, yet Ressos looked like he had aged a dozen years, his face covered in stubble, showing signs of weariness. There was a sense of dejection about him, yet not enough to make one feel he lacked strength. The two stood face to face. Ressos wore green collar tabs with a crossed rifle pattern and a single 4-pointed gold star on his shoulder epaulets, indicating his status as an army cadet officer. Weiss, on the other hand, wore grey collar tabs with 3 4-pointed gold stars on his epaulets. Although both were unofficial ranks, they were already separated by a full 2 grades. After a moment, Weiss said, "I joined the 11th National Defense Division and just arrived today." Ressos nodded, I heard that several newly formed national defense divisions would arrive one after another to relieve the troops in front and continue the offensive. You look like you're about to conduct a night raid. Weiss asked. Ressos turned to look at the company, whose footsteps were heavy yet firm, and replied, if we can't turn the tide of battle tonight, our hope of retaking Belakazar fortress will only become slimmer and slimmer. Knowing that Ressos didn't have time to chat, Weiss hurriedly asked, how are they? Otto Lunds, Huisai, Malun, and them of course, and General Fan Luo, how are they? Ressos lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. At Belakazar fortress, we experienced battles even harsher and more tragic than the border conflict. Most people either died in battle or went missing. Fewer than 600 people from the entire division were withdrawn. Khalid was killed in action, Lunds and Enj are missing, and General Fan Luo is too, but no one saw him die. Perhaps they are still trapped underground, in the ammunition depot or other caves. Sorry, Long, sorry, I have to go. Good luck. With that, he gripped Weiss's hand tightly, then turned resolutely and ran to catch up with his company. A force of over 10,000 men, after successive fierce battles, had fewer than 600 officers and soldiers withdrawn. With casualties exceeding 90%, what a cruel battle this was. To only withdraw from battle after casualties exceeded 90%, what a resilient unit this was. After a long silence, Weiss turned and returned to the division headquarters. Less than half an hour later, the Western Front Command issued a combat order. The 931st Infantry Regiment of the 11th National Defense Division was to immediately deploy to the offensive staging area, preparing to advance toward Belakazar fortress after nightfall. The 932nd Regiment, the 933rd Regiment, and the division's various battalions were to maintain combat readiness at their staging area and, upon receiving orders, immediately proceed to the offensive staging area. Upon receiving the combat order, the usually harmonious division commander DeLuca actually began to argue with Chief of Staff Butiki. It was for no other reason than arguing over who would go up to lead the charge with the 931st Infantry Regiment. DeLuca stated that he should uphold the fine tradition of Federal Army commanders leading from the front, providing the greatest encouragement to the frontline officers and soldiers, and that as a division commander, being at the very front would allow him to assess the situation and make the most accurate judgments possible. Butiki's reasoning was also quite sufficient. The division commander should remain at division headquarters to command the overall situation, and as the chief strategist of this unit, he must go to the front line to understand the enemy situation and find countermeasures. This was the first battle for the 11th National Defense Division after its formation, and apart from the inspector and the quartermaster, everyone in the division headquarters was vying to be the first. Only Weiss stood quietly to the side, thinking silently. When the spirited officers had argued enough, he calmly threw a bucket of cold water. Gentlemen, please listen to me. Just now, I met brothers from the 1st National Defense Division. I think they are familiar with the situation of the fortress and should be the spearhead unit tonight, but if we cannot destroy the enemy warship parked there or force it to leave, we have almost no chance of winning. Therefore, I think the focus of our argument should not be on who acts as the vanguard, but on what tactical strategy should be adopted to possibly break the stalemate. DeLuca squinted at Weiss. What, are you afraid? It's not fear, but unwillingness, Weiss said neither humbly nor arrogantly. I am unwilling to watch our brave and elite soldiers fall in waves under the enemy's guns, their blood freezing on this cold land, with the only effect being to consume the enemy's ammunition. These words were sincere and reasonable. DeLuca frowned in thought, while the usually calm chief of staff, Colonel Butiki, pondered. Long's idea is not unreasonable. You must know that the combat quality of the 14th Combat Division is ranked high in the 1st Legion. As one of the few reserve units kept until the end on the Western Front, its attacking power is unquestionable. Yet, in less than a day, it lost more than half its troops without achieving any results. There must be a major problem in the tactical choices. In North Frisia, in Wessex, in the north of the Federation, we keep using traditional tactics and keep losing to the Normans. The facts are already very clear. If we cannot get direct support from the fleet, we must find another way. That's right. Weiss immediately affirmed Colonel Butiki's statement, we must find another way. Perhaps you have already thought of a countermeasure. Colonel Butiki locked his gaze onto Weiss's face. Weiss took a deep breath. I do have an idea, but to go from an idea to a strategy requires our collective effort. With that, using the Belakazar Fortress operational situation map provided by the Western Front Command, he proposed two operational approaches, Warship First, Fortress Second and Fortress First, Warship Second. The former involved using smoke to interfere with the enemy's vision, adopting a feint to approach the enemy warship, and using demolition to blast open an entry point into the enemy warship. Even if they couldn't capture the enemy warship, they would force it to leave quickly, thereby clearing the firepower pivot used by the Norman army to defend Belakazar Fortress. The latter approach also utilized smoke to cover the troops' movements, but the difference was that the combat troops would directly enter the near-ruined fortress, avoiding enemy naval gunfire as much as possible, and fight the Norman infantry for control of the fortress. The difficulty, risk, and potential gains of the two approaches seemed obvious, and it seemed that a conclusion could be reached after a little weighing of which was better and which was worse. On a wargame sand table, this contrast was indeed clear-cut, but in reality, with mature and rational thinking, it might not be so. No matter how ingenious a tactic is, if it lacks feasibility, it is just empty talk. To turn an idea into something feasible, to turn a concept into a strategy, one needs to comprehensively consider whether the troops possess the basic qualities, whether they have undergone similar training and exercises, and whether they can implement it on the battlefield. In the conventional tactical mode of the Federal Army, smoke screen cover was neither a mandatory item nor a common one, because while smoke screens obscured the enemy's vision, they also obscured one's own vision. The commanders revered the use of heavy naval guns to pave the way and ground infantry to push forward, they revered solid defensive fortifications and tenacious fighting spirit. Deliberately creating smoke screens on the battlefield seemed to lose one's upright and honorable character, being a sneaky, low-level trick. Fortunately, the Federal Army was not only rigid in its tactics but also inflexible in its military supplies. Even if frontline units did not make a request, they still provided combat units with high explosive shells, armor-piercing shells, canister shot, illumination flares, incendiary shells, and smoke shells according to a fixed ratio. This meant that if the division headquarters decided to adopt Weiss's tactical approach, they would be able to obtain a certain quantity of smoke shells in a short time. At first, including DeLuca and Butiki, the officers at division headquarters were inclined toward the attack the enemy warship first, then retake the fortress approach. After all, in the annual grand maneuvers and major exercises over the years, although successful examples of infantry capturing ships were rare, they left a very deep impression on people. But after listening to Weiss's comprehensive analysis, they calmed down and carefully considered the feasibility of the tactics. Chapter 15, The Reserve Battleship. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Under the cover of night, Weiss lay prone in a trench 18,000 feet away from Belkacem Pass. Beside him were Captain Zhao Hartbauer, an intelligence staff officer from division headquarters, and the officers and men of the 931st Regiment. After discussions, Chief of Staff Colonel Budik accompanied the 931st Regiment to participate in the 11th National Defense Division's first battle since its formation. Division Commander Major General DeLuca remained at the command post. Following Weiss's advice, DeLuca had spent half an hour on the phone with his old superior at the Western Front Command, not only securing timed and targeted fire support but also obtaining a demolition squad transferred from the 1st National Defense Division's Special Task Force to temporarily join the 931st Regiment's ranks. At 9 o'clock sharp, a red signal flare rose into the sky, and thousands of guns from the Federation Army positions roared in unison. Dense artillery fire rained down upon Belkacem Pass, where the ruins of Belkacem Fortress and a Norman battleship, stationed nearby to serve as a gun battery, were located. The intense bombardment continued until 9:30. The explosions from the pass gradually became sparse, and before the grey smoke and dust had dissipated, plumes of white smoke began to billow up. 1st Battalion. Advance quickly. Hearing this steady and powerful command, the officers and men of the 931st Regiment's 1st Battalion moved forward toward the pass in company-sized units across a front of less than 6,000 feet. The demolition squad transferred from the 1st National Defense Division followed closely behind. Among the 500 or 600 men, not a single one made an unnecessary sound, the only noises were the dull thud of leather boots and the slight rustle of equipment rubbing and clashing together. The smoke shells fired by the artillery filled Belkacem Pass with smoke, obscuring the Normans' view. However, this did not mean they would sit and wait for death. Their indiscriminate gunfire still posed a lethal threat to the charging officers and soldiers. Weiss and Captain Hartbauer volunteered to join the 1st Battalion in the first wave of the attack to scout the enemy situation and transmit first-hand information, leaving Colonel Budik at the relatively safe regimental headquarters to make command decisions. It was only a little over 5,000 meters from the front line to Belkacem Pass, but the slope was nearly 45 degrees, and the ground was rugged, muddy, and riddled with shell craters. Crossing this distance required a great deal of effort and time. Weiss carried a marching pack containing 6 throwable smoke grenades, 2 semi-automatic pistols, a basic load of ammunition, and 2 bomb grenades. While this equipment didn't look like much, it was quite heavy. Taking advantage of the fact that the Norman army's gunfire and artillery had not yet poured down upon them, Weiss, like the surrounding Federation soldiers, did his utmost to maintain his pace. The first half was fine, but the further they went, the more cratered the ground became, scattered with all sorts of uncleared debris and even the mangled remains of the fallen. Weiss stumbled and staggered, but even when forced to use his hands and feet to scramble, he did not slow down. Before the Federation Army's assault force reached the pass, the shelling stopped completely. The battle-hardened Normans, disregarding the obscured visibility, quickly opened fire on the area that the Federation Army had to pass through to attack. Small-caliber artillery shells whistled down, and bullets whizzed by nearby. The Grim Reaper began to harvest lives within the ranks, but apart from those who were hit, no one slowed their pace or proactively dove for cover. A moment later, Weiss arrived with the 1st Battalion at the relatively open area of the pass. Here, the craters were more numerous and larger, providing invaluable temporary cover for the coalition soldiers. The officers and soldiers charging on the front line jumped into the craters one after another. Even the strongest individuals needed to catch their breath while continuing to run on the uphill terrain, taking the opportunity to calmly observe the battlefield situation amidst the hail of bullets. Reaching a large crater, Weiss jumped in without hesitation, but because visibility was poor, he slammed headfirst into a comrade. The man stared at Weiss's face and shouted, "Hey, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen, our operations staff officer, it's great to see you." Weiss knew this man was a captain and company commander but didn't remember his name, so he said, "Hey, Captain, I'm glad to see you too. Where is the Norman battleship?" I think I know the direction with the heaviest fire." The thick-browed captain company commander said, "Charging head-on like this will cause heavy casualties. Why don't we wait a moment, until there's a gap while it's reloading, and then advance?" Weiss poked his head out to look and said decisively, "The smoke screen created by the smoke shells won't last long. We must get close as soon as possible, enter the Norman battleship's blind spot, and then blast open an entrance." "But can we do it?" The captain asked. I mean, with our capabilities, blasting a big hole in the battleship's outer hull? It has extremely thick armored steel plates. Weiss replied, don't worry, it looks impregnable, but it actually has weaknesses. As the two were talking, several assault team members carrying demolition equipment entered the crater. Seeing them, Weiss's confidence increased instantly. He poked his head out to observe again and then growled, brothers, for the victory of the Federation, for our freedom, we must press forward. Follow me. With that, he was the first to crawl out of the crater and run forward, hunched over. But before he had run more than a few steps, he was slammed to the ground by the shockwave of an exploding shell. In his dazed state, he felt someone pull him, and he instinctively followed the person forward. After running about 20 or 30 meters, the two of them slid into another crater together. Weiss's head was still a bit foggy, so he could only watch as the person nimbly crawled to the edge of the crater and cautiously poked his head out to observe the enemy's fire. Before long, 5 or 6 more people entered this battlefield springboard. How many rapid-fire guns does that damn Norman battleship have? The person complaining was the captain company commander from before, the one who had pulled Weiss at the critical moment. A lot. The voice sounded familiar. Weiss looked toward the sound and saw the handsome, refined face of Captain Hartbauer, the division intelligence staff officer. Seeing Weiss staring at him, Hartbauer grinned and said, what's wrong? Buddy. Dazed by the Norman's artillery shells. Yeah, almost went deaf, but this little setback won't take me down. Weiss replied. The battlefield was no place for idle chatter. While observing, Hartbauer explained to his army colleague, the Norman's Weyland-class battleship is basically on the same level as our Freedom class. It has dozens of secondary guns in its standard configuration, and if they are determined to use it as a ground fortress, they can temporarily install a large number of rapid-fire weapons. Objectively speaking, our only chance is now, we must rush through their fire net before the enemy spots us. Hartbauer had been serving at division headquarters since the 11th National Defense Division was formed, so his words were clearly more persuasive than Weiss's. The captain did not hesitate, he turned to the soldiers in the crater and shouted, you all heard it, our only chance is now. Although the Norman's gunfire and artillery are intense, they can't see us and are firing completely by feel. Pay attention, everyone. I'll count to 3, and then follow me and charge forward. Stay close to me. Keep the direction. 1, 2. As soon as he shouted 3, every single soldier in the crater climbed out. Although some of them were immediately struck down by incoming bullets, the rest did not flinch, burying their heads and charging forward after the captain. On this smoke-filled battlefield, figures became blurry after just 7 or 8 paces, and beyond 10 paces, it was impossible to tell anything apart. Although people felt the fear of an uncertain future, they also bypassed the terror of witnessing the carnage. Weiss followed closely behind Captain Hartbauer. At this moment, a single shell or a burst of gunfire could take out 2 Federation Army captains, both of whom were considered outstanding among their peers in terms of ability and talent. They certainly knew that charging headlong with flesh and blood on this battlefield, where bullets flew and shrapnel scattered, was foolish. Their blood was boiling, yet they maintained a calm mindset. They leaped into craters, then sprang up to run, advancing steadily to the unique rhythm of the battlefield. Finally, a massive dark shadow appeared behind the smoke. It was like an erupting volcano, with flames and tongues of fire darting everywhere. It was like a frenzied monster, constantly roaring and bellowing. About a few hundred feet from the Norman battleship, Weiss and Hartbauer lay prone and observed for a minute or two. Seeing the smoke screen gradually dissipating, Weiss took smoke grenades from his pack, activated and threw 2 of them, and then said go to his temporary partner. He immediately stood up and ran forward, running 30 or 40 meters before throwing himself down and activating 2 more smoke grenades. Their range and duration were comparable to smoke shells fired by small-caliber artillery, capable of replenishing the smoke within a certain range. Hartbauer followed closely and lay down behind Weiss. After observing for a moment, he said quickly, our soldiers have already entered the trench ahead. Let's go, quickly. Weiss didn't think twice and got up to move forward with Hartbauer. After a final sprint of a few dozen meters, they jumped into a dilapidated trench. Looking up, he almost cried out. The massive Norman battleship was right before their eyes. Hartbauer tilted his head back, gazing for a long time at the bow of this Norman battleship. Weiss looked around and found the bodies of many Norman soldiers scattered haphazardly in the trench, some half buried in the mud, some relatively clean, some mangled, and some with wounds still oozing blood. Diva KO. Hartbauer muttered. The Norman Empire has a total of 3 Weyland-class ships in service, but none of them have this ship name. Weiss looked at him in surprise. Are you sure? Of course. What does this mean? That the Normans have actually built more battleships than we know about? Weiss asked. Hartbauer replied, no, I think this is a Norman reserve ship. You understand what a reserve ship is, right? A reserve ship is usually a battleship built in the same batch as active duty ships. The difference is that reserve ships do not carry star source stones, serving strategically as secret spares. Once an active duty battleship is destroyed in battle, as long as the star source stone that provides the levitation power is recovered from the battlefield and a full crew is assigned, the reserve ship can quickly gain combat capability. Baston Military Academy was a purely Army officer school, and most majors at Delafig Senior Staff College were also geared towards the Army. Had he not learned quite a bit of military common sense related to fleets from Nicola, Weiss would truly have had no concept of a reserve ship. Throughout history, not only the Norman Empire, but also the Free Federation and the Kingdom of Wessex would take such measures. If the two warring sides were evenly matched and the fighting was brutal, a reserve ship could very well become a surprise force that decided the outcome at a critical moment. However, if one side was flying high and advancing triumphantly, the other side's reserve ships might not come into play at all. Affected by the crew's proficiency and synergy, a reserve ship that had gained full levitation power would have combat capability inferior to an active duty ship of the same model, but the gap would generally not be too large. Normally, for the Normans to be willing to place such a battleship at Belkacor Pass to act as an iron fortress was quite extravagant. However, in this war, one of the trump cards that allowed the Norman army to run rampant was their mastery of artificial star source stone technology, and the appearance of this reserve ship might be directly related to the application of this technology. Chapter 16, Prying Open the Turtle Shell. Biological Function, 5429.8/6349.8. Mental Vitality, 8994.7/10473.3. Combat Potential, 16,318.8 to 89,728.4. Equivalent Protection, 5,550.2 to 16,792.1. Movement Speed, 0 to 0. When Weiss narrowed his eyes, this set of data appeared strikingly within the red virtual frame in his line of sight. The values for biological function and mental vitality corresponded to the number of ship crew members and their physical/mental state. It was clear that this warship, acting as a steel fortress, was equipped with over 2,000 ship crew members. Despite casualties and mental exhaustion from previous battles, they could still exert about 90% of their combat effectiveness. The upper limit values for combat potential and equivalent protection corresponded to the main gun power of the warship and the armor thickness of the core defensive sections, respectively. Based on the experience Weiss had accumulated observing various warships of both sides during the border campaign, he could tell at a glance that the attack and defense levels of this Norman battleship were inferior to top-tier capital ships, but sufficient to crush medium and light warships. What truly surprised and intrigued him was that this warship was actually in a powered-down state, not that the engines weren't running, but that the current configuration simply lacked the capability to move. The Normans seemed to have used artificial star source stone to move this reserve ship here, Weiss reminded Captain Hartbauer, the staff officer of the division headquarters, in a speculative tone. During the border campaign, as many as 60 or 70 warships from both sides had fallen, including 5 large warships and over 20 medium warships. Most of the star source stone left behind was recovered by the Federation Army, which allowed the Federation aviation forces to continue resisting the Norman army with relatively vigorous combat effectiveness despite consecutive setbacks. The Norman fleet, meanwhile, had lost the momentum it had at the beginning of the war when it crushed the Wessex fleet, and both the northern and western lines were in a cautious offensive posture. Captain Hartbauer looked at this motionless Norman battleship. As long as we take this warship, all puzzles will be solved. As soon as he finished speaking, battle cries came from the side, and then, several figures suddenly rushed out of the smoke. Weiss squinted, drew his dual pistols, disengaged the safeties, and pulled the triggers continuously, firing rapidly at these dark shadows until he had emptied the magazines of his pistols. Each dark shadow took at least 4 or 5 bullets, yet 2 of them still charged forward forcefully. Although their faces and attire were unclear, in this situation, there was no need to guess their identities. Captain Hartbauer fired a step late, and the other Federal soldier who had entered the enemy trench also raised their guns and fired, finally downing them before their bayonets could draw blood. Immediately after, a Federal soldier stepped forward to take a look and turned back to report, "It's the Normans." Belkacor Pass had already fallen into the hands of the Norman army. The trench where Weiss and his group were now located must have been an auxiliary defensive fortification dug by the Norman soldier after their own warship had landed crude and flimsy, completely unable to withstand artillery fire. Previously, the Federation army had launched a fierce artillery bombardment on the target at the pass. The Norman soldiers stationed here must have retreated into the warship to avoid the shelling, and they hadn't returned to their positions in time after the bombardment ended, which was why the officers and soldiers of the 1st Battalion, 193rd Regiment were able to enter the trench so easily and occupy this prime location adjacent to the enemy ship. Hearing this, Weiss and Captain Hartbauer narrowed their eyes simultaneously. Both wanted to see if they could find a passage into the interior of the warship from the direction these Normans had appeared, but Captain Hartbauer's naked eye could not penetrate the smoke, whereas Weiss's human radar could. In that unique field of vision, Weiss saw several Norman soldiers descending from above. Judging by their movement trajectory and speed, they should be using a hanging cage. This was logical. In order to build combat ships as sturdy as possible, the bottom of the hull rarely had hatchways. For ship crew members to board and disembark, or for various supplies to be loaded and unloaded, they used gangways and cranes at aviation ports, and hanging cages and ropes in the field. More advanced ones even had small transport airships. The efficiency of using hanging cages to dispatch soldiers on the battlefield was predictable. 6 more Norman soldiers are coming down. Weiss hurriedly reminded his companions and nimbly changed magazines. Turning around, he saw a sergeant leading several Federation soldiers over, and Captain Hartbauer immediately called them to prepare for shooting. This time, the Normans had no chance to get close and were directly riddled with bullets like a sieve. A Norman battleship with a combat tonnage of 30,000 ta would have at least 6 to 8 hatches for personnel and supplies, corresponding to 6 to 8 cranes and hanging cages. Weiss and his group had blocked one spot, but Norman soldiers were still arriving on the ground from other locations. Furthermore, the smoke was gradually dissipating. Once visibility was restored, the Normans wouldn't even need to come down for hand-to-hand combat. Throwing bomb grenade would be enough to wipe out most of the Federation soldier here. "Hey, demolitionist!" Captain Hartbauer called out, come here. 2 federal soldiers carrying demolition charges and explosive packs followed the sound. Although these two were unfamiliar faces, Weiss still asked, "Are you both from the 1st National Defense Division?" The two gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. Weiss nodded, "Follow me closely in a moment, and act on my orders." Captain Hartbauer didn't know Weiss's true capability and hurriedly said, "Let me go instead." While thinking, Weiss ejected the magazine from his gun, refilled the bullets, reloaded, and said to Captain Hartbauer, "We don't have many people. As long as we successfully open a breakthrough, we will all have to go up sooner or later. Don't worry, I'm confident. Let me go first." Although Captain Hartbauer had an indomitable spirit, he had no clear idea on how to board the ship or how to break through. Seeing Weiss so insistent, he didn't argue but stuffed his spare magazine to Weiss and then asked, "What else do you need?" Weiss pondered, "Give me another bomby grenade." Captain Hartbauer handed a bomby grenade to Weiss without hesitation. Before entering the battle, the 193rd Regiment had been fully supplied with weapons and ammunition, but having trudged arduously from the offensive starting position to here, even carrying a few extra bullets was a burden that could not be underestimated. Before long, 6 more soldiers came down from the Norman battleship. By this time, nearly 20 Federation officers and soldiers had gathered around Weiss and Captain Hartbauer. They waited for the Norman soldier to come over and quickly knock them all to the ground. Weiss took the opportunity to growl, "Riflemen, provide cover. Demolitionists, follow me." After speaking, he took the lead and ran forward. After a distance, he climbed out of the trench and walked forward along the outer wall of the warship. On the way, he kept looking up to observe, selected a position, signaled the accompanying Federation soldier to keep quiet, leaned his back against the outer wall of the warship, aimed his dual pistols at the open space, and pulled the triggers without hesitation the moment the hanging cage descended. All 6 Norman soldiers were killed before they had a chance to leave the hanging cage. At Weiss's signal, the Federation soldier quickly dragged the corpses of the Normans out of the hanging cage. The Norman ship crew member operating the crane at the warship hatch seemed to have noticed something abnormal and was shouting something above. Weiss cast his gaze toward Captain Hartbauer. As a staff officer at division headquarters, he had a rudimentary understanding of the Norman language and could barely cope with some situations. Consequently, he picked up a Norman soldier's rifle, shouted loudly in response while firing at the open space next to him. The hanging cage began to rise, and Weiss and the 2 demolitionists quickly climbed in. The increase in weight caused the ascent speed of the hanging cage to slow down slightly. Captain Hartbauer shouted a few more times, and the Norman ship crew member above responded as well. In the hanging cage, Weiss handed the 2 bomby grenade to the 2 demolitionists, held his dual pistols, and stared intently at the warship hatch above. There were not only crane operators with weaker combat power but also many infantrymen with regular combat values preparing to go to the ground via the hanging cage. The distance was getting closer. Weiss took a deep breath. Without waiting for the enemy's figures to appear, he fired at the Norman ship crew member operating the crane, following the traces of his human radar. 6 bullets went out, leaving the 2 Norman ship crew member with only a sliver of health, and no one was controlling the crane. The warship hatch was already overhead. Weiss immediately growled, "Throw the bomby grenade directly forward and up." The 2 demolitionists pulled the rings and threw 2 bomby grenade following Weiss's instructions. Weiss himself inserted one pistol into the holster, freed up his hand to take the bomby grenade Captain Hartbauer had just given him, pulled the ring after a 2-second delay, held his breath, and fiercely threw the grenade at the side hatch of the Norman battleship, then subconsciously lowered his head and curled his body. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive bomby grenade turned the hatch and the passage of the Norman battleship into a slaughterhouse of flying flesh and blood, killing more than a dozen ship crew member and landing soldiers on the spot. Once the shock of the explosion passed, Weiss quickly climbed out of the hanging cage, jumped to the hatch, crawled forward, and searched the corpses of 2 Norman soldiers, finding 2 bomby grenade. The Norman's bomby grenade had greater power and longer delays, but the operation method was much the same. Without waiting for the Norman ship crew member and landing soldiers inside the warship to reinforce, he directly threw a bomby grenade into the ship's passage and shouted, "Get down." This bomby grenade didn't fly far before it hit a hard metal object with a thud. The shock generated by the subsequent explosion almost made Weiss instantly deaf. He struggled to lift his head, squinted, and shouted, "Demolitionists, blow up the hatch inside, I'll operate the crane." For the sake of wind, water, and attack prevention, there were 1 or more hatches inside the warship hatch. The bomby grenade Weiss had just thrown was clearly blocked by a steel hatch, indicating that when the first wave of explosions occurred, the Norman ship crew member inside had closed the hatch very vigilantly. Moreover, this kind of steel hatch could withstand the blast of a bomby grenade, but the demolition charges and explosive packs carried by the demolitionists had power at least several times greater than ordinary bomby grenade. The 2 demolitionists coordinated with each other and quickly reached the hatch, while Weiss operated the crane, lowered the hanging cage again, and shouted down at the hatch, "Zhao, find a way to notify the division headquarters. We have pried open the hard shell of the enemy ship and are preparing to enter the interior of the enemy ship." "Long, well done." Captain Hartbauer responded from below, "Hold on, we're coming up." No sooner had he finished speaking than shouting from the Normans came from the side battery position near the hatch. Captain Hartbauer tried to pretend to be a Norman soldier, but this time it clearly didn't work. The Norman officers and soldiers at the battery position first fired downwards with pistols, and then fetched rifles and bomby grenade. Now the situation was not looking good. A moment later, Weiss heard the demolition order from behind, "Ignite the demolition charge, watch out for safety." Chapter 17, Seeking Another Way Out. With a thunderous boom, a violent blast of air instantly surged through the hatch corridor, blowing a Norman soldier's corpse that was near the hatch right out. Weiss and 2 demolitionists lay prone on the ground, using the remains of the Normans to shield themselves from shrapnel. Even so, the violent impact and intense shockwaves made their insides churn. Thick smoke billowed from the corridor. Weiss raised his head and squinted. The hatch had been blown open, revealing 7 or 8 injured Normans inside, with another closed hatch further ahead. Without hesitation, Weiss deftly searched the dead Norman soldier for a bomby grenade, pulled the ring, and tossed it into the corridor. Before more Federation soldiers could board the ship, the 3 of them had to find a way to hold this hard-won boarding point. What next? On this Norman warship, there were over 2,000 crew members and Marines, while the total combat strength of the 931st Regiment was only 2,000 plus. Seizing this warship would be no easy task. For now, they could only take it one step at a time. After tossing the bomby grenade into the ship's corridor, Weiss heard the Normans shouting and vaguely saw movement. After the explosion, there was no sound, and no one was moving. Squinting to observe, the Norman soldiers who had been alive just moments ago were either dead or dying, no longer capable of combat. The hatch further inside remained closed. The 2 consecutive explosions had caused some damage, and it was unclear if it was jammed. If the hatch was jammed and wouldn't open at this moment, it was good news for Weiss and his team. At least the Norman soldiers inside wouldn't swarm out and crush the 3 intruders like ants. You 2, keep your eyes on the corridor. After instructing the 2 demolitionists, Weiss returned to the crane control console. Fortunately, this simple mechanism hadn't been damaged in the recent explosion, though he didn't know the situation below. He leaned out to take a look. Norman ship crew members at the adjacent gun position were laying down suppressive fire from above, while the Federation soldiers below were firing back. Both sides were locked in a heated exchange. The battlefield situation was changing in an instant. Weiss hurriedly shouted, "Zhao, get the men into the hoist cage, I'm pulling it up." There was a commotion below, with intense small arms fire from pistols and rifles. Then, Captain Hartbauer's voice came through, "Long. Pull it up. Pull it up." Weiss immediately pulled the control lever, and the crane hummed into operation. It took only a little over half a minute to lift the hoist cage, along with the Federation soldiers inside, to this hatch 30 feet above the ground. The Normans at the next door gun position seemed to have noticed the anomaly. Some shouted, some responded, and others tried to crawl over, but they were hit by gunfire from below halfway through and fell, wailing. After the longest half-minute of waiting, the hoist cage finally rose. Seeing Captain Hartbauer jump over first, Weiss widened his eyes. "Why are you here?" "I sent Millis back to report the battle situation to Colonel Budick," Captain Hartbauer replied, dodging the question. 6 Federal soldiers came up with him. Bullets were flying everywhere around them, and staying in the hoist cage meant risking being hit at any moment, so they scrambled to jump over before the cage had even moved into the hatch. Though there weren't many of them, it made Weiss feel much more at ease. Seeing the hatch corridor filled with the corpses of Norman soldiers, Captain Hartbauer clicked his tongue. "Ha, Long, you really are a god. You took out so many Normans with just 2 demolitionists, and these are real Normans. There are several more inside." Weiss lowered the hoist cage again and squinted to check the situation in the corridor. The hatch hadn't opened yet, but a significant number of Norman soldiers had gathered behind it. He then said to Captain Hartbauer, "I expect the Normans inside are about to come out. Tell everyone to get ready to fire, use bomby grenades, and blow them to bits." One of the Federal soldiers who had come up was a sergeant. Captain Hartbauer called him by name and relayed Weiss's instructions. In this narrow corridor, the Federal soldiers used the corpses of the Normans as sandbags to quickly construct a firing position. Upon receiving the sergeant's combat orders, they placed their ready ammunition and bomby grenades within reach. Hearing someone below shout "pull it up" in the Ulster language, Weiss pulled the control lever. Just then, a Norman soldier appeared on the side of the hatch. He was clinging tightly to the outer wall of the warship like a spider, his feet planted on the rivets fixing the armored steel plates. Seeing Weiss and the others, he immediately shouted loudly, clearly alerting his companions at the adjacent gun position. Captain Hartbauer raised his hand and fired 2 shots, knocking the guy down, but it wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, someone threw a bomby grenade from the side, but it didn't land in the hatch. It missed by a few feet, hit the outer wall of the warship, and bounced off. The hoist cage was still ascending. Although it was a steel-framed structure, the pockmarks of bullet holes showed it provided little protection. Seeing the smoking bomby grenade fall, Weiss's heart jumped into his throat. He really didn't want to see a group of Federal soldiers arrive in a bloody state, but he couldn't make the crane accelerate, so he could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Bomby grenade! Watch out below!" No sooner had he spoken than the falling bomby grenade exploded. A single bomby grenade exploding outside the hull had negligible impact on such a battleship. Seeing the 2 steel cables of the hoist cage swaying back and forth, Weiss felt very anxious. A moment later, the hoist cage finally appeared in view. The Federal soldiers inside seemed to be alive, but some were covered in blood, and some were clutching their arms, likely injured by shrapnel from the bomby grenade. This time, only 3 soldiers jumped directly from the hoist cage. The remaining 3 were only able to board with the help of their companions after the cage moved to the hatch. It was only at this moment that Weiss realized how many dangers his plan had to go through from conception to implementation. Before the hoist cage could be lowered again, someone cried out, and gunfire erupted. Across the narrow ship corridor, the Federation soldiers occupying the hatch threw bomby grenades inside, while the Normans inside threw them back out, a scene of life and death struggle. After a series of violent explosions, Weiss's eardrums ached and his ears were ringing. He saw Captain Hartbauer speaking to him but couldn't hear what he was saying. After a while, his hearing recovered, so he grabbed the intelligence staff officer's arm and shouted, "What did you just say?" Captain Hartbauer replied loudly, "I said, this way of moving people is too slow, we need to come up with another way." There were only a few such hatches for personnel and supplies in the lower half of the battleship's hull. The thick outer hull was hard to break, and there was at least one layer of armored bulkhead inside the outer wall. Even if they were to blast from the inside out, it would require a massive amount of explosives. Seeing Weiss's blank expression, Captain Hartbauer said, "Listen, if we can take out the battleship's command room and capture their commander, that should solve the problem, right?" Weiss almost rolled his eyes at him. Take out the battleship's command room? Does he think this is a Hollywood movie? There were over 2,000 Norman soldiers on this warship, excluding the pilots, boiler operators, and mechanics, and discounting the gunners, there were at least 1,000 men who could be mobilized. Even if it were 1,000 pigs blocking the corridor, one would get tired just from killing them all the way through, not to mention these were fierce Normans. Watch out for the enemy's bomby grenade. Someone nearby shouted, and Weiss and Captain Hartbauer quickly hit the ground. If it weren't for the corpses of the Normans they had killed earlier, the Federation soldiers who had boarded the hatch would have been wiped out long ago. Whether they could hold the hatch was a big question, and trying to go through the long, winding ship corridor to take the command room was simply a fantasy. The more they were at a dead end, the more they needed to calm down and think. Weiss carefully recalled the structure of the warship he knew, weighing whether the defensive system, firepower system, or propulsion system had any exploitable weak points, and then he had an idea. Our plan is to seize this warship so it can serve as a fire support point after we recapture the Bellicaser fortress. Since that's the case, there's no need to consider protecting its propulsion system. Compared to other parts, the armor protection at the stern is the weakest. If we can blow up the two auxiliary thrusters at the bottom of the stern, we can open a boarding passage very close to the ground. Auxiliary thrusters. Captain Hartbauer thought for a moment and countered, we are currently near the middle of the warship, very close to the command room and far from the stern. Walking there would certainly mean running into layers of resistance from the Normans, that's too difficult. Weiss analyzed, this warship's firepower is concentrated in the middle and front of the hull, and there should be more soldiers at the front and fewer at the back. The pressure as we advance toward the stern will be less. However, in our current situation, whether going to the command room or the stern, it would be very difficult to get through from inside the warship. Upon hearing this, Captain Hartbauer was very surprised. You mean we go down first, get to the stern, and then find a way to get back up, or, like that Norman soldier from earlier, just climb over from the outside? Weiss explained, my idea is an internal and external pincer attack. A small group of people will move laterally by stepping on the rivets, taking out the enemy's anti-aircraft gun positions one by one, and coordinating with others to advance toward the stern through the ship's corridor. It sounds crazy, even inconceivable, but this might be the fastest way right now. If we drag this out any longer, once the smoke clears, our soldiers will be exposed to the enemy's sight. Whether staying under the warship or attacking the fortress, we will sooner or later be wiped out by the enemy's guns and bombs, resulting in a miserable retreat. Captain Hartbauer gritted his teeth, then let's try it. You take the soldiers and keep holding this position to draw the enemy's attention, Weiss said. Just find 2 agile and brave men to come with me. No. Captain Hartbauer said, you stay this time, let me go. Weiss disagreed, this isn't the time to compete for credit or bravery. I think I'm better suited for the risk, and your mission is also very difficult. You must hold this hatch at all costs and use this crane to transport as many of our men up as possible. Zhao, please listen to me one more time. Captain Hartbauer hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed, take care of yourself, Long. After this battle is over, I'll buy you a drink. All right, it's a deal. Weiss's tone was firm, though he felt uncertain inside. Climbing wasn't hard, the hard part was having to outwit the enemy while climbing. A slight carelessness could cost him his life. Chapter 18, Gecko Assault. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. The smoke filling the battlefield gradually dissipated, and a fierce battle unfolded around the Bellicaser fortress and the Norman battleship Diva anchored near the fortress. Officers and soldiers from the 1st and 11th National Defense Division of the Federation Army, under the cover of smoke, successfully approached the Norman warship, not only annihilating the Norman soldiers surrounding the warship but also seizing the opportunity to capture 2 boarding hatches. On the midship starboard side of this Norman battleship, 3 Federation soldiers moved laterally, clinging to the outer hull of the Norman warship like 3 geckos. Upon closer observation, one could see they didn't have any gecko-like special skills. Instead, they were using the rivets on the armored steel plates, like mountain goats, pushing their body balance to the extreme. Scaling walls and walking on eaves was not as easy as imagined, but it was not impossible. Having moved laterally for about 10 feet, Weiss saw the gun position adjacent to the hatch. Weapons on flying warships usually have 3 configuration forms. One is mounted on a fully enclosed turret capable of omnidirectional or near omnidirectional rotation, represented by the main guns. Another is mounted on a casemate turret that can cover the side hemisphere, such as the broadside secondary guns, and the third type is placed in an open gun position, equipped with a gun shield or a semi-enclosed turret, which is the construction for most secondary guns and small caliber rapid fire guns. The gun position in front of Weiss belonged to this third type. Earlier, 2 Norman soldier gunners had tried to creep over using the rivets, but failed to ambush the Federation Army soldiers capturing the hatch and lost their lives instead. The remaining gunners gave up this overly difficult method and turned to dealing with the Federation Army soldiers still on the ground. At the gun position, officers were commanding soldiers, soldiers were moving ammunition, operating artillery and attacking the Federation Army soldiers below the warship with pistols and rifles. Weiss slowly and carefully freed one hand, pulled out a bomb grenade scavenged from a Norman soldier, bit open the pin with his teeth, and tossed it toward the Norman's gun position in an extremely awkward posture. This action nearly caused him to fall. He was 8 or 9 meters off the ground. If he really fell, he might not necessarily lose his life or break any bones, but to get back to his comrades fighting at the boarding hatch, to return to this incredibly dangerous path, he would have to go through hardships again, or even fall under the enemy's bullets. The bomb grenade landed precisely in the gun position. Some gunners realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. After a thunderous explosion, Weiss poked his head out to look again. There was no movement in the gun position. 7 or 8 gunners, some were directly blown off by the explosion, some died on the spot, and 2 were just barely breathing. Weiss continued to move laterally, and finally, with a light leap, jumped onto the gun position. He drew his pistol, leaned against the hatch leading to the interior of the warship, and waited quietly with the patience of a leopard. The 2 Federation soldiers who had climbed the wall with him also picked up Norman soldier weapons, aiming their muzzles at the hatch. A moment later, Norman soldier after Norman soldier ran out, and Weiss and his 2 helpers shot them down one by one without hesitation, even more easily than slaughtering livestock. Weiss reloaded his pistol and walked into the hatch, squinting his eyes. The passage inside the ship's cabin was wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, but it was winding, deep, and complex. He walked inside on tiptoes, reached a corner, and saw groups of 3 or 5 Norman soldiers running towards the bow. He heard chaotic gunfire coming from the front, along with the shouting of Normans. When he squinted to look, he discovered more than a dozen Norman soldiers squeezed into the passage, seemingly preparing to swarm up and retake the boarding hatch from the Federal soldier. With 2 or 3 people, traveling light, bypassing from the outside of the warship in the gecko wall climbing style, a surprise attack could still succeed, but a frontal assault had no chance. Most people still needed to pass through the passages inside the warship. Weiss pulled out the last bomb grenade he had scavenged from the Normans, pulled the pin, waited 2 seconds, threw it silently, and quickly retreated. As soon as the explosion sounded, he drew both his pistols, signaled the 2 Federal soldiers to follow, then lowered his head, crouched, and moved quickly towards the bow with short steps. Passing 2 corners in succession, he saw the dead and wounded Norman ship crew member and immediately raised his hand to shoot at those who still had combat capability, shouting, "Zhao, we've flanked them. Attack, attack, launch the attack." Immediately, the voice of Captain Hartbauer came from the front, "Long. Hold on. We're here. Federation Army, attack." In an instant, a group of Federal soldiers rushed into this ship cabin passage with bayonets fixed. The road ahead was long. Weiss had no heart to celebrate the reunion with his partners, but instead arranged, occupy this section of the passage, establish a defensive position on the spot, and collect the weapons and ammunition of these Normans. 2 people go to the front, to the left is the secondary gun position, there is still some weapons and ammunition there. What about your plan? Move along the passage towards the stern. Captain Hartbauer asked. Before Weiss could answer, footsteps came from the passage, and immediately after, a Federal soldier warned in a low voice, "The Normans are coming." Gunshots rang out, first the Norman rifles, then the Grumman rifle. That wasn't all, both sides vied to use the bomb grenade, and in the relatively enclosed space, the power of explosives was magnified exponentially. A moment of carelessness would result in being blown to bits. Both sides occupied their own terrain, exchanging fire across a relatively straight passage. Any side wanting to force a breakthrough had to fill it with firepower and manpower. Therefore, Weiss said to Captain Hartbauer, "I'll take some men outside, enter from the next gun position, flank the enemy from behind, and attack towards the stern section by section." Just then, a Federation Army lieutenant and several soldiers ran over from the boarding hatch. This person was a deputy company commander of the 1st Battalion, 193rd Regiment. The reason Weiss remembered him was that when he was accompanying Colonel Budick to inspect the training of various units, Budick specifically introduced that he was from a military family, and during the last spring grand maneuvers, he led a commando unit to raid the opponent's ammunition depot, thereby receiving a first-class merit award. "Hey, Lieutenant Ralph, it's great to see you." Captain Hartbauer said, "We really need a powerful commando like you here." This Lieutenant Ralph was an agile, strong man. He shook hands with Captain Hartbauer and Weiss one by one. "I just heard that 2 staff officers from the division headquarters were charging ahead of us. This really makes me feel ashamed." "Wow. You dozen or so people actually killed over 30 Norman soldier, it's unimaginable." "Incredible." Captain Hartbauer responded, "This is all thanks to our acting Captain Klemper-Heesen. Earlier, when we were blocked at the hatch, he led 2 soldiers to climb from the outside of the warship to the Norman's gun position, killed the gunners there, and launched an attack from behind the enemy. That's how we got the results you see. Next, we plan to keep doing this." Weiss quickly added, "You attack from the front, and I'll outflank from the outside." Lieutenant Ralph looked at Weiss with wide eyes. He probably hadn't expected that this acting captain, who was neither tall nor strong, not only had a knack for military staff work but was also no slouch when it came to killing enemies on the battlefield. A violent shockwave from an explosion hit them. Weiss and the others had to lower their heads and crouch down. Although no one was injured, it was hard to guarantee they could withstand the continuous attacks of the Normans. Weiss rubbed his ears, which were aching from the shock, and while reloading his empty pistol magazine with bullets, he said to Captain Hartbauer and Ralph, "There's no time to lose, I'm setting off now, I need to find a way to get me 2 more bomb grenade. I have some right here. Ralph pulled 2 standard issue Federation Army bomb grenade from behind his waist, then pulled out 2 more from his military backpack, and even shared 4 standard issue semi-automatic pistol magazines with Weiss. Worthy of being a professional commando, such ample ammunition. Due to the need for rock climbing, Weiss couldn't place ammunition in front of him. If he hung 4 bomb grenade behind his waist, the weight would affect his balance, so he only took 2. The 4 magazines were placed in his waist pouches and boot shafts, respectively. Wait. Keith. Ralph called over a soldier and said to Weiss, this brother of mine is good at climbing, and his pistol shooting and close quarters combat are excellent, let him go with you. Weiss took a brief look. The Federation Army soldier mentioned by Lieutenant Ralph was not tall, but had long arms and large hands, and a sturdy physique, looking just like a powerful ape. He had a calm expression, with sharp eyes. He was indeed a rare and excellent helper. We have to climb over from the outside of the warship, and the only things we can use are the rivets on the steel plates. Weiss explained the situation to the soldier known as Keith in concise language. The other party nodded and said calmly, no problem. There was no time to lose. Weiss took his new helper back to the broadside gun position they had previously captured, set off from there, and continued to climb towards the stern. The thick rivets and bolts provided them with footholds for moving laterally on the almost vertical outer hull of the warship. With a height of only 10 or so meters off the ground, there was no need to worry too much even without a safety rope. As time passed, the battlefield smoke created by the Federation Army gradually dissipated. Under the flickering artillery fire and the light of rising and falling flares, the natural cover provided by the night was limited. However, under the care of the Goddess of Luck, Weiss once again arrived at a position where he could throw a bomb grenade into the enemy's gun position without being discovered. Distance was not the problem, the key was the angle. Due to comprehensive considerations of flight airflow, bulletproof and explosion-proof measures, and artillery firing arcs, the open gun positions of the Norman warship were all retractable. Standing flush with the broadside, one could only see the gun barrel and not the gun mount. Throwing a bomb to an adjacent gun position or boarding hatch was no different from a zero-angle shot. It wasn't impossible, but the probability was too low. Weiss successfully threw the bomb grenade, but when it landed on the gun position, an alert Norman soldier gunner spotted this lethal explosive and quickly kicked it away. Weiss made a prompt decision, took out the second bomb grenade, pulled the pin, waited 3 seconds, and then threw it. The bomb flew towards the gun position and exploded in midair before landing. With the slightly excessive force and the impact of the explosion, Weiss lost his balance, and his body began to fall backward. At the critical moment, a powerful hand pushed him from behind, allowing Weiss to stick back to the outer hull of the warship. Weiss let out a long sigh, carefully climbed to the gun position that had been cleansed by the bomb grenade, drew his gun, and fired angrily at a bloody Norman soldier who was still trying to resist. Then he turned around and extended his hand with a grateful face to Abe Keith, who had just helped him. Chapter 19, Finding It by Luck. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel are here. After seizing the second broadside gun position, Weiss, with the coordination of Keith and 2 other Federal soldiers, once again used a rear attack method to cleanly take out a group of Norman soldiers. This allowed the boarding Federation officers and soldiers to control a large section of the cabin corridor between the starboard number 2 boarding platform and the 2 broadside gun positions. This area included 4 junctions, 11 openable hatches, and 2 small caliber rapid-fire guns with destroyed sights. They also picked up dozens of weapons and a considerable amount of ammunition left behind by the Norman soldiers. By this time, the Federation officers and soldiers who had boarded this Norman battleship using the starboard number 2 boarding platform and the crane baskets, including Weiss and Hartbauer, numbered only about 30. Yet they had already taken out nearly 100 Norman soldiers. At this rate, Weiss and the others would soon be able to fight their way to the stern, blow up the auxiliary thrusters, and allow friendly forces on the ground to board directly through the breach, accelerating the Federation Army's capture of the warship. However, the Norman's reputation for being battle-hardened was not for nothing. Not to mention the Marines who received formal land combat training, even the ordinary ship crew members were proficient in firearms and could calmly engage in close combat under the organization and command of their officers. They moved in groups of several, or squads of 10 to 20, rushing out from various directions, junctions, and even relatively hidden hatches, forming a containment and suppression force against the boarding Federation troops. Weiss's new companions were struggling to cope, and the subsequent boarding forces were only barely enough to replenish their losses. The narrow cabin corridors clearly didn't give Weiss and Abe Keith enough room to utilize their skills and courage. Using the technique of deflective force, they cleared the third broadside gun position with a single bomb grenade. However, when they entered the cabin corridor from the gun position, intending to use their divine skill to deliver a harsh blow to the Normans from behind, they discovered that this area was not directly connected to the previous cabin corridors. Under the detection of his human radar, Weiss led Keith further inside. After conveniently taking out 2 Norman soldiers who were carrying shells from the ammunition room to the gun position, they walked a long way through many twists and turns. Surprisingly, they didn't encounter another Norman along the way, though the mechanical roar within the cabin corridor became increasingly clear. Each holding 2 guns, the 2 crept forward until they reached an unguarded hatch. This hatch had no window. Weiss squinted, there were no armed personnel behind the door. Pressing his ear against it, he heard the space behind filled with a rumbling roar. After a moment's thought, he said to Keith, "Shall we go in and check it out?" Keith didn't follow blindly but voiced his own thoughts, this is likely the boiler room or the engine room. Usually, destroying just one power compartment isn't enough to cut off the entire ship's electricity and power, it won't have much effect. Why don't we try going up and finding a way to regroup with our brothers? Without our support, their fight will be very difficult. Weiss said, the machines inside are running. If we go in and cause some damage, it will force the Normans to divert troops and distract them, which will also relieve the pressure on our people. I don't think there should be many crew members inside. We'll destroy a few machines and then leave to regroup with our men. Keith thought for a moment, all right. I'll follow your lead. The hatch before them had neither a handle nor hinges. From its appearance, it seemed to slide up and down to open and close, rather than swinging like the previous doors. Before Weiss could figure it out, Keith walked to the side of the door, turned a circular gate valve clockwise, then quickly crouched down, aiming his gun at the slowly opening hatch. The mechanical roar coming from inside was so loud that if Weiss and Keith wanted to communicate verbally, they would have to shout at the top of their lungs. Of course, with the noise in the power compartment being so high, the sound of the hatch opening likely wouldn't attract much attention. When the hatch was halfway up, Weiss dropped to one knee to scout the situation inside with his naked eyes. As expected, it was a compartment filled with machinery and equipment. It was over a dozen feet high, about 4 or 5 meters, 100 feet long, and 60 or 70 feet wide, equivalent to a small auditorium. Considering this was inside a flying warship, such dimensions were already very large. Those rumbling machines were arranged neatly in 3 rows. There were no open flames, so it definitely wasn't a boiler room. Usually, the engine room is located at the stern, but these didn't look much like steam turbines either. After a moment of observation, Weiss squinted and switched to human radar mode. There were 11 Normans in this vast compartment. More than half were weaklings, with only 5 having combat power readings close to that of a normal Norman soldier. 2 against 5, what were the odds? 11 Normans, 5 were soldiers, 6 were crew members. Weiss signaled the enemy situation to his partner using hand signs. Abe Keith didn't doubt Weiss's observations in the slightest. After confirming with a look, the two struck decisively. They stepped through the hatch one after the other and strode through the passage between the machines, guns in both hands, looking quite imposing. Following the positions he had detected earlier, Weiss immediately saw 3 Normans wearing ship crew uniforms, steel helmets, and utility belts. 2 had rifles on their backs, and 1 had a pistol at his waist. They were huddled together, seemingly working on some wiring. Shouldn't maintenance be the job of ordinary ship crew members? In his line of sight, there were also 2 Norman soldiers standing at the other end of the compartment, holding rifles and standing back to back. Weiss signaled Keith to watch the 3 nearby Normans while he dealt with the 2 in the distance. He moved forward rapidly, and just as a Norman soldier noticed him, he immediately roared, "Don't move! Hands up!" This was a phrase in the Norman language Weiss had learned before heading to the northern border. It was very practical, though the opportunities to use it had been few and far between. The 2 Norman soldiers in the distance instinctively raised their guns. Weiss didn't give them a chance to aim and fire. With guns in both hands, he fired repeatedly to the left and right. Although the power of these semi-automatic pistols was limited, as long as one's marksmanship was superb, hitting vital points or striking the torso multiple times could quickly cause a Norman soldier to lose their combat effectiveness. Keith's gun rang out at the same time. "Don't move! Hands up!" After the gunfire ceased, Weiss roared again. On Keith's side, the 2 Norman soldiers carrying rifles had been knocked down. There was one more with a pistol at his waist, standing still with his hands raised above his head. Although the 6 Norman ship crew members in the compartment were unarmed, they didn't intend to be captured without a fight. Some picked up wrenches to try and resist, while others ran straight for the hatch. For those who resisted, Weiss didn't hesitate for a second, swapped magazines, and fired directly. For those fleeing, he used threats and intimidation, but the compartment was simply too large, and one crew member managed to escape from an area he couldn't control. When Weiss escorted the 3 surrendering Norman ship crew members back to Keith's location, Keith said to him, they were just laying explosive detonator wires. At first, Weiss didn't find this strange. Since the Federation army had already boarded and capturing the warship was possible, the Normans preparing for self-destruction was a way to prevent the ship from falling intact into the hands of their opponents as a prize of war. It would prevent technical leaks and keep it from being integrated into the Federation army's battle order to turn its guns on their own people. But on second thought, if they wanted to blow up the warship, wouldn't planting 2 time bombs in the main magazine be enough? Why go through the trouble of laying explosives in the power compartment? Do you know the Norman language? Can you communicate with them? Weiss asked Keith. Keith shook his head decisively and signaled to Weiss that the reason he judged the Normans were connecting explosive wires was that he had followed the wires and seen the explosives placed under the machines. Placing whole bags and crates of explosives under running machines, weren't they afraid the heat from the machines would accidentally trigger an explosion? Weiss had a sudden idea and pointed his gun at the captured Norman NCO. "Hey, you, do you speak the Ulster language? Do you?" Although the fellow remained silent, his eyes betrayed some important information. Weiss stared at him and noticed this, so he intentionally said to Keith, "Look. A worthless prisoner of war has no reason to be kept alive. Let me finish him off." "Wait." The Norman NCO spoke up. "I can speak a little Ulster language." "Very good." Weiss signaled Keith to watch the other Norman ship crew members while he stood firmly in front of the Norman NCO. This man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with an awkward expression and shifting eyes. His choice to endure humiliation and survive didn't seem to be because he was a coward afraid of death, but because something made him feel tied down, unwilling to die just like that. Perhaps he had just married and was constantly worried about his young wife at home, or perhaps he was deeply concerned for his parents. As long as you answer my questions, I can let you go. You can go home alive, or you can continue to serve in the Norman army if you wish. As for them, they will never tell anyone about our conversation, you understand, right? The machines were very noisy, so Weiss, worried the man couldn't hear clearly, slowed down and said it again. The Norman NCO in front of him actually submissively expressed his agreement. If he hadn't deeply investigated the character traits of this generation of Normans during the border campaign, Weiss would have certainly thought he had encountered a fake Norman. On the battlefield, he had more than once seen the figures of Norman soldiers retreating in panic, and he had seen their fear and reluctance when they were near death. They were realistic and rational, unlike the previous generation, who were practically a bunch of puppet soldiers without souls or consciousness. What are these machines? Weiss asked. Steam engines, used to provide power for the warship, the Norman NCO replied. Although his tone sounded normal, his shifting eyes once again betrayed his inner thoughts. You are not a good actor, Weiss sneered. He raised his hand and pressed the muzzle of his gun against the man's forehead. The Norman NCO grew nervous and quickly said, all right, officer. Just as you suspected, these are the machines we use to manufacture artificial star source stones. So this was the Norman's secret weapon? Weiss's mood at this moment was both jubilant and apprehensive. Before this, the Federation army had gone to great lengths to obtain a physical specimen. They had shot down Norman warships carrying devil bombs on the battlefield, but these warships had always suffered violent explosions before or during the crash. Consequently, the Federation army had never obtained a relatively intact artificial star source stone manufacturing machine. Yet here, dozens of functional machines were neatly arranged. If they could be preserved, it would be a strategic boon for the Federation in its predicament. Chapter 20, Fighting Like a Mad Dog. Fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Because a Norman ship crew member had escaped, Weiss and Keith faced a very realistic problem. Staying in this cabin filled with artificial star source stone manufacturing machines would soon lead to an attack by numerous Norman soldiers. They were neither Supermen nor Iron Men, and fighting to the end would likely result in death. If they escorted these Normans back to the broadside gun positions to call for more reinforcements, these machines, which were more precious than gold, might be blown up by the Normans themselves, and the Federation army might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What to do was a real dilemma. Weiss hesitated for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said to Keith, listen, take this guy and go back the way you came. Hurry and find more brothers to support me. I will guard the others here. These machines are very important to the Federation, crucial. No matter the cost, we must protect them. No, let me stay. Keith said without hesitation. Sir, you are a divisional operations staff officer and an elite of the Federation army. This kind of dangerous mission should definitely be carried out by a professional commando like me. Weiss steeled his heart, I don't think there's any need to argue about this. Go quickly, or it will be too late. Keith wanted to say something more, but the Norman NCO they had captured suddenly erupted. He knocked Keith over with his shoulder, then kicked Weiss down. He shouted in the Norman language, and the 3 captured Norman ship crew members immediately followed him and fled. Weiss scrambled up and fired repeatedly at the backs of the Normans. Keith didn't show weakness either, he sat against the machine base, raised his hand, and fired bang, bang, bang. 2 Norman ship crew members fell to the ground, but the other crew member and the Norman NCO slipped through the gaps between the machines, escaped Weiss and Keith's bullets, and then quickly ran to the other end of the cabin, escaping through an open hatch. Damn it! Weiss punched the ground in frustration. He should have closed that hatch after letting the first Norman ship crew member escape. Later, when discussing countermeasures with Keith, he had ignored the fact that the Norman NCO could understand the Ulster language. The guy didn't want to die, but that didn't mean he would let his opponents manipulate him. Keith quickly stood up, reached out to pull Weiss up, and then bent down to pick up the rifle and bullets left behind by the Norman soldier. He said resolutely, I'll go close those hatches and destroy the switches while I'm at it. Even if Norman soldiers arrive, they won't be able to get in for a while. Sir, you go back the way you came and get reinforcements. Be fast. Having said that, he didn't wait for Weiss to respond and ran towards the hatch the Normans had slipped through. With matters having reached this point, Weiss stopped hesitating and turned back to run through the hatch they had just entered from. But before he could even step out of the hatch, he suddenly noticed someone in the corridor ahead. Although he couldn't see the person's face clearly or discern the details of their attire, the shape of the helmet made Weiss's heart tighten. It was a Norman soldier. The opponent quickly raised his gun to aim. Due to inertia, it was too late for Weiss to turn away. He instinctively performed a slide, his body quickly lowering. Before his back touched the ground, he felt a bullet whiz over his forehead. Barely escaping the doom of being shot in the head by the enemy, Weiss didn't think much and swung his gun with his right hand. The first bullet was slightly off, but the second and third hit the target. He wanted to keep shooting, but the bolt made a crisp click. Damn, just now when the Norman prisoners erupted and fled, he had fired several shots and then forgot to change the magazine. If he only had one pistol, he might very well be killed by the opponent now. By the time Weiss fired all the bullets from the pistol in his left hand, the Norman soldier opposite had fallen and stopped moving. However, the crisis was not resolved. More Norman soldiers came running down the corridor 1, 2, 3. Before they could stop to shoot, Weiss scrambled into the cabin, closed the hatch from the inside following Keith's method, and shouted, Keith! Keith! I'm blocked by Norman soldiers on my side. Keith didn't reply, but there was a succession of Norman rifle shots. Weiss was shocked and hurriedly changed the magazine, quickly preparing for a final stand. In his despair, Keith suddenly appeared. He was holding a Norman rifle and stared at Weiss. "Why haven't you left yet?" Weiss pointed to the hatch and said, "I ran into Norman soldiers. I took one out, but there are at least 3 more." Keith looked at the hatch valve next to Weiss and said loudly, "Move aside." Weiss quickly stepped aside a few paces. He saw Keith aim his rifle, bang, and fire a shot into the hatch valve, then eject the casing, reload, and fire another shot. Although he wasn't sure if this would ensure the hatch was locked tight, Weiss didn't waste words. He ran straight to the place where he had killed the Norman soldier and picked up their rifles and bullets. The ammunition was sufficient, but unfortunately, they weren't carrying any bomby grenades. While Weiss was collecting weapons and ammunition on the spot, Keith was doing the same. The hatch valves for opening and closing had been destroyed. It seemed impossible to break out actively. But if the message couldn't be sent out, what was the point of staying behind to fight to the death? Thinking this through, Weiss quickly activated his cheat, using his human radar to observe the situation outside the various hatches. The corridor he had come from was completely blocked by a squad of Norman soldiers, and Norman soldiers were arriving one after another at the other 3 hatches. "We're surrounded by Normans," Weiss said to Keith. "It looks like they're in every direction, and given the layout here, we definitely can't hold out by force. How about, whichever hatch is broken through first, we force our way out from there? How about that?" Keith hesitated for a moment, then laughed without warning. "You know, sir? My parents' generation, my father and 4 uncles all died in battle. It was the Normans who killed them. In my generation, 6 of my brothers and cousins were conscripted, and 3 have already died in battle so far. If I die here today, the number of people who gave their lives for the country will be exactly the same as the previous generation. Since I'm going to die anyway, rather than cowering in a corner and being killed by Normans, why not go crazy and let the Normans see how brave the Federation people are?" Weiss had just said the word good when his words were interrupted by a violent explosion. Looking towards the sound, billowing thick smoke poured in from the hatch on the left side of the stern. He hurriedly squinted to observe. Outside the blown open hatch, there were no enemies for a considerable length of the corridor. To avoid being injured by the shock of the explosion, the Norman soldiers had all retreated quite far away. There was no time for sentimentality or reflection. Weiss confirmed his intentions with Keith, the monkey, once more. Each of them held a Norman rifle with a bayonet attached, carried another one on their back, and had 2 standard-issue Federation Army pistols tucked into their waists. They walked resolutely towards the smoke-filled direction. The smoke produced by the explosion not only obscured their vision but also made their eyes sting and breathing difficult. Weiss took the lead. When he arrived at the hatch, Norman soldiers had already appeared in the corridor. He knelt on one knee, raised his gun in a standard kneeling position, and fired. He ejected and reloaded with the fastest speed. After firing 3 shots, 2 Norman soldiers were already knocked down. Then, he threw away the rifle, drew his pistols, fired left and right, emptied the magazines with a clatter, and forcefully took out the other 2 Norman soldiers. 2 left. Weiss shouted, "Charge!" Keith was a mortal with ordinary eyes and couldn't shoot enemies precisely through the lingering smoke like Weiss. He moved quickly with short steps, holding the Norman rifle, waiting for the figures of the Norman soldiers to appear in the rifle's aperture sight before firing decisively. After the first shot, he ejected and reloaded at an astonishing speed, crouched down, fired the second shot from a kneeling position, and then pulled the bolt, ejected, aimed the rifle, and fired the third shot from where he stood. After 3 shots, the remaining 2 Norman soldiers were also knocked down, and this cabin corridor was suddenly clear. Sensing that the enemy situation ahead was temporarily resolved, Weiss quickly changed the magazines for both pistols and advanced directly in a dual-wielding stance. Keith looked back, then pulled a magazine from his pocket, filled the rifle's magazine well, and followed Weiss, providing covering fire while holding the rifle level. The 2 soon arrived at a corner. Weiss slowed his pace, squinted to reconnoiter, and then held up 3 fingers in front of Keith, indicating that there were 3 Norman soldiers on the right side of the junction, and the thumping footsteps sounded already very close. Weiss took a deep breath and leaned out. The 3 Norman soldiers running along the corridor had heard the gunshots but hadn't expected that their companions ahead had all been knocked down in the cabin corridor, nor did they expect to engage in a firefight at the junction. The Norman soldier in the lead was burly. He didn't have time to break and raised his rifle to perform a firing on the move, but before he could pull the trigger, he was hit in the front by 5 or 6 pistol bullets. He then managed to fire 1 shot, but the aim was clearly off. After firing half a magazine of bullets, Weiss stopped shooting, waited for the burly Norman soldier to fall forward, then aimed at the second Norman soldier and fired, emptying the remaining bullets in the magazine in one breath. He then performed one of the basic military skills practiced repeatedly at Baston Military Academy, a side roll, rolling with his gun to the other side of the junction. Of the 3 Norman soldiers, Weiss neatly took out 2, leaving the remaining 1 for Keith to solve. The agile monkey followed the rhythm of Weiss's side roll, leaned half his body out from this side of the junction, took a very short time to aim, and then killed him with 1 shot. The 2 joined forces to take out 3 Norman soldiers, and the total time spent was less than 10 seconds. After finishing, they both leaned against the cabin wall, each reloading their bullets, then looked at each other across the space and nodded in acknowledgement. The feeling of madness, it turns out, is so refreshing. After the madness, the 2 fell into a brief moment of confusion at the crossroads. Which way should they go next? Just then, an explosion came from the cabin where the artificial star source stone manufacturing machines were housed, but it probably wasn't destroying the machines, just blowing open the hatch. Unable to find the intruders in the cabin, the Norman soldiers would soon follow along this corridor. Weiss gritted his teeth and chose the corridor towards the stern. Keith followed silently behind Weiss. After walking a dozen meters, there was another fork, either turn right or go down the stairs. Fortunately, Weiss was not someone who suffered from decision paralysis. Holding on to his previous idea, he resolutely chose the stairs leading to the lower cabin. If he could find the cabin connected to the auxiliary steering gear, there would be a chance to punch a hole in a relatively weak part of this warship. As for where the explosives would come from, there was no time to consider so much now, he could only take it one step at a time. The two walked down the stairs, passed through a deep corridor, and at the end was a seemingly ordinary hatch. The hatch was not locked. After opening it, the inside was neither a passageway nor a cabin, but a space filled with pipes and equipment. Dim cabin lights illuminated the outlines of the pipes and equipment, as well as the simple walkways that allowed for single-person passage. Weiss noticed that a row of flashlights was hanging on a rack next to the hatch. "We seem to have reached the stern," Keith whispered. Hearing the faint sounds of Norman's talking and footsteps coming from the cabin corridor behind him, Weiss steeled his heart. "Go, get inside." Keith reached out to take a flashlight, but was stopped by Weiss. A missing flashlight on the rack would clearly tell the enemy that someone was inside. Besides, they weren't going in to maintain the pipeline equipment, so what use would they have for flashlights? The two quickly entered the space filled with the smell of machine oil, closed the hatch behind them, and groped their way forward by the dim cabin lights. "Judging by the direction and distance we've traveled, we should be at the stern by now," Weiss replied to Keith's earlier remark. Keith asked, "Are we hiding here to wait for the enemy to lower their guard before we leave, or are we waiting until our brothers come to support us?" Blowing a hole near the ground at the stern to let ground troops quickly board the ship was a strategy Weiss and Captain Hartbauer had discussed after assessing the situation, but Keith had boarded later with Lieutenant Ralph, so he was completely unaware of this. It was not at all strange for him to ask such a question now. Weiss explained his plan to him as quickly as possible. "I understand," Keith responded readily, "I will follow your orders." The idea was simple and clear, but Weiss had to scratch his head about how to specifically execute it. He lacked knowledge of the structure of the Norman warship. Although he had crammed a lot of common knowledge about warships during the days he spent with Nicola, he realized it was far from enough once he was on the battlefield. The warship's auxiliary thrusters had very obvious external features that one could recognize even with eyes closed, but what did their corresponding internal structure look like? What were its features? How could it be blown up to achieve the desired effect? Weiss had no clear concept of these things at all. Just as Weiss was struggling with this, a burst of hurried footsteps faintly came from outside the hatch. Weiss and Keith quickly stopped and held their breath, aiming their guns at the hatch. With a creak, the hatch was opened from the outside, and the yellow light of the cabin lights shone in. Weiss narrowed his eyes. The virtual frames that leapt before his eyes were all a glaring red. As expected, there was no escaping it. Seeing the figures rushing in with guns, Weiss did not hesitate and opened fire immediately. The caliber of the Norman rifle was slightly smaller than the Grumman rifle, but its penetration and lethality were not inferior in the slightest. The Norman soldier standing at the hatch entrance fell in response, followed by various shouts and cries outside, and then the bang 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 of gunfire. Weiss and Keith did not continue shooting but quickly moved further inside. In this place, which was like a maze, there were stairs going up or down, as well as simple vertical ladders. It was definitely a good place for hide and seek, but at this moment Weiss and his partner were not playing hide and seek with their opponents, but engaging in a life or death battle. The Norman soldiers who rushed in did not seem to worry at all about damaging the pipelines and equipment here, hunting their prey without any scruples. The crisscrossing pipes and equipment blocked the Norman's bullets and restricted the use of bomby grenades, but it also made it difficult for Weiss and Keith to accurately hit the enemy, and instead, every time they opened fire, they exposed their own positions. As time passed, the two gradually retreated into a corner with nowhere left to go, while more Norman soldiers kept arriving in a steady stream. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking out, Weiss suddenly hesitated about whether to fight to the death or surrender. If he died here, would this strange journey, which felt like a dream, come to an abrupt end? Would he go on to the next dream, or fall into an endless void? If he lived on in disgrace and became a prisoner of the Normans, would he be able to survive, live to wait for rescue by his comrades, or endure until the end of the war in a prisoner of war camp, or just die at the hands of the Normans anyway? In an instant, Weiss thought of many people, thought of those he had interacted with in this world. Nicola from the first family, his cold on the outside warm on the inside sister Bella, his taciturn sheep father, his greasy and kind sheep mother, the cunning and sophisticated fat vice president, thought of his companions at Baston Military Academy, the bigwigs of the Grumman family, thought of the ice beauty Octavie, and thought of the heavenly voice Guinevere. This was a world full of punk elements, possessing both the taste of the Victorian era and American-style freedom and romanticism. Everything had yet to begin, but it was about to end in a hurry. What a pity. Keith, who was beside him, clearly did not have such complex thoughts as Weiss. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he found a place where pipes connected, put down his pack, took out the remaining bomby grenades and ammunition, and prepared for a final struggle. This spirit of facing death unflinchingly made the hesitant Weiss no longer waver. He quickly found a position where he could provide cross-cover for Keith and took out all his weapons and ammunition. In the blink of an eye, several Norman soldiers appeared at the corner ahead. They saw the two Federation soldiers who had nowhere to escape at a glance, and without any words or actions to persuade them to surrender, they aimed and fired directly at them. Weiss and Keith fired first, hitting the same Norman soldier, while the remaining Normans fired in a hurry, their bullets blocked by the pipes in front of the two. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage, the Norman soldiers immediately scattered and sought their own positions. In this way, it was difficult for Weiss and Keith to hit the enemy, and in a firefight in such an enclosed cabin, using bomb grenades might kill the enemy while also injuring themselves. But now, at this final moment, they no longer cared about these things and threw out bomb grenades one after another. The violent explosions knocked down several Norman soldiers, but also left their own eardrums aching and their blood churning. Bomb grenades delayed the Normans' attack but could not beat them back. As the aftermath of the explosions dissipated, more Norman soldiers appeared in Weiss and Keith's line of sight. They held their rifles, lowered their bodies, covered each other, and advanced step by step, showing great tacit understanding. Having used up the few bomb grenades they had, Weiss and Keith had to use the Norman rifles to shoot, but in this special type of positional warfare, they struggled to hit even 1 in 5 shots and were completely unable to stop the Norman soldiers from closing in. At this moment, the Normans only needed to throw a bomb grenade over to end the battle directly, but they did not do so. They seem to want to take us alive. Keith shouted, "Sir, the Normans are never polite to prisoners. If I can't end myself at the last moment, please help me." Weiss put down his rifle, pulled out his pistol, and turned to look at Keith. "Regardless of whether they want to take us alive or are worried about damaging the facilities here, one thing is certain, they don't intend to use bomb grenades." Having fired all the bullets in his magazine, Keith did not reload but threw his rifle onto the ground and pulled out his twin pistols from their holsters, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, 4 in the distance. "Let's launch a counterattack against them, what do you say?" Weiss narrowed his eyes to look. Keith's observation was inaccurate. There were a total of 14 Norman soldiers nearby, 3 on the left, 4 on the right, and 7 slightly further away. As long as they left their current position and rushed out, they would be aimed at by at least 5 or 6 rifles simultaneously. Counting on 5 or 6 Norman soldiers to miss at the same time. The hope was slim. "Don't be impulsive," Weiss quickly said to Keith, "the enemy is just waiting for us to rush out. Keep calm, you must keep calm. The longer we drag them out, the more it benefits the battle as a whole." Keith, however, glared, "Drag it out? Even if we drag it out for 10 or 20 minutes, what's the use? Might as well just get it over with." Weiss sighed, "Sorry, brother, it was I who brought you to this dead end. But, until it's absolutely necessary, we cannot give up. Never give up. Outside, our brothers are still attacking, we will definitely win this battle. We definitely will." Although such comfort and encouragement could not change the two's situation, it at least gave Keith a bit more reason and a bit less impulsiveness. After switching to pistols, the two fired sometimes single shots, sometimes bursts, responding to each other, and their effective hit rate improved. Those Norman soldiers hit by pistol bullets were not in mortal danger, but because of their injuries, they lost their composure, one by one becoming furious, going berserk and attacking violently, which gave Weiss and Keith an opportunity to exploit. They worked together and quickly killed or severely wounded 3 Norman soldiers, temporarily curbing the Normans' offensive in terms of both the situation and momentum. When Weiss narrowed his eyes again to detect the enemy situation around him, the situation suddenly underwent some strange changes. The number of Norman soldiers nearby had not decreased, but green virtual frames had also entered his field of vision, and furthermore, the nearest Federation soldier was not absolutely further away than some of the Norman soldiers. Weiss was puzzled, then a flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly realized. "Our people are right outside here." He shouted to Keith, "They have reached the stern, they are only a few dozen feet away from us." "What?" Keith was full of surprise. Weiss pointed at the bulkhead behind him, "Believe me, they are right outside, and." "And what?" Keith asked loudly. Weiss narrowed his eyes, and a very complex expression appeared on his face. Immediately after, he exclaimed, "They are preparing to detonate. They are going to detonate at the stern. To blow open a hole so they can get in. My God." Keith widened his eyes, "If you're right, we'd better find a way to leave here, otherwise, we'll be blown to death by our own people. That way of dying would be too ironic." Weiss switched back to normal vision and turned his head to look in front. The Normans had no realization of what was about to happen. They had blocked this corner tightly, with at least 10 rifles aiming at Weiss and Keith's hiding place. Forget about leaving, even if they stuck their heads out, they would be instantly blown away. Communicate with the Normans and have everyone withdraw from this dangerous area before continuing to fight? As if they would believe that. When Weiss narrowed his eyes again to check the situation outside the bulkhead, the green virtual frames were moving away one after another, leaving behind an object that was glaringly red. "Good luck, Keith," Weiss murmured. In an instant, 9 Norman soldiers divided into 3 groups and approached the 2 Federation soldiers hiding place from 3 directions. They held their Norman rifles, the sharp bayonets gleaming with cold light, and their eyes were colder and sharper than the blade tips. They were getting closer and closer to their target, their muscles tensed, ready to rush forward regardless of the gunfire. Just at this moment, their sensory world was as if swallowed by a black hole, instantly becoming empty. Outside, a ball of blazing explosion was rising from the stern of the Norman warship Diva Ko. Chapter 22, The Face in the Depths of Memory. In a daze, Weiss felt as if he were standing on a riverbank that seemed very familiar. Before him were 2 boys, the older one was 15 or 16, in the prime of his youth. He had brown hair and fair skin, with handsome features, and his demeanor was already that of a little adult. The younger one was only 7 or 8, still a mere child, with black hair and yellow skin. He looked ordinary, seemingly ignorant, yet stubborn. The older boy held an old-fashioned musket, explaining and demonstrating with a serious expression. The younger boy listened carefully and learned diligently, but he was only as tall as the musket, making it quite difficult to use. When he fired the first shot on his own, he fell backward because he could not handle the recoil. The older boy did not gloat or mock him, instead, he pulled him up with a look of gratification and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Amidst a sensory onslaught like a swirling storm, Weiss found himself in another scene. On a train station platform, the older boy from before had grown into a suave and handsome young man. He wore a well-fitted suit, holding a gentleman's hat in one hand and a suitcase in the other, his expression firm and full of ambition. In the crowd, there was a black-haired, yellow-skinned teenager who looked so familiar to Weiss. He wore clothes of a similar style and material, looking at the young man with adoration, watching him wave goodbye to the crowd and board the train. The next scene showed the handsome young man in a white shirt and black trousers, his hair disheveled and his collar open, hunched over a workbench dedicated to drawing blueprints. His fingers were stained black with pencil shavings, and his skin looked dry and rough, but his sharp, intelligent eyes clearly revealed a brilliant talent. In this scene, the younger boy, now a bit taller, stood neatly by the door, watching him work quietly. His disheveled appearance did not diminish the boy's reverence in the slightest, instead, it left a deep impression on his budding consciousness. The next scene was in the hall of Krumbeheisen Castle. The decor remained largely unchanged, except everything was newer than what Weiss had seen later. The lord and several men in formal wear sat on the sofa, all with gloomy expressions. The lady was sitting by the window, weeping alone. The little boy held the hand of a little girl a head shorter than him, watching the adults in the living room from behind the second-floor railing, lost and confused. In a trance, Weiss seemed to see the young man again. That once handsome face was etched with the traces of time, the clear eyes had become profound, and all that flamboyant, unrestrained temperament had been internalized into mature wisdom. "Is it you, brother?" A voice from the depths of his heart made Weiss feel like a drowning man receiving CPR, and he instantly woke from that deep, endless dream. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurry. After a moment, his senses readapted to the environment, and he found himself still in a dim and noisy place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This series of questions broke Weiss out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his thinking quickly returned to normal. He remembered his previous experience, the huge explosion, and his current situation. He struggled to get up, only to find he had no strength at all, and his limbs and torso were almost numb. Damn, could it be that he was paralyzed by the explosion? Weiss took 2 deep breaths and used all his strength to call out, "Hey, is anyone there?" No one responded to the first call. Finding that he could still speak, Weiss's mood immediately improved. He shouted again, and soon heard someone say in Ulster language, "It seems there's one of our own in here." Before long, several figures appeared in Weiss's line of sight. They moved aside the broken and collapsed pipes and rescued this lucky guy. After an on-site check by the medic, he had multiple cuts and abrasions, and his head and internal organs had suffered a strong impact and shock, possibly causing internal bleeding, but overall it should not be a major problem, and he should recover after a period of rest. A period of rest? How long is a period? Should he feel fortunate to be away from the front line, away from the slaughter and death? Weiss thought wildly while waiting for the stretcher to arrive. The violent explosion that had knocked him unconscious was indeed caused by Federation officers and soldiers detonating explosives from outside the warship. The blast point they chose was more than 10 meters away from where Weiss and Keith had been. If it had been any closer, even with his rat-like tenacious vitality, he would not have survived. Thinking of Keith, Weiss struggled to sit up and looked around, but saw no sign of him. He asked the Federation soldiers to help search, but they found nothing nearby. Had he escaped the explosion and joined the offensive with the friendly soldiers who broke through the wall? If so, he was being rather uncool for leaving him behind. Or perhaps he had been knocked unconscious by the explosion, worse off than himself, and had been found and carried out by Federation soldiers for treatment? That seemed more logical. The battlefield was chaotic, and getting separated from comrades was a common occurrence. Life and death were all down to luck. Weiss simply stopped thinking about it. Before long, several Federation soldiers brought 3 wounded men over, either helping them walk or carrying them. Taking advantage of the time the medic was bandaging and treating them, Weiss asked one of the soldiers with a leg injury about the situation on the ship. He learned that the Federation army units that had entered from the stern had already reached the 2nd level, but the resistance from the Normans was fierce. Every time the Federation army captured an intersection or a staircase, they had to pay a significant price. As for those Federation officers and soldiers who had boarded from the boarding gate, the soldiers said they had not encountered them yet and did not know their specific situation. Besides the overall battle situation and the safety of his comrades, what Weiss cared about most was the artificial star source stone manufacturing machine on this Norman warship. Tracing back the path he had taken, that cabin was on the 2nd level from the bottom, which was exactly where the Federation army and the Normans were fiercely competing. Regarding the cabin with dozens of machines that Weiss mentioned, this Federation soldier said he did not know. Just as he finished speaking, a series of explosions suddenly occurred on the ship, and the entire warship shook violently. However, this situation did not make one think of a beast struggling to break free from its chains, but rather a beast that had been dealt a fatal blow, struggling desperately because it knew its death was near. On such a Norman battleship, there should still be a large amount of ammunition stored in various ammunition depots. The explosions inside the warship could affect the entire ship at any time. Faced with great danger, Weiss could not care about the pain and soreness all over his body. He followed the medic and the wounded through the passage blown open on the outer wall of the warship and arrived at the trench outside the ship. The explosion came suddenly and lasted for a short time. A moment later, black smoke poured out from the various holes and wounds of the warship, as well as the open artillery positions on the broadside. After this, although there was no obvious change in the exterior of the hull, the internal situation certainly could not be any better. In Weiss's view, these explosions were 9 times out of 10 caused by the Normans detonating explosives pre-planted under the artificial star source stone manufacturing machines. The reason they wired them temporarily was likely out of fear of accidental detonation due to wiring problems. This explosion had likely destroyed all those machines that were worth thousands of gold to the Federation army, and the secret technology of the Normans to manufacture artificial star source stones would continue to be insulated from the outside world. This scene made Weiss, who had once been in the middle of it, feel extremely regretful. If he had known there would be such an accident, he would have definitely adjusted the combat plan, even if it meant paying twice, 3 times, or even a greater price to capture and protect those machines. Unfortunately, he was not a prophet, nor did he have the secret skill to see through time. He could only watch as the opportunity slipped through his fingers. Compared to the initial stage of the battle, the intensity and density of the Norman warship's external fire had significantly weakened, and the rumbling artillery fire on the battlefield had correspondingly thinned out. The stretcher team was late to arrive, so Weiss had to lean against the trench and watch the battle at close range with the wounded soldiers. As time passed, the number of wounded soldiers withdrawing from the warship continued to increase, and the news they brought indicated that the progress of the Federation army boarding the ship had become smoother after the previous explosion. They had quickly captured the 2nd and 3rd levels from the bottom of the warship and began to attack the 4th level and the upper deck. It had only been half an hour since Weiss left the ship, and the main guns on the Norman warship had gone completely silent, which meant that the Federation army personnel who had boarded the ship had approached or reached the main gun corridor. While this progress was certainly gratifying, the battle surrounding this Norman warship had reached an extremely delicate and critical juncture if both sides were to engage in a firefight around the main gun corridor, whether intentionally caused by the Normans or by accident. There was a possibility of the extreme situation of the main ammunition depot exploding. In that event, not only would the entire warship be blown to pieces, but the Federation officers and soldiers who had stormed the ship, along with those still remaining in the surrounding trenches, would all become sacrificial victims of this warship. Surviving was fate, and being blown to bits was also fate. Weiss waited calmly in the trench, awaiting the final verdict of destiny. Before long, he saw Captain Hartbauer also being helped down, and quickly called out, "Hey, Zhao, look who it is. I didn't expect we would meet here." Captain Hartbauer had a gash on the right side of his head, his right arm was wrapped in a hemostatic bandage, and he had taken a hit to his leg. It looked like his entire right side was basically incapacitated. Seeing Weiss leaning back in the trench like a lord, he shouted, "Hey, Long Cromwell Hyson, you're actually still alive. Hey, it's great to see you here. After this battle, as long as we survive, the gold medal of freedom is definitely in the bag. If we're lucky, you'll go straight from acting to official, and as for me, promotion to army major won't be a problem." After this half-crippled guy sat down beside him, Weiss hurriedly asked if he knew what the previous explosion was about, and if it had happened in a cabin on the second-to-last deck. That seems to be the case. Captain Hartbauer replied, "At the time, we were forced back to the boarding gate by the Normans. The explosion happened in the lower cabin, which should be the second-to-last deck you mentioned. Later, when we linked up with friendly forces, we heard from them that it was the Normans who detonated the explosives, seemingly to destroy certain important facilities to prevent them from falling into our hands." With the confirmation, Weiss sighed helplessly, "What a pity." "What's a pity?" Captain Hartbauer asked, puzzled. Weiss turned his head to look at his ignorant face and squeezed out a bitter expression. "If I told you that what the Normans destroyed was an artificial star source stone manufacturing machine, would you go crazy?" Captain Hartbauer's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, but the movement tugged at his wounds, making him grimace in pain. "Forget it." Weiss waved his hand, "If I get it, it's my luck, if I lose it, it's my fate. In terms of the current war situation, the value of one artificial star source stone manufacturing machine far exceeded that of an old-style Norman warship." Having missed the opportunity to become a war hero, even with all his unwillingness, Captain Hartbauer could only beat his chest in frustration. Thus, the two disappointed men sat leaning against each other in the trench, waiting for their comrades to finish the battle to seize the ship that they had initiated and planned. Time ticked away, and after about a quarter of an hour, the gunfire and explosions on the ship gradually subsided. Just as Weiss and Captain Hartbauer were preparing to high-five in celebration, another batch of wounded was sent down. Among them, a sergeant revealed that this was just a ceasefire. The Normans on the ship were requesting ceasefire negotiations. "They must be stalling for time," shouted a middle-aged officer whose neck, shoulders, and abdomen were almost wrapped up like a mummy. "You must never trust the Normans. Absolutely do not trust them." "We wouldn't trust the Normans," the sergeant said heartily. "We have ordered them to lay down their arms and surrender within 10 minutes, otherwise we will kill them all, without mercy." "Then what are their conditions?" the middle-aged officer asked. The sergeant replied, "Sorry, sir, if I weren't in this state, I would definitely have gone with our battalion commander to negotiate with the Normans." Weiss and Captain Hartbauer looked at each other. The shrewdness and cunning of the Normans in political maneuvering and strategy were known to all. Their request for ceasefire negotiations naturally meant they had something to rely on and would never be dealt with so easily. 10 minutes passed. There was no news from the ship about the Normans laying down their arms, nor was there any sign of negotiations breaking down or fighting resuming. Instead, the number of Federation officers and soldiers surrounding the Norman warship had increased significantly. By Weiss's estimation, by this point, more than 1,000 Federation army personnel had entered the warship, and there was another regiment outside, with combat power far superior to the surviving Normans on the ship. If they fought, the Normans would undoubtedly be defeated. The reason they proposed ceasefire negotiations was merely to preserve the lives of their surviving officers and soldiers. The only thing that could serve as a bargaining chip for the ceasefire negotiations was undoubtedly the warship itself. 7 or 8 minutes later, a messenger suddenly appeared at the side gun position of the warship. He shouted, "Attention everyone! Do not fire without orders. Engage safeties to avoid accidental discharge." Immediately following this, several messengers left the ship from the breach at the stern and conveyed the orders to the various units surrounding the warship. This astonishing order was eventually conveyed to the wounded soldiers as well. Both sides had reached a ceasefire agreement. The Normans, on the condition that they would not detonate the ammunition depot, would leave safely in a disarmed state. In other words, the Normans controlled the ammunition depot on the ship and had the ability to detonate it at any time. As long as the Federation army let them leave safely, they would hand over the battleship. Logically speaking, this was a reasonable deal. However, based on the consistent thinking of the Normans, were the lives of a mere few hundred officers and soldiers really worth such a battleship? Weiss's eyelids twitched. He felt this matter was not reliable. Since the agreement had been reached and the orders had been conveyed, the Federation army seemed to be serious. Before long, several Federation soldiers retreated from the breach at the stern, and immediately after, Norman soldiers also emerged from this breach. Upon seeing the Normans, the nearby Federation soldier personnel raised their rifles, and many subconsciously chambered around. The shaka-shaka sound of the bolts made the atmosphere suddenly tense. Those Norman soldiers, either supporting each other or the uninjured carrying the wounded, silently marched westward, i.e., in the direction of the Norman Empire, after leaving the ship. Witnessing this scene, the Federation officers neither stopped them nor gave orders, but just coldly watched the Normans, guarding against any hostile actions from them. In this near-frozen atmosphere, hundreds of Normans left the ship one after another. Judging from their attire, the vast majority were ship crew member, and there were very few ground combat soldiers. Looking at the loose formation of the Normans, a bold idea suddenly popped into Weiss's head. The discipline of the Norman army had always been very strict. If these Normans abandoned the warship just to survive, even if they could return alive to the Norman Empire, harsh or even cruel punishments awaited them. What was the point of doing this? Thinking in reverse, the Normans abandoning the warship must be to protect people or things more important than the warship. Since they were leaving in a disarmed state, the protected objects should be people, for instance, experts, engineers, or technicians who mastered the artificial star source stone technology, or royal family members or military generals who could not afford to be lost. Which one would be the truth? "Hey, buddy, help me up." Weiss asked for help from a Federation soldier not far away. This young soldier walked over, looked at his collar insignia, and decisively helped. Supported by him, Weiss staggered toward the breach at the stern. A Federation officer was guarding there with his soldiers, maintaining order and counting the numbers. "Hey, buddy, I am an operations staff officer of the 11th National Defense Division." Weiss greeted the officer, and when he turned his head, well, the self-introduction could be omitted, because this person was a captain battalion deputy of the 193rd Regiment, and he also recognized Weiss immediately, quickly responding, "Acting Captain Klemper Heesen, what are you?" "There is a problem inside, we must stop it." Speaking up to this point, Weiss suddenly froze, because at the breach at the stern, he saw a face that emerged from the depths of memory. Although this was the memory belonging to the host, and he had never seen this person with his own eyes, under the light of the searchlight, he was certain, this was that person. There seemed to be a strange telepathy. The person suddenly stood still, their gaze passing over the officers and soldiers of both sides and landing on Weiss's face. Their eyes met, each with a moment of hesitation, and then, Weiss saw him raise the corner of his mouth and wink at him. "What did you say?" "Acting Captain, what you just meant was..." Regarding Weiss's abruptly stopped words, the captain battalion deputy on the side was very puzzled. He kept asking, but Weiss just stood there blankly, his mind in confusion. By the time he came back to his senses, the captain battalion deputy had already returned his attention to those Normans. Weiss wanted to open his mouth, but that winking expression was like a potion, making his heart chaotic and messy, and he did not know what to do. Chapter 23, Bandit Logic. After 2 days and 2 nights of fierce fighting, the Federal Army finally recaptured Belkazar Fortress and Belkazar Pass from the Normans. In this battle, the Federal Army deployed 5 divisions in succession, with over 80,000 troops participating, resulting in an overall casualty rate of 24%, with a few units temporarily losing combat capability due to excessive casualties. Compared to the acceptable losses, the gains of this battle were undoubtedly exciting. In addition to killing and wounding a large number of Norman Empire and Allied troops, the 11th National Defense Division successfully captured the Norman battleship Diva Kyle. Although this was a reserve ship not equipped with Star Source Stone, and its propulsion and fire control systems had been devastatingly destroyed, this did not hinder it from making significant contributions to boosting the morale of the Federation military and civilians, strengthening the defense of Belkazar Pass, and providing experts with the opportunity to study the construction and performance of Norman capital ships in detail. The unparalleled achievement of capturing a Norman battleship brought considerable rewards to the 11th National Defense Division. Starting from Division Commander Major General De Luca, over 60 people received gold and silver freedom medals, over 400 received gold combat wound medals, and Hartbauer, who had been a captain for over 5 years, also achieved his long-awaited wartime promotion. However, for Weiss, who was recovering in a hospital bed, what awaited him was neither news of a permanent appointment nor the Gold Freedom Medal and Gold Combat Wound Medal awarded by the Western Front Command, but a special investigation team led by a high-ranking inspector at the colonel level. The reason for the investigation was certainly not the fleeting glance at an old acquaintance on the battlefield, according to what Weiss gathered indirectly, that Norman Empire Flight Brigadier was using an alias, and no one on the Federal Army side had seen through his true identity. This investigation team, which reported directly to the Supreme Military Council, came specifically to investigate the lead regarding the Norman battleship Diva Kaio carrying an artificial star source stone manufacturing machine. At first, Weiss thought the investigation was just an investigation, but the high-ranking inspector leading the team, with his hawk-like sharp eyes and aggressive attitude, made him feel like a prisoner being interrogated. In conversation, this cold and arrogant high-ranking inspector made no secret of his thoughts, since Weiss and Keith had discovered the Norman's artificial star source stone manufacturing machine and had once controlled that cabin. Out of a soldier's duty and mission, they should have held that position at all costs, or at the very least, found a way to secure a physical unit or detain the enemy technical personnel. However, all that was left for the Federal Army in the end was a pile of broken, worthless parts. In view of this, both of them had committed serious dereliction of duty in this battle, and there was even a suspicion of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. What made Weiss angry was not just the other party's mindset and tone. After that battle ended, people found Keith's remains on the second-to-last deck of the Norman battleship. Judging from the location of his remains, after the Federal Army troops blew open the breach at the stern, he continued to fight alongside the boarding officers and soldiers, and it was highly likely that he wanted to lead the boarding troops to retake that important cabin, only to be unfortunately killed when the Normans detonated the explosives. This shows that both subjectively and in actual action, he attempted to capture the artificial star source stone manufacturing machine for the Federal Army, but the investigation team believed that the existing evidence was insufficient to prove this, and they aggressively withheld the medal awarded to Keith and froze his qualification certification as a first-class fallen soldier. Without this certification, his family could not receive the pension provided by the federal government. Although his body had not yet recovered, Weiss spared no effort in running around, trying every possible way to find evidence to clear himself and Keith of blame. He boarded the captured Norman battleship again, carefully searching for favorable material evidence, obtaining testimonies from surviving federal soldiers, and acquiring explanations and accounts regarding the formulation of the operational plan from the officers of the 11th National Defense Division headquarters. Although Weiss had been with the 11th National Defense Division for a very short time, his contributions and performance before and after the Battle of Belkacem Pass were clear, and Division Commander Major General DeLuca and Division Chief of Staff Colonel Budick argued strongly for him before the investigation team, and the headquarters officers wrote a joint letter, but it was all in vain. The evidence and testimonies that Weiss had painstakingly collected did not change the investigation team's attitude. After a week of repeated hassle, utilizing various investigations, interrogations, and even methods bordering on trials, the arrogant and self-righteous high-ranking inspector reached the so-called investigation conclusion: Weiss and Keith, in order to save themselves, caused the Federation to miss the excellent opportunity to capture the artificial star source stone manufacturing machine, thereby causing immeasurable losses. In comparison, although they had the merit of offering advice and the courage to charge into battle, their merits did not outweigh their faults, and it was recommended that the medals awarded to both by the Western Front Command be stripped. The fallen one would no longer be held accountable for faults, and the survivor would be demoted and transferred. Shortly after the investigation team withdrew, Weiss recovered and was discharged from the hospital, but not many days after returning to the division headquarters, the formal investigation conclusion and handling results came down. Keith was recognized as an ordinary fallen soldier, his pension was only one-third of that of a first-class fallen soldier, and his Gold Freedom Medal and corresponding material rewards were stripped. Weiss was removed from his post as an operations staff officer of the 11th National Defense Division, demoted from acting captain to acting second lieutenant, and transferred to the 340th Reserve Regiment to serve as a training instructor. Upon learning the bad news, Weiss's reaction was surprisingly calm. When he had explained everything to the arrogant members of the investigation team to no avail, he had already become completely desperate regarding this group of people whose guns were always aimed at their own kind. Even if he tried to seek help from Nicola and his father, attempting to change the outcome of this matter by using power against power, he could not dispel the darkness shrouding this land of freedom. The reason this war had fallen into its current state was both the evil consequence of the expansion of the Wessex royal family's ambition and a reflection of the deep-seated problems of the Free Federation. To turn the tide, relying solely on the wisdom of officers and the bravery of soldiers was far from enough. At the deepest hour of the night, Weiss began to understand and acknowledge his brother's motive for defecting to the Norman Empire. Not for betraying the country for glory, nor for rising to power, but simply seeking a relatively fair environment and opportunity. This point alone was enough. Before the investigation incident, if that cheap brother of his had strongly invited him to jump ship, Weiss would have refused 100%, but now, he was wavering in confusion and loss. He even hoped to meet him one more time and hear his analysis and suggestions. When dawn arrived, Ze Klemperhesen did not miraculously appear, and Weiss locked all his negative emotions into the box in his heart. He silently packed his luggage, said goodbye to the commanders and colleagues at the division headquarters, and embarked on a new journey of life alone. The victory in the counterattack at Belkacem Pass made the Federation High Command more convinced that the new organizational structure of the National Defense Division could effectively enhance the combat capability of the Federal Army, enabling them to contend with the formidable Norman army on the battlefield. The newly formed 3rd batch of National Defense Divisions amounted to 12, and the 340th Reserve Regiment was fully incorporated into the 23rd Defense Division. This time, with the training location being the Hofentis military base, which had complete training and living facilities. Returning to Hofentis, Weiss found his new unit with ease, then like a novice just graduated from the military academy, he followed the rules to complete the reporting procedures, and then followed behind the regimental staff officer to meet the officers of each battalion and company. In a regimental combat unit, the training instructor's task is to assist the regimental commander and regimental staff in organizing training. Their role is equivalent to an operations staff officer at the division level, but unlike staff officers, training instructors are not in the succession sequence of the unit's command, and even if all officers are killed in action, it is the senior sergeant who takes over the command of the unit, not the instructor. Even for such an inconspicuous role, on the first day Weiss reported, the division headquarters inspector asked him to come for a talk. Although this indifferent-looking middle-aged man was not as barbaric and annoying as the previous investigation team leader, his concepts and thoughts were not essentially different from his peers. He stated that he had received some materials related to Weiss from the higher-level inspection department, and regardless of whether the previous investigation results were realistic or not, they were already established facts. A rational soldier should let go of the past and march forward bravely, only in this way can one walk out of the haze of setbacks and eventually achieve great accomplishments. Weiss patiently listened to this nonsense and understood the subtext of the other party's words. He calmly stated that he had no intention of causing trouble and only wanted to earnestly do the work of a training instructor and contribute a modest effort to this arduous war. In the following days, Weiss, as he had guaranteed, very dutifully devoted his energy to his work, using the knowledge and skills he learned at Baston Military Academy and Delafig Senior Staff College, as well as the lessons learned from the border battles and the counterattack at Belkacem Pass, to assist the officers of the 340th Reserve Regiment in organizing training, allowing the newly conscripted federal soldiers to master survival and combat skills on the battlefield as much as possible. In the day-to-day training, the officers and soldiers of the Reserve Regiment were gradually won over by this young, rigorous, and capable instructor, privately calling him the all-capable little guy. The victory in the counterattack at Belkacem Pass allowed the Federal Army to successfully stabilize the situation on the Western Front, blocking the massive Norman Allied army at the line of the Monomolan Mountains, but the overall situation of the war did not ease. The Norman army, having moved south from the north, after consolidating their long supply lines, once again deployed heavy troops to launch an offensive. In the hinterland of the Central Federation, the Federal Army had no natural barriers to rely on, and defending based on rivers and cities not only required a large amount of troops but also yielded very poor results. To reverse the passive situation, the Federal Army High Command, disregarding that reserve ships and newly built ships had not yet fully formed combat capabilities, forced the aviation units to support the ground forces in fighting a large-scale defensive counterattack. At the beginning of the counterattack, the Federal Army quickly recaptured the lost territory in the western part of the Alsace Federation state and pushed the front line into the territory of the Yakumaran Federation state. The two armies launched a fierce battle around Hyman City, the form of offense and defense reversed, but the Federal Army still could not gain an advantage. Instead, the Norman fleet suddenly exerted force, severely damaging the Federal fleet northwest of Hyman City, after which the Norman army launched a massive counterattack, advancing from 3 directions with great speed, wiping out all the results of the Federal Army's half-month campaign in just 4 days, and taking advantage of the momentum to break through the Caden River defense line where the Federal Army had focused its defense, with their military force rapidly approaching the Hofentis military base. The 23rd Defense Division, whose training progress was only halfway through, was rushed into battle, although the third batch of newly formed National Defense Divisions had complete personnel and sufficient equipment, unlike the first 2 batches of National Defense Divisions which accepted and absorbed a large number of remnants from their own combat units. Most of the officers and soldiers came from reserve units, and the vast majority of soldiers lacked sufficient training and had zero actual combat experience. Upon first entering the battlefield, these National Defense Divisions were quickly beaten to pieces by the elite Norman army. They fought while retreating, all the way to the south, and even handed over the Hofentis military base. In this sweeping rout, the 23rd Defense Division suffered over 50% casualties, and only after arriving at the Sambala River north of Ao City did they barely manage to stop, joining friendly forces to set up a defense line along the river. The battle to defend the industrial hub of the Federation, Ao City, thus began. Chapter 24, Defending Skarm High Ground Alone. When Weiss followed his unit in their retreat to the Sambala River, the construction of the defensive line along the river was still in full swing. Before the regular troops arrived, the security regiment from Ao City and the civilian volunteer teams were the main force building the fortifications. Due to the deployment of dozens of pieces of construction machinery, the construction progress of the defense line was faster than expected, and combined with the effective delaying actions of the rearguard, the Federation Army units, which had been in a sorry state during the previous phase, were able to regroup along the Sambala River line. As a training instructor for a regimental combat unit, Weiss naturally lacked the qualifications to attend operational meetings above the regimental level. Information regarding the frontline situation and current defensive deployments was essentially heard from the regimental staff officer, Captain Max Leeser. This man graduated from Baston Military Academy 7 years ago. Being a senior, he naturally looked after his junior, and upon learning of Weiss's background, he took various opportunities to let Weiss showcase his talents while assisting the regimental commander in commanding the troops. In fact, the 340th Reserve Regiment, from the time it headed to the front lines, encountered fierce battles, and retreated continuously, had suffered less than 40% casualties, making it one of the units with the most intact combat strength within the 23rd Defense Division. Weiss's several key judgments and suggestions played a significant role in reducing the unit's losses. Colonel Jorenton, the regimental commander, knew how to use people well and had Weiss play the role of the second staff officer at the regiment headquarters during combat operations. On the third day after the 23rd Defense Division arrived at the Sambala River, the newly established defense line headquarters clarified the defensive zones and tasks for each unit. This time, a total of 9 divisions plus 14 regimental level units were assigned to the Sambala River defense line. Most units were deployed in positions on the south bank, with only the positions of 2 regiments from the 23rd Defense Division set on Skarm High Ground on the north bank. The 340th Reserve Regiment was among them. South of Skarm High Ground, an iron bridge spanned the 300-foot-wide river. It was the high water season, so the river was deep and the current swift, and most of the army officers and soldiers were not good swimmers. Therefore, this railway bridge could be said to be the only way for the units on the north bank to retreat to the south bank. The Norman army was coming on aggressively, and placing the troops in a position where they had their backs to the water in such a situation was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. However, military orders were like mountains, and even though the officers and soldiers were filled with anxiety and helplessness, they could only quickly move to the new defensive zone to garrison it. Climbing Skarm High Ground not only allowed one to overlook the scenery on both sides of the Sambala River but also allowed one to gaze into the distance at the smoke and clouds of Ao City. This was a well-positioned viewing platform and also an ideal observation post and artillery position on the battlefield. Its tactical value was evident. This highland was actually a small rocky mountain, less than a kilometer long and wide, with the summit only a little over 100 meters from the ground. Before the Allied forces dug into the mountain to build fortifications, the only building on the mountain was the monastery located at the summit. Now, the monks had all been relocated, and the monastery had become an observation and communication stronghold for the garrison. The 2 infantry regiments stationed here had built a large number of bunkers, trenches, and artillery positions from the hillside to the summit, and the frontal fortifications were all connected to the concealment facilities behind the mountain through communication trenches and a few tunnels. By placing 2 regiments there, equipping them with several artillery batteries, and storing sufficient ammunition and supplies, it would be, if not impregnable, at least easy to defend and difficult to attack. Having spent the better part of the day walking all over Skarm High Ground, Weiss felt much more at ease. Before the Norman army brought in heavy artillery or deployed main battleships to provide fire suppression, as long as the Federation army did not make any foolish moves or major mistakes, holding this place would not be a problem. Before dusk, Weiss returned to the regiment headquarters. Colonel Jordan and Staff Officer Leeser had spent almost the entire day inspecting the unit's defensive zone, checking for deficiencies and making improvements to the defensive settings and firepower configuration, completely lacking the ease with which Weiss could step outside the situation and view the big picture. Weiss was not stingy, he frankly shared what he had seen, gained, and thought about during the day with the 2 officers. The learning and enlightenment at Baston Military Academy and Delafig Senior Staff College, along with the tempering and reflection on the northern front and the western battlefield, had allowed Weiss to gradually develop a meticulous and in-depth observation ability, a skill for thinking by peeling the cocoon to find the silk, and a concise and direct expression ability, which became his advantage over ordinary staff officers. Hearing Weiss's analysis and suggestions, expressions of relief appeared simultaneously on the tired faces of Colonel Jordan and Captain Leeser. Their first reaction was clearly not to use this battle to gain military merit or even fame, but to find a way out for the 2,000 brothers of the entire regiment. They had to hold the position in the face of the Norman army's attack, rather than suffer total casualties or face court-martial for abandoning the position. Generally speaking, as long as they could hold out for 2 to 3 days under the fierce attack of the Norman army, the higher command would replace them with fresh forces, and this replacement process was often safe and reliable. Following Weiss's strategy, Colonel Jordan hurriedly finished dinner and personally ran to the division headquarters on the south bank to fight for various necessary weapons and equipment from his superiors, especially individual flamethrowers. As early as the last war, all warring parties had developed and equipped their troops with this powerful weapon for attacking fortified positions. 20 years after the war, although the Federal Army had neglected the upgrading of land combat weapons, the strategic reserves of conventional equipment could still be guaranteed. Furthermore, the Sambala River defense line was backed by Ao City, a major industrial hub of the Federation, where military giants like Grumman and the established power company Caddis both had production lines. At this time, their operations had not been seriously affected by the war situation, and in their finished product warehouses, there was an abundance of weapons, ammunition, and various combat supplies. That night, the firelight of explosions dyed the northern sky red, and the rumbling roar continued throughout the night, which meant that the Norman army was approaching step by step. At dawn, the last batch of rearguard units arrived at the riverbank one after another. They crossed the bridge to retreat to the south bank, while the 2 regiments of Federation officers and soldiers left behind on Skarm High Ground could only watch helplessly as their own engineers blew up the 2 bridges upstream and downstream. Within the range of sight, only the iron bridge nearby remained, but the engineers had already placed explosives on the bridge piers and deployed direct fire artillery on the south bank of the bridge. This double insurance configuration was absolutely capable of ensuring that the bridge could be blown up when necessary. After the rearguard units crossed the bridge, for 2 or 3 hours, the iron bridge was empty, with no people or vehicles passing through. Just as the officers and soldiers of the garrison were feeling disappointed, dozens of trucks drove from the direction of Ao City. They passed through the Federation Army's positions on the south bank, drove across the iron bridge, and delivered thousands of weapons, equipment, and a large amount of combat supplies to the defenders on Skarm High Ground. It was evident that the guns, artillery, and ammunition were freshly packed. As soon as the lids were opened, each piece was brand new and shiny with oil. With the Norman army about to arrive, the officers hurriedly arranged to unload these equipment and supplies and transport them to the battlefield warehouses, while distributing the necessary parts directly to the soldiers. Upon receiving the new weapons and equipment, those experienced officers and sergeants immediately had the soldiers calibrate and test them to ensure they could function in combat. By the afternoon, the vanguard of the Normans appeared in sight in a grand procession. As the saying goes, climbing high allows one to see far. Standing at the monastery on the summit and setting up a high-powered telescope, the scale, composition, formation, and various other situations of the Norman army were all clear at a glance. Although the division headquarters of the 23rd Defense Division was set on the south bank, before the enemy launched an attack, Major General Vackles led the staff of the division headquarters across the bridge to the north bank, climbed Scarm high ground, inspected the defenses, observed the enemy situation, and boosted the morale of the soldiers stationed there. Just as the division headquarters officers were observing the enemy situation from a high vantage point, the Normans dispatched dozens of Norman combat vehicles to conduct close-range reconnaissance of Scarm high ground and its surroundings. After the Norman army's armored vehicles entered range, the Federation soldiers stationed at the forward positions opened fire. They immediately destroyed or damaged 2 Norman combat vehicles, which could be considered winning the first round of the confrontation between the two sides. However, this insignificant result did not boost the morale of the officers and soldiers, because as far as the eye could see, the Norman army had already assembled hundreds of armored vehicles and tens of thousands of infantry, like dark clouds pressing down, making the Federation officers and soldiers feel immense pressure. In North Frisia and the Kingdom of Wessex, the Norman army ran rampant, relying on mature air-ground coordination tactics and ingenious infiltration and leapfrog strategies. The army units, having switched to flight mode, advanced at an astonishing speed. However, on the northern battlefield of the Ulster Free Federation, due to the aviation forces of both sides fighting to a mutual defeat, although the Norman army used enemy rear airborne tactics many times, frontal combat still returned to the traditional ground mode. Compared to the Free Federation, the Norman Empire had a smaller population and limited resources. If they were to fall into a war of attrition as seen in the last war, it would be very unfavorable for them. Therefore, they did not repeat the meat-grinder warfare of the past where artillery cleared the way and infantry filled the gaps. Instead, they relied on their iron-heavy cavalry, either charging the enemy lines head-on or using high-speed infiltration and flanking maneuvers. By doing so, they heavily defeated the Allied expeditionary forces, captured the border defense lines where the Allied forces had hoarded heavy troops, broke through the solid Malaga-Selcelo defense line, and in a situation where they were relatively disadvantaged in manpower, they attacked into the heart of the Federation in one fell swoop, step by step pushing the Federation to the edge of the cliff of failure. After being blocked by the Federation army's firepower, the Normans' vehicles quickly retreated out of the range of the rapid-fire guns. However, they did not withdraw but continued to conduct reconnaissance around Scarm high ground. Some even brazenly stopped in the open area, set up high-power telescopes, and conducted visual observation. The Norman combat vehicle deployed by the Normans to the battlefield can generally be divided into 3 types. One is the light 4-wheeled armored vehicle seen before us. Judging from the actual items captured by the Federation army, they are not just ordinary cars with thin steel plates added, but have sturdy frames, powerful engines, and specially made tires, which is another proof that the Normans were well prepared for this war. The second type is a medium-sized 4-wheeled or 6-wheeled armored vehicle modified from cargo trucks, which are used to carry infantry and rapid-fire guns, serving as the main force in the Normans' armored combat clusters. The third type is a heavy armored vehicle made using a tractor chassis. It has thick armor, low speed, can crush barbed wire, cross ordinary trenches, and usually plays the role of a can opener in battle. With the approval of Major General Vackles, the Federation army stationed on Scarm high ground used some field artillery to drive away the enemy vehicles. Once the artillery fired, those Norman vehicles would run back quickly, and when the artillery stopped, they would circle back again, and so on. The Normans practiced their driving skills, and the Federation army practiced their gunnery. Everyone got what they wanted, and it was quite lively. It was not until the flying battleships of both sides appeared that this appetizer was cleared from the dining table. Since returning to the northern line, this was the first time Weiss had seen a Norman battleship on the battlefield. Judging from its appearance, silhouette, and combat values, it should be a top-tier Norman-class battleship. The strings of combat readings in his special vision immediately made Weiss's heart jump. Was this the rhythm to directly flatten Scarm high ground? Chapter 25, Radiant Night Sky. Seeing the Norman fleet appear, it wasn't just Weiss. The entire garrison of Scarm high ground and even the Federation army soldiers on the Sambala River front line felt a suffocating pressure. With the anti-aircraft weapons in their hands, it was absolutely impossible to contend with the heavy artillery of the Norman battleship. If the Federation fleet didn't arrive, the Norman fleet could leisurely flatten everything here. The highly anticipated Federation fleet did not appear immediately, and the Norman fleet did not immediately engage in battle either. The two sides watched each other from afar and spent the dusk in peace. When night gradually fell, cheers erupted from the hilltop monastery, and then the officers and soldiers on the front line passed the word, "Our fleet has arrived." In the direction of Ao City, at the edge of the horizon, a group of black dots appeared. Weiss quickly squinted to look. This long-awaited Federation fleet had two big guys with off-the-charts combat values. Judging from the value range, they should be honor-class battleships. Among the active warships of various countries, they were powerful roles whose comprehensive combat strength was second only to the Loyalty class and Norman class. Two of them appearing together, taking down one Norman-class battleship would not be a problem, but on the battlefield, there are many factors that affect victory or defeat. For example, the Norman fleet's exclusive secret weapon, the Devil Bomb, which fused artificial star source stone and shaped charge technology, could exert an effect of winning against a stronger opponent. At the two ends of the battlefield, the Norman fleet that arrived earlier seemed large in scale, but in reality, transport ships occupied more than half. There were only 9 true combat warships, which were 1 battleship, 2 cruisers and 6 frigates. On the Federation Army side, all 16 ships were warships, including 2 battleships, 2 cruisers and 12 frigates. Relying on the superiority of quantity and quality and the advantage of fighting on home turf, the Federation fleet did not take the initiative to attack after taking its position, but instead lined up and waited in the airspace north of Ao City and south of the Sambala River. Previously, in the battles that occurred within the Ulster Free Federation, there were many situations where the fleets of both sides only confronted each other and did not fight hard. On one hand, the occupied areas of the Norman Empire covered most of Wessex and the northern part of the Free Federation. The front line was too long, which pinned down a large amount of military strength, and the aviation units invested in almost every battle were fewer than those of the Federation Army. On the other hand, a considerable number of the Federation fleet's ships were in wartime service. The training and coordination of the ship crew member were not yet in place, and their ability to adapt to the battlefield was weak, so it was suitable to control movement with stillness and strike only after the enemy had struck. Seeing the 2 fleets set up a standoff posture, people thought this battle would be another mode where the fleet watched from the sidelines and the land battle competed. Unexpectedly, near midnight, the Norman fleet suddenly exerted its power and took the initiative to challenge the Federation fleet with a thin lineup. The heavy artillery of the battleships roared across the sky, powerful shells broke through the air with heart-shaking screams, the earth trembled continuously in the violent explosions, and the night sky was repeatedly illuminated by the orange flames. The long-range artillery battle between the battleships of both sides was mighty and the scene was astonishing, but at Scarm high ground, the Federation Army soldiers did not dare to crane their necks and watch on the front line. The officers were worried that the Norman fleet would take the opportunity of the engagement to bombard this important tactical stronghold with heavy artillery, so they ordered all units, except for a few security personnel, to enter the bunkers and tunnels on the south side to stand by. Only the dozens of officers and soldiers on duty at the hilltop monastery had the opportunity to feast their eyes. Not long ago, Weiss was still buried in reading with the idea of joining the aviation unit, but in the end, he was not destined for those steel warships. Out of disappointment, he once cast aside the books and materials related to warship technology and tactical strategies, and devoted himself to the field of land warfare. In the Battle of Bellicasar, Weiss realized that no military branch exists in isolation, and even if he never had the chance to become a member of the flying fleet in this life, it was necessary to study warship construction and fleet tactics. After coming to the 340th Reserve Regiment, he used his limited free time to pick up aviation textbooks again and study aviation skills. With the opportunity to watch the fleet battle at hand, Weiss certainly did not want to miss it. After obtaining the consent of Colonel Joralton, he left the regiment headquarters and quickly arrived at the observation and liaison station set up on the mountaintop. At the beginning of the engagement, the Federation fleet held its position and fired leisurely, while the Norman fleet's position moved forward slowly. Bombarding each other from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, the hit rate of both fleets was very low. The shells that failed to hit the target fell into the fields one after another, igniting trees, destroying houses, and causing fires in many places. As the Norman fleet continued to advance, the Federation fleet began to retreat toward Ao City to maintain a sufficient distance from it. As a result, Scarm high ground gradually entered the firing range of the Norman cruisers and frigates. Their ship guns could not reach the distant Federation fleet, so they simply vented their energy on ground targets. Just as the Federation officers had worried before, Scarm high ground stood abruptly on the north bank of the Sambala River, and in the eyes of enemy gunners, it was as clear a target as could be. Even if the rocky mountain could infinitely withstand the enemy's heavy artillery bombardment, how could the garrison officers and soldiers persist like rocks? The Norman fleet's artillery fire poured down, and the north side of Scarm high ground along with the mountaintop was immediately enveloped in a fierce storm of fire. Smoke billowed up, gathering into a thick and dense column of smoke, which was particularly eye-catching even in this night sky. Scarm high ground was subjected to violent shelling by the Norman fleet. If the Federation fleet, which had the advantage in hard power, continued to retreat, it would be an invisible damage to both the commander's reputation and the morale of the officers and soldiers. But if it stayed in place or moved forward actively, it would let the Norman fleet seize the opportunity to fire the devil bomb. Faced with this dilemma, the Federation fleet commander did not hesitate much. The flagship issued an order, and the ships stopped retreating one after another. Although the fleet formation was a bit scattered, it was quickly adjusted. The 2 battleships turned their hulls, and after the calibration of scattered artillery fire, the main guns on the bow, side, and stern fired in unison. The majestic and powerful sound of the artillery seemed to blow the horn of counterattack. From the reserve observation post moved from the mountaintop to the back of the mountain, Weiss paid close attention to the damaged situation of his side ships. As the artillery battle continued, both sides had hits. The first ship to be hit on the Federation fleet side was a battleship. Although its equivalent protection capability upper limit reached 14,000 plus, the shells from the enemy battleship still caused a nearly 10% drop in its various values. On the Norman fleet side, a frigate was hit by artillery fire. In Weiss's special vision, its various values dropped sharply, and immediately after, an internal explosion actually let this Norman warship set off big fireworks in the night sky. Seeing an enemy ship destroyed, the dust-covered Federation officers in the reserve observation post cheered, but they were obviously happy a bit too early. Before long, Weiss was using his human radar to probe the enemy situation when he suddenly discovered that 2 enemy ships had launched Devil Bomb-S with extremely high combat upper limits. In the night sky, they dragged bright tail flames and faint smoke trails, quickly streaking across the firmament and slipping toward the Federation fleet. Oh no! Weiss secretly thought it was bad. The reason the Norman fleet chose to engage the Federation fleet at night was to wait for such an opportunity. Observed from the ground, the tail flames and trails of those aerial torpedoes were relatively obvious, but from the Federation warships at the same altitude, even if they could discover their tracks in time, it was difficult to accurately calculate their azimuth and altitude, and maneuvering to evade increased the difficulty by a lot. Sure enough, although the Federation fleet reacted, it was clearly half a beat slow, and the consequences were disastrous. One battleship and one cruiser were hit on the spot. The former took 2 heavy blows in succession, its combat effectiveness was sharply reduced by 40%, and the latter only took 1, but the warship's operating condition deteriorated sharply, and finally, it escaped the battlefield with a sliver of health. Having succeeded in the surprise attack, the Norman fleet immediately changed its formation. 2 cruisers, each leading a group of frigates, pushed forward, while the Norman-class battleship performed a high-difficulty diving action, with its bow tilted downward. Except for the stern main guns, all other main guns were committed to the bombardment of the Federation Army's ground targets. Skarm High Ground bore the brunt. The northern position turned into a sea of fire in a series of huge explosions, the hilltop monastery turned from ruins into dust, and then even the dust was blown away. In the reserve reconnaissance post near the mountaintop, everyone, including Weiss, endured the torture of tremors and sound waves, almost fainting and dying. Although this process lasted only 4 or 5 minutes, no one had the courage to experience it again. The devastating shelling of the north position of Skarm High Ground was certainly not the end of the Norman fleet's victory that night. That powerful Norman-class battleship actually took the opportunity to descend from high altitude to a height of several thousand feet above the ground, and then moved its bow to sweep the garrison positions on the south bank of the Sambala River with artillery fire. The ground battle had not yet begun, and the Federation army had already been beaten black and blue. If this Norman battleship continued to stay on the battlefield and the Federation fleet was repelled, how could this battle be fought? Weiss's worry was obvious. The high and mighty Federation fleet commander certainly would not ignore this point. When the Norman battleship was madly bombarding the Allied positions, he decisively gathered the remaining formation and calmly commanded the fleet to intercept the enemy cruisers and frigates' charge. During this process, the 2 Federation battleships took a wave of torpedoes from the enemy ships, and the Normans also paid a corresponding price. This time 2 cruisers with torpedo launching capabilities were destroyed and damaged, and 3 of the 4 frigates were hit and caught fire. The injured Norman warships retreated in a hurry, and the Federation fleet resolutely pursued them, focusing its fire on the Norman battleship at low altitude. Shells rained down, and that Norman battleship, which had just been majestic, was soon wrapped in the flames of the explosion. At first glance, it was heavily damaged, but the Norman-class battleship lived up to its status as a top warship. Except for the main guns of the 2 Federation battleships, the attacks from other ship guns were basically scratching an itch. It was seen rapidly climbing upward, with its bow facing forward, posing a tough stance to challenge the Federation fleet. 1 against 10, is there any chance of winning? This ace warship of the Normans immediately shocked the whole scene with a neat and fierce forward volley. This round of artillery fire actually directly blew up one of the 2 Federation battleships in mid-air. Although it had been injured by the Devil bomb before and its ship condition was not too good, being killed in seconds by the opponent seemed to be something that everyone dared not imagine. The situation doesn't seem very good. Chapter 26, It's You, Hero. Latest update of Iron Soul of Steel. After one of their battleships was destroyed, the remaining Federation fleet ships did not retreat in panic, but instead continued to attack the domineering Norman battleship with great courage. As time passed, the brave Federation warships were hit and caught fire one by one, but their concentrated fire gradually took effect. The enemy battleship was hit multiple times, several side secondary guns were destroyed, the warship caught fire twice, and the speed and accuracy of its main gun fire dropped significantly. At this juncture, the surviving Federation warships, acting on the principle of kicking them while they're down, unleashed a wave of critical damage. The armor-piercing shells fired by the 6.6 PIR caliber main guns repeatedly pierced the non-core protective areas of the Norman battleship at medium to close range, causing substantial damage to the midship and superstructure. Then, the most glorious moment arrived. The Federation warship's main gun salvo directly blew apart the upper part of the Norman battleship's bridge and collapsed its forward funnel, causing smoke to fill the ship and obstructing vision. The Norman battleship, which had originally occupied a favorable position, began to retreat hastily. The surviving Norman cruisers and frigates hurriedly stepped forward to cover it. The Federation fleet ships did not hold back and immediately concentrated their fire on the Norman cruiser capable of dropping depth charges, setting it ablaze within 3 minutes. In terms of the battlefield situation at that time, after experiencing the ups and downs of the battle, the Federation fleet was infinitely close to victory. However, just as they turned their attention to the Norman fleet's cruisers and frigates, the ship crew members on the temporarily retreating Norman battleship miraculously extinguished the raging fire and restored the fire control system to operation. When that Norman cruiser fell toward the ground like a fireball, the 7.7 PIR caliber main guns on the Norman battleship suddenly let out an angry roar. The advantage of 7.7 PIR over 6.6 PIR is not just 1/6. The standard armor-piercing shells used by the Norman-class battleship have a penetration depth 45% greater than the Freedom-class and Honor-class, enough to penetrate the armor of any part of the Freedom-class and Honor-class at medium to close engagement distances. The aerial behemoth with the Norman Royal flag flying at the top of its mast hit the bullseye with its second round of fire upon returning to battle. A shell pierced the Federation battleship's bow turret. The explosion ignited the ammunition, triggering a series of secondary explosions, causing this Federation giant ship with a standard tonnage of 33,000 ta to lose its sharp spearhead in an instant. Violent explosions on a ship usually cause fatal damage to precise optical aiming equipment. After being hit, the Federation battleship continued to fight, but its fire clearly lost its previous accuracy, with multiple rounds of shooting missing completely, and instead, it was bitten hard by the enemy warship's fire twice. Seeing that the situation could not be saved, the Federation fleet began a full retreat. The Norman fleet was left with only one battleship and 3 frigates, all of them damaged, so they did not pursue the Federation fleet relentlessly. Both sides bombarded each other while pulling away, until they completely broke contact. The Federation fleet fled to the south, and the Norman fleet also withdrew from the battlefield to the north. The noisy night returned to silence, and the scorching air returned to normal temperature, but the wounds caused by the battle would not be erased. On Skarm high ground, the north slope and the mountaintop were unrecognizable, filled with scorched craters and unknown debris. Most of the Federation officers and soldiers stationed here escaped the artillery fire in the bunkers and tunnels on the south side, but hundreds still died tragically. Some were reduced to ashes along with their positions, some were unfortunately buried by collapsed tunnels, and others were shaken to death by the violent artillery fire. The dead are gone, and for the living, there are still arduous defensive tasks to be completed. At dawn, Weiss had been working hard on the north side of Skarm high ground for 2 hours. Led by Colonel Joe Lanton, the entire 340th Reserve Regiment used shovels, spades, and even their bare hands to repair the defense system. They rebuilt the trenches collapsed by artillery shells, cleared the bunker entrances buried by mud, and repaired and replenished the damaged weapons and ammunition. Everyone worked together, and the results were fruitful. However, the regained confidence collapsed instantly with the desperate cry of "Enemy ships are coming." Weiss stopped in his tracks and squinted into the distance. Only 3 Norman warships were flying in from the north, all with damaged combat readings, clearly the ships that had participated in the battle last night. That domineering aerial behemoth was the Norman-class battleship that had almost been taken out by the Federation fleet. Normally, it should have returned to base for major repairs. It was unexpected that it had returned to the battlefield after only a few hours. It seems that the Norman army is desperate to break through the Sambala River defense line in one fell swoop, advance to Ao City, and seize this Federation industrial hub again after 23 years. Watching the Normans' aerial bully slowly approach, Weiss suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The Federation fleet did not have aerial torpedoes like the Devil Bomb and therefore lacked the ability to defeat a stronger enemy with a weaker force. Last night, one of the 2 battleships was destroyed and one was damaged. The surviving one was heavily damaged, and even if it were forced into battle, it would be difficult to hold on for a few rounds against the Norman battleship. Unless the Federal Army dispatched other battleships in time, Skarm high ground and the Sambala River defense line would surely become a fiery purgatory today. Seeing the Norman warships, the Federation officers hurriedly shouted, "Retreat to the shelters! Everyone retreat to the shelters!" Within 10 minutes, all Federation officers and soldiers on Skarm high ground had moved to the bunkers and tunnels on the south side. Many people sat at the entrances of the bunkers and tunnels, gazing eagerly toward Ao City, hoping for the appearance of the Federation fleet. But until the Normans' shells broke through the air, the Federation fleet was still nowhere to be seen. Under the bombardment of the Norman battleship, Skarm high ground shook and trembled, the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and the world seemed to be on the verge of destruction. The defenders were once again subjected to ruthless mental whipping. These poor wretches had no choice but to let the enemy press them into corners, repeatedly rubbing and ravaging them until they suffered a mental breakdown or physical death. On the Sambala River defense line, the Federal Army's ground anti-aircraft guns raised their muzzles, waiting fearlessly yet helplessly for the enemy ships to enter their range, so they could put up a final resistance with their meager strength. Just as Weiss was filled with grief and waiting desperately for destruction, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a large group of black dots appearing on the southeastern horizon and almost jumped up with excitement. Squinting to look, his excitement diminished by more than half. What came were not flying warships, but 20 or 30 airplanes. These were not modern fighter jets equipped with autocannons and loaded with aerial bombs, but a group of antiques made of wooden frames covered in canvas. During the border conflict, Weiss's unit had received their help at a critical moment and managed to turn the tide of the battle with great difficulty, but that was mainly because the enemy soldiers lacked preparation and the offensive was already at the end of its tether. Just relying on the simple bombs used by these planes, ground support was barely acceptable, but against the Normans' flying warships, especially steel fortresses like the Norman-class battleship, was there any chance? From appearing on the horizon to flying over their heads, those planes used by the Federal Army took a full quarter of an hour, which meant their speed might not even keep up with a frigate at full speed. However, after they flew closer, the Norman fleet stopped bombarding Skarm high ground, and the whistling and explosions of the shells quickly faded away. The surviving Federation soldiers climbed out of their hiding holes one after another. Even though their own planes looked so small, ugly, and fragile in front of the enemy's warships, they still held hope and expectation, and they still shouted, "Long live the Federation, long live freedom." Weiss walked out of the bunker but did not go far. He rested his hands on his knees and breathed the air outside exhaustedly. At this moment, he felt a little annoyed. If he hadn't been too concerned about his personal situation, to the point of being hesitant and secretive, and if he had helped Nicola unreservedly, providing her with some advanced aircraft technology, then the Federation warriors wouldn't be flying these outdated antiques, but at least combat aircraft with technology advanced by 10 or even 20 years. Wouldn't the war situation be much less dire? At that time, the sound of gunfire and explosions coming from across the mountain remained at a high density, which meant the confrontation between the two sides was very intense. But just as Weiss had rationally judged, the Federal Army's planes could cause some trouble for the Norman warships, but they were not enough to severely damage or destroy them. In a short while, those simple and mediocre planes were beaten to pieces. Within a few minutes, 2 of them wobbled and made emergency landings on the beach of the Sambala River, and another one crashed into the river. For their own planes that had been injured and forced to land, the Federation soldiers offered help with great enthusiasm. Regardless of the fact that enemy artillery fire might fall again at any time, they ran to the beach to bring the pilots back to the defense zone, and they even rescued the one that fell into the water. The soldiers of the 340th Reserve Regiment brought back a pilot from the beach and sent him to the bunker where the regiment headquarters was located. Weiss leaned over to take a look. It was a stranger with a heroic face. While receiving bandaging from the medic, he chattered about how his bomb had almost hit the main engine of the Norman battleship, and then talked about their captain's superb skills, saying he had actually dropped a bomb into the enemy warship's funnel, blowing the Norman battleship full of smoke on the spot. Don't you believe it? The pilot, who looked to be in his early 20s, shouted, "Our captain is the best aircraft pilot in the entire Federation, and his family background would make your teeth chatter. His father is the current Federal President Leopold. Nikolai Leopold." Weiss blurted out. The pilot replied, "Yes, Nikolai Leopold." This officer, do you know our captain?" Weiss asked urgently, "Is your captain still in the sky?" "Ah." The pilot touched his nose. "Before my plane was hit, he was there. As for now, I'm not sure. Maybe he's already dropped all his bombs and returned, or maybe he's still fighting the Normans." Weiss frowned. "Is there any way to identify his plane?" "The one with a red fuselage and white wings." The pilot replied. Before he could say anything else, Weiss had already turned and left the bunker, sprinting toward the mountaintop. Chapter 27, The Red Bird. Latest update on Iron Soul of Steel. Weiss climbed to the mountaintop, panting. The morning sun was so bright, as if his visual senses had been sharpened, everything was so clear, everything was so vivid. In his line of sight, the imposing Norman battleship had become a leaking, battered wreck. Flames flickered across its body, and black smoke billowed out, making it seem as if it could fall at any moment. The planes fighting for the Federation were like a flock of small but fearless sparrows, using superb skill to battle this lead-colored flying giant. They were not like flies buzzing aimlessly around food, but rather a group of organized and disciplined challengers, taking turns diving from higher altitudes to drop bombs at the perfect moment. Judging by the smoke and fire from the bomb explosions, their power was far inferior to large-caliber shells. The reason they were able to make the Norman warship look so battered was that they had seized upon its weak points. The tops of the turrets, the bridge cover, and the open chimneys could be called the Achilles heel of the flying warship. Looking from afar, the main bodies of the Federation planes were white, with black noses and wheels, their color scheme resembling that of a magpie. Weiss widened his eyes, trying hard to search for the unique red fuselage. After observing for a long time, he finally spotted it. He saw this red bird suddenly emerge from the clouds, diving at a nearly 45-degree angle toward the slowly retreating Norman battleship. The Norman's capital ship and its 2 escort warships had over 100 guns, including a considerable number of rapid-fire cannons, but the gunners were clearly dizzy and disoriented from the Federation planes flying about, and had completely failed to notice the attacker appearing from below. Thus, without being hindered by gunfire, the red bird calmly adjusted its flight path during the dive. When it was only a few hundred feet from the Norman warship, it banked its wings and streaked past, almost grazing the side of the hull. Standing 10 kilometers away, Weiss could not see the bombs dropped by the Federation planes with his naked eye, but the moment the red bird brushed past the Norman warship, a flash of fire erupted at the rear of the bridge, and a large cloud of black smoke immediately billowed up. Well done. Weiss clenched his fists involuntarily. He had never imagined that in this era of such backward aviation technology, there would be such a thrilling and spectacular flight scene. While cheering for Nicola's flight skills in his heart, he nervously prayed that she would have the protection of the goddess of luck. After all, this kind of acrobatic flying carried significant risks, even in later times when aviation technology was more advanced. After the bombing run, the Red Bird did not immediately pull out of the dive, but instead charged at full speed through the web of fire woven by the Norman warship, leveling off at an altitude of a few hundred feet. Next, it darted back and forth over the Norman army's attack assembly area several times, drawing tailing anti-aircraft fire from the enemy. Those rapid-fire cannons used against flying warships were like wielding a big club to hit a sparrow against such a small, agile target. They simply could not find their mark. After nimbly teasing the Norman army, the Red Bird did not climb back up to attack the enemy ships, but turned and flew south. The dozen or so Federation planes also ended their brave attack on the Norman fleet, breaking off contact with the enemy warships one by one. Regardless of how much combat power those Norman warships still had, or whether they would come back to bombard the Federation army's positions later, this wave of air raids had severely dampened the Norman spirits and saved the Federation army's nearly shattered, fragile nerves. When the Red Bird flew over the Scarm high ground with that flock of white sparrows, Weiss took off his military cap, waved his right hand vigorously, and shouted, "Nicola, well done." It was unknown whether the pilot of the Red Bird heard Weiss's shout or recognized the familiar figure, but she poked her head out of the open cockpit to observe the ground, waved gracefully, and then flew away without looking back. Escorted by two frigates, the Norman battleship lumbered away. The heavy stone that had been weighing on the hearts of the Federation officers and soldiers was lifted, but this arduous battle had only just begun. Before long, the whistling of artillery shells sounded again, and the Norman army's ground artillery began a blanket bombardment of the Scarm high ground and the defensive positions of the garrison on the south bank of the Sambala River. During this time, the Norman army's armored vehicles and infantry units left their attack departure positions and marched imposingly toward the Sambala River. Returning to the bunker with a completely different mood, Weiss silently watched the Sambala River defensive line under enemy artillery fire. A full hour of shelling had turned the once orderly garrison defensive positions into a lunar surface. Even so, after the enemy artillery fire ceased, countless Federation officers and soldiers emerged from every corner like groundhogs, entering the front line positions along the battered communication trenches, and the artillery units behind the defensive line immediately beat their rumbling war drums. Accompanied by sharp whistles, the soldiers sharing the bunker with Weiss grabbed their weapons, shouldered ammunition boxes, and rushed to the front line under the leadership of officers and sergeants. With a formidable enemy at hand, everyone's footsteps seemed hurried yet heavy. Outside the bunker, Weiss saw the regimental staff officer, Captain Leeser, communicating anxiously with the battalion commander, so he trotted over to him. Halfway there, he was suddenly called out by the regimental commander, Colonel Jolinton. He turned around and saw, oh, this old guy had a bandage wrapped around his head. It seemed he had unfortunately been wounded in the enemy's shelling. Sir. Weiss saluted hurriedly, are you injured? The colonel waved his hand, a minor injury, it does not matter. You ran up to check the enemy situation earlier, what did you find? Weiss reported the situation of the Federation planes damaging the enemy ships truthfully and concisely, and mentioned his experience of receiving support from friendly aircraft during the border battle. If the flying warships of both sides no longer participated in the upcoming battle, friendly aircraft would certainly become a major asset for the garrison to hold the line. The colonel nodded, very good, Acting Second Lieutenant Klemper Heesen, what you have said is very important to us. So, in a while, I will go to the front with Max to command the battle, and you will stay behind to assist Captain Uter in commanding the reserve force. According to the defensive operation plan formulated by the regiment headquarters in advance, each battalion drew out half a company, which, combined with the regimental direct units, formed the reserve force, commanded by Captain Max Uter of the Reconnaissance Battalion. In Weiss's view, the strength of this reserve force was slightly thin, but considering the personnel composition of the 340th Reserve Regiment, reserving too many troops would affect the frontal defensive capability. If the position were breached by the enemy too early, committing more reserves might be of no avail. After giving Weiss a few brief instructions, Colonel Jolinton followed the main force to the front line positions, with Captain Leeser following closely behind. Before leaving, he and Weiss had no verbal exchange, just a hurried exchange of glances, encouraging each other and wishing each other safety. The Skarm high ground backed onto a large river and was a place easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now, with 2 regiments belonging to the newly formed National Defense Division stationed there, with elite troops and sufficient equipment, it was still capable of a fight. However, the Normans sent all their elites in a massive offensive, using intense artillery fire to offset most of the garrison's geographical advantage. For the Federation officers and soldiers ordered to hold this place, the situation was still extremely perilous. After the battle started, Weiss did not sit in the bunker waiting for orders. Instead, he obtained some reserve soldiers from Captain Uter and led them to help the supply and medical companies transport ammunition forward and send wounded soldiers back. Judging from the consumption of ammunition and the increasing trend of wounded soldiers, let alone holding for 3 or 4 days, whether they could survive the first half of the day was a big question mark. While supervising the transport of ammunition near the front line positions, Weiss seized the opportunity to observe the battlefield situation. The Norman army came rushing like a tidal wave whipped up by a gale, surging forward. Although their momentum was vast, there was no sign of chaos. They used armored vehicles to lead the charge, some responsible for assaulting, others for fire support, supporting each other and forming a mutual defense. Large numbers of infantry advanced in distinct wave-like skirmish lines, some attacking in clusters alongside tanks to storm the garrison's positions, while others secured points and lines to cover the artillery as it approached the front. The Federation Army's frontline positions on the Skarm high ground were located between the foot and the waist of the mountain, consisting of trenches, barbed wire, field fortifications, and fortified fire points. However, these defensive facilities had basically been leveled by the Norman army's heavy artillery, and a single charge by the Norman army drove out all the few remaining garrison troops. However, wheeled vehicles struggled to move further here, and the speed of tracked vehicles was no different from a snail's. The Federation Army, defending the main position at the waist of the mountain, fired down from a superior position, launching fierce attacks on the enemy tanks and infantry units. Although most of the rapid-fire guns and autocannons deployed on the position had been destroyed in the Norman fleet's heavy artillery bombardment, the remaining weapons and equipment, plus the spare artillery pulled out of bunkers and tunnels by the garrison soldiers, still dealt a head-on blow to the Norman army, once suppressing their attacking troops and pinning them down at the front-line position. Under these circumstances, the Norman army's layered, advancing offensive line gradually exerted a power that the defenders could hardly resist. Those armored vehicles equipped with rapid-fire guns and autocannons, along with field artillery units following the infantry, quickly took their positions, suppressing the garrison's positions with fierce and sustained fire, providing strong support for the Norman infantry's clustered assaults. In less than half an hour, the Norman infantry assault groups reached the garrison's main position, and the two sides engaged in close quarters combat and even fierce hand-to-hand fighting in many sections. Seeing this situation, Weiss hurriedly organized the reserve soldiers under his command to stand by in the trenches and bunkers near the front line. Once the regimental headquarters order arrived, he led these 100-odd soldiers to join the battle immediately. Captain Uter also quickly brought the remaining reserves into the battle, relying on numbers and momentum to drive out the Norman army that had broken into the main position. After a fierce battle, Weiss checked his watch. It was not even 10 o'clock in the morning. To withstand this round of the Norman army's offensive, the 340th Reserve Regiment had not only sent up its reserve force, but its casualties were estimated to have exceeded 40%. If no new reinforcements arrived, how could they continue to fight this battle? The Norman army's first wave of attacks was focused on the Skarm high ground, but it was not limited to this hill. Its military force was deployed along the entire north bank of the Sambala River, constructing temporary positions along the river to exchange fire with the defenders on the south bank, seemingly preparing for subsequent river crossing operations. However, the Norman army's commanders rarely followed the rules or stuck to conventions. They were keen on employing tactical maneuvers and took pride in catching the enemy off guard and taking risky actions. This meant that in the upcoming battle, the defenders had to be wary of various unexpected situations. Leaning against the trench in the main position, Weiss looked up at the sky. At this moment, he both hoped that the Redbird would bring the flock of sparrows to support them, and worried that frequent sorties would cause this precious combat power to be rapidly depleted, leaving them unable to act at the most critical moment. Chapter 28, Norman Prisoners of War. Federation officers and soldiers rested and replenished on Skarm high ground for over an hour before the second wave of the Norman army's offensive arrived as scheduled. This time, Weiss did not stay in the reserve position waiting for orders. The reserve units replaced the companies that had suffered heavy casualties and took up positions on the main front. The Federal soldiers, who were on the battlefield for the first time, seemed to have become accustomed to the fierce artillery fire of the Norman army. They moved calmly back and forth through the bunkers and trenches. When Norman combat vehicles and Norman soldiers surged in, they calmly prepared their weapons and ammunition, only pulling the triggers when the officers gave the order to fire. This cruel battlefield and bloody combat allowed the young soldiers to grow up rapidly. If they could successfully survive this battle, they would undergo an astonishing transformation in both combat skills and mental fortitude. However, facing the determined Norman army, very few of those fighting on Skarm high ground would likely survive. Before the Norman army approached the positions, Weiss used the experience and insights he had gained from 2 campaigns to help the Federation officers and soldiers around him deal with the strong enemy. The tactically skilled Normans often launched frontal assaults while facing the defenders' concentrated firepower, simultaneously using autocannons and rapid-fire guns for close-range shooting. By suppressing the defenders' firepower and inflicting casualties on their personnel, they established an offsetting model favorable to the attacking side. During the Northern Border Campaign, the Norman Imperial Royal 1st Marine Division repeatedly attacked the Federation army positions, but in the end, their casualties were only comparable to those of the defenders. At the Battle of Belkacem Pass, the cost the Norman army paid to capture the fortress was far less than the casualties of the Federation defenders. The Norman army's offensive tactics were certainly not flawless. In fact, as long as one was familiar with them and studied them, it was not difficult to find ways to deal with them. In the trenches, Weiss repeatedly urged the soldiers not to expose themselves continuously to fire, to be wary of the enemy's artillery and bomby grenades, and to make good use of bomby grenades. On the main position of Skarm high ground, the 340th Reserve Regiment and the 404th Reserve Regiment, both part of the 23rd Defense Division, fought very tenaciously. The ample preparations made before the battle provided them with material support. On the opposing side, after probing with the first wave of attacks, the Norman army adjusted its attack methods and rhythm accordingly. Those steel-clad Norman combat vehicles no longer charged the high ground but provided fire support from the foot of the hill. Infantry took on the main attack mission, and small infantry combat groups of dozens to 100 men replaced the large and medium-sized groups of hundreds or thousands. Moreover, the core of each infantry combat group was the grenadier and the flamethrower operator. The throwing range of bomby grenades and the spraying range of flamethrowers were limited, so the Norman infantry combat groups did not show their power before getting close to the defenders' positions. Once they were close to the positions, they would make the defenders panic and tremble. Those flamethrower operators were not demons, but they were comparable to demons. As long as they unleashed their scorching whips of fire, the defenders' positions would inevitably be filled with wails. Those terrifying flames seemed to make the air itself scorching hot, creating one purgatory-like scene after another, instantly crushing people's fighting spirit and courage. Seeing the right flank position engulfed in flames and the defensive firepower sharply reduced, Weiss quickly called out to the machine gun combat team nearby, "Rapid fire gun, target 500 feet to the front right, continuous fire." That was a 5 PIR, 25 mm, caliber rapid fire gun, which was heavy firepower assigned to infantry companies in the standard establishment of the National Defense Division. At Weiss's call, the gunners quickly adjusted the direction and fired fiercely at the Norman infantry group approaching the position. The pouring firepower killed or wounded more than a dozen Norman soldiers in the blink of an eye, temporarily suppressing the remaining soldiers in place. But their offensive did not stop. Even after falling to the ground, they continued to attack with bomby grenades. After a series of explosions, no figures could be seen on the defending position they were facing. Seeing this, Weiss quickly shouted to a sergeant beside him, "Gofa, take your squad and follow me." Intense combat and fierce fighting sometimes make people tremble with fear, and sometimes make their blood boil. Weiss rose and left. The sergeant he named followed without hesitation, and the dozen or so Federal soldiers under his command followed closely. Some had determined eyes and showed no fear, while others were panicked and stumbling. While moving along the trench, Weiss intentionally lowered his posture, sometimes running in short bursts and sometimes stopping to observe the enemy situation. As long as their rapid-fire gun continued to exert power, that group of Norman soldiers who had advanced to within 100 feet of the defender's position remained unable to move. However, the good times did not last long. Several shells whistled over and landed on the position where Weiss and his men had just been. After a series of explosions, that rapid-fire gun went completely silent. Once the rapid-fire gun's firepower stopped, those Norman soldiers acted like sharks that had smelled blood, immediately pushing forward in an excited state. Weiss reached behind his waist, pulled out a bomb grenade, pulled the ring, threw it with force, and shouted, "Gofa, throw." The bomb grenade drew a perfect arc in the air and landed squarely among the Norman soldiers. Weiss continued to jog forward a few steps, when suddenly a dark shadow flashed before his eyes, followed by a flash of fire. It felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed vehicle, and he was instantly thrown backward. In the instant the intense pain arrived, he felt as if he had been erased from the world, and he suddenly lost all consciousness. Don't know how much time had passed, Weiss suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire body's perception was restored under the guidance of his vision. Before he could calm his breathing, he was shocked to find that he was surrounded by Norman soldiers. Now, he could neither move nor stay still, he could only watch as the Normans moved within his line of sight. Some were reinforcing the position, others were clearing bodies along the trench, carrying the remains of Norman soldiers to one side and placing the Federal soldiers on the other. The weapons in the trench were also collected and piled together. How long had he been unconscious? Had Skarm High Ground been completely captured by the Norman army? Did the Federation army on the opposite bank blow up the bridge? Did they launch a counterattack? This series of thoughts made Weiss's headache even worse. Suddenly, a Norman soldier walked over and unexpectedly discovered that this Federal soldier lying on the ground was looking at him with his eyes open. He hurriedly picked up his rifle, pointed it at Weiss, and shouted something, but Weiss couldn't understand it at all. Given the notoriety of the Norman army in treating prisoners of war, he had already prepared himself to die at any moment. However, this young-faced Norman soldier did not shoot him. Two other Norman soldiers quickly ran over. They held rifles in their hands, but they never seriously aimed at Weiss from beginning to end. After a brief exchange among the three, the slightly older one slung his rifle, squatted down in front of Weiss, and said in broken Ulster language, "Surrender and you will live." Weiss stared, frowning, his body having just regained some strength. If he had a gun in his hand, he could still fight these Norman soldiers, but his sidearm was lost when he fainted, and relying on his fists was purely suicidal. However, he was unwilling to surrender to the Normans while conscious. Clenching his fists, he hesitated between surviving and dying heroically. Just then, a handsome Norman soldier ran over. He was not carrying weapons but wore a box with a Universal Medical logo on his back. After squatting down, he said in a voice Weiss could barely distinguish, "Don't move, medic." The appearance of this medic actually made Weiss give up the idea of resistance unknowingly. He lay motionless, letting the other party check his injuries. This Norman medic took out medical tools from the medical kit and cleaned and bandaged Weiss's head, right arm, and abdomen. In just a few minutes, Weiss felt much better. When the medic finished packing up, the Norman soldier squatting nearby skillfully took the dagger from Weiss's belt, searched his pockets, and then helped him up from the ground. Two Norman soldiers standing nearby raised their gun muzzles and each took a step back. The medic said a few words to his companion and walked away with the medical kit on his back. The slightly older Norman soldier said something to the young soldier who had discovered Weiss, and then reiterated to Weiss in Ulster language, "Surrender and you will live." Weiss did not speak, nor did he make any indication. The young Norman soldier pulled out his bayonet, attached it to his rifle, shook the tip of the blade at Weiss, and motioned for him to walk forward. The two walked down the mountain. Along the way, Weiss saw the Norman combat vehicles destroyed in the battle and many corpses of the fallen that had not yet been cleared. Although it took only 2 charges to take Skarm High Ground, the Norman army still paid a considerable price. A rough estimate put the death toll at 2 or 3,000, perhaps slightly less than the defenders' losses, but the difference should not be too large. The two did not go down to the foot of the mountain but came to the front line of the defenders' defense system, which had already become a logistics transfer station for the Norman army, with temporary medical, command, and supply units deployed. In a huge crater, Weiss saw dozens of captured Federation soldiers sitting or lying down. Most of them were injured, and like Weiss, they had received field treatment. A few Norman soldiers held bayonets and watched them from the edge of the crater from a high position. At the signal of the young Norman soldier, Weiss walked down into the crater. Someone recognized him, but it was just a simple exchange of glances, and no one greeted him. Weiss consciously sat down next to the familiar sergeant and whispered to ask about the battle situation. Through the sergeant's account, Weiss learned that although the defending troops failed to hold out against the second wave of the Norman army's attack, the battle was still fought very tenaciously, and they basically fought the Normans until the end. After the hilltop position fell, the gunfire and explosions on the back of the mountain continued for a long time, but now they could not be heard at all. From the afternoon until dusk, the Normans did not feed these prisoners, only providing some fresh water. By dusk, they were driven out of the crater by the Normans, lined up to walk to the foot of the mountain, and boarded several trucks to leave the battlefield. These trucks drove north for more than half an hour and sent the Federation army prisoners to an open area surrounded by barbed wire. Weiss looked up at the gradually lowering night sky and took a deep breath. It seemed they would be camping in the open. This season, the outdoor weather was not too cold. The captured Federation officers and soldiers spontaneously huddled together to keep warm. This long night would not be too difficult, but after nightfall, the battlefield was still full of artillery fire. Moreover, in the middle of the night, a huge roar of airships came from the sky. Soon, intense explosions came from the south, and the fierce exchange of fire lasted until dawn, only stopping slightly when the sky turned white. After dawn, Federation army prisoners were transported here by the Normans in truckloads. They brought very bad news. The Norman army had launched a strong attack on the Federation army's positions overnight, successfully set up pontoon bridges, established a bridgehead on the south bank, and in the second half of the night, they unleashed their skilled airborne assault tactics, causing the Federation troops on the Sambala River defense line to be flanked from front and rear. The only fortunate thing was that this defense line had not collapsed, and the Federation army was still resisting tenaciously at various positions. Chapter 29, Meeting an Old Acquaintance in the Enemy Camp, latest update for Iron Soul of Steel. After dawn, captured Federation army soldiers were continuously brought in by trucks and locked into this sheepfold-like prisoner of war camp. By nearly noon, Weiss made a rough count. There were already over 2,000 Federation army prisoners here, close to the size of an infantry regiment. In the afternoon, dozens of Norman soldiers with bayonets fixed entered the camp and drove everyone together. Then, several Norman cooks arrived in horse-drawn carts. The aroma of food immediately spread, triggering people's most primitive survival instincts, and their will to resist weakened accordingly. Shortly after, a short-bearded Norman officer stood on a wagon with a simple megaphone and announced to the Federation army prisoners in fairly fluent Ulster language that as long as they followed arrangements and obeyed orders, the Norman army would ensure their safety in accordance with international war conventions. Next, they needed to register their names, ranks, military positions, and unit designations one by one, and then collect their food. The Norman officer's tone was cold and stern. Under his demand, the Federation prisoners lined up in 3 rows, passing by the Norman soldiers responsible for registration one by one, presenting their military identification. Although he hadn't eaten for a whole day, Weiss didn't try to push to the front. Instead, he wrapped himself among a group of ordinary soldiers, silently moving with the line while peeking at the situation at the registration desk. Those dressed as ordinary soldiers could line up at the wagons to collect food after completing registration, while those wearing officer caps and collar insignia were taken by Norman soldiers to that short-bearded Norman officer for further questioning. Afterward, some went to the wagons like the soldiers, while others were taken by Norman soldiers to another corner of the camp where the Normans had set up several march tents and transported meals with another wagon. After waiting for about an hour, Weiss finally reached the registration spot. He didn't have an officer's ID, but used his cadet ID from the Delafig Senior Staff College and the acting officer commission issued by the military. In front of the Normans, he felt no need to reveal his background for better officer treatment, so he only showed his cadet ID. The Norman soldier registering him had an unattractive horse-like face, his expression somewhat cold but without obvious malice. After taking and opening Weiss's cadet ID, he looked at it curiously and asked in broken Ulster language, "What is this?" "Cadet ID," Weiss replied. "I am a cadet." "Cadet?" The Norman soldier didn't seem to quite understand. He looked at Weiss, then examined his ID carefully, finally figuring out the situation. He quickly copied down his name and other information into his booklet, then asked, "Unit?" 340th Reserve Regiment, Weiss replied. "Position?" "No position," Weiss answered without hesitation. The Norman soldier put an X in the column of the registry, returned the ID to Weiss, and waved his hand, "You can go." Weiss didn't thank him, but silently walked toward the food wagon. Just then, a Norman sergeant nearby suddenly shouted, "Hey, you, wait a moment." Weiss stood still, turned his head, and looked at this unexpected troublemaker with a blank expression. "ID." The Norman sergeant said with a non-standard Ulster language pronunciation. Weiss lazily took out his cadet ID from his pocket and handed it to him. The Norman sergeant took it, looked at it, and glanced sideways. Delafig Senior Staff College. The language barrier between the Norman Empire and the Ulster Free Federation was quite large. The fact that this person could correctly read the name of the military academy on the ID showed that he had mastered some Ulster language. Although Weiss felt worried, he pretended to be indifferent. "Yes, I am a cadet." This Norman sergeant had a fox-like face, his small eyes full of shrewdness. Hearing Weiss's reply, he sneered, "One of the best higher military academies of the Federation, not simple for a regular cadet." Weiss didn't say anything, but his stomach rumbled uncooperatively. The malicious smile on the Norman sergeant's face grew thicker. "A cadet from Delafig Senior Staff College should enjoy officer treatment. Follow me, Mr. Klemperheisen." As a prisoner, he had no personal freedom. Weiss had to follow him to the area where the Normans housed the Federation officers. The curtains of each march tent were hung up. The Federation officers sat on the ground, holding food trays, silently eating the food provided by the Normans. Weiss was brought to the wagon. On the wagon were several metal thermal buckets, and next to them were a large stack of steel food trays and round cups with handles. The Norman sergeant signaled Weiss to take his own tableware. The cook on the wagon then served fried meat, mashed vegetables, biscuits, and roasted potatoes onto his tray, and poured half a cup of hot soup into his round cup, with vegetable leaves and oil floating on the surface of the soup. The meals received by those Federation soldier prisoners seemed to be only palm-sized biscuits and soup. Although the standard meal treatment for the Federation army was that officers were better than soldiers, when they were all prisoners, the difference in treatment and situation would undoubtedly create a rift between officers and soldiers. Another Norman plot. Weiss saw this painfully. He was unwilling to be manipulated and wanted to throw the food tray hard on the ground and stomp on it, but what was the use of that? Could it arouse the fighting spirit of his companions? Could it make them rise up and resist? No, it couldn't. Most of the Federation officers and soldiers here were wounded, some even had trouble taking care of their daily lives. Even if weapons were issued to them, it would be hard to have combat effectiveness, not to mention that they were now facing the enemy's guns and bayonets with flesh and blood. After receiving the officer set meal, Weiss was arranged by the Norman sergeant into a march tent that temporarily only had 2 Federation officers. These 2 officers were also wounded, but their injuries didn't look too serious, and the full food trays had been mostly cleaned up. One of them was a lieutenant, whom Weiss had met a few days ago. If he remembered correctly, he should be an officer of a combat unit belonging to the 25th National Defense Division. After sitting down, Weiss whispered, "Hello." The two officers nodded to him in unison, their lips moving slightly, which counted as a greeting. Weiss was really hungry, so he swept away the food on the tray like a whirlwind. The soup was very hot. While sipping it in small mouthfuls, he started chatting with the officer he recognized. In the situation of being captured, although this officer was not very willing to talk, he obviously had an impression of Weiss, so he was not too resistant. From him, Weiss learned that several national defense divisions had launched a very unsuccessful counterattack on Skamo the night before, and after that, they were basically being suppressed by the Norman army. Another officer was wearing the collar insignia of a Federation army captain. He listened quietly to the conversation between the two. When their topic was almost finished, he interjected, "Maybe we should gather our forces as soon as possible and commit to the upcoming defense of AO City. AO City. I hope this magical city can help us turn the situation around. Although a fierce defensive battle will destroy the city's architectural facilities, after the war ends, a brand new, vibrant city will rise again from the ruins." The lieutenant should have known him, and his conversation with him was not as restrained as the conversation with Weiss at the beginning. AO City should be a solid fortress, not a spiritual sanctuary. The biggest problem now is that we failed to slow down the Norman army's advance on the riverside defense line. Important strongholds were lost too quickly. We retreated as soon as the fighting started, consuming too much morale, which is very unfavorable for the subsequent operations. Under such circumstances, wanting to hold AO City, the outlook is really not very optimistic. In any case, we must hold it. The captain emphasized his tone while lowering his voice. We? Hey, Stephen, look, we are like this. Besides moving our lips, what else can we do? The lieutenant put down his food tray and the wooden fork given to them by the Normans, spread his hands, his face bitter. The captain sneered, "Do you intend to stay in the Norman prisoner of war camp until the end of the war?" "I didn't say that." The lieutenant defended, "If you want to leave the prisoner of war camp, you must wait patiently for an opportunity, and be careful enough. Otherwise, losing your own life is a small matter, and it will implicate many people." "I know that, of course." The captain snorted, then turned his gaze to Weiss, "Are you from the 23rd Defense Division?" "Yes, I am Acting Second Lieutenant Long Cromwell Hyson." Weiss selectively revealed part of his identity information. The captain did not report his own name but asked, "What do you think?" "What do I think? I can't just lie down and look." Weiss muttered in his heart. He weighed his words and replied, "I was stunned by the Norman army's shelling. When I woke up, I was surrounded by Norman soldiers. In fact, my injuries do not affect my ability to continue fighting. As long as there is an opportunity, I will return to the Federation army without hesitation." The lieutenant said, "Am I not the same?" The captain looked at the two and seemed satisfied with their positions and attitudes. Before long, 3 more captured Federation officers were brought to this March tent by the Normans. Some were seriously wounded, and some were only slightly injured. For Weiss, these people were all new faces, so he didn't speak easily. The standard 2-person tent of the Norman army was just enough for 6 adults to sit opposite each other, any more would be too crowded. After that, no more newcomers were arranged in. After they finished their first lunch in the prisoner of war camp, a bespectacled Norman sergeant shouted in Ulster language outside the tent, "Everyone put down your tableware and come out to assemble." The captured Federation officers, ranging in rank from second lieutenant to colonel, crawled out of the march tents one after another. After they stood in formation, more than a dozen Norman soldiers rode tall steeds and galloped from outside the prisoner of war camp, stopping in the center of the camp, looking down at the Federation army prisoners with arrogance one by one. The short-bearded Norman officer quickly went to the front of the horse and reported to the leading officer. This person said 2 sentences with a haughty face, rode his horse to the area where the Federation officers were detained, examined the circle from above, and then spoke. He spoke in Norman language, and the short-bearded Norman officer translated it into Ulster language on the spot. This guy was not wordy, mainly warning the Federation army prisoners that if they wanted to get the protection of the International War Convention, they had to give up dangerous ideas and accept the control of the Norman army in accordance with the rules. As long as they cooperated unconditionally, he could guarantee that everyone would return to their families safely after the war. Some believed the warnings and guarantees given by this high-level Norman officer, and some did not. Weiss squinted to observe and found that the combat values of the Norman officers, especially their mental vitality, were generally higher than those of the Federation officers. Weiss was not surprised by this group characteristic. Like a military dictatorship like the Norman Empire, what it lacks least is high-quality military talent. Conversely, the Ulster Free Federation, which takes the spirit of freedom as its core value, is particularly vibrant in the fields of economy, industry, and trade. Although the state of the army is nothing to write home about, as long as the external stimulation is strong enough and given enough buffer time, the Federal Army will burst out with incomparably powerful combat effectiveness. After opening his eyes and restoring normal vision, Weiss suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. He looked closely and actually saw an unexpected familiar face among the Norman officers on horseback, the square-faced man who had once visited Baston Military Academy as a cadet of the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy and had lost to him in the Wargame project. Weiss tried hard to think of this person's name. It seems to be called Sate Ditern? Finally remembering the other party's surname, Weiss felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. Although the square-faced man was not in a prominent position among that group of Norman officers, the status of the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy was not inferior to Baston Military Academy. As one of the 12 cadet representatives who expeditioned to the Federation, he must be a leader among his peers in his studies, and his future in the Norman army should be smooth. Looking at him again, his tailored military uniform set off his sturdy figure, and the shining gold medal on his collar made him look even more heroic. Eye to eye, Weiss found that the other party nodded to him, and in those eyes flashing with brilliance, there was no contempt, and even less revenge pleasure remembering that war game. He was quite annoyed about his unexpected defeat. Could it be that he didn't hate his opponent at all? The lecture to the prisoners ended, and the high-level Norman officer did not stay long but rode away. The accompanying officers followed closely, only the square-faced man rode his horse to Weiss. He looked down, Weiss looked up, and the two stared at each other for a few seconds from a distance of 10 feet. Long Cromwell Hyson. The square-faced man correctly said Weiss's full name and added Your Excellency after his name. Weiss replied, Orch Sate die turn. Your Excellency. I thought we would meet on the battlefield and decide the winner. The square-faced man said with a slightly awkward pronunciation, I didn't expect it to be here. It's a pity. It is a pity. Weiss responded neither humble nor pushy. The square-faced man sighed, nodded to Weiss, and said, Then, take care. At this moment, Weiss's thoughts were not that complicated. He responded calmly, Take care. The square-faced man pulled the reins, turned his horse around, and chased after the figures of his companions. Weiss did not watch him leave, but raised his head to look at the sky and sighed deeply. Chapter 30, Flying Against the Wind. From afternoon to dusk, from late night to early morning, day and night alternated in an endless cycle. Weiss was unsure if the open-air POW camp he was in was the only one the Norman army had in this battle, but he was certain that the number of Federation army prisoners being held here was constantly increasing, and in just 3 days, it had become overcrowded. In the officers' section, the number of marching tents had increased to 44. Calculating based on 6 officers placed in each 2-person marching tent, there were over 260 Federation officers with the rank of second lieutenant or higher. What does this mean? A standard Federation Army newly formed National Defense Division has an authorized complement of 497 officers. In terms of numbers, the Federation officers held in this POW camp were already enough to run more than half of a National Defense Division. Under circumstances where the front line has not collapsed and troops have not fled, the number of captured officers and soldiers usually does not exceed 20% of the total casualties. Based on this ratio, a rough estimate suggests that the Federation Army's net losses at the Sambala River defense line were close to 3 divisions. Excluding the slight possibility of receiving large reinforcements in a short time, the garrison force, consisting of 9 divisions plus 14 regimental combat units, had an overall loss rate approaching 30%. The situation was very grim. As night fell once again, Weiss welcomed his 4th night in the enemy POW camp. Over the previous 3 nights, the Norman army had launched continuous offensives, never resting throughout the night. Not only were the Federation army officers and soldiers on the front line exhausted from coping with them, but the Federation army prisoners held in the POW camp were also unable to get a good night's sleep. Tonight, the rotating Norman army seemed finally tired, the southern battlefield was quiet, and Weiss had fallen asleep early. While the status of a prisoner of war was certainly awkward, worrying could not make one strong, and annoyance could not change reality. Since he could eat his fill and rest his injuries, why not endure the humiliation, bear the burden, and wait for the right moment? The space in the 2-person marching tent was not large. With 6 people lying together, rubbing shoulders, and curling up their hands and feet, even so, a dreamless sleep still left him feeling relaxed in body and mind. Weiss was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble slightly, and an explosion immediately followed from not far away. He woke up with a start. Gunfire suddenly erupted in his ears. He hurriedly crawled out of the tent and happened to see a ball of fire leaping up at the edge of the Norman camp. A sudden, indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. It was our army launching a night raid. After an initial hesitation, cheers from the Federation army officers and soldiers soon rang out in the POW camp. But it was precisely the sound that made Weiss alert. The Normans were not benevolent people who ate vegetables and chanted scriptures. With their camp under attack, regardless of whether they could hold it or not, they might well take ruthless action against these prisoners. Thinking of this, Weiss hurriedly shouted, Everyone, disperse and take cover. The Normans might open fire on us at any moment. Hearing Weiss's warning, the surrounding Federation officers also reacted. The marching tents provided by the Normans could shield them from wind and rain, but they could also become conspicuous targets for shooting. So, they called out to each other and quickly dispersed. Seeing unusual movement in the POW camp, the guarding Norman soldiers shouted Don't move, while firing warning shots into the air. However, the searchlights in the camp were all aimed at the targets on the perimeter, and the lighting on the POW campsite was flickering, so they couldn't clearly see whether the prisoners were obeying orders. For the Normans, although these thousands of Federation prisoners had been disarmed, more than half of them were soldiers who could fight once they picked up weapons. If they suddenly rose up, they would coordinate with the raiding force, and they were definitely a ticking time bomb strapped to their chests. Whether it was an order from an officer or a decision made by the guards themselves, the guard post at the northeast corner of the POW camp was the first to open fire on the prisoner gathering area. As the Norman army's standard machine guns and autocannons roared, bullets whistled everywhere in the POW camp, and the wails of those hit rose one after another. Weiss crawled on the ground, his body motionless, his eyes observing his surroundings. Over the past few days, the number of prisoners held here had increased sharply, and the Normans had also strengthened the guard force around the POW camp and added guard posts. Each guard post had at least one hand-cranked rotary autocannon and one magazine-fed large-caliber machine gun. Although their sustained firepower was not as good as the water-cooled heavy machine guns that the Crumble-Hessen factory had just started supplying to the Federation Army in batches, for the unarmed Federation Army prisoners, they were still quite terrifying lethal weapons. Just when the Federation Army prisoners were at their wits' end, trapped in the POW camp and left to be slaughtered by the enemy, heroes descended from the sky. A Federation fleet appeared in the night sky like ghosts. They sped along at a height of 100 feet above the ground. Before the Normans' ground anti-aircraft fire could effectively react, 3 Federation frigates covered 2 transport ships as they forced a landing on the west side of the Norman army camp, thereby avoiding the firing angles of most Norman anti-aircraft guns. Hundreds of Marines descended like tigers down a mountain, and with a single charge, they scattered the Norman army in the camp. Surprise, astonishment, excitement, agitation, various emotions intertwined, making Weiss feel overwhelmed. A long suppressed voice in his heart roared, "Well done! Well done! Flying against the wind gives more strength, so let me take flight again." Despite his surging emotions, Weiss did not lose his head. Instead, he calmed down as if struck by electricity. Seeing that the Federation Army troops had taken out the guard post at the northwest corner of the POW camp, Weiss hurriedly called the officers around him to go to the soldiers' gathering area and lead them to break out towards the northwest corner. However, not as many people responded immediately as he had expected. Some people didn't hear, and some were lying on the ground without moving. Norman soldiers at several nearby guard posts were still continuing to fire into the POW camp, bullets were flying everywhere, and standing up meant being at risk of being hit at any time. According to normal logic, rather than taking risks at this time, why not just wait to be rescued by their companions? The reason Weiss was anxious to get out of the predicament and leave this POW camp as soon as possible was not because of temporary excitement or losing his head, but a decisive decision made after calm observation and deduction of the situation. At that time, relying on the power of the surprise attack, the Federation Army was able to gain the upper hand in this Norman army camp, but this Norman army camp was not an isolated existence. There were other Norman army camps nearby, and there were a large number of well-equipped, combat-experienced Norman soldiers on the southern front line who could use armored vehicles and various cars to quickly return for reinforcements. The time left for the Federation Army's raiding force was very limited. Furthermore, the Norman soldiers left to guard the base were not a group of old, weak, sick, or disabled people. Most of them were burly, and even a patrol had orderly formations, vigorous steps, and high spirits. From Weiss's special perspective, the combat values of these people were at a medium to high level within the Norman army. Over the past 3 days, he had witnessed 2 rotations, so the Norman army must have adopted a rotation strategy. That is to say, these Norman soldiers stationed in the rear might have still been fighting on the front line 2 days ago, so their combat effectiveness and combat status naturally could not be underestimated. If it were not so, under the circumstances of encountering a night raid by the Federation Army, with the opponent having multiple warships assisting at close range, the few Norman defenders would have long ago collapsed and fled. How could they be like they were now, although forced to fight on their own, still fighting firmly and tenaciously, making it impossible for the inside and outside Federation Army troops to quickly resolve the battle? This night raid was destined to be a raid and could not be occupied for long. Ubiquitous bullets and artillery fire falling from time to time forced the officers heading to the soldiers' detention area to use both hands and feet, rolling and crawling. During the day, there were guard posts between the 2 detention areas, with Norman soldiers patrolling to block communication between Federation officers and soldiers. At night, Norman soldiers did not stay in the POW area but set up 2 fences and used lights that never went out all night to guard, with anyone crossing the boundary at risk of being shot by sentries at any time. In the current chaotic situation, the officers who took the initiative to cross the boundary broke through the fences without much effort, thereby achieving the meeting of officers and soldiers. Under the command and leadership of these officers, the numerous captured Federation Army soldiers were able to form a combined force. Just at this moment, the Normans' guard posts on the west and north sides of the camp were blown to smithereens by the artillery fire of the Federation warships, and the bullets from these 2 directions stopped abruptly. Someone seized the opportunity to shout, "Everyone, follow me and charge!" And the soldiers responded in unison. This speed, this energy, this momentum were much more powerful than launching a charge on the battlefield. The opportunity to strike while the iron is hot usually does not appear a second time. Seeing that the crowd's spirits had been ignited, Weiss gathered all his strength and shouted, "Charge! Charge towards the northwest corner!" The battle was proceeding fiercely. There were few searchlights left in the camp, and soldiers on both sides relied on flares, the firelight produced by explosions, and various sounds to identify target locations. In the POW camp, hundreds and thousands of Federation Army officers and soldiers surged toward one corner of the POW camp. The Normans did not notice this unusual situation for a moment, but they would not fail to notice it forever. Before Weiss and the others could rush out of the first barbed wire fence outside the POW camp, bullets shot from the east and west sides, and wherever they hit, blood mist exploded and limbs flew. In their ears, the whistling of machine gun bullets and autocannon shells, the crisp sound of high-speed moving objects hitting bodies, the wails of those hit, and even the rapid breathing and heartbeats filled people's auditory senses, making everyone caught in it extremely tense. On the battlefield, whether in fleet engagements or infantry duels, the leader is usually the one who attracts the most enemy firepower and is also the one who can best demonstrate courage and determination. Weiss unhesitatingly rushed to the very front, seizing the position of flag-bearer, so that everyone could hear his shouting, "Everyone follow me, follow me. Watch out for landmines." Setting the POW camp together with the military camp had the advantage of placing the prisoners under the strict supervision of the garrison troops, but doing so was not without its disadvantages. If the prisoners escaped collectively and broke through the firepower blockade around the POW camp, the military supplies in the military camp would allow them to be rearmed. Therefore, in addition to setting up guard posts around the POW camp, the Normans had also buried many landmines outside the fence. Others might not know, but once Weiss's human radar was turned on, he could detect the dangerous explosives under the soil, and only he could lead the captured Federation army officers and soldiers to pass safely through places other than the main gate of the POW camp. However, at the northwest corner of the POW camp, the Federation soldiers, eager to survive, found that they didn't need to force down the fence at all. Whether it was the artillery fire of the Federation warships or the gunfire of the Norman army, a 20 to 30 foot long section of the fence had already collapsed, and the remaining fence also had many gaps for people to crawl out of. Many people didn't hear Weiss's shouting at all and walked straight through the fence into the minefield. Seeing this situation, Weiss became anxious and shouted frantically, "Landmines! Landmines!" 2 explosions boomed, and pungent smoke mixed with a strong smell of blood spread, pouring a bucket of ice-cold water on the Federation army officers and soldiers who were overexcited because they had a chance to escape their imprisonment, and also making them clearly hear their companions' heartbroken shouting, "Landmines! Landmines! Watch out for landmines!" Just when everyone was at a loss, that voice brought them unprecedented hope again. "Everyone follow me! Follow me closely!" If there were small flags, Weiss could mark the mines one by one. If there were lime, he could draw safe paths in the minefield. If there were ropes, he could create a safety guideline. But none of these existed. Weiss could lead his companions away, letting the people behind follow one another like mice stealing eggs, but the slightest carelessness would disrupt the route. Digging up mines with bare hands? Theoretically possible, but it would take too long. The Norman army's gunfire and artillery constantly swept through the crowd, people were dying every second, and others were struggling in pools of blood. To get the people in the prisoner of war camp across the minefield safely without anyone sacrificing themselves to trigger the mines, he had to find another way. "Everyone, take off your coats." Standing outside the collapsed fence, Weiss shouted while taking off his own coat. He squinted to observe, aimed at the nearest mine, bundled his coat into a ball, and gently tossed it onto it. The mine was not triggered. Weiss took the coat taken off by the soldier behind him, and followed suit to mark the second mine that needed to be avoided to pass through the minefield. This method was very good, the only drawback was that the speed was still a bit slow. Just as Weiss marked 2 mines, the Grim Reaper continued to wave his scythe. In panic, the captive Federation officers and soldiers, craving for survival, rushed left and right, resulting in more people triggering mines in the chaos. The scene of flesh and blood being blown into smithereens shocked these Federation soldiers who had almost lost their minds. The sound of mine explosions made Weiss clearly realize that he couldn't stay for even a second longer. He walked quickly through the minefield, throwing one coat after another onto the mines detected by his human radar. At this critical moment of life and death, the soldiers following him did not hesitate at all, they all took off their coats and passed them hand to hand to Weiss. After throwing down the 8th piece of clothing, Weiss suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and countless pieces of information flooded into his brain, unable to be neatly categorized into his memory bank for a while. Since he was injured in the Battle of Belkacor Pass, this situation had occurred from time to time. Every time, it allowed him to obtain more memories from his original body, and usually, he only needed one night of rest for his body and spirit to recover as normal. This recurring issue really came at a bad time. Weiss gritted his teeth and threw down the last piece of clothing, rushed out of the minefield with his head down and back bent, fell straight to the ground, covered his head and roared, "It's safe. Everyone, go around the places where the clothes were placed, and you can get out safely." The Federation officers and soldiers trapped behind the fence felt as if they had received amnesty. During their process of crossing the minefield, the few soldiers at the very front did not just focus on escaping the danger themselves, but shouted loudly at both ends of the path to guide their companions to avoid the mines, which greatly increased the speed at which their companions passed through safely. "Great, Lieutenant, everyone is saved." A Federation Army sergeant helped Weiss up and supported him as he walked towards the landing position of the Federation warship. At this moment, Weiss felt as if he had just finished a caddy of strong liquor with someone, his head heavy as if filled with water. He could hear what the sergeant next to him was saying and could understand what he meant, but his mind and body were almost out of control, and he could only hum a few sounds. Just like that, stumbling for about 100 meters, a squad of soldiers wearing steel helmets and holding rifles suddenly rushed out from the front. "It's our people. We're saved." Hearing this excited voice, Weiss struggled to lift his head. The combatants in front of him were wearing khaki combat uniforms, their individual equipment was more refined than that of the Army Department units, and 2 Bomi grenades were hanging under the ammunition pouches on their chests. They were elite Federation Air Force Marines, skilled in airborne deployment and close-quarters combat, and no less inferior to the Royal Marine units of the Norman Army. Saved. Saved. Just as Weiss felt relieved, he was almost taken down by a burst of bullets. The 2 Marines in front of him groaned and fell, and the rest of them also fell to the ground in response. What is going on? Damn it. Norman combat vehicles. 2, 3, there are 3 Norman combat vehicles, to our northeast. The sergeant who had been supporting Weiss along the way whispered. In the Norman Empire, in the Ulster Free Federation, in the Kingdom of Wessex, armored vehicles were not rare items. As early as the last war, the warring parties had built armored vehicles and put them into the battlefield, but most of the vehicles that appeared at that time were combinations of automobiles, steel plates, and weapons. The first armored vehicle designed and manufactured specifically for war did not appear until the end of the war. 20 years after the war, internal combustion engine technology continued to develop, automobiles were updated, and armored vehicles also became a fixed member of the standard equipment of various countries. Moreover, several mature models with high production volume appeared, such as the Norman Empire's Lightning 6-wheeled armored assault vehicle and the Free Federation's Sentry 4-wheeled armored reconnaissance vehicle. However, the achievements in various fields could not compare to the majestic, domineering, and eye-catching huge bodies of flying warships. The defense focus of major powers was placed on the naval arms race. Before the national mobilization, the Federal Army actually had less than 1,000 armored vehicles, and a considerable part of them were assigned to fortress defense units and local security units. The situation of the Wessex Army was even worse. Due to the complex terrain in most parts of the country and the low traffic mileage of the roads, they possessed and used less than 500 armored vehicles. Compared with the Free Federation, which had the world's #1 industry, the Norman Empire, as the defeated country in the last war, had much inferior key economic indicators. Its steel production and power generation capacity were only about half of that of the Free Federation, and its annual extraction of coal and fuel resources was less than 40% of the Free Federation's. The gap was quite large. Only the production of star source stone was close to 90% of the Free Federation's, and more than twice that of the Kingdom of Wessex, allowing the Norman fleet to quickly return to the first-class ranks from a near-destitute state at the end of the war, becoming the area where the Ulster-Wessex Federation was under the most pressure. Under such a strategic situation, people kept their eyes on the shipbuilding industry of the Norman Empire, tried their best to understand and master the performance of the new warships of the Norman Empire, and ignored the amazing creativity and insight of the Normans in military technology and tactics. The reason why the Federal Army operating abroad went from high to low and eventually collapsed, in addition to the mental pressure caused by the deteriorating war situation, the biggest problem was that they were helpless against the armored cluster attacks of the Norman army. It was not until they had fought on the battlefield that the Federal Army realized how much effort the Normans had put into the technical research and development and tactical application of Norman combat vehicles. Falling into danger again, Weiss took a few deep breaths, looked around with great difficulty, and then squinted to observe the Norman combat vehicles that appeared in the northeast. Judging from the detected target combat values, all 3 Norman combat vehicles were fully crewed, their attack, protection, and speed were all in a normal state, and there were no technical loopholes left. Of course, the combat capability of this kind of wheeled armored vehicle could not compare with a tank, but at the moment, there was only a small squad of Marines who had broken through from the warship landing position, and the firearms they used were not enough to fight against the Norman combat vehicles. The rational way was to rush to get reinforcements, especially to get their own warships to provide artillery support. A moment of observation made Weiss's dizziness worsen significantly. He closed his eyes tightly, pressed his forehead against the muddy ground, grabbed the arm of the sergeant next to him with one hand, and tried very hard to tell him his observation and judgment, so that he could pass it on to the Marines trapped here together. The sergeant hurriedly coordinated with those Marines. At this time, the Norman combat vehicles were firing frantically with machine guns and cannons. The noisy and chaotic environment forced them to shout to speak. The mixture of various sounds almost made Weiss faint. When his consciousness was blurred, he bit his lips with his teeth, his fingers dug hard into the ground, stubbornly maintaining his consciousness, but his consciousness and thinking were already incoherent. I don't know how long it had passed, the voice of the sergeant came to his ears. He said that the Marines sent 2 people back to ask for reinforcements, left 3 people to help them transfer and retreat, and the remaining few people bypassed from the side, trying to destroy the enemy's combat vehicles with bomby grenades, or at least drag them down. Weiss breathed heavily, feeling that his forehead, temples, and face were full of sweat, and his body was also wet, probably similar to being fished out of the water. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was numb, and he couldn't make any sound even with all his strength, so he could only nod reluctantly to signal. Fortunately, this unknown sergeant next to him was quite courageous. He kept observing the surrounding combat situation and told Weiss about the situation. Relying on the safe passage he opened, most of the Federation officers and soldiers who were originally trapped in the prisoner-of-war camp passed through the minefield smoothly. Those who ran fast were already heading towards their own landing warships under the guidance of the Marines, while those who ran slowly were blocked by the strafing of the Norman combat vehicles in the open area next to the prisoner-of-war camp. After a while, a little sound finally came from Weiss's dry throat, "Go. You go quickly." The sergeant did not answer, but tried to drag Weiss to continue moving forward. However, the continuous dizziness had drained his strength. Weiss followed a few steps very reluctantly, but eventually knelt to the ground, letting others shout. All he could do was pant and shake his head. Seeing this situation, the sergeant greeted the soldiers nearby to help lift Weiss up and carry him away. After walking about 20 or 30 meters like this, although bullets flew by at close range and the muffled groans of those hit, this human stretcher suddenly fell apart. Weiss fell heavily to the ground, and no one lifted him up again. In his gradually blurred consciousness, the gunshots of the Normans were getting closer and closer, the roar of the armored vehicles when they started was getting clearer, and the shouts of the Normans came from time to time, occasionally with 1 or 2 explosions, not knowing which side threw the bomby grenades. When his consciousness recovered again, Weiss found that he had been maintaining one posture without moving for a long time. His body and limbs seemed to no longer belong to himself, and there was a swollen and sore feeling from head to toe. He opened his eyes and found that the dizziness had basically disappeared. This change proved his sensory judgment that time had indeed passed for a long time, and the sky was already bright. It's dawn. Weiss's little heart sank suddenly. Did he miss the opportunity to change his fate and was left behind in the Norman army's camp? Just like when he first arrived in this world, Weiss turned his head with a slow movement, wanting to look and observe the situation around him. As a result, just as his head turned a little angle, he heard the voice of the Normans nearby. Immediately afterwards, a large leather boot kicked him fiercely, changing him from a face-down posture to a face-up one. Then, Weiss saw a black gun barrel, and the fierce expression of the person holding the gun. Soon another Norman soldier walked over, and the two of them raised their guns in unison, aiming at Weiss's chest. Weiss thought that this time it was definitely game over. He didn't feel afraid, nor did he feel regret, and he didn't struggle. He looked at the two Norman soldiers in front of him, then cast his gaze to the sky, quietly waiting for his vision to turn blood red. However, the gunshots did not ring out, and someone not far away shouted stop in Norman language. The pronunciation of this word was quite close to the Ulster language. The two Norman soldiers who were about to shoot Weiss raised their gun barrels and each took a step back. A moment later, a very impressive square-faced man appeared in Weiss's line of sight, and at this moment, Weiss didn't know whether to be glad or ashamed. His own little life was actually saved by the mercy of a Norman officer. Chapter 32, Among Prisoners and Natives. Fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. You actually didn't run away. The square-faced man looked at Weiss with an indifferent expression, like a policeman catching an elderly, frail habitual offender angry at his lack of resolve, and sorrowful for his misfortune. Yeah, I actually didn't run away. Weiss replied with a helpless look on his face. Last night, he was the hero who opened a path of survival for a group of Federation prisoners of war, yet he missed the chance to escape the enemy prisoner of war camp. Thinking about it, it really felt incredible. He used his hands to prop himself up into a sitting position and looked left and right. The sergeant who had supported him for a long stretch of the road last night had not abandoned him, but was lying beside him, face up, his complexion sallow grey, having long since breathed his last. Looking around, as far as his eyes could see, there were many fallen bodies wearing Federation Army uniforms, and quite a few fallen Norman soldiers as well. From this, it was evident that after he fainted last night, a rather intense battle had taken place here. The square-faced man didn't say anything, while two nearby Norman soldiers were unsure whether to stand or leave, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out in succession not far away, startling Weiss, who was sitting on the ground. He hurriedly looked towards the sound and saw two Norman soldiers holding rifles, skillfully operating the bolts to reload. In front of their gun barrels, faint wisps of gunpowder smoke were dissipating, and on the ground lay a Federation soldier. After last night's night raid, this was the fate of those prisoners of war who failed to escape and were lucky enough not to die. Weiss turned his head and looked at the square-faced man with a blank expression. Judging from the collar rank insignia he wore, his rank was that of a lieutenant, neither small nor large. He had just stopped the Norman soldier from cleaning up him, but what next? This prisoner of war camp seemed to no longer exist. How should he settle himself? Would he be transferred to another prisoner of war camp, or would they show special mercy and let him go? Just as Weiss was wildly speculating, someone behind him started chattering in Norman language. The square-faced man's expression changed abruptly, and he replied with a slow tone. Immediately after, a Norman officer with a higher rank than him arrived aggressively beside Weiss, glaring fiercely at this Federation prisoner of war sitting on the ground, and then shouted something. The square-faced man translated on his behalf, "The Major wants you to stand up." His head was no longer dizzy, for Weiss, let alone standing up, even running fully armed would not be much of a problem. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly stood up and turned towards the ill-intentioned Norman officer. This person was not tall, but had broad shoulders and a thick build, appearing exceptionally sturdy. A pair of greenish eyes stared at Weiss, just like a hungry wolf sizing up its dinner. As meat on the chopping block, Weiss held on to the dignity of a Federation soldier and met his gaze without backing down. For some reason, the Norman officer's eyes suddenly changed slightly. He turned his head and communicated a few sentences in Norman language with the square-faced man, then frowned. Finally, he stared at Weiss's face again, dropped a sentence, and turned to walk away. The square-faced man let out an obvious sigh of relief and said to Weiss in Ulster language, "Take off your uniform." Weiss widened his eyes in surprise, "Are you going to let me go?" "That is impossible." The square-faced man replied word for word, "Take off your uniform and work with the laborers, only then can you survive, otherwise." One could guess the omitted half of the sentence with their toes. To die heroically or to live in humiliation, this choice was by no means as simple as it looked on paper. Weiss thought of his family and friends in this world, thought of the efforts he had put in, and thought of his unfinished career, feeling unwilling to give up. After a difficult internal struggle, he compromised and, enduring the humiliation, took off this blood-stained Federation Army combat uniform. The square-faced man didn't even bother to look. "Take off your boots too." Weiss kicked off his boots, barefoot, wearing only his undershirt and long johns, looking just like a plucked quail, standing pitifully in the wind. The square-faced man said coldly, "All right, come with me." After saying this, he led Weiss through the devastated army camp and walked up a small hill. On the other side of the hill, dozens of men wearing overalls were waving shovels and spades, digging pits in the wild, while several Norman soldiers stood not far away, guarding with guns. "Base!" the square-faced man called out. A man with a fleshy face appeared quickly like a domestic hunting dog, nodding and bowing as he looked at the square-faced man. The square-faced man gave a long explanation in Norman language. Finally, he turned his head and lowered his voice, "From now on, forget your name and identity. You are just a two-legged sheep from the colonies. Eat whatever you are told to eat, do whatever you are told to do, and absolutely do not think about running away. Weiss hesitated for a moment and said thank you to him. The square-faced man snorted and left without looking back. The fleshy-faced man looked at Weiss coldly, didn't say a word, threw him a shovel, and signaled for him to work. Digging pits is one of the essential basic military skills for the Federal Army. During his time at Baston Military Academy, although Weiss hadn't achieved excellence in this course, completing the basic tasks was more than enough. While shoveling dirt, he secretly sized up the men in overalls around him. Their hair was disheveled, their beards messy, and their bodies were dirty, as if they hadn't washed for a long time. The younger ones might only be 16 or 17, while the older ones were estimated to be around 40. Their facial features fell into several categories. Some had round heads, flat noses, and thin lips, some had long skulls, high noses, and thick lips, and others were somewhere in between. Regarding this newcomer who wasn't wearing a jacket and was barefoot, they only cast curious glances without any obvious malice or hostility. These people were the laborers serving the Norman army. They were mainly composed of minor offenders serving sentences and natives from the Empire's colonies. By serving as laborers for the army, the former could reduce their sentences accordingly, while the latter could accumulate contributions to exchange for imperial citizenship. Weiss knew this because the experts and scholars of the Federal Army had studied the Norman army from the previous war in great depth, including army composition, personnel structure, and even the resumes of generals, which could basically be found in military textbooks and military history books. It was just a pity that this thorough research, which knew them like the back of one's hand, could not be extended to the post-war Norman Empire. The concept of laborers was almost born alongside the birth of the Norman army. Wherever the Normans went, their brave and battle-hardened soldiers were always invincible, and behind them, the hard-working laborers played a role that could not be ignored. For an entire morning, these men in overalls were digging pits, with only a short break of about 10 minutes during that time. They first worked together to dig a pit larger than a train car. Once this big pit was dug, some people were sent to the camp, while the others changed positions to continue digging, but no longer big pits, instead digging small pits just enough for an adult to lie in. Soon, the laborers sent to the camp returned with the Norman army trucks. They unloaded corpses from the trucks one by one. The fallen Federation soldier were thrown into the big pit dug earlier, while the Norman soldiers were placed one by one into the small pits dug later. At this time, hundreds of Norman officers and soldiers came to the camp. They erected tombstones for their departed comrades with wooden boards or stones and fired shots into the sky to show their mourning. During this time, the fleshy-faced man got Weiss an ill-fitting pair of overalls and a pair of boots that couldn't be older. After putting them on, he didn't seem any different from the laborers working with their heads down around him, but whenever he looked up to observe his surroundings, he could always lock eyes with the armed Norman soldier standing guard. Well, the ancients said it well, as long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. As long as he lived with sound limbs, he would always find a chance to escape the control of the Normans. Weiss quickly adjusted his mindset, working diligently and without complaint, sitting with the surrounding laborers beside the not yet fully buried corpses, gnawing on hard, dry steamed buns and drinking fishy, smelly offal soup. On the first day after the fierce battle, there were too many corpses of the fallen that needed to be handled. The laborers worked from early morning until late at night, finally managing to bury all the remains of the soldiers from both sides. Before leaving, Weiss stared at the cone-shaped mound of dirt. Underneath it were buried the remains of hundreds of Federation officers and soldiers, among whom he was supposed to be. But fate was a cruel trickster. He not only became one of the grave diggers for his companions but also ended up among the prisoners of the Norman Empire and the natives of the colonies. Rest in peace, brothers. For the country you loved, for the spirit of freedom you believed in, you have already done your best. Weiss covered his chest with his hand, lowered his head in silent thought, and bid farewell to these Federation officers and soldiers, both known and unknown, in a unique way. Afterwards, he put away his pity, hid his fighting spirit, and silently followed the low-status laborers back to their living quarters. More than 70 laborers were squeezed into two dilapidated, large tents filled with the smell of sweat and mold to sleep. The fleshy-faced man, the foreman of this group of laborers, threw Weiss a blood-stained, holy blanket and told him to find a place to sleep himself. During the daytime work, the laborers did not disturb each other, appearing to be a group of simple and kind people. Holding the blanket, no matter where Weiss walked, there were people glaring at him with ill intent or making strange sounds as if to drive away wild beasts. Seeing Weiss stop, they laughed out loud as if they had won. Being ostracized and mocked, Weiss felt somewhat annoyed. Relying on the combat techniques learned at Baston Military Academy, in a one-on-one situation, Weiss was confident he could take down the strongest person here, but the situation was clear. These people had been together for a long time and were all in groups of 3 or 5. If a fight really broke out, they would definitely not talk about any chivalry. More importantly, the reason he was alive was that the square-faced man and that Norman major had given him a way to live. If he caused trouble, he might just be dragged out and executed by firing squad. Seeing that every corner of the tent was occupied, and in the narrow aisle, lying down would only mean getting trampled, Weiss simply hugged the blanket and walked out of the tent, only to see the fleshy-faced laborer foreman holding a thick stick in his hand, glaring fiercely at him. Get back! This guy actually knew how to speak Ulster language, and quite fluently too. Do you want me to go back and fight them, or let me sleep outside the tent? Weiss asked back. The foreman was not stumped by Weiss's question but instead sharply countered, do you want to die, or live? Weiss gritted his teeth, I swear, let me sleep outside, and I will absolutely not run away. The other party waved the stick in his hand and sneered, if oaths were useful, would there still be war in this world? Before I get angry, you'd better get in there immediately. There's no space on the ground, can't you sleep standing up like a horse? These words choked Weiss up. Damn it, a laborer foreman who could speak Ulster language was one thing, but his grammar was full of errors, yet he spoke in such a reasonable sounding way. Could he have been sent by heaven to torture me? Chapter 33, Pick the Soft Persimmons. Under the foreman's club, Weiss re-entered the tent. The stench hit him immediately. The laborers, who were not ashamed of their filth, cast malicious looks at him, as if to say, newbie, you're bound to get beaten when you first arrive. Feel unfair? Frustrated? Just endure it and you'll get used to it. Damn it. Weiss frowned and clenched his fists. Enduring humiliation to survive was one thing, but letting these lowly bugs trample his dignity, the dignity of a Federation Army officer, a defender of freedom, was another. The tent was packed, with only a narrow aisle in the middle, there was simply no room to stand. To carve out a bunk for himself wasn't just a matter of finding space, but of using his fists to force them to make room. Weiss had never found a way to measure his own combat power, but using Nicola as a reference, he estimated his unarmed combat potential was around 9, and his defense around 5. Glancing around, the laborers' combat potential varied, some reached 13, others only 5, with defense values ranging from 3 to 7. Weiss was not a bully, and he never did things that involved picking on the weak, but today was an exception, he had to break the rules. He quickly selected 2 pushovers, walked over with his blanket, stared at them without a word, dropped the blanket, and gestured for them to move. Seeing the newcomer's arrogance, one immediately jumped up, shouting, and the other followed suit. Weiss did not bother to size them up, nor did he spar with them. He grabbed the right one's arm, executed a shoulder throw with a smooth and rapid motion, then sidestepped, pivoted, and landed a whip kick on the left one. The entire sequence was completed in 3 to 5 seconds. The tent erupted as more than half the people stood up, surprised that the newcomer dared to take on 2 at once. But Weiss did not flinch, his eyes locked on the 2 unfortunate targets. He had used full strength in that throw and kick, though it wasn't enough to completely incapacitate them. They scrambled up, glaring at Weiss with surprise and resentment. The taller one shouted something, and they both charged at him. Weiss had no retreat. He braced himself, dodged the initial attacks, parried their arms with a swift left punch, and then, with his right arm bent like a spring, delivered a powerful hook that smashed into the tall one's face. The punch landed squarely on the bridge of his nose, almost flattening it. Before Weiss could retract his fist, the shorter one grabbed his right arm and tried to knee him in the waist, but being short, his knee only hit Weiss's thigh. Extensive military training had made Weiss's once frail body much stronger, and his firm thigh muscles absorbed most of the impact, protecting his tendons and bones. Weiss pulled down with his right arm, crossed his left arm over it, grabbed the opponent's head, and with a shoulder thrust, used the force of his upper body to execute another clean shoulder throw. After taking 2 consecutive hits, the pushovers were dizzy and fearful, even if they could still stand. The surrounding laborers did not swarm him. Life was boring, and having some entertainment made them act like spectators at a boxing match, cheering and clapping as if they were about to place bets. With the commotion in the tent, the foreman yelled threats from outside. The laborers quieted down like mice hearing a cat. Weiss did not act rashly but kept his cold gaze fixed on the 2 pushovers, completely suppressing them with his presence. They stood there, having seen the gap in their combat ability during the fight, charging forward again seemed like a recipe for a beating, but if they gave up their bunk, they would have nowhere to sleep. Seeing the 3 of them stop fighting, the laborers lost interest. Fearing the foreman, they didn't continue to jeer but returned to their respective bunks. Weiss seized the opportunity to walk over to the 2 pushovers' sleeping area, picked up his blanket, kicked their mats and clothes aside, and sat down in the corner. After a while, the 2 unlucky men shuffled over and timidly picked up their belongings. There was no room for more bunks in the tent, and going outside meant facing the cold and the foreman's club. They stood there, lost, occasionally looking at Weiss with pathetic expressions. Weiss occupied only a small part of the 2 bunks, they could have taken turns sleeping or huddled together, but Weiss showed no mercy, using a cold gaze to tell them, winners take all, there's no room for you here anymore. The 2 pushovers looked at each other, then helplessly walked to the tent entrance and sat in the aisle back to back. They were mocked by the nearby laborers, and one even teased them by resting his feet on their legs. The 2 dared not show any anger at their companions' taunts. Having been drained the previous night and exhausted throughout the day, Weiss felt drowsy. However, in this strange and unfriendly environment, he dared not sleep soundly, remaining propped up in the corner, ready to fight at any moment. The laborers, however, lacked such tenacity. That night, Weiss was not disturbed until the foreman's angry shouting woke him from a hazy sleep. He jumped up instantly, feeling a brief wave of dizziness, but unlike the exhaustion-induced dizziness from before, his energy and mental state returned to normal in seconds. Looking toward the source of the noise, he saw the foreman beating a laborer with a stick, the very same one he had beaten the day before. Meanwhile, the other pushover was scraping up bedding and clothes from the floor, begging the foreman for mercy. If I hadn't picked the soft persimmons last night, I would be the one getting beaten now. Weiss thought. With the foreman's barrage of blows and curses, the laborers didn't dare to dawdle and quickly left their pigsty to assemble. Stepping out of the tent, they felt the deep chill in the air. The camp was quiet at dawn, and not a single Norman soldier was in sight. Judging by yesterday's situation, the laborers' activities were always under the soldiers' surveillance. Did this mean the early morning was the best time to escape? As Weiss quietly pondered this, he suddenly heard someone behind him say in a muffled voice, "Don't think about escaping. Just surviving is good enough." Without turning, Weiss knew it was the burly foreman. This guy had been shouting in the tent, using at least 3 different languages, not including Ulster language. Apart from diplomats and international human traffickers, who needed to know so many languages. I am not a prisoner, but a laborer, Weiss argued. Yes, you look like a laborer, the foreman replied meaningfully, but I still have to warn you, if your escape fails, you had better finish yourself off, otherwise you will implicate Lieutenant Tian, and you will implicate all of us here. This surprised Weiss and made him curious. This man seemed to have an unusual relationship with Lieutenant Tian, or perhaps such things were common. More importantly, he didn't seem to mind Weiss using the labor team to hide his identity and wait for a chance to escape. Could they all be members of a secret anti-war organization within the Norman Empire? With this thought, Weiss's mind wandered, even imagining the vast Norman Empire collapsing under the wave of anti-war sentiment. He wanted to probe the foreman for more information, but the man, who had just been acting deep, suddenly turned ferocious and struck Weiss on the shoulder with a stick, cursing in Norman language. Weiss hurried into the line of laborers and turned to see a small squad of Norman soldiers carrying rifles approaching. They were yawning as they walked, but their eyes were sharp. Next, the foreman ordered several laborers to drag a cart of tools and a cart of sacks from the warehouse, then led the loose formation toward the south. The Norman soldiers followed at a distance, suggesting that the Normans didn't fully trust their labor team. As they walked, Weiss suddenly realized that to his front left was the POW camp he had previously stayed in. Sections of the fence remained, and charred craters scarred the ground. The soil, soaked in blood, was a heart-wrenching dark red, but there was no sign of prisoners, nor were there any bodies or fragments. As the front line pushed forward, this abandoned POW camp might soon be forgotten, or perhaps the Federation would erect a monument here to mourn the Federation Army soldiers who died. This brave and decisive night raid, which had rescued many Federation Army prisoners, was itself worthy of commemoration and remembrance. Under the foreman's guidance, the labor team arrived south of the camp and began to vigorously repair anti-aircraft positions and concealment facilities. Not far to the east was a railway line where transport had been temporarily interrupted. Such arrangements suggested that this camp, which had been raided by the Federation Army, would be put to use again, perhaps to build a new POW camp, or to become a supply transfer station and defensive point. From the northern border to here, the Norman Army's supply line was over 2,000 miles long. With the size of the front line and the length of the supply route, even using all available air transport could only solve limited problems. The Army's supplies would inevitably have to be transported largely by land. Despite eating and sleeping poorly the day before, Weiss's physical and mental condition continued to improve. Whether digging trenches or stacking bunkers, he handled everything with ease. If he wanted to, he could easily become a model for the labor team, but he had no need to try hard to contribute to the Norman Empire. As he worked, he used the rare opportunity to observe the Normans' behavior up close. In the mid-morning and mid-afternoon, Federation Army planes appeared in the clouds twice. They were small and agile, coming and going without a trace, and the Norman Army had no way to defend against them. Chapter 34, Everyone has weaknesses. Before the war broke out, Weiss's intuitive impression of the Normans was limited to that group of elite cadets from the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy. They possessed the elegance of eagles, the agility of leopards, and the cunning of foxes. They had outstanding physical fitness, were proficient in military arts, and were skilled in tactical strategies. They were almost flawless, as if they were the most perfect existences in this world. If it hadn't been for turning the tables in the final war game, Weiss and his companions would have had absolutely no confidence in defeating the Norman army. After the war broke out, for more than a month, the Federation military and civilians chose to watch from the sidelines. They were astonished by the sharpness of the Norman army and felt surprised and puzzled by the defeat of the Wessex fleet. But when the Federation High Command decided to join the war, they still rushed to the front line without hesitation. As a result, nearly two-thirds of the troops sent abroad were lost. Weiss, who had experienced the border battles, had seen the power of the Normans, but he also saw the rational cold fear behind their bravery. Everyone has weaknesses, and the Normans are no exception. While serving as a laborer for the Norman army, after a brief period of hesitation and confusion, Weiss decided to make good use of his current situation and be a special undercover agent. He slept in dirty tents with the laborers, ate foul-smelling offal, and worked more than 14 hours every day. While working, he quietly observed the daily routines and words and deeds of the Norman soldiers around him, and used the few opportunities he had to contact and learn the Norman language. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, he stayed at the initial military camp with the laborer team for 5 days, and then stayed at a new camp on the north bank of the Sambala River for 8 days. Just when he thought he would continue to move south with the Norman army's battle line, the Federation Army assembled a large force and launched a counterattack from both the Alsace Federation State and the Pabunbo Federation State directions. The Norman army, which had broken through the Sambala River defense line and pushed to the outskirts of Ao City, soon fell into an unfavorable situation of being attacked from 3 sides and had to restrain its edge and retreat while fighting. In this way, Weiss followed the Norman army northward, and 4 days later, arrived at the Hofentis military base, which had been occupied by the Normans, to settle down. When the Federation Army previously withdrew from the Hofentis military base, they hurriedly blew up many warehouses and training facilities. Because of its special geographical location, the Normans chose this place as a military stronghold and carried out fortress-like modifications according to their habitual thinking. After Weiss's laborer team arrived with the army, they were assigned the task of building trench fortifications without even a moment of rest. The workload was so heavy and the time so tight that the laborers worked until late at night before being let go to sleep, and were urged to start working again early the next morning. Here, not only did hundreds of laborers work day and night, but many Norman soldiers also rolled up their sleeves and joined the earthwork operations, although their work area was separated from that of the laborers. In addition, the Normans also used many trucks and some construction machinery. They built reinforced concrete fortifications all over the defense line, covered them with thick mud and sand, and then applied concealment and camouflage, which could not be discovered by ordinary reconnaissance methods. Furthermore, the Normans also laid multiple layers of barbed wire and minefields in front of their positions, connecting visible and hidden defenses. The defensive strength of the Hofentis military base increased significantly every day. Being in the midst of it, Weiss couldn't help but worry about the fate of his Federation army colleagues. If they chose to launch a frontal assault, he didn't know how many casualties they would have to pay. On the fourth day of returning to Hofentis, Weiss once again witnessed the great power of the Federation fleet from the perspective of being in the enemy camp. A Federation combat fleet composed of 4 battleships, 4 cruisers, and 15 frigates launched a fierce bombardment on the Hofentis fortress built by the Normans. Without interference from Norman warships, this intermittent bombardment started in the morning and ended only at dusk. During this period, the Federation army dispatched aircraft multiple times for reconnaissance and bombing. Although his area of activity was limited, Weiss still did his best to observe, infer, and record the defensive situation of the Norman army. That evening, a large number of Norman soldiers retreated into the fortress from the east, south, and west directions, causing the number of Norman army troops stationed there to increase greatly. The next morning, when the Federation fleet appeared on the horizon again, the Norman warship finally appeared. They dispatched 2 battleships, 2 armored ships, 1 cruiser, and 7 frigates compared to the Federation fleet across the battlefield. This lineup seemed a bit thin. It seems that under the situation where the artificial star source stone cannot provide continuous and stable floating power for flying warships, and the production of star source stone mines in Wessex is still gradually recovering, the replenishment speed of the Norman fleet's combat losses is far behind that of the Federation fleet, which has strong industrial strength and occupies the home field advantage. The 2 fleets stood in a standoff across the air. The Federation side, which had an absolute advantage in numbers, rudely bullied the few with the many. They used 4 top-tier battleships to monitor the whole field and sent cruisers and frigates to form 2 bombardment detachments to support the ground troops' operations. In the intervals of the Federation Army's bombardment, nearly 100 Federation Army aircraft appeared on the battlefield at once. They swept across the Norman Army's defense zone like a swarm of locusts, bombing corners that artillery fire could not cover. Under repeated suppression, the large-scale defensive facilities built by the Norman Army were like wooden houses encountering a hurricane, and they were completely blown away. The Norman Army not only suffered casualties, but the morale and determination of the officers and soldiers were also continuously weakened. The Federation Army's very effective artillery preparation changed Weiss's pessimistic view of this fortress offensive and defensive battle, and also gave him a great change in his view of the Federation Army's ability to learn and adapt to war. In fact, looking at the previous war, the Ulster-Wessex Allied forces were able to reverse the situation and win. Although the Wessex Army made important contributions, their role was like a winger on the court, mainly playing an assisting role, and fundamentally it still relied on the Federation Army to capture the cities and strongholds. By the later stages of the war, the Federation Army had already mastered the tactics of artillery fire paving the way and deep penetration, and using this to break through the Norman Army's defense line was always effective. Since he saw the turning point of the war, Weiss decided to take advantage of this battle to return to the Federation Army. After the battle started, the laborers not only had to rush to repair fortifications with the Norman soldiers, but also undertook various tasks such as transporting ammunition, transferring the wounded, and fighting fires. Except for not needing to directly participate in the battle, they were plugging holes everywhere, and their lives were in danger at any time. Under such circumstances, the constraints and surveillance they were subjected to were completely different from usual. As long as one had the intention, it was not difficult to find an opportunity to regain freedom. After half a month of careful observation and serious study, Weiss was already able to understand some basic commands of the Normans. Thanks to this, when he heard a Norman officer assign a soldier to take the laborers to transport emergency medicine to a certain frontline position and use stretchers to withdraw the seriously wounded, he seized the opportunity and squeezed into the group of laborers being called. The leading Norman soldier gathered 12 laborers and hurriedly took them away. During this process, the foreman of the laborer team where Weiss was did not notice that such a special laborer as him was missing. After collecting boxes of medical supplies from a military warehouse hidden deep underground, the laborers followed the leading soldier with uneasy expressions. They first walked along the communication trench through an open area, but they only walked halfway before they encountered artillery coverage. The Federation Army's shells fell one after another, and the violent explosions scared these laborers, who had no combat quality at all, so much that no matter how the leading soldier shouted and drove them, they would not move another step. Fortunately, this was just a round of rapid scattered artillery fire. Some shells landed nearby, and the shock from the explosions made people dizzy, and the diffusing smoke made people cough incessantly, affecting visibility temporarily. Weiss seized the opportunity to pick up the box and walk quickly, decisively changing his route at the first fork, and moving quickly along the winding communication trench for a distance, completely out of the sight of the leading soldier. Having taken the first step to regain freedom, Weiss did not stop, nor could he stop. He deliberately pretended to be in a hurry and moved along the communication trench in the direction where the gunfire was most intense. His plan was to coordinate from the inside when the Federation Army attacked the frontline positions, helping them eliminate the Norman Army's firepower points and striving to establish a bridgehead for the attack. If the battle situation was not ideal and the Federation Army that attacked the position was repelled by the Norman Army, then he would retreat from the fortress area with the Federation army and provide the enemy's defensive situation that he had scouted over the past few days to the Federation army commander. The laborers serving the Norman army wore uniforms of suspenders. Relying on this sturdy attire and the medicine box carried on his shoulder, Weiss was able to move freely in the trenches where Norman soldiers were coming and going. At that time, the Federation army's ground offensive had already sounded the horn. The Normans had to guard against attacks from the air on one hand, resist the Federation army on the other, and also treat the wounded and dispatch troops, so they were already too busy to care. Who had the spare time to care about a laborer who seemed to be transporting supplies to the position? Walking along, Weiss came to the rear entrance of a bunker. This type of bunker had 4 firing ports and could cover the hemispherical field of fire directly in front. He heard the Norman army's autocannons roaring, but no machine gun sound did not mean there were no machine guns configured. It might be because the target was still out of machine gun range. Weiss was just about to climb onto the trench to check the situation in front when he suddenly heard someone coldly shout in the Norman language, "Hey, who are you?" The questioner was a Norman officer, who was supporting an injured companion. Seeing this, Weiss hurriedly replied, "Laborer. Medicine." After saying that, he also pointed to the medicine box carried on his shoulder, which was marked with a prominent medical symbol. "Give it to me quickly." The Norman officer issued instructions to Weiss in a commanding tone while letting his injured companion sit against the trench. Weiss obediently put down the medicine box and deliberately crouched there foolishly. The injured guy was also an officer, his head wrapped in bandages, his shoulders and chest already soaked with blood, and his eyes half open, with a somewhat hollow look. The Norman officer who made Weiss put down the medicine box drew his short saber, pried open the wooden box in a few strokes, took out hemostatic cotton and bandages, skillfully wrapped a few turns around his companion's head, tied it up, and then treated the wound on his body. Weiss stretched his neck and saw that there was still a piece of shrapnel the size of a finger embedded in that guy's shoulder. According to the routine of TV series, this Norman officer should help his companion pull out the shrapnel on the spot, and the tool used would be that short saber. Of course, before doing it, he would have to burn it with fire. The actual situation was that he leaned down and bit the shrapnel out directly with his teeth. His companion's blood immediately splashed half of his face, but he didn't care at all, immediately pressed the wound with hemostatic cotton, and then tied layers of bandages. Weiss was crouching here, not to attend a field first aid scene course. The Norman officer was fully focused on treating his companion's wound, the short saber was thrown on the ground, the holster was also exposed in a position within Weiss's reach, and the strap on the holster was still unbuckled. If he acted now, Weiss had a 90% chance of snatching the gun and completing a double kill, but he was not Rambo, let alone the Terminator. Next, he only had a 1% probability of clearing the Norman soldiers in the fortress, and a 1/1000 probability of surviving until the Federation army attacked. So, he chose to continue watching, waiting for a more appropriate opportunity. Hearing the crisp and continuous machine gun sound from outside the trench, Weiss stood up. The trenches here were dug very deep, and even standing on tiptoe was not enough to see. Seeing that the Norman officer had no intention of stopping him, Weiss climbed onto the trench wall and poked his head out to take a quick look. The army pressed on like a tsunami. Magnificent. Magnificent. PART 35, a one-man battle. Read the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel as fast as possible. Name, what is your name? Weiss asked with difficulty in the Norman language. The Norman officer stared at Weiss, assuming he was worried that if the medical box were opened, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his duty upon delivery. So he said, "Carson Haglist, Lieutenant, 434th Infantry Battalion, Hawks Battalion." Weiss silently committed this information to memory. Unlike the Federation Army, the Norman Empire's military combat sequence was organized by battalion. In addition to numerical designations, each battalion had its own name, some named after their battalion commanders, some honorary titles granted by the royal family, and others based on historical allusions. After finishing bandaging his comrade, the Norman officer named Carson Haglist helped his comrade up and said to Weiss, "You can go now." Weiss was not in a hurry to leave. He watched the two walk away for some distance before picking up the medical box and turning into the bunker's corridor entrance. There were no sentries or guards here, but as Weiss walked down the corridor into the bunker, a Norman soldier coming from the opposite direction immediately shouted at him, "Hey, orderly, who let you come here?" Weiss stammered out the name, rank, and unit designation of the Norman officer he had just met, then set down the medical box he was carrying on his shoulder and opened the lid. "Medicine. Medicine." The Norman soldier looked at the field medical kits in the box, then looked at the innocent-looking Weiss. After pondering for a moment, he muttered something, bent down, picked out a few medical kits, and signaled for Weiss to leave. Weiss hesitated for a moment, picked up the box, and prepared to leave. Just then, it felt like a powerful shell landed on top of the bunker. A violent tremor and shockwave hit, knocking both Weiss and the Norman soldier to the ground, and the medical kits he was holding in his arms fell and scattered everywhere. As the after-effects of the explosion faded, the sound of someone shouting medic came from inside the bunker. It seemed someone had been injured. The Norman soldier couldn't care about Weiss anymore. He grabbed 2 medical kits and ran inside. While picking up the fallen medical kits, Weiss looked around. The bunker's entrance had a sliding steel door and 2 rear-facing firing ports. Once enemy troops breached the defense line, the soldiers could seal the entrance to hold their ground and wait for reinforcements. Inside the entrance was a narrow zigzag corridor, and further in was the combat room. A bunker of this scale might also have separate communication rooms, medical rooms, ammunition rooms, and troop quarters. Clutching the medical kits left behind by the Norman soldier, Weiss walked through the dimly lit zigzag corridor. The further he went, the clearer the sounds of autocannons and machine guns became, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of propellant. Weiss squinted and observed. The reinforced concrete walls could not block his brainwaves from penetrating through. Red dashed boxes appeared in his vision even though Weiss was posing as an orderly to blend into the enemy camp. In his biological friend or foe identification system, the Normans were still hostile entities. He had discovered this long ago. The judgment of a target's combat power was an addition of individual combat ability and weapon power. Those whose combat readings were much higher than the average soldier must be machine gun or autocannon gunners. Outside a room door where natural light shone in, Weiss cautiously poked his head out to observe. Inside the door was a combat room of less than 20 square meters. Positioned at the front was a rotary autocannon mounted on a fixed mount. 4 Norman soldiers formed a firing team, one responsible for observation, one for firing, one for ammunition supply, and one for transporting ammunition. On both sides of the combat room were stacked wooden ammunition crates. Near the door was a rack with 4 Norman rifles placed below, and 4 sets of individual gear hanging above including bullet pouches and ammunition pouches containing bomb grenades. Beside them were 2 separate rectangular wooden crates, the wooden lid of one had been opened, revealing gleaming yellow rifle cartridges. This really is well stocked. Weiss had a good idea of the route and difficulty of seizing the guns and eliminating the enemies, but the timing wasn't right yet. He didn't linger here and continued walking deeper along the corridor. In the adjacent combat room, he saw a completely different scene. The flat firing port had been blown open, and the rotary autocannon set in front of the firing port was clearly deformed, looking as though it could no longer be used. 2 blood-stained Norman soldiers lay on the ground, and 2 were sitting against the wall. 3 uninjured Norman soldiers were helping them stop the bleeding and bandage their wounds, one of whom was the soldier Weiss had encountered at the corridor entrance. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" This question had been asked to Weiss 3 times in less than a quarter of an hour. As he answered as usual, the few Norman soldiers in the combat room cast unfriendly glances in his direction. "Hey, sir, medicine," Weiss said proactively to the Norman soldier who had blocked him at the bunker entrance earlier. His comrade's injuries were serious, and 2 medical kits were not enough. Seeing the medical kits in Weiss's arms, this Norman soldier hurriedly beckoned him over. The Norman soldier who had just stopped Weiss at the door was a full head taller than him. He strode to the firing port, speaking rapidly, but Weiss could only barely understand a few words. After putting down the medical kits, he stood up and glanced out. Through the firing port, he could see the Federal Army's front line had already entered the minefield. Before the war broke out, the Federation Army did not attach importance to the research and development of tank technology and tactics, and as a result, they suffered in front of the Normans' armored clusters. Now, many tanks not seen before had appeared on the Federal Army's attack line, including wheeled armored vehicles with rotating turrets, turretless gun-carrying tanks, and tracked assault tanks. They were impressive in both style and quantity. After the initial artillery carpet bombing, it seemed there were not many mines left in the minefield. Although some Federal Army tanks were damaged by mines, a significant portion had passed through the minefield unscathed. They began to use the timber carried in front of the tanks to fill the trenches on the spot, then crossed the trenches and crushed the barbed wire, opening a path for the infantry's advance. Standing from the defenders' perspective, if they couldn't stop the attacking side's tanks from filling the trenches, the defensive situation would become precarious. The tall Norman soldier who was observing the enemy situation in front of the firing port muttered for a while, then turned back to check the damaged autocannon. He tinkered with it but was helpless, so he walked over, grabbed Weiss by the collar, and said something in an impatient tone. Weiss didn't understand the word and had to spread his hands in a helpless gesture. The tall Norman soldier glared and shouted fiercely at Weiss, seemingly telling him to go find a maintenance technician or maintenance tools. Weiss had to nod in agreement. The other party finally let go, but perhaps feeling that Weiss's movements were slow and his demeanor sluggish, he kicked him in the butt. Weiss stumbled and almost fell, a surge of nameless fury rising in his heart. It wasn't easy to sneak into such a bunker. If he left, whether to look for another route or try to find maintenance personnel and tools, it would take a lot of time, and he might even get caught by other Norman soldiers to do other things, which would be troublesome. Weiss turned his head indignantly and saw that the Norman soldier who had kicked him had already turned to go back to the firing port, and the others weren't paying attention to him either. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck. Since this combat room had just been hit by direct artillery fire, with 2 gunners dead and 2 injured, if another explosion occurred, it wouldn't arouse suspicion from the Norman side, right? Thinking of this, Weiss walked straight towards the combat room door, his eyes darting to the rifle rack and individual gear near the door, simulating the upcoming actions, route, and several possible scenarios in his mind. Once he made a move, there would be no turning back, there was no way out. Weiss took a deep breath. As he passed by the rifle rack, he decisively and quickly took down a set of individual gear, pulled out a bomb grenade from the ammunition pouch with the fastest speed, pulled the pin, and threw it sideways into the center of the combat room. At this moment, he saw 2 Norman soldiers staring at him in shock, but even if they reacted quickly, they couldn't reach the rolling bomb grenade on the ground, and the others were still oblivious to this fatal threat. With a glance back, Weiss grabbed a Norman rifle from the rack without hesitation, quickly passed through the door, and slipped into the corridor. The explosion was imminent. He opened his mouth wide to reduce the impact of the explosion on his eardrums while pulling back the bolt. Damn! It was indeed unloaded, but fortunately, he had brought the individual gear out. The explosion arrived as expected. Weiss held his breath and closed his eyes to prevent dust. He fumbled to take out a clip of bullets from the ammunition pouch. His hands were a bit shaky, and he wasn't as familiar with the construction of the Norman rifle as he was with the Grumman rifle. The first attempt didn't go in, but his past experiences of life and death had given him a strong heart. He looked down, opened his eyes, and immediately loaded the ammunition successfully, closed the bolt, and without waiting for the smoke of the explosion to clear, he charged into the combat room with the rifle. Squinting and scanning, there were 7 Norman soldiers, 5 were already dead or on the verge of death, and 2 were still in a low health state. Weiss strode forward, accurately giving them each a rifle butt, cleanly and neatly taking care of the Normans in this combat room. But this was only the first step of the orderly's counterattack. He quickly turned back to the door, sensed someone running in the corridor, so he pressed against the wall and silently let him in. The Norman soldier who rushed over to check the situation shouted loudly as soon as he entered the door. Weiss didn't quite understand, but that was no longer important. He quickly raised the rifle, aimed at the guy's head, and pulled the trigger at a distance where the muzzle was almost touching his head. In front of the bullet, the hard skull was as brittle as melon skin. The moment the gun fired, brains burst, splattering all over the ground. The pungent, bloody smell that assaulted his nose made the long-suppressed fire of battle in Weiss's chest burn fiercely. While pulling the bolt to reload, he retreated to the side of the door and continued to peer into the corridor while pressing against the wall. A moment later, 2 more Norman soldiers ran over, but their combat values in Weiss's eyes were only slightly higher than an orderly's, indicating that neither of them was carrying weapons. Weiss stuffed the bommy grenade he had been holding in his hand back into the ammunition pouch, put down the rifle, drew his bayonet, and waited for them to run in one after another. With a sidestep, he came behind the person in the back, covered his mouth, and slit his throat in one go, his movements as skilled as a professional killer. Having killed one as easily and quietly as slaughtering a chicken, Weiss had originally intended to step forward and use the same tactic to take out the blonde Norman soldier in front. But this guy hadn't even noticed that his companion behind him had met with misfortune, nor did he ignore the traces of the bommy grenade explosion or the warning implied by the headshot corpse. Seeing a Norman soldier sitting against the wall in the corner who seemed to still have breath, he hurriedly walked over. Weiss made a prompt decision, bit the bayonet in his mouth, turned back to pick up the rifle, and quickly aimed. Only at this moment did the blonde Norman soldier notice the enemy's presence. He turned his head and saw the pitch-black muzzle, his young, inexperienced face instantly filled with the fear of death. Alone, deep in the enemy camp, Weiss had no choice but to pull the trigger with his eyes wide open. Chapter 36, Escaping Loneliness. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated fastest. In less than 3 minutes, having wiped out all the Norman soldiers in this room, Weiss leaned his back against the wall, monitoring the internal corridor of the fortress beside the door of the combat room. A moment later, 3 Norman soldiers walked over quickly, one of whom was still shouting something indignantly. Weiss wasn't confident in taking on 3 men alone, so he simply rolled a bommy grenade along the ground towards them. In the dim environment, those Normans failed to notice the danger in time. After a resounding explosion, Weiss rushed out with his gun, only to find all 3 lying in a pool of blood. Seeing that the leader was dressed as an officer, Weiss stepped forward to search him and found a revolver issued to officers by the Norman army. Although the mechanism was simple, the craftsmanship was not crude at all, its range and power were both superior to the semi-automatic pistols of the Federation army, making it a quite effective close combat weapon. After obtaining the revolver, Weiss slung his rifle over his back, holding a bommy grenade in his freed hand. He did not retreat back to the original combat room but instead walked along the corridor in the direction he had come from. With such a loud commotion nearby, 4 gunners in the adjacent combat room were still hard at work. Weiss didn't stand on ceremony with them and threw a bommy grenade directly inside. After the explosion, he entered the combat room, finished off a lightly wounded Norman soldier, took a set of individual gear from the rack, replenished his ammunition and firepower, and prepared to clear out the Normans in this fortress one by one. Just then, screams came from the corridor. Evidently, someone had discovered the 3 corpses lying on the ground. Any Norman soldier with a bit of sense should be able to see the problem through these unusual signs of combat. Weiss's heart rate accelerated, but he did not panic or act rashly. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation and looked for a countermeasure. Fighting alone, no matter how skilled he was, it would be hard to defeat the numerous Norman soldiers. There was only one way to solve the root problem: assist the Federation army in breaking into the Norman army's position. Thinking about giving his own side a conspicuous signal, Weiss looked around, took a rifle from the gun rack, attached a bayonet, stripped the jacket off the dead Norman gunner, and used the rifle to hoist the jacket out through the firing port. After Weiss finished doing this, the sounds in the corridor increased. He quickly went to the side of the room door, squinted to observe, rolled a bommy grenade to each side of the corridor, and closed his eyes for a few seconds to rest. As the dust and smoke from the explosions poured into the combat room, he left the room, turned right, and ran quickly along the corridor, ignoring the Norman soldiers who were dying or knocked unconscious. He soon reached the entrance of the fortress and caught sight of a Norman soldier in the trench outside calling for reinforcements. He immediately threw a bommy grenade over, blowing that guy and the Norman soldier next to him straight away. Then, Weiss struggled to turn the wheel to close the steel door of the fortress entrance, but the door was only half closed when footsteps came from behind. He quickly turned his head to observe and discovered that 3 Norman soldiers had arrived. The internal corridor near the entrance was torchless, which was not conducive to the lethality of the bommy grenade, but in order to block these Norman soldiers, Weiss turned back into the corridor, threw a bommy grenade at the second bend, and then quickly ran back to the steel door to continue turning the wheel. The explosion in the corridor not only delayed the pursuers inside the fortress but also made the Normans outside dare not force their way in. Amidst the acrid smoke, Weiss tried his best to turn the wheel and finally closed the thick steel door. Just at the moment it closed, a slight but distinguishable metallic clanking sound came from the foot of the door. Weiss guessed that it was a bomb grenade thrown by the Norman soldier outside at the last minute. Although the explosive was not thrown in, it would definitely explode right next to the steel door. Previously, Weiss had used bomb grenades in enclosed spaces one after another. The lethality was undeniable, but the impact on himself was not small either. The side effects, aching eardrums, a painful head, churning organs, and surging blood had already affected his reaction speed to a certain extent, and Weiss didn't want to suffer that again. Moreover, he was not sure about the sturdiness of the steel door, so after closing it, he quickly ran into the corridor. Just as he ran to the first bend, a deafening explosion came from outside the steel door, but the steel door was not blown down, nor was it significantly deformed, and the smoke from the explosion was also blocked outside. It seems that the quality of these defensive fortresses hastily built by the Normans was not bad at all. After the explosion, Weiss's first reaction was to open the firing port next to the steel door and take out a few Norman soldiers. He was leaning against the bend, just about to get up, when a shadow suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Knowing that this was a Norman soldier coming from inside the corridor, stimulated by a strong desire to survive, his adrenaline surged crazily. He drew his revolver without thinking, but the newcomer had already fired first. Extremely fortunately, after the steel door was closed, the vision here was dim. Although this Norman soldier holding a rifle had locked onto Weiss's position, the shot missed by a hair's breadth. Weiss would never give the opponent a second chance. He aimed at the target and fired 3 shots in succession. The Norman officer's sidearm, which used 3.6 PIR caliber pistol ammunition, could almost be considered a hand cannon in terms of design and power, so the recoil was naturally quite astonishing. If he hadn't tried out captured loot during the border conflict, Weiss's 3-shot burst would have been ridiculously inaccurate, if not for the fact that his wrist would have been shattered by the recoil. With 3 shots, he knocked down the enemy in front of him. Weiss held his breath without reloading, using his legs and core to spring away from the corner of the bend like a jumping shrimp. Just as he decisively shifted positions, another Norman soldier rushed out. His muzzle was aimed at the position Weiss had just occupied, and upon discovering the target moving, he quickly swung his gun to pursue. Seeing the second Norman soldier appear, Weiss rolled and lunged. Before his body stopped moving, he gripped the gun with both hands, aimed briefly, and fired the last 2 bullets. This revolver had a 5-round chamber, and because of the gas seal design, it added operational steps, making reloading time consuming. Sustained combat capability was likely its biggest weakness. After running out of bullets, Weiss did not attempt to reload but tossed the pistol aside, rolled sideways, took the opportunity to unshoulder his rifle, and aimed while lying down. The Norman soldier in front of him had been hit in the right shoulder by one of Weiss's shots. He hadn't fallen, but he couldn't aim while holding his rifle at an angle. Seeing Weiss raise his muzzle, he let out a helpless cry of despair. Weiss did not disappoint his own marksmanship, hitting the enemy in the chest with 1 shot, thrillingly completing another double kill. He panted as he climbed up, squinting to observe the enemy situation around him. The Normans outside were only ordinary combatants and did not yet have weapons to break open the steel door. They could only blockade and could not launch a strong assault. The Normans inside the fortress were also few in number. Calculating it, Weiss had already taken out 20 or so of them, and such a medium-sized fortress usually had a garrison of only 20 or 30 men in wartime. Quickly organizing his weapons and equipment, Weiss proceeded along the original path. While passing through the tortuous corridor, he found a bloody, mangled corpse on the ground. It seemed that the grenade he had thrown earlier to delay the enemy had also yielded unexpected results. Continuing forward, the sound of an autocannon firing came from one of the combat rooms. Weiss did not hesitate and served them a bomb grenade as usual. After the explosion, he entered the combat room holding the revolver with both hands. There were only 2 more corpses on the ground, which meant that just 2 Norman soldiers had been operating the autocannon. Weiss picked up the rifle and military uniform discarded by the Normans from the ground, extended it out of the firing port again, and took the opportunity to observe the battle situation ahead. Under the tenacious resistance of the Norman army, the Federation army's progress at this stage seemed very slow, with many tanks destroyed in front of the position, but the situation was not entirely pessimistic. It must have been that they noticed the special flag Weiss had previously extended from the firing port and discovered that the firepower of this fortress was very abnormal, so the Federation army had consciously increased their investment in this direction. A tank had been destroyed about 100 feet, or 30 to 40 meters, away from here, and behind the tank wreckage, the helmets of Federal soldiers were vaguely visible. Ever since he was conscripted into the Norman army's labor team, although Weiss had not left the land of the Free Federation, he had been living like a lonely ghost. Being in the enemy camp and seeing the Federation army so close to him, the joy in his heart erupted like a volcano, which could not be suppressed by any force. He stripped the blood-stained uniform off another Norman soldier, picked up the rifle on the ground, quickly went to the next combat room, and from the breach blown open by the artillery shell, he extended his self-made special flag and waved it vigorously. A moment later, he saw a Federal soldier leap up from behind the tank wreckage, followed by a second and a third. They kept their heads down, crouched low, and with agile postures, passed by the tank wreckage, ran forward for a distance, lay down to crawl for a bit, and under the crossfire of the Norman army, struggled stubbornly to approach this fortress. Seeing his comrades getting closer and closer, Weiss shouted loudly, "Long live the Federation! Long live freedom!" Encouraged by this shout, a Federal soldier who was not tall but agile bravely rushed through the last stretch of the journey and arrived under the firing port of the fortress. Immediately after, Weiss heard a voice that made his heart surge, pure, fluent Ulster language. Who are you? Are you one of us? I am Acting Sub-Lieutenant Long Cromwell Hyson of the 340th Reserve Regiment, 23rd Defence Division. Weiss replied while vigilantly looking back to observe. The Normans did not appear at the moment he least wanted to see them, so he hurriedly called out to his comrade outside, "Quick, there's a breach here, you should be able to crawl in." The Federal soldier outside might never have heard the name Klemper Hyson, but he must have known about the 23rd Defence Division and known that this unit had suffered heavy losses from the Norman army in the Sambala River defence battle, with a considerable number of officers and soldiers unfortunately becoming prisoners of war, though, of course, some were lucky enough to be rescued by friendly forces. In a situation where he could not verify the other party's identity, the Federal soldier outside chose to take a risk. He took a quick look at the breach in the firing port, first pushed his rifle in, and then climbed through the firing port. With unspeakable excitement, Weiss gave the newcomer a tight hug. Then, he had the Federal soldier stay there to meet the comrades behind, while he himself, holding the revolver, quickly went to the side of the combat room door. In the corridor outside the door, more Normans were coming. Chapter 37, The Fearless. Fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Relying on his omnidirectional, heaven-defying personal radar, Weiss discovered the Normans sneaking through the corridor in advance. There were 3 of them in total. Judging by their combat stats, the leader was an officer wielding a hand cannon, and the 2 behind him were soldiers armed with rifles. One of them had a very high combat stat ceiling and was likely already holding a bomb grenade, ready to throw it at any moment. At the other end of the combat room, the Federation soldier who had crawled in through the aperture of the shooting port was signaling his comrades behind him to move up quickly. Although the battlefield was filled with the sounds of gunfire and artillery, making it quite noisy here, Weiss believed that the Normans in the corridor must have heard someone shouting in the Ulster language in the combat room. He deliberately didn't tell his comrades to be quiet. He pressed himself against the side of the room door, holding his hand cannon in one hand and a bomb grenade in the other, patiently waiting for the enemy to approach. If they were too far away, the thrown bomb grenade would be hard to kill the targets directly and could easily be avoided by them. If they were too close, there was a risk of the enemy seizing the opportunity to throw their own grenade first. This balance required rich close combat experience to master. 60 feet, 50 feet, 40 feet. The Normans continued to approach. Even by listening intently from Weiss's position, it was difficult to catch their light footsteps, but their tracks, which they assumed were unperceived, were completely under Weiss's control. 30 feet, less than 10 meters. Weiss bit open the pin and threw the bomb grenade while rolling on the ground. At this moment, the Normans in the corridor were clearly focused on the changes in their surroundings. They immediately spotted this dark, smoking object that could kill them all in an instant. Someone immediately shouted in the Norman language, "Watch out for the bomb grenade," followed by hurried footsteps and the sound of metal objects clashing chaotically against the walls. Boom! The bomb grenade exploded in this relatively enclosed space, amplifying the shockwave to a certain extent. Weiss leaned against the wall, his shoulder feeling as if it had been punched, and his ears were ringing from the blast. The smoke produced by the explosion rolled in like a breached flood, surging into the combat room along the corridor. It was blinding, pungent, and suffocating, but these obstacles could not stop a determined fighter. Weiss rushed to the door, lowered his body, leaped forward, completed a half-turn in the air, and slid to the ground in the posture of a goalkeeper diving for a ball. In the dispersing smoke, the naked eye could not distinguish figures just a few meters away. Since the Battle of the Monamolan Mountains, Weiss had been constantly pondering the mysteries of the friend or foe identification system. After hundreds of uses, especially through extensive practice during the war, he was already able to master this auxiliary system with its massive combat bonuses at will. 1 second to scan, 1 second to lock on, 1 second to aim. After the scan, loud gunfire rang out in the corridor. Bang! 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 5 rounds were fired, his wrists aching and his arms numb. Weiss quickly stood up and changed positions, tossed aside the revolver, and pulled out his rifle. 1 second to scan, 1 second to lock on, aim, fire, cycle the bolt, reset. After 2 shots, 2 low-health Norman soldiers were killed on the spot. After Weiss had resolved the problem, the first Federation soldier to enter arrived at the door with his rifle. When he poked his head out and saw the scattered corpses in the corridor, he couldn't help but look at Weiss as if he were seeing God. "I'll hold this place," Weiss said, reloading his hand cannon while cheerfully speaking in the familiar Ulster language to his new comrade whom he had never met before. "You go and support the people behind. We need to occupy this place as soon as possible, the Normans might blow open the main gate at any time." Seconds after he finished speaking, a thunderous roar came from the corridor, and the entire fortress trembled. Weiss's expression changed abruptly. "Not good, it seems the enemy has blown open the main gate. We have to keep them out." Up to this point, a total of 3 Federation soldiers had entered the fortress through the aperture of the shooting port. The situation was as perilous as when Weiss and his team assaulted the Norman battleship at the Belkisar Pass. As the only officer among the 4 people present, and also the person most familiar with the situation here, Weiss took on the responsibility of commander without hesitation. He quickly assessed the weapon configuration of these 3 Federation soldiers and found that they were still holding Grumman's M3.2s. The power of this rifle was unquestionable, although it had the flaw of a slow rate of fire in close combat. It was more effective for bayonet fighting than the Norman's rifle. "You, stay here. You two, fix bayonets and follow me," Weiss commanded while looting the remaining bomb grenade from the rack by the door. This type of individual grenade used by the Norman army had a working principle and usage method similar to those of the Federation army, requiring almost no learning or adaptation to use. Seeing Weiss's strange attire, the two Federation soldiers who entered later were very confused by his orders. However, the first soldier who entered sensibly shouted, "Don't just stand there. This second Lieutenant Klemper-Heesen is on our side, he is an officer from the 23rd Defense Division." The situation did not allow Weiss to explain much. He shared 3 bomb grenade with each of the 2 selected Federation soldier, then took the lead into the corridor. Although he hadn't had time to carefully explore the structure of this fortress, Weiss already had a clear understanding of its overall layout. It consisted of 2 main combat rooms and several auxiliary storage rooms. The internal corridors looked complex but were actually an irregular ring. The steel door at the back should be its only normal entrance and exit on the plain level, but the possibility of backup passages could not be ruled out. The smoke surging from the front of the corridor confirmed Weiss's speculation that the Normans had blown open the steel door of the fortress. He quickly arrived at the bend in the corridor near the entrance, leaned against the wall, adjusted his breathing, and just as he was about to squint, a burly figure suddenly appeared within arm's reach. Weiss was prepared and not flustered at all. He quickly stepped back, raised his revolver with both hands, and fired a shot directly at the enemy's head. Headshot. After killing the first Norman soldier who entered, Weiss didn't pause for a second and threw a bomb grenade directly into the bent corridor. No sooner said than done, he caught a glimpse of a dark object being thrown out from inside. Needless to say, it was definitely a bomb grenade capable of killing 2 elephants. In this narrow corridor, there was nowhere to hide, and it was too late to run. Weiss did not hesitate at all. Aiming at the target and adjusting his pace, he executed a practiced instep kick, sending the bomb grenade to the far end of the corridor. He then spread his arms, pulled down his 2 new comrades, and shouted, "Get down and take cover." A moment later, the successive explosions made Weiss feel that his body had far exceeded its limits. His head was dazed, his ears were deaf, his limbs were wooden, his internal organs felt as if they had all shifted, the surrounding space was filled with thick smoke, and everything before his eyes was pitch black. Even so, a strong desire to survive made him struggle to get up immediately. There was no time to grope for the revolver that had fallen on the ground. He directly swung the Norman rifle he was carrying on his back and staggered toward the bend in the corridor. The Norman's grenade had almost killed the 3 of them, and the bomb grenade he had thrown would certainly be enough to give the Normans a taste of their own medicine. He passed the first bend and saw no one. The ground was sticky, making his heart race as he stepped on it. Passing the second bend, his consciousness cleared up a lot, and his energy had largely recovered. Forcing himself to ignore the fatigue, he squinted to observe. Beyond the third bend, there was a group of Normans who seemed to have just gotten up. How could Weiss miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He squatted down against the wall, took out a bomb grenade, bit open the pin, threw it out 2 seconds later, covered his ears with both hands, and curled his body into a ball. Boom! The powerful shock of the explosion arrived as expected. At this moment, Weiss suddenly thought of the fighters in the arena. To win, one must not only have the strength and skill to defeat the opponent but also be able to withstand the opponent's blows. At this moment, he not only felt that his internal organs were shattered, but even felt that he was on the verge of bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, his will ultimately overcame his body's instincts. He took out the third bomb grenade, pulled the pin, waited 2 seconds, leaned out, and threw it at the Norman soldier who had been blasted into disarray. The enemy's eyes of despair were the best reward for the determined. The aftermath of the explosion still lingered, and Weiss stood up and shouted, "Attack!" The 2 Federation soldiers who followed him echoed in unison. Weiss was not just making noise. He held the Norman rifle, which was much lighter than the Grumman M3.2, leaned half his body out from the third bend, aimed at the fortress entrance, and hit a Norman soldier who was dragging his injured comrade to withdraw. The muscle and bone of the shoulder were like tofu hit by a hammer in front of the 3 caliber, 15 mm, rifle bullet. A large chunk disappeared instantly. The hit soldier immediately let go of his comrade and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Click! Clack! The crisp sound of the Norman rifle ejecting and reloading was all too familiar to the Norman soldier, but at this moment, it came from the hands of an armed man dressed as a servant, with the muzzle aimed at a group of dead and wounded Norman soldier. This scene undoubtedly made every Norman present feel a deep sense of sorrow. With the second shot, Weiss deftly killed a Norman soldier who was resisting with his rifle. The bullet hit him squarely in the chest, blasting a bloody hole, causing him to fall without a sound and without pain. His limbs twitched reflexively a few times before he went completely cold. Seeing this, Second Lieutenant Klemper-Heesen of the 23rd Defense Division charging so bravely in the front, the 2 Federation soldiers also became fierce. When Weiss withdrew behind the wall to reload, one of them stepped forward with his gun to cover the position, and the other crouched down to prepare a grenade. Their shots and grenades created an indelible shadow for the Norman soldier in the area from the fortress entrance to the corridor bend. After reloading, Weiss leaned against the wall, cautiously and quickly poking his head out to observe. He found that the Normans inside the steel door were basically dead, and those outside the steel door, seeing the brutal carnage inside, dared not rush in rashly. However, the steel door had been damaged in the previous explosion. Unless the fortress entrance was blown shut, it could not be sealed again. This meant that before enough Federation soldier could enter the fortress, Weiss and his new partners had to do everything possible to hold this place, to hold this forward fortress that could become a tactical breakthrough point. Chapter 38, The Melee Harvester appears. Get the latest updates for Iron Soul of Steel. Utilizing the deterrent of Bomi grenades and the ruse created by shouting various tactical slogans in different tones, Weiss and 2 Federation soldiers successfully held the fortress entrance for nearly 10 minutes. Do not underestimate these 10 minutes. On the battlefield, a single minute can see hundreds or even thousands of lives lost, a single minute can decide the outcome of a battle or even dictate the result of an entire campaign. Finally, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind. Weiss turned to observe, and his special vision revealed the green outlines that brought him immense relief. To avoid friendly fire in this dimly lit passage, Weiss returned to the first bend to welcome the new arrivals. There were 8 Federation soldiers running along the corridor. The leader, having clearly heard of Weiss's identity from the comrades left in the combat room, saluted the man dressed in the service uniform of the Norman army, breathless, "Sir, 47th Combat Division, 189th Infantry Regiment, Sergeant Morandell, reporting for duty." Weiss immediately returned a standard Federation salute, Acting 2nd Lieutenant Klemper Heesen, 23rd Defense Division, 340th Reserve Regiment. Afterward, without any unnecessary pleasantries, the two communicated directly about the combat situation and operational plans. Weiss's suggestion was for them to join the 2 who had arrived earlier to hold the fortress entrance, while he returned to the combat room alone to lead the newly arrived soldiers in clearing out the remaining corners of the fortress, utilizing the weapons and ammunition left behind by the Normans, and then regrouping with them at the fortress entrance. This Sergeant Morandell, who looked to be only 22 or 23 years old, had a robust build with exceptionally thick arms. In the dim corridor, his eyes still appeared bright and spirited. He listened attentively as Weiss explained the situation, accepted Weiss's suggestion without any hesitation, and promised, "Rest assured, sir, leave this to us." As these federal soldiers passed by him, one by one entering the winding passage leading to the fortress entrance, Weiss suddenly felt a sense of relief. He let out a long breath, leaned against the wall to rest for half a minute, and then composed himself before quickly running toward the combat room. A quarter of an hour later, this nameless fortress had completely fallen into the hands of the Federation army. However, the number of Federation soldiers entering the fortress did not increase exponentially, nor did it immediately become a breach in the Norman army's defensive line. The Normans in the surrounding positions had clearly received the news and were blocking the Federation army with heavy fire, preventing them from approaching the fortress smoothly. Weiss roughly tallied the numbers. There were fewer than 50 Federal soldiers in the fortress, while in the area within 100 feet in front of the fortress, over 100 Federal soldiers had already fallen. The situation would not wait. With only 2 Federation officers having arrived, Weiss took the initiative to shoulder the staff duties of analyzing the battle and devising strategies. He proposed to the officers that a small force should hold the fortress, while the rest charged out to sweep along the trenches toward the flanks, eliminating fire points within 500 to 1,000 feet of the fortress to relieve pressure on friendly forces at the front and help the main force wedge into the Norman army's defensive line. Having managed to cross the enemy's hail of bullets to get here, none of the Federal soldiers present were cowards. However, the 2 officers held different opinions on whether to concentrate forces for a single line assault or to split forces to attack both flanks. As for real-time combat command, Weiss had very little experience, and even fewer successful experiences. While his human radar could provide some precognition in complex melee environments, there is a saying that even the most skilled martial artist fears a kitchen knife. Entering a trench dogfight, one stroke of bad luck could mean getting blown up by a shell or grenade, leaving one incapacitated. How could one be invincible and unstoppable? The 2 lieutenant company commanders of equal rank and position argued back and forth, neither able to convince the other, and feeling that continuing like this would surely delay the battle opportunity, they simply adopted a compromise. One would lead his troops to hold the fortress, while the other would lead the remaining soldiers into the trenches. As for whether to split forces or attack together, they would decide on the spot based on how the battle developed. Although staying behind meant a lower probability of casualties and attacking meant keeping company with death, Weiss considered it for a moment and then resolutely chose the latter. In a short while, the Federation officers and soldiers in the fortress completed their wartime reorganization. 27 men were assigned to the assault detachment, each carrying an extra rifle and 2 more grenades, and arrived at the fortress entrance with bayonets fixed. 2 strong soldiers took turns throwing a wave of grenades outside, and the smoke and dust from the explosions filled the trenches. Just then, the lieutenant leading the charge let out a low roar, "Follow me." The Federation soldiers filed out, their resolute backs disappearing into the smoke and dust one by one. With a rifle with a fixed bayonet on his back and a hand cannon issued to Norman army officers in his hand, Weiss followed closely behind the first few vanguard soldiers as he left the fortress. The recent barrage of grenades had indeed served to clear obstacles and obscure vision, but it also blatantly told the Normans that the Federation army that had captured the fortress was starting to turn the tables. Consequently, bullets from all directions flew wildly around the fortress entrance. Weiss crouched as he advanced through the trench, and before he had gone even 10 meters, he had already brushed shoulders with bullets several times. Moreover, it wasn't just bullets, autocannon shells also whizzed by with eerie shrieks. They could easily tear a robust body apart, and even if they landed nearby, the flying gravel and sand had a certain lethality. Exiting and turning right, the smoke in front gradually thinned. Weiss stopped holding his breath and took small sips of the acrid air. His lungs felt a bit uncomfortable, but he could still manage. His eyes stung, and tears streamed out uncontrollably, but this did not affect his use of his human radar. In his field of vision, red outlines were everywhere in front and to the left, some were still over 100 feet away, while others were already very close. Seeing several red outlines rapidly approaching from the left, Weiss loudly warned the Federal soldiers in front of him, "Attention! Enemies are coming from the left." The two Federal soldiers in front quickly stopped and crouched to aim. Weiss pressed his right shoulder against the trench wall, bent his left leg and knelt on his right, holding his revolver steady with both hands. As soon as black shadows appeared ahead, he decisively pulled the trigger. After every gunshot, the screams of those hit echoed. 4 shots, 4 hits without exception. Without even seeing what the enemies looked like, the Federation soldiers mechanically aimed, fired, and reloaded. Weiss fired 4 shots from his revolver, in about the same amount of time. Some had fired their rifles twice, and one had even reached 3 times. Such fierce shooting meant these few Norman soldiers had no chance to get close. They fell dead in the trenches, one by one, their rifles also equipped with sharp bayonets. Before Weiss could reactivate his battle cheat, the Federation soldiers in front quickly rose and moved forward. The small-scale encounter had been won so cleanly and swiftly that their confidence was greatly boosted, and their blood was boiling. At this moment, Weiss had no way to keep them cautious, so he could only crouch to the side, reloading and observing. In this open terrain, the smoke and dust dissipated quickly. It took Weiss less than half a minute to reload his hand cannon, and the view ahead cleared significantly. On the Norman army's position, this group of brave and fearless Federation soldiers was at a distinct numerical disadvantage. Once they lost the cover of smoke and the enemy saw their true strength, the situation could become very passive. However, things always have 2 sides. Once the fog of war lifted, many Normans would be shocked by the Federation army's intrusion into their position, while the Federation army blocked in front of the position would be greatly encouraged. By the time Weiss hurried to catch up with the vanguard, they had already captured a Norman fire point with great momentum and seized a Gatling autocannon in this earthen firing bunker. This weapon was extremely powerful and effective in defensive operations, with the disadvantage that it was not easy to maneuver during wartime once deployed. Weiss passed through the bunker and observed left and right, finding that the position of this bunker was not only conducive to blocking the area in front but also suitable for holding the line and resisting the enemy's lateral infiltration. The Federation soldiers were able to take it so quickly because of their swiftness and decisiveness, and the Normans' lack of preparation at this moment. The autocannon's muzzle was still facing the front of the position, indicating that the Norman soldiers here had failed to make a correct judgment of the combat situation. Before long, the Federation Army lieutenant who led the sortie caught up from behind. He saw Weiss but did not specifically ask for his situation report or judgment. Instead, he observed and made his own decision. He assigned a sergeant to take 5 soldiers to hold this position, using the enemy's bunker and autocannon for defense, while he led the rest of the soldiers to turn around and expand the controlled area in another direction. This strategy was very helpful for holding the fortress and meeting up with friendly forces, coinciding with Weiss's initial idea. Thus, Weiss joined the counter-attacking column without a word, although the confident lieutenant officer walked in front. For the sake of the combat formation's balance, Weiss walked at the back of the group this time. They quickly passed the front of the fortress and were reinforced by several fresh troops. They continued to sweep the trenches, but soon, the unstoppable offensive was delayed. The wails of the wounded came continuously from the front, and bullets whizzed overhead. Immediately after, the assault team began to retreat. Weiss did not retreat in the face of danger, but stayed close to the trench wall, letting his comrades pass by him. The Federation soldiers were not just retreating blindly, they were helping and covering the wounded comrades to leave first, while the others fought as they retreated. With fewer and fewer comrades in front, Weiss moved from the tail of the squad to the front without a sound. He held his revolver with one hand and freed the other to throw 2 bomby grenades. Then, he followed the team in a tactical retreat and stopped at the intersection adjacent to the fortress entrance passage, leaning against the corner to defend. The sound of gunfire drew closer. A moment later, Weiss peeked out and actually saw a Norman soldier carrying a machine gun that looked like a ZBVZ. 26, firing as he walked. That posture was so cool and impressive, making one full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. As the true chief firearms designer of the Klemper-Heessen family, it wasn't that Weiss hadn't tried to replicate the ZBVZ. 26, but because he wasn't very familiar with its construction, after much weighing, he focused his R&D direction on the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun and achieved success. Speaking of magazine-fed light machine guns, the one that leaves the deepest impression on our countrymen is undoubtedly the ZBVZ. 26. Undeniably, this is indeed a very classic light weapon, but it is not an epic-making work, rather, it is an excellent successor standing on the shoulders of giants. As early as 1902 in the days when the Qing dynasty had not yet fallen, the Danes designed and manufactured the Madsen light machine gun, which was fed from the top using a magazine. 2 years later, the gun became the standard equipment of the Danish army, and realizing the power of this new weapon, Tsarist Russia, Austria-Hungary, Germany, France, the Netherlands, Finland, Sweden, Portugal, and other countries scrambled to buy it. China's Guangdong Ordnance Factory also began to replicate this light machine gun in 1908, so the screen scenes of Qing officials firing machine guns are not just wild imagination, but have historical basis. At Bellekaiser Pass, Weiss and his companions extremely regrettably missed the Normans' artificial star source stone manufacturing machine, which was considered a key factor capable of changing the course of the war. Now, suddenly seeing a chattering light machine gun in the Norman army's trenches, his eyes lit up. He immediately calculated in his heart how to capture this weapon. As long as he could dismantle and study it, he would soon be able to replicate it, and even quickly improve it into a better performing light automatic weapon, enabling the Federation Army's melee firepower to reach a new level. Grenadiers, throw! At the trench junction, Weiss heard the Normans issuing combat orders amidst the chaotic noise. He immediately bristled like a cat sensing an approaching threat. On the Soviet-German battlefield, which swallowed millions of lives, Both sides considered the combination of submachine guns and hand grenades the ultimate close-quarters combat package, also known as submachine guns plus grenades, a close-quarters gold standard, which shows the power of these two conventional weapons in close combat. Weiss was prepared, but no matter how fast his hand speed was, he couldn't beat the enemy to throwing the enhanced grenades. So, he quickly moved backwards along the trench, but before he had even run 3 meters, a violent explosion occurred behind him, and it was a double tap at that. The powerful impact felt like a giant had punched him twice in the back with a mortar-sized fist. It wasn't just physical pain, but a feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. Weiss sprawled on the ground, his back burning hot, his head buzzing, ears ringing, and his vision blurred. An inexplicable sense of lethargy washed over him, and subconsciously he wanted to just fall asleep like this, but his rational mind gave him an adrenaline shot at this moment. Weiss gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted in his heart, driving away the lazy consciousness, finally regaining his breath, and all his senses returned to normal. The Normans are coming. Hold. Hold. Fire when you see the enemy. Someone was shouting to his companions in the Ulster language. Weiss looked up and saw a spirited second lieutenant, looking less than 25 years old, likely having just graduated from the military academy, showing both youthful vigor and steady determination. He was dual-wielding, using 2 standard-issue semi-automatic pistols of the Federal Army, shouting while firing, looking quite imposing. Around him, 4 Federation soldiers were crouching or standing, holding their Grumman rifles, focusing intently on aiming. Hearing the GAGAGA sound of machine gun fire jumping in the trench, Weiss immediately turned and rolled, sitting up against the trench wall. The Normans were not yet visible at the junction, but the clear gunfire and identifiable bullet marks revealed that the enemy was closing in step by step. Maybe in a few seconds, those Norman soldiers would appear at the junction, but Weiss didn't dare to expect the Normans to foolishly come out and be target practice. Having fought them many times and suffered various losses, he had never easily taken advantage of them. The ancients said, strike first to gain the advantage, strike later and suffer. Weiss reached behind his waist with his left hand, only to find it empty. He thought to himself, not good, the Bomi grenade is gone. How could it be? He clearly remembered having one left. Did he remember wrong, or was it lost during the battle? In the current situation, Weiss had no time to investigate the truth. He quickly retracted his left hand and aimed at the junction in a two-handed shooting stance. Second by second, time ticked away quietly, but the enemy did not appear, and the atmosphere froze into ice, making it impossible to breathe. In order to discern the enemy's movements, Weiss disregarded his mental fatigue and used his human radar twice. However, the Normans were still wandering 6 or 7 meters away from the junction. Although some soldiers fell during this time, the reinforcements were far more than the casualties. They could clearly have taken the junction in one go and continued to advance towards the fallen fortress, yet they hesitated here. Were they saving up their strength for a decisive blow? Or waiting for friendly forces to flank them? Weiss could watch people through walls, but he couldn't peer into human hearts through skin. With this junction as the boundary, the Federation army that had left the fortress and entered the trenches was cut into 2 not entirely isolated parts. The defensive positions of the Normans were crisscrossed. Blocking one junction could still allow for detours, but for the Federation officers and soldiers, the fog of war here was still in the early stages of exploration. Rushing deep into unknown areas was like a young girl taking a rideshare late at night. It was completely risking one's life. Caught in a dilemma, Weiss squinted his eyes again, straining his spirit to scout the enemy situation. The number of red virtual frames had increased significantly. They were still hovering several meters away from the junction, but this time Weiss saw a large number of green virtual frames at a closer distance. They were like a warm current dispelling the cold, rushing in, unstoppable. Previously, the closest ones to the junction were the Normans. As the shouts of the Federation soldiers became more vigorous, Weiss loudly reminded the nervous Federation officers and soldiers around him, attention! Our troops are coming up. Don't hit our own people. Are you sure? The spirited Federation Army second lieutenant had just asked this question when, above the trench junction directly in front of them, a vigorous figure suddenly appeared. The person was wearing a standard Federation Army steel helmet, a full set of khaki combat uniforms, equipped with personal gear, and holding a Grumman rifle with a bayonet fixed. The moment he stood on the trench, this person was like a statue standing in a square, showing a heroic and extraordinary posture like a god of war. The Federal Army attacking the Norman Army's defensive line from the front was, for Weiss and these brave warriors who had penetrated deep into the enemy lines alone, like sweet rain after a long drought, a kind of indescribable relief. A moment later, the number of Federation soldiers standing on the trench increased geometrically. Some were immediately knocked down by the Normans' bullets, some were kneeling and firing downwards, and some jumped down. In the trench, the sounds of gunfire, shouting, and wailing mixed together, becoming a pot of boiling water. As hundreds and thousands of Federation soldiers attacked the first line of the Norman army, the battle here immediately presented a one-sided scene. The Norman soldiers, known for their iron-blooded spirit, did not show the spirit of fighting to the death. Most of them retreated while fighting, some simply ran back to the second line without looking back, and others, having their retreat cut off, surrendered to the Federation army quite readily. Within a quarter of an hour, the fortified defensive zone set up by the Normans southeast of Hofentis was completely occupied by the Federal army, and the tunnel entrance leading to the old site of the Hofentis military base was opened. However, retaking those military facilities originally used for stockpiling military supplies, stationing, and training troops did not have an immediate effect on changing the war situation. On the contrary, the tens of thousands of Norman army troops deployed in Hofentis included many experienced elites. The fortifications built around Hofentis not only stored a considerable amount of weapons and ammunition but also carried their psychological expectation of delaying and consuming the Federal Army step by step. Therefore, the combat goal of the Federal Army should not be the central area of Hofentis, but the Norman Army defensive lines surrounding it. The battle around the southeastern defensive line of Hofentis came to an end. Weiss did not hesitate to ask his new comrades to take him to see the superior commander. After being passed up the chain of command, he soon stood before a big shot at the level of a corps headquarters commander, laying out the main gains from his time undercover in the enemy camp and his analysis at the tactical and strategic levels in a clear, logical, and prioritized manner. After some conversation, Weiss realized that this General Kaysen was a knowledgeable and very rational commander. He valued the precious information Weiss brought and immediately summoned staff officers to discuss adjusting the combat deployment. Then he decisively recalled the vanguard troops who were pushing towards the center of Hofentis, changing the tactic of frontal assault and flanking support to frontal feint and flanking heavy attack, and called on friendly troops to open their arms to the enemy in Hofentis. In order to achieve the combat intention of containing and annihilating the enemy, this corps commander talked on the phone for more than half an hour with his superior, the left-wing commander of this counter-offensive, Army General Fellows. Then he sent his chief of staff to report the new combat plan to Fellows in person. This busyness, unknowingly, had reached the afternoon. Because General Kaysen invited him to dinner, Weiss changed into a clean and tidy Federation Army combat uniform, waiting outside the corps headquarters tent until his stomach grumbled. Fortunately, he didn't wait in vain. During the meal, General Kaysen asked about Weiss's previous situation. Learning that he was originally a student specially admitted to the Delafig Senior Staff College, participated in the Battle of Belakasa as an acting captain, made great contributions to the victory of the Federal Army, but was punished and demoted to an acting second lieutenant due to a dilemma, and later unfortunately became a prisoner of the Norman Army on the battlefield. At the end of the late lunch, General Kaysen made an important decision that would change Weiss's fate, write to the dean of the Delafig Senior Staff College, suggesting that he grant early graduation qualifications to the student cadet Long Krunberheisen, who performed extremely well on the battlefield, so that he could join his command as a formal officer. Before completing this procedure, General Kaysen, with the authority of a corps commander, re-awarded Weiss the wartime rank of acting captain and appointed him as a staff officer of the reconnaissance battalion of the Guard Regiment directly under the corps. After a simple and fulfilling lunch, General Kaysen kept Weiss at the corps headquarters for half a day, letting him assist the staff in continuing to improve and refine the combat plan for the next day. In the conversation, Weiss learned that this counter-offensive by the Federal Army was the largest scale since the outbreak of the war. The bigwigs of the Supreme National Defense Committee personally sat in command, and 3 prestigious army generals served as commanders of the left, center, and right routes respectively. The Air Force not only invested all forces outside the Western Front but also clearly defined its subordinate status in supporting the Army's operations in the campaign plan for the first time. It was precisely thanks to this unconventional deployment method, as well as the efforts to catch up in weapon technology and investment scale, that the Federal Army finally showed the invincible spirit of the middle and late stages of the previous war. At dusk, Weiss, holding the freshly minted appointment letter, took a communication soldier's motorcycle to report to his new unit. Despite going through a fierce battle and contributing many brain cells at the corps headquarters, he was still high-spirited, looking forward to the bright future of his military career. On the way, they passed by a group of Norman prisoners being escorted by Federation soldiers. These people were all grey-faced, completely lacking their usual arrogant appearance. Among them, there were a few wearing servant clothes. The special experience of being trapped in the enemy camp made Weiss take an extra look at those servants. With just this one look, he actually saw a familiar face. So, he patted the motorcyclist's arm. "Trouble stopping the car, buddy." Chapter 40, Human Nature. Fastest update for Iron Soul of Steel. The familiar face that caught Weiss's eye was none other than the foreman Zhao, who had managed his labor squad in the Norman Army. In his view, this man was rough and overbearing, often resorting to force, yet he had never intentionally made things difficult for him. Come to think of it, Weiss's survival in escaping the enemy camp was partly due to the favor from the square-faced man, and partly thanks to the intentional or unintentional protection of this foreman. The signalman stopped the motorcycle, and Weiss stood quietly outside the temporary POW camp, which was enclosed by barbed wire. In this open-air temporary POW camp, hundreds of Norman soldiers sat or lay about, listless and looking no different from a group of cowering quails. Apart from his attire, Foreman Zhao did not look significantly different in his expression or demeanor. Shortly after, a Federation soldier responsible for guarding the prisoners walked over on his own initiative. "Hello, officer. Is there anything I can help you with?" Weiss thought it over and felt that given his current status and situation, meeting a Norman prisoner might not yield any results but could attract unnecessary trouble. So, he shook his head. "Thank you, no need." The Federation soldier, likely seeing an unfamiliar face, asked, "All right, officer. Sorry, could I see your identification?" Weiss cooperated and took out his things. "I am the newly appointed staff officer of the Reconnaissance Battalion, directly under the Guard Regiment. This is my temporary identification and appointment order." The soldier carefully checked the temporary identification and appointment order issued by the Corps headquarters, glanced at the signalman who had brought Weiss, returned the items, and saluted. "Hello, Acting Captain." Putting away the identification and appointment order, Weiss returned the salute to the Federation soldier. He didn't intend to linger, but just as he cast a final glance at the POW camp, his gaze met the foreman's. To his surprise, Foreman Zhao showed no surprise, nor did he look like he had seen a lifeline, Instead, he watched Weiss quietly, as if sizing up an object whose allegiance was hard to distinguish. It was this strange look that changed Weiss's mind. He said to the Federation soldier in front of him, "Soldier, I have seen that man on the battlefield. Could you bring him over? I have a few questions for him." The Federation soldier accepted the order. He called 2 companions to enter the POW area, and the 3 walked straight to the foreman, demanding he follow them. The foreman stood up lazily and followed them silently. During this time, some Norman soldiers cast curious glances, but overall, it did not attract much attention. As the 3 Federation soldiers entered the POW camp to retrieve the person, a Federation officer approached from not far away. He came straight to Weiss, carefully inquiring about his identity and purpose. The documents and papers signed by the Corps headquarters were authentic, and the status of staff officer of the reconnaissance battalion gave Weiss sufficient reason to interrogate a Norman prisoner. As for why the subject of the interrogation was a labor squad leader instead of a Norman officer, Weiss's explanation remained the same: "I have seen this man on the battlefield." The officer asked no more, but retreated to the side, observing Weiss's contact with the Norman labor squad leader. With someone watching from the side, Weiss felt it was understandable. When the Federation soldier brought the foreman before him, he held his head high, kept his hands behind his back, and said in broken Norman language, "We meet again, buddy. Although I don't know your real name, I have long known that you are on the Federation side. You are lucky to have survived and returned to your own army, but don't be complacent too soon. With the war at this stage, the final outcome is still unknown." Foreman Zhao responded in an icy tone, but he spoke quickly, and Weiss's grasp of the Norman language was still at the beginner stage of self-study, with a pitifully small vocabulary, so he could only understand bits and pieces. Then, he said word by word, "I, just, come, to, thank, you." Hearing Weiss say thank you, the labor squad leader hesitated slightly and snorted, "Don't thank me. The person you should thank is Sate Turn." The foreman mentioned the square-faced man's surname, so Weiss asked, "How is he?" "I don't know." The labor squad leader replied bluntly. The square-faced man saving him in public had always been a big question mark in Weiss's mind. This young officer from the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy should have a limitless future in the Norman army. Thinking back on his words and actions at the time, it didn't seem to be purely out of compassion, but rather, there were other considerations involved. As for the deeper reasons, the foreman in front of him was 9 times out of 10 unaware. "Good luck, Zhao," Weiss said. The labor squad leader snorted again and said a long string of words very quickly. "Although I am not a soldier and don't have to go to the battlefield to kill enemies like a soldier, I am a Norman citizen. I don't want my country to lose this war. On that basis, I still wish you good luck. You are a very smart person. As long as you stay alive, you should have a very good future." Weiss, as usual, only understood the general meaning and knew that the fundamental stance of the labor squad leader in front of him was enemy, not friend, so he nodded, "We, do not, meet again." The foreman curled the corners of his mouth slightly, making a complex expression, "I hope we never meet again." In this era of war where life is as cheap as grass, if 2 people from opposing camps cherish each other, not meeting means they won't kill each other. This has nothing to do with the destination, but is a manifestation of human nature. Human nature, in the face of this war frenzy intertwined with blood and fire, is sometimes like a firefly in the dark, insignificant, and sometimes has the energy of a prairie fire, which can overturn powerful forces. The conversation ended. Weiss signaled the Federation soldier to take him back to the open-air POW camp without any extra instructions. Then, he turned and nodded to the Federation officer who had been watching from not far away, then walked to the signalman's motorcycle and nimbly left. Upon arriving at the station of the reconnaissance battalion directly under the Corps headquarters, Weiss received the courtesy of a hero returning to the team. Not only did the battalion and company officers come, but even the commander of the guard regiment came. After the previous cold reception and being framed, this sudden role reversal made him feel a bit uncomfortable. The new colleagues were certainly enthusiastic, but they couldn't give Weiss enough time to recuperate and adapt. The campaign was still ongoing. As the most elite unit of the 9th Army Corps, they shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding the Corps headquarters and ensuring the absolute safety of high-level command personnel, while the Normans were good at using airborne infiltration and behind enemy lines harassment tactics. Therefore, the guard regiment was always in the highest state of alert. Each battalion not only had to guard its own defense zone but also organize patrols to carry out mobile surveillance. Regardless of officers or soldiers, they could barely guarantee the most basic rest time every day. That night, the battalion commander, Major Huo Zizan, originally intended to let Weiss stay at the battalion headquarters, but Weiss volunteered to go out with the 1st Company's patrol. In the first half of the night, they centered on the Corps headquarters, patrolling undefined routes within a 10-mile radius, checking guard posts along the way, interrogating passing personnel, and replacing several hidden sentries previously deployed. Everything was as usual. However, being on the front line and facing the Norman army with ever-changing tactics, the Federation officers and soldiers who had already suffered enough did not dare to relax in the slightest. They were constantly vigilant against the enemy and made various responses. That night, the Normans certainly did not rest. Shortly after midnight, several Norman warship broke into the Federation Army's control zone, firing in all directions to create chaos and covering the landing troops in carrying out airborne operations. After the Norman warship appeared, the Federation warships waiting behind the front line arrived quickly. Under the condition of absolute strength advantage, they drove away the Norman warship that had invaded their control area without any suspense. The battle on the ground was like a haystack ignited by a few sparks, and it began to burn fiercely before long. Gunshots were heard everywhere, and explosions were constant. The soldiers of the Guard Regiment held their respective defense zones firmly, tightly guarding the Corps headquarters. In addition to the Federation Army's most conventional individual weapons, they were also equipped with many water-cooled heavy machine guns manufactured by the Krumble-Hessen factory, Gatling guns manufactured by the Grumman Group, and multi-purpose anti-aircraft guns manufactured by the Federation's number one industrial giant the Starry Sky Group. Such powerful weapon equipment, coupled with precise defensive deployment, was enough to tear apart any invading enemy, whether they were ordinary Norman army or brave and skilled ace landing troops. Following the 1st Company's patrol back to the reconnaissance battalion's defense zone, Weiss crouched in the trench for a long time without seeing a single Norman approach. In his special vision, the number of enemies nearby was small, the red contrasting with the green was like ships drifting on the sea. This raging sea looked like it could swallow the ships at any time, but those reds were struggling tenaciously, they were sometimes scattered and sometimes concentrated, as if they had a strange vitality. Hey, Tenguo, is that direction the temporary POW camp? Weiss saw abnormal readings of enemies to his front left and quickly confirmed the situation with an officer at the battalion headquarters. The lieutenant looked in the direction Weiss pointed, that should be the station of the 503rd Reinforced Guard Regiment. They are responsible for guarding some Norman prisoners, numbering about 600 or 700, maybe the number has increased since then. What's wrong? The judgment was confirmed, and Weiss hurriedly said, I think the Norman airborne assault troops are very likely to go to rescue their prisoners, thereby strengthening their strength and creating more threats for us. Therefore, I think it is necessary to remind them to strengthen their guard and ask about their current situation by the way. The lieutenant nodded, are you going to report to the major, or should I go? Weiss replied readily, you go. The lieutenant turned and left. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, he hurried back to his original position, acting captain, the major wants to see you. Seeing his anxious face, Weiss asked, what's wrong? Just as you feared, the 503rd Reinforced Guard Regiment cannot be contacted. We reported it to the regiment headquarters, and the regiment headquarters asked us to send a reconnaissance team over, while preparing for reinforcements and support. I think the major might want to hear your opinion. My opinion? Weiss was a bit annoyed, of course, it's decisive decision-making and rapid action. This matter must be fast. Chapter 41, Real Intentions. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Regarding the instructions from regiment headquarters, the battalion commander, Major Huo Zizhen, decided to execute them unconditionally. He selected 2 combat squads from each of the 1st and 2nd companies to form a reconnaissance team of over 100 men, and solemnly handed command of this team to Weiss, a newcomer who had been with the reconnaissance battalion for less than a day. To be safe, Major Huo Zizhen assigned 2nd Lieutenant Ka Demis from the 2nd Company as Weiss's deputy, and the battalion overseer, Dogmas, also requested to accompany the team. Weiss could guess most of Major Huo Zizhen's intentions, the lack of trust and uncertainty were understandable and acceptable when considering things from the other's perspective. Before long, the assigned combat personnel had finished assembling. After meeting with the sergeants leading each squad, Weiss quickly led the team out. With command over the troops, Weiss's special reconnaissance abilities could be utilized more effectively, and the military skills he had learned at the Baston Military Academy and the Della Fig Senior Staff College also helped him command the operation with ease. Detecting the position of the nearest enemy unit, he did not lead his forces in a direct charge. Instead, he crept forward quietly, constantly observing their movement trends as they approached, deducing the enemy's inevitable path, and then setting up a temporary ambush position with his team to seize the best moment to attack. Attention! The enemy is coming, wait for my command, fire. At Weiss's command, the well-trained Federation soldiers immediately opened fire on the enemy in the darkness. They were currently positioned in a field where there were no wide roads or preset fortifications, only ridges and irrigation ditches. The Normans might have pre-scouted this area and thought it was safe to pass, but after encountering the attack, they were thrown into chaos, with casualties mounting in an instant. Catching the enemy off guard in their own controlled area and holding the advantage of an ambush, Weiss was in no hurry for results. Instead, he maintained a low profile and fought steadily. After all, the group of Normans before them numbered 300 to 400. Although more than half of them had low combat effectiveness, that was only because they had just been rescued by their comrades and many were still empty-handed in the haste. Once they obtained weapons and ammunition, their combat power would reach or approach conventional levels. Everyone, maintain continuous fire, do not move rashly. Sergeant Haka, have your squad watch the right flank, the enemy is likely to send a small force to flank us from that side. Sergeant Legrut, take your soldiers forward 50 feet. Once in position, immediately throw your bomby grenades. Use as many as you have, don't hesitate. As long as you capture a living Norman, the whole squad is to retreat to its original position. We need to get their operational plan out of them, understood? As the battle progressed, Weiss continuously issued operational orders to the squad leaders based on enemy movements. In this large-scale counter-offensive, the Federal Army was giving its all, and both ground forces and the Federation fleet held a clear advantage. For instance, in the Battle of Hofentis on the left flank, the Federation fleet firmly held air superiority over the battlefield. In tonight's battle, Norman warships had unexpectedly entered the fray, successfully dropping their marine units behind the Federal Army's lines, but they were quickly driven away by the Federation fleet. The Normans would not have failed to anticipate such a situation. They should have comprehensive deployments for the marine units dropped behind enemy lines and the rescued prisoners either finding ways for them to break through and escape, or having them conduct guerrilla operations in the Federation Army-controlled area. These two directions corresponded to completely different strategies. If the Federation Army's command made a wrong judgment, it would result in unnecessary losses and could even lead to disastrous consequences. From the perspective of the overall battlefield, discovering the enemy's intentions early was clearly much more important than ambushing and annihilating a single enemy unit. This was the true role of a reconnaissance unit. On the right flank, Sergeant Hawke's squad's early preparation caused the Normans attempting to flank them to suffer a bloody defeat. On the left flank, the advance of Sergeant Legrut's squad, especially that wave of fierce grenade tossing, caught the Normans completely off guard. In Weiss's special vision, the red dashed boxes not only showed a severe reduction in numbers but were also momentarily in utter chaos, with their mental vitality generally dropping by more than a third. Before long, 3 Federal soldiers escorted 2 Norman soldiers with their hands tied behind their backs to Weiss. Due to the lighting, Weiss couldn't see the faces of these 2 prisoners clearly at first, only noticing they were both injured. He asked a few questions in the Norman language, attempting to determine if these 2 had been dropped that night or were previously captured Norman prisoners, but they refused to cooperate. Weiss pulled out his short saber and threatened, "Live or die, choose." Just then, the light from an explosion allowed Weiss to see the faces of these 2 Normans clearly, and he was instantly shocked. The face pointed at by his blade was actually the square-faced man's superior, the Norman major who had once spared him in the Norman camp. It really is a small world. Weiss's face was full of astonishment, and the Norman officer recognized him as well, his eyes widening. Yet neither of them spoke. After a moment of hesitation, Weiss found his temporary partner, 2nd Lieutenant Kademis from the 2nd Company, and asked him to assign a capable sergeant to lead a few soldiers to escort these 2 Norman soldiers to the battalion headquarters for interrogation. He also had Kademis tell the sergeant to be sure to remind Major Huozizan, the Normans' intention might not be simply to rescue prisoners and break out. If they intended to conduct guerrilla operations, then their next target would likely be one of the Federation Army's supply depots, or perhaps a barracks or fortress. After giving the instructions, Weiss turned back to his command post, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the Norman major and not speculating on the square-faced man's whereabouts. Emotionally, they had indeed given him a way out, which could be considered a life-saving debt. But rationally, both sides served their own masters, and once on the battlefield, they were opponents. Under no circumstances should one show mercy. Having commanded his troops to ambush and capture the opponent, Weiss didn't need to feel even a shred of guilt. Looking across this small battlefield where only a few hundred people were currently involved, the Normans had unexpectedly run into a Federation army ambush while moving quickly. Their frontal assault failed, their flanking maneuver was ineffective, and they had been hit by a wave of close-range grenades, resulting in heavy losses and shaken morale. Seeing that things were going poorly, the Normans quickly retreated, intending to bypass the Federation army's blocking position, but their every move was closely watched by Weiss. "Sergeant Hawke, move your squad 400 feet south and set up a defensive formation on the spot. Sergeant Pakosten, follow them with your squad. Sergeant Vader, bring your squad and follow me. Sergeant Legrut, stay here with your men to conduct a feint and lure the enemy, and while you're at it, meet the reinforcements, understood?" Weiss's mind raced as he issued one command after another. Although the situation in night combat wasn't as clear as during the day, the sergeants knew how the battle had just gone. They might not have been completely awestruck by this temporary commander, but they were at least convinced and admired him. Upon receiving new orders, they didn't talk much and put them directly into action. It was with this efficient response that the main force of the Klemperhesen reconnaissance team seized a favorable position again before the group of Normans. Under the command of acting Captain Columbo Heisen, they waited patiently for the enemy to approach, then fired their rifles and threw grenades in unison, beating the enemy into a miserable state once more. Having learned their lesson, the Normans retreated almost immediately upon contact this time. They decisively abandoned dozens of their killed and seriously wounded comrades and fled in another direction without looking back. Wary of the Normans' varied tactical styles and given that the mission of his temporary team was reconnaissance rather than combat, Weiss did not pursue the victory. Instead, he had the soldiers clear the battlefield, provide field medical treatment to the living Norman wounded, and then escort them back to the battalion headquarters. Once the retreating Normans were far away, Weiss then led 2 squads to scout forward, following their trail. The group of Normans, who had been pinned down and beaten twice, still tried to head north despite losing nearly half their strength. It seemed they were single-mindedly intent on crossing the lines to return to their own controlled area. However, their operational intent was not necessarily the entire plan of the Norman army. Weiss felt it was entirely possible that this was a decoy force running counter to the main theme. He always felt that the Normans wouldn't risk a relatively large-scale airborne operation simply to rescue prisoners while having lost air superiority. If he were the commander of the Norman army in the Battle of Hofentis, he would definitely find ways to use night combat and guerrilla warfare to weaken the opponent's strength. Otherwise, facing a federal army with advantages in both air and ground, passive defense would inevitably lead to defeat. This group of Norman remnants, watched by Weiss, moved and stopped under the cover of night, actually passing in front of positions held by the Federal Army twice without being discovered. Through observation, Weiss noticed that although there were several fast-moving scouts ahead of their group, these scouts occasionally approached the Federal Army positions. He didn't know what stealth methods they used to come and go freely under the noses of the Federal soldiers. Their presence was like giving the Norman Army commander night vision goggles, allowing them to see the Federal Army's deployment at night and thus avoid the strong to strike the weak, playing big with small stakes, and winning with fewer numbers. As they walked, Weiss led the team near a village. The accompanying Sergeant Vader carefully checked the surrounding terrain against the map and then reported to Weiss, "Sir, ahead is the 793rd Garrison Regiment's area of responsibility. Their main task is to guard Munitions Depot No. 5. Upon hearing Munitions Depot, Weiss's eyes immediately lit up like a cat hearing a mouse's squeak. He immediately asked the veteran sergeant about Munitions Depot No. 5 and learned that it was one of 6 supply accumulation and transit stations established by the 9th Army Corps in the combat zone. Although only 1/6 of the frontline combat supplies were stored there, the 9th Army Corps currently commanded 6 full divisions and multiple regiment-level units, with the combat force exceeding 100,000 men. The consumption required to maintain operations amounted to hundreds of tons daily, so this 1/6 was still a considerable amount. Chapter 42, The Rainstorm has come. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. How many flares do we have left? Deep in the night, Weiss asked the Federation sergeant beside him. The sergeant turned to relay the inquiry to his soldiers, and before long, the answer came back to him. 2. Just the last 2. Weiss squinted and observed for a few seconds. Load up, prepare to fire, southeast direction. Despite this being their first time working with this new officer, the sergeant accepted the order without hesitation and instructed his soldiers accordingly. A Federation soldier holding a thick-barreled firearm, shaped similarly to a single-barrel shotgun, stepped to the front of the squad. He crouched down, bracing the stock against the ground and pointing the muzzle diagonally toward the southeast. A moment later, Weiss ordered, maximum range, first round, fire. The sergeant stepped forward and lowered his voice. Maximum elevation, first round, fire. The Federation soldier flicked off the safety, adjusted the muzzle slightly, and pulled the trigger. With a muffled bang, a faint puff of gunpowder smoke appeared in their vision. Seconds later, a burst of blinding light suddenly bloomed in the distant darkness, streaking across the night sky and illuminating a small patch of ground below. Weiss raised the binoculars hanging from his chest to take a look. 1 degree clockwise, second round, fire. The sergeant immediately relayed the command, turn right 1 degree, maximum elevation, second round, fire. In the brief interval, the Federation soldier had manually ejected the casing and loaded a specialized round, comparable in size to a large-caliber autocannon shell, into the chamber. Holding the gun as before, he made a slight adjustment and fired for the second time. The first flare had actually already flushed out some Norman soldiers in front of the Federation army positions. Its sudden, unannounced brilliance in the night sky served as a warning to the Federation officers and soldiers on the line. The second flare was positioned even better, exposing the Normans who were attempting to raid the positions to the defenders' view. Instantly, gunfire erupted across the Federation positions. Bullets and shells poured toward the front of the line, and the casualties among the Norman soldiers, who lacked cover, spiked. In such a predicament, they could only advance or retreat, there was no third option. Judging by the configuration of the defensive facilities, the 793rd Garrison Regiment's outpost had likely been a starting point for a Federation offensive. It featured crisscrossing trenches and a fair number of firepower points, but few barbed wire fences or defensive ditches, and likely no minefields. An infantry assault was not impossible, but the group of Normans ahead numbered only about 200, and perhaps only half were armed. Having lost the element of surprise, a frontal clash would inevitably result in their rapid annihilation. The defensive fire on the positions was like a beast awakened from its slumber, suddenly baring its bloody maw. Although some Normans had reached within 200 or 300 feet of the line, faced with the deterrent of this deathly roar, they decisively retreated. Lacking the cover of shell craters or mounds, many fell during the retreat. The survivors were routed, some fleeing back the way they came, while others changed direction and headed south. Weiss and the 40 to 50 Federation soldiers in his 2 squads lay quietly on the ground, waiting for the disoriented Norman army soldiers to stumble into their sights, so they could easily deal with them. But at that moment, the night sky was suddenly illuminated by a fierce firelight, the ground began to tremble, and a massive roar rolled in, possessing a terrifying power that seemed capable of drowning out everything. Seeing the anomaly under the cover of night, those Normans who had escaped the range of the 793rd Garrison Regiment temporarily stopped moving and crawled into a prone position. Seeing this, Weiss rolled over and stared in astonishment at the apocalyptic scene. Countless artillery fires merged into a spectacular meteor shower. The edge of the horizon became a place of boiling magma and soaring flames, and the ink-black sky, like an overturned cauldron, was baked to a translucent red by the raging fires. What was happening? Had the Normans launched a frontal assault? They had been suppressed just moments ago. Where did this world-ending artillery fire come from? Was this a strategy of intentionally hiding strength and appearing weak to the enemy? A series of questions appeared in Weiss's mind. Just moments ago, he had been watching those scurrying Norman soldiers with a mocking gaze. Only seconds later, it was they who found themselves caught between 2 fires. What a supreme irony! The string of explosions in the distance provided light to the dark night similar to dawn. Without using his special vision, Weiss saw a unit approaching from behind. Judging by the soldiers' attire, it was undoubtedly a Federation army unit. The sergeant beside him also noticed the unit and shouted, "Look, our reinforcements are here." As for the overall situation, Weiss, in his role as a mere acting captain and reconnaissance battalion commander, likely lacked the power to change it even if he wanted to. After experiencing various ups and downs, he had already discarded his former arrogant yet unrealistic sense of responsibility, choosing instead to examine his situation and make decisions with a more rational and realistic mindset. If this intense artillery fire truly signaled a full-scale counterattack by the Norman army, then the Federation army's focus and troops would inevitably be concentrated on the front lines. These Norman units dropped into the Federation-controlled areas, along with the Norman prisoners they rescued, might not be as unrestrained as fish in the sea or tigers in the mountains, but they would certainly cause a lot of trouble for the Federation army. By then, trying to hunt them down would be even more difficult. Yes, it had to be now. Without waiting for the reinforcements to arrive, Weiss resolutely ordered, "All units, pay attention. Prepare to attack, fix bayonets." Some of the Federation soldiers in these two squads already had bayonets fixed to their rifles. Those who were confident in their veteran fighting abilities or preferred precision shooting also silently drew their bayonets and skillfully attached them to their muzzles. Before the attack, Weiss took a deep breath and scanned the battlefield. The enemy ahead numbered only 30 to 40, with loose formations and low morale. It seemed most of the Norman units, who had been beaten soundly after their failed ambush, had headed south. By the time they finished off this small group of stragglers, those Normans moving south would likely be long gone. If they continued the pursuit, they might not completely annihilate the enemy, and it would certainly affect the combat deployment of the reconnaissance battalion or even the guard regiment. Therefore, annihilate the enemy in front of them, then quickly rejoin the main unit. Another round of earth-shaking explosions rang out. Weiss noticed the Normans were trying to regroup. Seizing the moment, he mustered all his strength and roared attack. Leading the charge as he leaped up. Carrying his gun and holding a grenade, he strode forward with great speed. With reinforcements behind them, the Federation soldiers followed their sergeant forward without hesitation. In such a situation and environment, they couldn't distinguish combat layers or organize leapfrog cover, they simply charged forward in a single wave. Most of those Normans had never expected the Federation army to launch a charge from this side at such a close distance. They were still shaken while simultaneously being hardened by the large-scale artillery fire from their own side, leaving them unprepared to be dragged back into combat, especially the most brutal form of close-quarters melee. Those with weapons instinctively raised them to fire, while most of those without weapons simply turned and ran. After all, both sides were well-trained soldiers. Bayonet against bayonet was a fight, fists against bayonets. That was essentially suicide. The division among the Normans was a great encouragement to the Federation soldiers, who charged bravely into the enemy's bullets. The crisp sounds of gunfire were completely drowned out by the rumbling artillery. Federation soldiers were hit and fell, some died instantly, while others struggled back up after falling, continuing to fight despite their wounds. In an instant, the Federation soldiers reached the Normans. Several people, including Weiss, suddenly threw grenades at the Normans slightly further away. The explosions of the bomby grenades knocked over a dozen Norman soldiers. Immediately following, the bayonets in the Federation soldiers' hands and the bullets from their chambers plunged into the Normans' bodies. This was a battle with a foregone conclusion, but as long as a single Norman resisted, Weiss and his new companions gave their all without the slightest slack. From the moment Weiss and the others began their charge to the moment the last Norman raised his hands high, the battle lasted less than 3 minutes. It was so brief that the reinforcements rushing at full speed still missed the fight, their only role was to help count prisoners and clear the battlefield. In this battle, aside from the unquantifiable casualties caused by the bomby grenades, Weiss had also taken down a Norman NCO and wounded a Norman soldier. Everything seemed to come easily to him. In his own eyes, his current composure and fluid movements were a world apart from his performance during the border campaign. Standing in this field drifting with the scent of blood, amidst the scattered remains of the fallen, Weiss stood indifferent. In the distance, the enemy's large-scale bombardment continued, showing signs of extending deep into the Federation army's positions. Faced with such a violent storm of artillery, the confidence the Federation army had finally rebuilt was being tested and baptized. In his mind, the meaning behind this bombardment, which launched dozens of tons of ammunition every minute, was even more thought-provoking than the spectacular and terrifying scene itself. Thus, he focused his mind, cleared his thoughts, and concentrated his attention on the furthest edge of his special vision. Looking at the night sky, he saw only the slowly advancing Federation warships, with no Norman flight units in sight. Piercing through the battlefield, past countless green combat units and the hellscape that continuously manufactured death, he saw a multitude of red points like stars. Those were innumerable Norman soldiers, and behind them were airships parked on the ground. That incredibly fierce artillery fire was precisely what they were firing. 20 ships, 30 ships, 40 ships. The natural curvature of the earth prevented Weiss from accurately determining the number of enemy vessels, but combined with the intensity of the bombardment, he could infer that the number of enemy ships far exceeded expectations. Had the rest of the Norman Empire's flight units, aside from the Eastern Fleet deployed along the Monomolan Mountains, all come out in full force? Why had they abandoned traditional aerial combat tactics to stay on the ground as steel artillery batteries? Could it be to lure the Federation fleet closer? When Weiss emerged from his special vision with immense shock and worry, he felt as if he had been drained of all strength. He didn't even have the energy to keep standing and simply slumped onto the ground. Chapter 43, Rising Tides. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. When Weiss led his team back to the reconnaissance battalion, officers and soldiers from every company were busy hauling ammunition and allocating supplies. Accompanied by the rumbling of artillery, everyone was immersed in intense combat preparations. Upon arriving at the battalion headquarters, Weiss gave a brief report on the reconnaissance battle to Major Huo Zizhen. At this moment, the Norman army's large-scale bombardment was still ongoing, so there was no longer any need to elaborate on his previous analysis and judgment. Instead, the enemy's overall disposition detected using the friend or foe identification system was crucial for the senior commanders of the Federation army to correctly judge the situation and make timely decisions. The problem lay in how to present this information to them naturally and make them accept and believe it. Time was pressing, yet Weiss was at a loss. A moment later, Major Huo Zizhen took a phone call from regiment headquarters, then scanned everyone present and said thoughtfully, "Gentlemen, intelligence from the aviation units has basically confirmed that the enemy's action tonight is a large-scale counterattack. Corps headquarters has decided that all units will organize defenses on the spot to resolutely defeat the enemy's offensive attempts. Given that it's difficult for aviation units to accurately scout enemy movements in a night combat environment, Corps headquarters has dispatched reconnaissance units to the front lines. Our primary task is to ensure the safety of Corps headquarters. With that as a premise, we need to grasp the movements of enemy forces in the surrounding areas. Therefore, I plan to dispatch reconnaissance liaison teams to the defense zones of neighboring units to closely monitor the changing battle situation. What do you think about this? The officers were perhaps long accustomed to Major Huozi's making the decisions and simply executed them faithfully, or perhaps under the current situation, the only thing they could think of was this simple and practical clumsy method. In short, no one raised an objection, except for Weiss. If the Norman army was truly going all out with heavy forces tonight to launch a counterattack across the entire line, then once the offensive began, its momentum would be like a rolling torrent, impossible to stop. In such a case, the Guard Regiment and even neighboring units would have to do their utmost to protect Corps headquarters to prevent the front line from being broken through in various places due to the loss of its central brain. Based on this prediction, Weiss believed the reconnaissance battalion should also scout a retreat and relocation route for Corps headquarters, just to be safe. As soon as these words were spoken, every officer present cast a surprised look at him. Then, some curious onlookers quietly glanced at the battalion's inspector, Dogmas. If he deemed Weiss's speech just now as inciting unrest or defeatism, he had the authority to order his detention. However, this inspector, who had previously volunteered to follow the reconnaissance squad, just watched Weiss quietly without any obvious displeasure or anger. Major Huozian did not arbitrarily reject Weiss's suggestion. Instead, he considered it seriously for a moment and stated that the suggestion indeed had some merit, but before the battle situation became clear, there was no need to be so pessimistic. Therefore, he still followed the old routine and sent out several reconnaissance liaison teams. Furthermore, he appointed Weiss as a special liaison to go to regiment headquarters and await assignments. With the inspector present, Weiss could only execute and not refuse the major's orders, which were not clearly erroneous. He took a sip of water, replenished his spent ammunition, and then left the battalion headquarters accompanied by 2 Federation soldiers to head for the nearby regiment headquarters. At this time, the Normans' massive bombardment finally showed signs of ceasing, but the real battle seemed to have just begun. After arriving at regiment headquarters, Weiss did not rush into the bunker where the headquarters was located. Instead, he climbed onto the bunker and sat in a crouching position to gaze into the distance. In his special vision, a wild wave composed of countless red virtual boxes was surging toward the embankment composed of green virtual boxes with overwhelming force. Looking closely, those red virtual boxes included both ordinary combat units with single-digit biological functions, double-digit movement speeds, and triple-digit combat ceilings, as well as mechanical combat bodies with double-digit biological functions, triple-digit movement speeds, and quadruple-digit combat ceilings. Various models of armored combat vehicles. Not only were they substantial in number, but they also operated in clusters. They were undoubtedly the can-openers of siege warfare and the harvesters of field battles, possessing terrifying attack and destruction power. Witnessing this scene, Weiss thought to himself that things were bad. To make the superior commanders realize the gravity of the situation, he improvised a script and used his best acting skills. With the Guard Regiment's commander and chief of staff, he succeeded. The commander immediately reported a preliminary reconnaissance report on the enemy situation to Corps headquarters. The feedback received was that Corps headquarters had already deployed artillery units to conduct interdiction fire on the enemy offensive forces in front of the defensive line. Even if the enemy was indeed stronger than expected, besides calling for aviation support, all they could do was commit their artillery without reservation and send the reserves to various support points on the defensive line ahead of schedule. The feedback from Corps headquarters might not have been a well-considered decision by General Kaysen, but through the commander's reaction and the officer's performance, Weiss realized that the Federation Army, at least the personnel of the 9th Army Corps, had sufficient confidence in defeating the Norman Army's counterattack. This confidence came on one hand from their victory in Hofentis, and on the other hand from the increase in strength brought by equipment upgrades and tactical improvements. On the battlefield, a unit that wants to win, whether officers or soldiers, should have the necessary confidence and morale. However, they should also maintain proper calmness and vigilance, otherwise, no matter how unwilling or reluctant they are, they must accept the cruelest consequences. Counting from the moment the Norman army stopped its bombardment, in less than an hour, the Normans' ground forces broke through the defensive line constructed by the Federation's 9th Army Corps southeast of Hofentis. Their spearhead units ignored the remaining Federation soldiers who were still resisting and, adhering to the principles of concentrated force and rapid assault, advanced wildly into the Federation Army's deep defense zones, destroying artillery positions and field command posts. During this period, the substantial Federation fleet was entangled by the enemy. The Norman warships that had previously landed on the ground all took to the air for combat. Although their battle formation only had a total of 3 battleships, 1 new and 2 old, those armored ships, cruisers, and even large transport ships used shipborne flying mines, also known as devil bombs, to create immense trouble for the Federation fleet. In the night battle, although the Federation Army dispatched enough aircraft to crush their opponents, relying only on the light provided by flares and artillery fire, the bombing accuracy of these aircraft was far inferior to daytime operations. In this battle with no savior and no surprise troops, the Federation Army, which had been on a roll, fell back into the predicament they faced around the time of the border campaign. The soldiers fought with all their might, even refusing to retreat until death, but unfortunately, the entire defensive system was like a watermelon smashed by a hammer, shattered into pieces. On the front line positions, the wounded could not be evacuated, ammunition could not be supplied, and artillery cover was intermittent before eventually disappearing altogether. In the deep defense zones, although many reserve positions were self-contained with sufficient weapons and ammunition, their manpower was generally limited, making them easy for the enemy to pick off one by one. The Norman army committed to the frontal battlefield won by force over skill, progressing with lightning speed. Those airborne marine units that had arrived earlier, along with the Norman prisoners they had rescued, were like sparks scattered in a forest, flaring up wildly with the wind. Meanwhile, the Federation army, despite having the advantage in numbers, was being beaten passively everywhere, unable to attend to both ends. Near midnight, the Guard Regiment received orders to cover the retreat and relocation of Corps headquarters. The reconnaissance battalion was responsible for scouting the safety of the route, while the remaining units would guard the flanks and bring up the rear. Weiss's prediction unfortunately came true. When he returned to Major Huozisen with the orders from regiment headquarters, the two had no time to discuss their feelings because very bad news had just come from an outer reconnaissance squad. An armored combat unit of the Norman army had appeared only 5 or 6 li away from Corps headquarters, which was almost within the range of large-caliber autocannons. When Major Huozisen cast a look for help at Weiss with a troubled expression, Weiss also had a bitter face. As a transmigrator from the information age who worked in a profession closely related to military history, he naturally understood the value and power of armored units. On relatively open terrain, pitting infantry against armored vehicles was simply idiotic. The only plan for now was to rely on existing defensive works to withstand the impact of the enemy's armored units and call for their own armored units or airships to come to their aid. Any other strategy was unreliable. A small part of his distress was worry for the safety of Corps headquarters and the outcome of this campaign, but most of it was regret for reality and annoyance at the past. Although he hadn't been in this space-time for long and his influence was limited, if he had chosen a more high-profile and selfless way to contribute the technical and tactical knowledge he possessed, the Federation Army would have gained more than just a newly commissioned sniper rifle before the war broke out. They would have acquired new equipment in various fields such as aircraft, armored combat vehicles, and radio communications. Even if they couldn't be put into active service on a large scale, they would at least be very valuable technical reserves. In addition, Federation officers could have been exposed to those novel tactical ideas that suited the era and technical trends, allowing them to face the powerful Norman army with a sharper posture. Unfortunately, none of this had happened. Was his choice wrong? He couldn't imagine if he had shown his extraordinary talent regardless of the consequences, would he now be a decorated Federation hero, or would he have been locked in a mental asylum as a lunatic, or perhaps suffered repeated setbacks and ended up back at this step anyway? If so, there was no need for him to feel annoyed or distressed. Saving the Federation was not his responsibility alone, not to mention the various flaws in the Federation's political and military systems were like someone suffering from a malignant disease. It would take a potent medicine or a major surgery to possibly remove the root cause. Seeing that Weiss remained silent for a long time, Major Huozisen sighed helplessly and ordered, "Each company will act according to the retreat plan. Remind everyone that only steel core bullets and shells can penetrate the armor of enemy vehicles. When there are no steel core bullets, either fire at their tires or find a way to throw bomby grenades close to them." Weiss suddenly woke up from his daze and stopped him. "Sorry, sir, now is probably not the time to execute the retreat order. If we want to ensure the safety of all Corps headquarters personnel and classified documents, we must find a way to lead the enemy's armored units away or be absolutely sure we can pin them down. Otherwise, they can use their mobility to bypass us and penetrate through the gaps in our defense. If that happens, even if we fight the enemy with our lives, the situation will be beyond salvation." This time, Major Huozisen did not resist or ignore Weiss's suggestion but instead acted like a drowning man grabbing a literal straw. "You have a way? Say it. I'm listening." Chapter 44, Tough Guy Mustajan. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. "Sir, it's me, Huozisen. I have urgent military intelligence to report. Norman armored units have been spotted to the southwest, only 5 to 6 li from headquarters. Yes, they are very close. Once the Corps headquarters begins its relocation, they will pose a fatal threat. We do have a countermeasure. In fact, it was devised by my staff officer, Acting Captain Klemper-Heesen. Send a chariot unit to lure the enemy into our ambush. We don't need a battle of annihilation, just hitting them hard enough to drive them away will suffice. Additionally, to ensure safety during the relocation, we need to deploy fire suppression points along the route, each pre-equipped with field guns and autocannons. Given the shortage of manpower, I suggest a mobile defense strategy. Yes, if necessary, I will send him to you now to present it in person." In the battalion headquarters bunker, Major Huozisen reported to the regimental commander via a field landline. Just moments ago, Weiss had contributed a practical and feasible combat strategy, like a shepherd tightening his grip on his staff to lure a nearby wolf in for a beating. As long as it was driven away, the flock could be immediately covered for relocation. During the call, Major Huozisen's eyes frequently drifted toward Weiss. Then, following the instructions from the other end, he beckoned Weiss over to speak with the regimental commander. Weiss had previously met the regimental commander face-to-face when he went to the Guard Regiment headquarters as a special liaison officer for the reconnaissance battalion. It was his preliminary reconnaissance report that gave the regimental commander and the regimental chief of staff a clear understanding of the deteriorating situation, allowing them to issue a timely warning to Corps headquarters. Weiss took the phone. "Hello, sir, this is Acting Captain Klemper-Heesen." Just as he introduced himself, the baritone voice on the other end interrupted him, speaking hurriedly. "Our mission is urgent, Acting Captain. Tell me, how many armored units do you need to realize your combat vision?" And how much time? Weiss thought for a moment. The enemy is a company-sized reconnaissance combat unit. We need to dispatch at least one armored company. After engaging the enemy, they will feign a retreat to lure them into the coverage area of our field guns and autocannons. As for the time, sir, that depends on when our armored units are in place. If all goes well, 1 hour is enough to resolve the issue. My idea is the sooner the better. If it drags on, I fear new complications will arise. The voice on the other end paused slightly. Very well, Acting Captain Klemper-Heeson. Based on General Kayson's praise and recommendation of you, I grant you command of this operation. Draw the troops you need from the reconnaissance battalion and the artillery battalion. An armored company will depart immediately and arrive at your position in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. I will give it my all and guarantee I won't let you down. Since joining the army, it wasn't that Weiss hadn't had opportunities to show his mettle. In the border campaigns and the Battle of Belkacem Pass, he had done his best with commendable performance, but there was still a gap between that and true success. Arriving here, gaining the recognition of the corps commander, and having the high hopes of the Guard regimental commander placed upon him, he felt a surge of exhilaration in his chest, even if he wasn't as easily overwhelmed as a green recruit. 5 minutes later, an armored company belonging to the Guard regiment arrived at the reconnaissance battalion station with the dull roar of engines. Standing atop the battalion headquarters bunker, Weiss could see the number and composition of this armored unit clearly from a distance. He was relieved to see that compared to the nearby company-sized Norman armored unit, the raw strength of this Federation Army armored unit was not inferior. If the Normans had an advantage, it lay mainly in their tactical maturity, the experience of their officers and soldiers, and their synergy with their equipment. In a one-on-one engagement, the Norman armored unit would undoubtedly have the higher chance of winning. 33 Federation Army armored chariots arrived in a single column, one of which drove straight to the battalion headquarters. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a tall, agile officer jumped down. In the glare of the headlights, he wore a dark brown uniform and a light brown scarf. He had sharp features, handsome looks, and a rare head of silver hair. He was Mustajan. When Weiss recognized that face, its elegance undiminished and its melancholic air still thick, his mouth hung open in surprise. The man before him was his senior from Baston Military Academy, Lahart Willis Mustajan from North Wilkes, a direct descendant of the Protector Marshal Mustajan from the era of the Kingdom of Wilkes. As a standout student of the previous class at Baston Military Academy, his coldness and melancholy, along with a seemingly innate leadership quality, had left a deep impression on Weiss. Although Weiss was standing sideways to the chariot's headlights and hadn't revealed his full face, his name had already informed the other party of who they were meeting. The silver-haired young officer strode up to him and gave a formal salute. Lieutenant Mustajan, reporting to you with the Combat Company 1 of the Tank Battalion, Honorable Acting Captain Klemper-Heeson. Weiss solemnly returned the salute. It's been a long time, Senior Mustajan. The silver-haired youth curled his lips slightly and said in a posture that was proud but not arrogant, proper but not rude, it is a great honor for me and my soldiers to fight under your command. Speaking of honor, Weiss had graduated a year later yet attained the rank of captain first, though currently only an acting captain. It wasn't difficult to become permanent by accumulating merit during wartime. He should be the one feeling honored, not Mustajan, who had performed perfectly at the military academy. However, now was not the time for sentimentality or modesty. The enemy was close and could use their excellent mobility to relocate over a wide area at any time, creating new difficulties for Weiss's ambush plan or even causing it to fail. Therefore, he conveyed his combat strategy and several key points requiring special attention to Mustajan in the most concise language, ordering him to lead the chariot company into action immediately. Although the two had few opportunities to cooperate before, they both came from the military education system of Baston Military Academy and likely shared much in common in their thinking and expression. Watching Mustajan's departing back, Weiss let out a long sigh. Senior Mustajan, the battle is difficult and the enemy is strong. Please do not let your emotions get the better of you. Over 30 Federation chariots filed away, quickly disappearing into the night. The bait had been cast, and the trap had to be set quickly. Under Major Huo Zizan's command and coordination, the various companies of the reconnaissance battalion set out. For this ambush to strike the enemy armored units, the core combat power of Weiss's plan was the artillery battalion of the Guard regiment. Considering the difficulty of moving artillery units, he chose the ambush zone within the range of the artillery battalion. The ambush position was a wide-mouthed semicircle, with the artillery battalion in the center and the reconnaissance battalion occupying the flanks. Once their own armored company lured the enemy in, they would use flares to lock onto the enemy's tracks, and the position would erupt with gunfire. The armored company, having completed the luring mission, would quickly bypass the position to regroup with the rest of the tank battalion, striving to launch a pincer attack from the side and rear before the enemy could retreat. A temporary combat strategy had to be this simple, feasible, fast, and effective. Returning to the battalion headquarters, Weiss confirmed that all deployments were underway and then set out with the rearguard for the ambush area. During the march, he climbed to high ground several times to look into the distance. The first company, led by Mustajan, headed straight for the target. However, during this time, the enemy armored unit moved continuously, appearing to attack a Federation station and then meeting up with a group of stragglers. Their position grew further from Corps headquarters, but this did not mean the threat was gone. One had to remember that the Corps headquarters' next destination was behind the lines, requiring a trek of 20 to 30 kilometers or even further. Even though the Guard regiment had an entire tank battalion that could block the enemy's charge, once a battle broke out, no one could guarantee the safety of the Corps headquarters personnel. After arriving at the ambush area, Weiss took a signalman and tirelessly inspected the various positions of the reconnaissance battalion and the artillery battalion. Since the artillery battalion had already received orders to prepare for relocation, the small-scale repositioning and adjustments were faster than expected. The field gun company and the rapid-fire gun company were basically in position. The only problem was ammunition. Each company was only equipped with 1 or 2 basic loads. To resupply on the battlefield would not only take a long time but would also affect the entire Guard regiment's mission to cover the relocation. In Weiss's strategy, inviting the enemy into the trap was to eliminate the current greatest threat. This was only the first half. The second half involved setting up a series of temporary fire support points along the Corps headquarters relocation route, creating a lifebuoy for General Kaysen and his headquarters. Some of these fire support points could coordinate with the original garrison troops, who would assign infantry and artillery to assist. Others would need to be filled by the Guard regiment's artillery battalion. The ammunition required to maintain these fire support points had to be transported in advance by the Guard regiment's supply vehicles. After reporting his observations and judgments to the regimental headquarters, Weiss returned to the reconnaissance battalion's newly established bunker. He waited with Major Huo Zizhen for the ambush to begin. However, before long, a startling piece of news came from regimental headquarters. The first company had raided the Norman armored unit and successfully routed them. In this battle, over 20 enemy chariots were destroyed, hundreds of enemy soldiers were killed or wounded, and nearly 100 were captured. A successful raid? Routing the enemy? What the heck is going on? Senior Mustajan is way too fierce. Weiss was dumbfounded. He quickly climbed to the top of the bunker and squinted to observe the battlefield. The situation was exactly as described in the report. The first company of the tank battalion was returning victorious, and no enemy units were visible. Was this because Mustajan was too brave, or the Normans were too weak, or was it an intentional move by the enemy? Did the necessity of this ambush battle just cease to exist? Should they continue to observe the enemy situation and relocate once safety was confirmed, or should they decisively adjust their strategy and have the Corps headquarters move quickly? Faced with this series of questions, in the past, he might have cut through the knot and made a decision. But a decision did not mean a victory. There could be flaws, loopholes, or even fatal defects. Having experienced the baptism of fire, he increasingly felt that as a unit commander or tactical planner, before reaching any conclusion or making any decision, one should go through rational thinking, weighing, and even reverse reasoning to reduce the probability of subjective errors to the lowest possible level. Chapter 45, Different Paths, Same Destination. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Relocate immediately. Upon returning to the reconnaissance battalion's temporary headquarters bunker, Weiss's first sentence went straight to the point. Yes, it's an order from regiment headquarters. What's wrong? As he answered, Major Huo Zizhen's expression was complex, making him seem somewhat inscrutable. What about the previous plan? Weiss asked. The major stepped forward and patted his shoulder. During wartime, not every excellent strategy can yield results. There will always be various unexpected situations. Right now, our core mission is to protect the relocation of the Corps headquarters. We'll talk about other things later. No, that's not what I meant, Weiss explained. Although we've eliminated the immediate threat, the front line has been broken by the Normans, and there are Norman paratroopers in the rear. We could encounter enemy attacks at any time during the relocation. I think it's necessary for us to preset a firepower support point every certain distance. That way, if we encounter enemy armored units, we can remain invincible. Major Huo Zizhen thought Weiss was simply unwilling to give up, so he advised tactfully, personally, I very much agree with your view. However, the situation has changed. Our tank company defeated the enemy's armored company. We have an entire tank battalion that can fully protect the Corps headquarters. Moreover, besides the Guard regiment, it seems troops from the 37th National Defense Division will be moving with us, so, they probably feel there's no need for such trouble. Not to mention that Huo Zizhen had no decision-making power, even the commander of the Guard regiment didn't have much of a say in the emergency relocation of the Corps headquarters. Furthermore, with the battle being so urgent, presetting firepower points would not only require deploying troops and arranging logistics, but more importantly, it would distract energy and consume time. Objectively speaking, it was a method that was both safe and unsafe at the same time. Therefore, Weiss regarded it as a necessary reminder rather than a desperate plea. Next, he accepted Major Huo Zizhen's new assignment without further argument, leading the first company to scout the path at the very front of the relocating troops. As an elite unit directly under the 9th Army Corps, the personnel and equipment of the Guard Regiment's reconnaissance battalion were much better than those of an ordinary infantry battalion. The entire first company was equipped with horses, making their movement speed several times that of infantry. It was perfectly suitable for them to conduct reconnaissance along the relocation route set by the Corps headquarters. It was now the middle of the night. Counting from when the Norman army began their airborne operations at nightfall, Weiss had been fighting continuously for 6 or 7 hours. The time span wasn't long, but due to the needs of reconnaissance and combat, he had frequently used his human radar. The resulting mental load left him feeling exhausted. Even so, after joining the first company's ranks, he continued to look far from high ground, doing his best to scout for enemy activity. After several hours of contention, the fleets of both sides remained deadlocked. The active performance of the Norman warships prevented the Federation vessels, which had been exceptionally active in the early stages of the campaign, from interfering in the ground battles. In a pure surface-to-surface fight, and in a night combat environment, the Norman army freely employed sharp offensive and bold flanking tactics, making it impossible for the defensive Federation army to guard against everything. The reason General Kaysen's 9th Army Corps headquarters was relocating urgently was an early response to the entire front line being under heavy pressure and the possibility of a dam break at any moment. Although the orders received by the various units under the Corps were to defend resolutely, Weiss saw many scattered Federation officers and soldiers along the way. From this point alone, many positions had already been lost, and some units had collapsed. The actual situation was quite dire. Attention, enemy activity ahead. Weiss, riding at the very front of the right-wing reconnaissance detachment, raised his right hand, signaling everyone to stop advancing. A sergeant riding with him spurred his horse forward. That's impossible. Officer. The area ahead is the 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone. It's the 793rd Garrison Regiment's zone? Are you sure? Weiss immediately frowned. Not long ago, he had led a reconnaissance combat squad trailing a group of Norman remnants to this place and had seen with his own eyes the Federation officers and soldiers at the 793rd Garrison Regiment's position quickly and fiercely intercept the enemy. It had only been over an hour, how could their position have fallen into enemy hands so easily? The sergeant dismounted, pulled a combat map with various markings from his pocket, opened a flashlight under his raincoat, and estimated their position using a simple and easy method. He stood up and said to Weiss, "That's right, officer. Ahead is indeed the 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone. The situation really doesn't look good." Weiss took a deep breath and looked out again. The positions ahead were all marked with red dashed boxes. Barring the 1 in a million possibility of a collective defection by the Federation Army, that place had definitely been occupied by the Norman Army. However, the Normans only had a few hundred troops. How could they have so quickly defeated a Federation force that was entrenched in defensive positions and already on high alert? Sergeant, immediately send 2 soldiers to report to battalion headquarters. The 793rd Garrison Regiment's position has been occupied by the Norman Army. The relocation route must be adjusted immediately. Weiss ordered the accompanying sergeant. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. This experienced Federation sergeant looked quite surprised at the position, which showed neither smoke nor the sound of gunfire. "Are you sure?" To confirm that an Allied position had changed hands, one could get closer and use slight signals to verify identity, or send people to flank around for reconnaissance. There were plenty of ways. Weiss didn't argue but said in a certain tone, "Trust me, Sergeant." The sergeant hesitated for a moment, then turned and ordered 2 nearby soldiers, Morad, Burton, return to battalion headquarters immediately. Report that the 793rd Garrison Regiment's position has been occupied by the Norman Army. The enemy situation is unclear, the reason is unknown, and we suggest adjusting the relocation route. Next, he instructed a 3rd soldier, Galen, go find the company commander. Tell him the acting captain judges that the 793rd Garrison Regiment has been occupied by the enemy. I have already sent men back to battalion headquarters to report. Tell them to proceed with caution as well. After sending out the 3 soldiers, the sergeant turned his gaze back to Weiss. Officer, forgive my curiosity, but how did you know? Weiss sniffed. The scent isn't right, and the atmosphere isn't right either. Such a mystical explanation left the sergeant speechless. He watched for a while and still couldn't see anything unusual, so he asked, Officer, what do we do next? Do we conduct a close reconnaissance, or wait for reinforcements? Weiss replied, if you're really uneasy, you can send a few sharp soldiers to scout ahead, but personally, I don't think it's necessary. All we can do now is wait for further instructions. If the Corps headquarters adjusts the relocation route, we'll scout the new route. Otherwise, we'll wait for reinforcements to arrive and launch a forceful assault together. The sergeant didn't state his position. A short while later, the soldier sent to report to the 1st Company commander returned with a message. The commander had already sent a small squad to scout, and all detachments were to pause their advance and wait for the reconnaissance results before making further plans. Heavy waves of exhaustion hit him one after another. Since the whole company was taking a temporary rest, Weiss simply leaned over his horse's back to rest. In doing so, he unexpectedly fell asleep, only waking up when someone called him. Upon waking, he felt as if he had suffered a major illness. Not only did his entire body lack strength, but his head was so heavy that his thinking was almost paralyzed. I actually fell asleep? What happened? Officer, regiment headquarters sent the tank battalion. They said the Corps headquarters relocation route will not be adjusted, and the troops are already on their way. At first, the accompanying sergeant was the one answering, but halfway through, a very familiar voice cut in, if the 793rd Garrison Regiment's position really has been occupied by the Norman Army, then we'll just crush our way right through it. Weiss propped up his head and forced his eyelids open. He saw Senior Mustajan with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth turned up in a clearly smug expression. Commanding the combat company 1 to ambush the Norman armored units and winning a beautiful battle of rout when both sides were evenly matched was indeed an achievement worth being proud of. Hey, Senior Mustajan, we meet again. You don't look too good. You're very tired and weak. Is it an old injury? Mustajan's choice of words showed he didn't treat Weiss as an ordinary colleague. Weiss patted his head and took a few deep breaths, feeling slightly better. He dismounted and stood before Mustajan. Beautifully done, Senior Mustajan. Could you tell me the process of that battle? Look, I'm definitely not questioning you, I just hope to have a better understanding of the enemy in tonight's fight. I understand, of course I understand. The smile on Mustajan's face instantly deepened. I heard that after graduation, you went to the Delafig Senior Staff College. It seems it wasn't for long. That's an enviable springboard. Look at us, even for someone like me who first served at the General Staff headquarters and then came to the troops to form a new combat unit, the promotion speed is already considered very fast, but so what? However, having said that, in terms of combat strategy and command, you have your foresight, and we have our tactics. The most important point is to be able to assess the situation and adapt, right? As they spoke, Weiss gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water, regaining some spirit. He forced himself to look directly at Mustajan, pondering the deeper meaning of the other man's words. Mustajan spoke rapidly, all right, when you're feeling better, we'll find a chance to chat in detail. Now, I have to lead the tank units to wipe out those enemies occupying our allies' position. Take care of yourself, Acting Captain Clem Perheson. With that, the silver-haired officer gave a military salute and turned to leave with high spirits. Take care, Senior Mustajan. Weiss replied. Only after the other man had walked far away did he remember something and turned to ask the sergeant beside him, what were the results of the close reconnaissance of the 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone. The sergeant immediately replied, Officer, just as you expected, their position has been occupied by the Norman army. But one very strange thing is that no bodies from either side were seen around the position, nor were there signs of a fierce engagement. In fact, no one noticed any large-scale firefight in this direction earlier. Hearing this, Weiss rubbed his chin and speculated, in other words, the 793rd Garrison Regiment might have actively evacuated the defense zone? Did they receive an evacuation order, or were they deceived by some enemy tactic? Well, on the battlefield, anything is possible. He muttered to himself while watching the rumbling advance of the Federation armored units. Mustajan was still Mustajan, but this armored force was no longer the original Combat Company 1. After the previous ambush, the number of tanks had increased instead of decreased, and many trucks carrying soldiers followed behind the armored vehicles. In terms of manpower and equipment, this unit was now close to battalion size. It seemed that successful Battle of Rout had greatly elevated his status in the army. Whether for public or private reasons, this was a good thing. First accumulating connections and honing skills at the General Staff headquarters, then being parachuted to a grassroots unit to level up, and even leading a newly formed armored unit, such a familiar routine. Senior Mustajan, you are the one with a truly limitless future. Chapter 793, Facing Danger to Resist the Enemy. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. On a large tree with a trunk so thick it would take 2 adults joining hands to encircle it, Weiss climbed to a height of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, gazing for a long time at the pitch-black and silent battlefield. After being attacked, the positions originally belonging to the Federation Army's 793rd Garrison Regiment erupted once again with dense defensive fire. Artillery fire pulsed in the darkness, explosive flames flickered under the night sky, and billowing black smoke vanished in an instant, escaping into the depths of the night. A frontal assault? Weiss did not squint, instead, he deduced the offensive strategy adopted by his own armored units from the distribution of bullets, shells, and various explosions. At the very beginning, the defensive fire on the positions was basically concentrated on the front. Although the positions were relatively single-layered, without minefields or deep trenches to obstruct them, even for armored units, charging forward against such fierce fire was clearly not a wise move. Has the promising Senior Mustajan already proudly begun to underestimate his opponent? No, he's not that kind of person, he's not. Setting aside his battlefield cheat for a moment, Weiss tried to use conventional thinking to make a deduction. At the beginning of the war, the armored vehicles equipped by the Federation Army were mainly the Sentry, a 4-wheeled light armored vehicle, and the Ranger, a 6-wheeled medium armored vehicle. The performance and positioning of the former were exactly as its name suggested, primarily used for battlefield reconnaissance and patrolling. It was heavily equipped because of its relatively simple structure, convenient operation, and low cost. The latter's role was rapid battlefield mobility and deep strikes, with strong overall performance, but due to costs and strategic tactical thinking, the quantity equipped was small, only forming battalion-level clusters for use. During the overseas operations in the north and the border campaigns, the Federation Army deployed no fewer than 1,000 armored vehicles, yet their impact was far less brilliant than that of the Norman armored units. Over the past few months, relying on a solid industrial base and a wartime system running at full speed, the Free Federation had not only multiplied its army but also provided ample ammunition and supplies for the frontline troops. Furthermore, based on existing technology and combined with combat experience, they conducted large-scale equipment improvements. Various new types of artillery, aircraft, and combat vehicles emerged, injecting strong momentum and confidence into the Federation Army. In the armored unit commanded by Lieutenant Mustajan, the number of early model sentries and rangers was already very small. The mainstay was the Lancer, which had comprehensive improvements in size, power, armor, and firepower, a 6-wheeled configuration equipped with heavy rotary cannons or mountain-type short-barreled rapid-fire guns. These were commonly seen, but Weiss had previously spotted 2 rare half-track armored vehicles. Those were the very first practical half-track armored combat vehicles on Oren's planet. Their speed on flat ground was not inferior to pure-wheeled vehicles, their off-road capability was incredibly impressive, and they were equipped with Field Type 15 PIR caliber rapid-fire guns, possessing strong ground attack and anti-aircraft capabilities. Upon their release, the Federation Army had high hopes for them. At the current level of weaponry, if there were enough of these new combat vehicles to form a scale effect, crushing the enemy would be no problem. The issue was that not only the Direct Guard Regiment but the entire 9th Army Corps had very few of them. Since the military strength had not reached the level where power could overcome skill, they had to find ways through tactical application. With Mustajan's intelligence and maturity, he would certainly consider things clearly and make the right choice. Sure enough, after the battle had lasted for about 10 minutes, the relatively quiet right flank suddenly erupted in fierce fighting, while the engagement at the front of the position weakened. After another 4 or 5 minutes, the left flank was swept by dense gunfire, and the flames of war began to extend into the depths of the position. This should be a sign of the Federation Army's successful penetration. Senior Mustajan is indeed no ordinary person. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief, stepped down from the mound, and mounted his horse. The reconnaissance battalion did not directly participate in the battle, except for a few small squads sent to scout the enemy's situation nearby. The rest of the men continued to rest and reorganize on the spot. Once the armored units successfully took the positions of the former 793rd Garrison Regiment that were blocking the Corps headquarters relocation route, they would surely have to continue their pathfinding mission normally. In the Federation Army's actual controlled areas, the defense zones of various units were connected, and the headquarters would grasp the enemy's situation in a timely manner through reports from each unit to make response deployments. The problem was that before the Normans launched their massive counterattack, they had airdropped several elite marine units behind the Federation Army's lines. Wherever they went, they not only destroyed the Federation Army's field communication lines but also attacked headquarters, supply points, and prisoner-of-war camps everywhere, throwing the rear areas of the Federation Army's lines into total chaos. The battle ahead had not yet ended when a small squad conducting reconnaissance on the left flank of the relocation route brought back very bad news. An armored unit of the Norman army was discovered 5 miles away, and its scale was at least that of a regiment. The Federation Army's lines had long since become riddled with holes under the powerful attacks of the Norman army. If it were a traditional infantry unit, they certainly wouldn't have reached a place 10 to 15 miles from the front line so quickly, but wheels were much faster than 2 legs. Weiss hurriedly galloped to the location of the 1st Company commander. Before the two of them could properly discuss it, the security squad from earlier sent another alarm. The enemy's armored unit was charging toward them, and they had at most 15 minutes left to prepare. While things were frantic here, Major Huo Zizan happened to arrive with the battalion headquarters and the 3rd Company. Although the main combat strength of the reconnaissance battalion was now combined, it seemed to be of no help for the big trouble at hand. Upon hearing the report from the 1st Company, Major Huo Zizan's expression predictably turned from bright to gloomy. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, wishing he could compete with the enemy in the most primitive way. But a battlefield was a battlefield, it was a test of strength and a contest of strategy, not a boxing ring for showing off individual bravery. The major quickly calmed down. He sent out messengers to report to the regiment headquarters and to signal the regiment headquarters and corps headquarters with coded telegrams, then consulted his subordinates for their opinions. Weiss was never one to be petty. After Huo Zizan officially asked, he decisively laid out his strategy for meeting the enemy, changing from an ambush to a blocking action, concentrating the rotary cannons and rapid-fire guns of the reconnaissance battalion and even the guard regiment to intercept the enemy's armored units. As many other units as possible should come, but the key was to let the enemy get close before hitting them. A single punch had to make the opponent bleed for there to be a chance to buy as much time as possible for the armored battalion to finish its battle and for the corps headquarters to make adjustments. Finally, Weiss emphasized, "I only have this one method, and that means you have 2 choices, use it, or don't." After a moment of hesitation, Major Huo Zizan made up his mind. "Fine, immediately order all companies to deploy for defense. Send another messenger to the regiment headquarters to report and request the artillery battalion and the guard battalion to support us in this blocking operation." Next, with the help of the battalion headquarters officers and sergeants, Weiss drew a simple operational map based on the combat map, clearly marking the battlefield situation and the deployment positions of each company. During the movement of the units, field telephone lines could not be used, so messengers had to be sent to deliver the simple operational maps and combat orders to each company. Without a doubt, this was another race against time. The units belonging to the reconnaissance battalion had to seize advantageous terrain before the Norman army arrived. However, if the other units of the guard regiment could not arrive in time, with only the combat strength of the reconnaissance battalion, even if they held a blocking position, they might be directly crushed by the enemy. The consequences of that would likely be catastrophic. The messenger quickly returned from the regiment headquarters, bringing the news that the regiment commander approved the reconnaissance battalion's decision to deploy for a blocking action. However, the armored battalion was already fully committed to battle, and the guard battalion, which specialized in close combat, had to protect the corps headquarters with all its might. Neither of these 2 battalions could spare a single soldier. The regiment headquarters could only urgently dispatch a portion of the artillery battalion to provide support. The 37th National Defense Division had already dispatched an infantry regiment to come over. If nothing went wrong, they would arrive within half an hour. When Weiss once again followed the 1st Company to the designated combat position, on the positions originally belonging to the 793rd Garrison Regiment, the sound of gunfire and explosions still showed no obvious signs of weakening. To win quickly and avoid being attacked from both front and back, the armored battalion had committed all its forces. This risky choice itself was not a problem. The battalion and company commanders were basically all aware of the urgency of the battle. The sooner they finished the battle, the sooner they could turn back to provide support, reducing the casualties of the friendly units carrying out the blocking mission. Based on the flat combat map and limited reconnaissance data, Weiss and his colleagues set up relatively reasonable blocking positions in a short time. The 4 companies of the reconnaissance battalion were arranged in an inverted product shape, with 1 company each on the left flank and the center, and 2 companies on the right flank. The combat position of the artillery battalion was located behind the left flank, and the reinforcement direction of the 37th National Defense Division's unit was also on the left flank. Only the direction from which the armored battalion would return was on the right flank. Overall, the 2 companies guarding the right flank would bear the greater combat pressure. With the enemy only minutes away from the battlefield, the officers and soldiers of the reconnaissance battalion had no time at all to dig trenches. They could only make the best use of the natural terrain of their defensive positions, trees, mounds, depressions, and farm fences to deploy their battle lines, set up fire points, and lay as many mines as possible. Under the heavy night sky, the rumbling roar of vehicle engines was like the surge of a rising tide. At first, it was faint and indistinct, then it grew closer and louder until a slight vibration could be felt through the ground. Stay calm. Stay calm. Let them get a bit closer, a bit closer. Launch flares. Launch. At Weiss's command, a different kind of gunfire finally rang out from the right flank's blocking position. A moment later, 3 flares bloomed in succession in the night sky. Under that dazzling yellow light, a steel torrent composed of over 100 armored combat vehicles was rolling toward them. They had thick hulls and sturdy wheels. Some had rotating turrets, while others had their combat compartments integrated with the driver's cabin. Their armor was not much thicker than the vehicles equipped by the Federation Army, so they could only withstand ordinary bullets and light shrapnel. Large-caliber steel core armor-piercing bullets, direct artillery fire, and mines could all destroy them. The moment they saw the silhouettes of the enemy combat vehicles, the Federation officers and soldiers couldn't help but gasp. Those Norman combat vehicles, full of momentum, were less than 1,000 feet from their line. If they didn't slow down, they could crush over them within half a minute. Tension, shock, and fear, all sorts of emotions intertwined. The Federation officers and soldiers chose to erupt rather than collapse, and various weapons fired frantically. Facing the densely packed enemy combat vehicles, they hardly needed to aim, they could score hits just by lowering their muzzles. The power of guns and cannons firing together was truly displayed before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, 20 or 30 Norman combat vehicles in the front row were destroyed or damaged. They either exploded or slowed down, causing the speed of the entire armored group to drop abruptly. This deceleration not only sharply reduced their momentum but also significantly lessened the psychological pressure on the Federation officers and soldiers. After a burst of vent-like fierce shooting, Weiss shouted at the right moment, "Attention everyone, aim before you fire. Aim before you fire." Chapter 47, The Unstoppable Storm. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. On this side of the battlefield, after the first wave of Norman combat vehicles was blown up by the concentrated fire of the Federation Army, the advance speed of the Norman armored units dropped significantly. This was not entirely a bad thing for them. The destroyed vehicles became a natural firing cover, allowing survivors to hide behind them and use guns and cannons to attack their opponents, while simultaneously surveying the battlefield to find a counter-strategy. At that end of the field, while the Federation Army's interception had achieved a good start, they lacked heavy weapons. Bullets and small-caliber shells were easily blocked by the wreckage of enemy vehicles, causing their lethality to plummet. Meanwhile, the infantry's movement speed was insufficient to support tactical maneuvers. This double stalemate was destined to be brief. Whoever took effective countermeasures first would have a great chance to seize the initiative. On the Federation Army's blocking positions, Weiss, who always kept the big picture in mind, naturally saw this change and understood the key to breaking the deadlock. However, whether the artillery battalion could arrive faster, or whether the 37th National Defense Division's determination to join the fight could be stronger, did not depend on his thoughts, nor was it related to Major Huo Zizen's attitude, and it wasn't even something the Corps headquarters could fully control. Looking around, the only reliable ones for now were these newly met comrades from the reconnaissance battalion. "Sergeant Thorson, do you see those bushes over there?" "Yes, they're a bit far from us." "Take your squad there and set up a lookout defense position. If the enemy tries to flank us from this side, pin them down no matter what, don't let them attack our rear easily. Sergeant Haka, take your unit behind us and find a spot where you can support Thorson's squad. If the artillery battalion arrives in time, have them deploy an artillery position behind you." With these few words, Weiss dispatched half a company of troops. Shortly after he made the adjustments, the Normans on the opposite side, as expected, made a tactical shift, pinning from the front while flanking from the wings. Over 100 combat vehicles split into 3 groups, one part stayed in place to continue trading fire with the Federation Army, another part made a grand show of surging toward the Federation Army's right flank, and a third force took a wide circle from the periphery, quietly creeping toward the Federation Army's left flank. Dawn was approaching, and the night was as dark as ink. The flares blooming in the sky could only illuminate a small area. When the brilliance of a flare faded, it was like a firefly darting into the grass or a candle falling into a deep ravine, flickering and disappearing. Relying solely on the naked eye, it was impossible to observe and judge the enemy's movements. Consequently, Weiss repeatedly sent people to the battalion headquarters to remind Major Huo Zizen and the officers to prepare in time. The messengers he sent also continuously brought back deployment updates regarding their own forces. The 2nd Company of the Artillery Battalion had reached its designated position, the 3rd Company of the Artillery Battalion had arrived at its designated position, the Reconnaissance Company directly under the 37th National Defense Division had reached its designated position, the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Regiment of the 37th National Defense Division had arrived at its designated position. The successive arrival of reinforcements, especially the participation of the Artillery Battalion, caused the Federation Army's blocking fire to increase sharply. The blocking positions they had hastily constructed solidified from thin sheets of ice that could melt at any moment into hard, thick blocks of ice. Although Weiss's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, hadn't completely settled, it had at least dropped from a dangerous height to a relatively safe low. He began to consider continuing to draw troops to strengthen the defense of the flanks and rear, waiting only for the vehicles of their own armored battalion to arrive so he could immediately launch a counter-assault from the right flank. Thinking of the armored battalion, Weiss couldn't help but crane his neck to gaze toward the former 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone. In the deep darkness, the flames of explosions appeared and disappeared fitfully, giving the illusion of someone constantly striking matches not far away. Was the battle still going on? Was it because those Normans knew reinforcements had arrived and were fighting desperately to withstand the Federation Army's attack, or was it because the positional warfare limited the armored battalion's combat power, leaving them with insufficient momentum to settle those mere few hundred Norman soldiers? Just as Weiss was feeling hesitant, a sergeant from battalion headquarters led dozens of Federation soldiers to the right flank position where Weiss was located, telling him that these men were direct units from the Corps headquarters. Weiss looked them over. These fresh forces were all burly, high-spirited warriors. He was overjoyed, but then a thought occurred to him: if the direct units of the Corps headquarters were here, then wouldn't the Corps headquarters itself be? A moment later, Weiss indeed caught sight of a somewhat clumsy fellow arriving at the position accompanied by several officers. He was greatly shocked and hurried forward, saying, "General Kaysen, why have you come here?" There was another half-sentence that Weiss forced himself to swallow back. "Are you insane?" The general was not mentally deranged. He was panting heavily, a bitter smile squeezed onto his face. Acting Captain Klemper-Heesen, we meet again. How is the situation here?" Weiss replied, "We are giving it our all, but the enemy is very strong. It's hard to say if we can hold out until the tide of battle turns." "That's an honest statement," General Kaysen said. Once his breathing had leveled out a bit, he spoke to Weiss as if consulting his own staff officer. "The current battle situation on our side is very unsatisfactory. We can't even contact half of our units. The headquarters radio mostly receives telegrams requesting aid. However, aside from the Guard Regiment, the total forces I can mobilize amount to less than half a division. What am I supposed to use to rescue them?" General Kaysen was also telling the plain truth. Weiss thought hard for a moment. Unless the aviation units can break free from the enemy's engagement, we can only hope to gather the various units after dawn and reorganize the battle line. This sort of last resort was something General Kaysen had surely thought of. He sighed helplessly. Yes, the Normans seem like nocturnal creatures. They are exceptionally difficult to deal with once night falls. All right, there's about an hour left until dawn. I hope the situation improves after daybreak. I hope so. Then what are your plans now? Weiss asked with the concern of a staff officer. There is a small town called Parade 20 miles east of here. I originally intended to move the Corps headquarters there, but just 20 minutes ago, we were attacked by Normans. They only used a small number of mines and bombs, yet it left us trembling with fear and our courage failed us. At everyone's strong suggestion, we have temporarily set up the headquarters in the small village where your regiment headquarters is located. Learning that you are blocking the enemy's armored units, I decided on a whim to come and see." General Kaysen's answer not only resolved Weiss's question but also explained why he had appeared here. Failed courage? Weiss was speechless at this phrasing. A few mines and a few bombs had made the officers of the Corps headquarters beat a retreat. Nominally it was out of concern for the commander's safety, but to put it bluntly, the feeling of fear was what was at work in their hearts. General Kaysen paused, then continued, "Being able to safely withdraw to Parade is certainly secure, but their opinion isn't entirely without merit. The closer one is to the front line, the easier it is to contact and command the troops, and one can convey a firm fighting spirit to the officers and soldiers. If the battle situation wasn't too dire, the strategy of standing on the front line and counterattacking on the spot would indeed have its merits. However, tonight the battle line of the Federation Army's 9th Army Corps had been riddled with holes by the Normans. The casualties of most units might not be as bad as imagined, and most officers and soldiers might still be fighting bravely, but multiple Norman units with armored forces as their vanguard had already penetrated deep behind the Federation Army's lines. They were like a pack of fierce rodents. Their absolute numbers might be far fewer than the Federation Army on the battlefield, but they were extremely terrifying opponents. Once dawn broke and the confrontation shifted from a shadow war to an open war, the Federation Army might have the ability to turn the tide in the big picture, but if the Normans discovered the Corps headquarters was right in their area of activity, would they leave their opponents an opportunity? "General, it is very dangerous to stay here." Just as Weiss spoke, a burst of intense gunfire suddenly came from behind them, interspersed with sporadic explosions. Were they being ambushed by the enemy? Weiss hastily activated his special vision. Not far away, the defense line composed of green virtual boxes was teetering, while a group of red virtual boxes, small in number but fierce in momentum, lunged forward. Those green virtual boxes should be the combat squad led by Sergeant Haka. Their main task was to support Thorson's squad and provide lookout for the rear of the reconnaissance battalion's blocking position. He hadn't expected the cart to come before the horse, with them taking the lead in their lookout role. These shameless Normans! Weiss cursed inwardly. Having armored units and mastering swarm tactics wasn't enough, they even resorted to backstabbing ambushes? Do they have any knightly spirit? Any courage of a warrior? Despite his internal grumbling, he had to admit that the Normans had fought this battle tonight with colorful variety, leaving the Federation Army unable to defend against everything and exhausted from responding. Seeing this situation, an officer escorting General Kaysen shouted, "Pistol Company, protect General Kaysen and return to the command post." Just then, Weiss discovered a new enemy situation further away. A large force of the Norman army was lunging toward the direction of the Guard Regiment's headquarters. Since the Guard Regiment's units were basically all committed to battle, the forces left to guard the headquarters were pitifully few. Outside of the Guard Regiment, the direct units of the Corps headquarters were limited to a few company-level units with special missions. The only one with noteworthy close combat capability was this pistol company. In response to the current situation, Weiss spoke decisively, "Wait. The Corps headquarters is in great danger right now. General, you had better stay with us. Once the armored battalion arrives, everyone will transfer to parade together." To say the Corps headquarters was in danger on this temporary blocking position where bullets were flying and artillery fire was constant seemed a bit boastful of Weiss. Just as that officer was about to argue, gunfire rang out from the direction of the Guard Regiment's headquarters. The enemy seems to have targeted the Corps headquarters long ago. Weiss speculated. "Has our mobile radio station been working this whole time?" "That's for certain," General Kaysen replied. "You mean?" "Yes, radio direction finding technology." Weiss slapped his forehead. The principles of this technology were discovered long ago. Previously, because the equipment was bulky and had poor precision, it didn't meet the conditions for battlefield application. But since the Normans can create artificial star source stones, it's not impossible for them to have realized the practical application of radio direction finding. Dealing with this technology isn't hard, either turn off the radios so the enemy has nothing to track, or create decoy targets to mislead the enemy into making the wrong deployments. Chapter 48, Unfazed even if the mountains collapse. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The enemy in front was not yet resolved, and new enemy activity had appeared in the rear. This was not the first time Weiss had faced such a dangerous situation of being attacked from both sides. The sound of gunfire and explosions in the distance, and the shouting of orders and discussions nearby, this cacophony of noise made his head spin. He took 2 deep breaths, temporarily cast aside distracting thoughts, and calmly analyzed the situation. Under battlefield conditions, only 2 simple radio direction finders were needed to locate a target, but that was not the key to solving the battlefield mystery. At the start of the border campaign, the Normans had similarly used night airborne operations to throw the originally orderly Allied defense lines into chaos. This time, they had once again employed night airborne tactics as an entry point to break the balance and shift the tide of battle, thereby orchestrating a counterattack that flowed like water, decisive in its deployment, meticulous in its arrangement, and resolute in its execution. As an opponent, it seemed he could only counter every move as it came and deal with it with all his might. After a moment's thought, Weiss said to the frowning General Kaysen, "General, do the other units know that the Corps headquarters is preparing to relocate to parade?" Kaysen looked at him. "Of course. Some were notified by messengers, others were contacted via encrypted radio telegrams. If the truth matches my guess, then I'm afraid we won't be able to go to parade, and we shouldn't go there either." "You mean, the enemy has already accurately learned of our movements?" "Although there is no direct evidence, I believe the Norman army has used certain technical means to grasp our important military deployments. Right now, there are 2 paths we can take. One is to avoid parade and move the command post further away from the front line, the other is to find a relatively solid position nearby to organize a defense and wait until dawn to counterattack," Weiss advised. "I understand what you mean," General Kaysen said, gritting his teeth. "But as you said earlier, even if we wait until dawn, the situation might not necessarily turn around. Staying at the front line or near it is a gamble with an unknown outcome." Weiss said, "But now that our retreat is cut off, our only choice is to give it our all." With seniority and experience like General Kaysen's, his decision-making would certainly not be swayed by an acting captain who hadn't even graduated from the senior staff college. However, he did not rashly reject the suggestion. Instead, he had his accompanying adjutant spread out a tactical map on the spot and spent 2 minutes analyzing and calculating. During these precious 2 minutes, the battlefield situation changed again. The elements of the Guard Regiment and the 37th National Defense Division engaged in the blocking operation had begun clashing with Norman armored units flanking them. The Normans were clearly not attacking with full force, allowing the front line to remain unchanged within a small area. The battle in the former 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone was still not over, but the armored battalion had dispatched a company back to join the fight, bringing back an interesting piece of news. The 793rd Garrison Regiment had fought its way back and was working with the armored battalion to retake the position. Because of their arrival, the pace of the battle there had greatly accelerated. After discussing with his adjutant for a while, General Kaysen called Weiss over and told him that the orders for all units to hold their ground remained unchanged, and the Corps headquarters would set up a field command post nearby in the former 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone. "I believe you have made a brave and wise decision," Weiss said. General Kaysen hadn't called him over for that compliment. He said with a serious face, "Now, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen, I have an important and arduous task for you. Besides the Corps' Direct Guard Regiment and the 37th National Defense Division, we have many stragglers we've picked up along the way. I am organizing them into the 1st Field Battalion. Major Huo Zizan is enough to command the Reconnaissance Battalion. With your ability and resourcefulness, you are suited for a more important role. If you agree, I appoint you as the acting commander of the 1st Field Battalion, to take command immediately." Being promoted to battalion commander with the rank of acting captain was a battlefield promotion. As long as nothing went wrong, this experience would certainly have a positive effect on his future military career. Logically and emotionally, Weiss had no reason to refuse, but he still considered it for a few seconds. "General, though the task is arduous, I will definitely give it my all." General Kaysen immediately summoned a messenger and told him to follow Weiss to find the 1st Field Battalion and announce his appointment to the officers. At the end, General Kaysen patted Weiss on the shoulder and whispered, "In this situation, your primary task is to find a way to make this temporarily organized unit exhibit combat effectiveness close to or even equal to that of a regular unit. making them a fresh force to resist the enemy's attack. As long as you can do this, after the campaign is over, I will specifically report your merits to the General Staff Headquarters, and you can choose any battalion-level position in the 9th Army Corps. Go now, Mr. Klemperhesen. Good luck. After hearing this, Weiss truly understood how arduous the task General Kaysen had assigned him was. Things having come to this, he had no retreat and did not intend to shrink back. Instead, he prepared to use all his talents to seize this opportunity no matter what. Without time to say goodbye to Major Huozisen in person, Weiss set off immediately with the messenger. From this messenger, he learned a bit of news regarding the 1st Field Battalion. It was about 700 or 800 strong, with several lieutenants and some sergeants temporarily serving as battalion and company commanders. Previously, it had been marching behind the Corps headquarters, tasked with guarding the rear for the Corps headquarters and its direct units, though there were actually 37th National Defense Division units behind it as well. Now, the 37th National Defense Division elements had already been committed to the blocking action. If nothing unexpected happened, the 1st Field Battalion should still be guarding the Corps headquarters. Following the direction where the sound of gunfire and explosions was most concentrated, after a few minutes, the two entered a battlefield where the fighting was fierce. This had once been the site of the Guard Regiment's regiment headquarters. Weiss had been here during the day and knew the defensive deployment. He found the previous regiment headquarters bunker with ease. There were indeed several officers here, one of whom was a staff officer from the Corps headquarters. Upon learning of Weiss's new assignment from the messenger, this staff officer, who had met Weiss a few times, was somewhat surprised. He quickly turned his gaze to one of the officers present and said, "Hey, Lieutenant Miles, this is the new commander General Kaysen has assigned to you, Acting Captain Klemperhesen." The Lieutenant Miles the staff officer spoke of was actually a middle-aged man with silver strands mixed in his hair and beard, likely twice Weiss's age. Age often meant experience and knowledge determined the depth of one's shrewdness. This man looked at Weiss with a calm expression. When their eyes met, he saluted neither humbly nor arrogantly, saying, "Pete Miles, Lieutenant Company Commander of the 181st Combat Regiment." After Weiss returned the salute, the staff officer added, "Acting Captain, you may not yet be aware of the changes in the situation here. Before you arrived, the 1st Field Battalion had already been committed to the battle to cover the transfer of the Corps headquarters. The Normans came suddenly, and we were ill-prepared. The situation for all units is not optimistic. Although the 1st Field Battalion has suffered heavy casualties, we still need it to hold out for at least 15 minutes. But we are worried it won't last 15 minutes at all," Lieutenant Miles interjected. Before the Norman army attacked, this battalion took in nearly 1,000 officers and soldiers from 7 or 8 regiments. The numbers look large, but a third of them are lightly wounded, and weapons and ammunition are insufficient. Its actual combat effectiveness is not even equal to a 500 or 600-man infantry battalion. Since the battle began, all 4 provisional companies have been engaged. A conservative estimate is that the strength of each company has been depleted by 30 to 40%. As everyone knows, once a unit's losses exceed half, no matter how hard the officers try, the soldiers will panic due to the fear of death, lose control, and collapse across the entire line. As soon as Lieutenant Miles finished speaking, the staff officer added with emphasis, "The transfer of headquarters personnel is still ongoing, and the transfer of baggage such as classified equipment and documents will take at least another 15 minutes. On the battlefield, it is worth making some sacrifices to save people and objects of higher value." Was the unit he was taking over already destined to be sacrificed? Was the actual difficulty of this task at a hellish level? Weiss looked at the staff officer and Lieutenant Miles with a complex expression. At this moment, both were looking at him, clearly waiting for this newly appointed acting battalion commander to state his position. With a superior on one side and subordinates on the other, to get along well, he couldn't afford to lose the support of either party. Furthermore, answers to problems in the command post often needed to be found on the battlefield. Thus, Weiss said loudly, "The task, of course, we will give our all to complete. As for the safety of our brothers, I will absolutely take responsibility. Now, I am going to inspect the defense zones of each company. Only by grasping the combat situation can I make the right decisions." The staff officer was clearly not impressed by Weiss's non-committal attitude. He said sternly, "But the enemy will not give you sufficient time to prepare." Acting Captain Klemperhesen. Weiss countered, "The Normans do not fight unprepared battles. This is something very much worth learning from." "Sir." "Fine. When it comes to understanding the Normans, we indeed cannot compare to you," the staff officer snorted. "In 5 minutes, I will return here. If you are still here, I will report my response strategy to you in person. If you have withdrawn, it doesn't matter, it won't be long before you learn about the process of this battle through the combat reports." Weiss left those words and signaled Lieutenant Miles to follow him. With his previous statement as a preamble, Lieutenant Miles followed him out of the bunker without hesitation. After leaving the bunker, Weiss searched for a high point suitable for overlooking the battlefield situation while saying to Miles, "These enemies are likely coming for our Corps headquarters. They are like Hyaenodons, cunning and fierce, but not invincible. Do you know what Hyaenodons are afraid of?" Lieutenant Miles did not follow Weiss's lead but instead asked, "Have you been attacked by a Hyaenodon?" "Ha!" Weiss replied. "You guessed right. Not only have I been attacked, but twice, both times in the Monomolan Mountains. The first time, I was hiking alone with only a shotgun and killed about 5 or 6 Hyaenodons. Later, I ran out of bullets and almost died, but fortunately, I encountered a special operations team on a mission. The second time, I was with the intelligence department on a mission and was attacked by a large pack of hyaenodons. Several people were killed or injured that time. Having said this, he had already climbed to the top of a bunker. Unafraid of the stray bullets whizzing past, he stood straight, craned his neck, and looked out into the distance. Chapter 49, An Extraordinary Person. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Was the Normans' offensive impeccable? No, of course not. In Weiss's special vision, the Norman army's troop deployment and weapon allocation on this battlefield were clear at a glance. The troops they used to attack the location of the 9th Army Corps' temporary headquarters were only about 1,000 men, with few heavy weapons and many light weapons. The spacing between attack echelons was relatively large, and the focus of the offensive was clearly on the right wing. On the defensive side, the 1st Field Battalion originally had 1,000 men. Even with a 40% loss, there were still 600 combat-ready troops. Combined with the various units directly under the Corps headquarters, the absolute number of troops committed to the defense would not be less than the Norman army facing them. As long as the deployment was proper and the mindset stable, it wouldn't be difficult to withstand the enemy's attack by relying on a defensive posture. However, this as long as must be built on the foundation of insight into the battlefield and control over the troops. Being able to achieve this as long as already made one a very excellent commander. After a period of rapid yet prudent observation, Weiss already had several ideas in mind to defeat the enemy, such as Tianji's horse racing strategy, equivalent defense tactics, and counter-offensive tactics. To choose the method with the greatest certainty and highest win rate, he asked Lieutenant Miles, "Which company is on our left wing? What is their strength?" Lieutenant Miles looked up and replied, "No, the left wing isn't our unit, it should be the Guard regiment directly under the headquarters. Their own left wing, the defensive force resisting the enemy's right wing, appeared to have a strength of just over 100 men based on observation. Being able to block a Norman army 3 times their size indicated that this unit's combat power was quite impressive. However, the 3 main forces of the Guard regiment, the Reconnaissance Battalion, Armored Battalion, and Artillery Battalion, were all engaged with the enemy elsewhere. Those remaining here should only be communication and logistics units. Could it be that the grooms and cooks had picked up weapons and stepped up? Let's go. We're going to the left wing to take a look. But, acting captain, the center and the right wing are where our troops are, Lieutenant Miles reminded him. I know. Weiss came down from the cover and walked quickly along the trench, saying as he went, as the saying goes, they are as close as lips and teeth. Their situation is directly related to the victory or defeat, and the survival, of the field battalion. Because he had spent time here during the day, his understanding of the overall distribution of the defensive works clearly surpassed Lieutenant Miles. The defensive area wasn't large, and he arrived at the left-wing positions where the gunfire was intense in just a few steps. He grabbed a soldier at random and asked for their unit designation and the location of their commander. "Sorry, officer, I don't know you. Who are you?" The soldier asked back warily. "I am Acting Captain Columbo Heisen of the Reconnaissance Battalion, ordered to take over the defense. I am now the acting commander of the 1st Field Battalion." The soldier looked bewildered, but someone nearby came over to greet him. "Hey, Acting Captain Columbo Heisen, we've met. I'm Hal Cagley from the Communications Battalion. What are your orders?" The speaker's face was blackened by gunpowder smoke, and in this pitch-black night, it was hard to recognize him. Regardless, the position hadn't been infiltrated by the enemy yet, so Weiss didn't care about such things. "Who is in command here?" "It's Lieutenant Norma of the Guard Company. He was just over there. Come, follow me." Led by this enthusiastic sergeant, Weiss walked a short distance along the trench to an open-air fire point, where several Federation soldiers were tending to a rotary machine cannon. Lieutenant Norma, a young officer covered in dust, was directing them to blast the enemy in front of them. "Officer, this is Acting Captain Columbo Heisen. He has been assigned to be in charge of the defense here." The sergeant reported to Lieutenant Norma. Weiss's expression was "in charge of the defense," but the sergeant said "in charge of the defense here." There was a subtle difference in the pronoun, but the understanding was fundamentally different. However, in the absence of a designated commander, the person with the highest rank and position usually automatically becomes the battlefield commander. So, in the current situation, Weiss issuing orders to the Guard Company of the Communications Battalion did not violate any principles. Of course, Lieutenant Norma could also refuse to execute his military orders. "Hello, officer." Lieutenant Norma first saluted Weiss, then glanced at Lieutenant Miles following behind him without any questioning. His first words were, "Officer, the enemy is attacking fiercely. We urgently need reinforcements here." Weiss looked around. Although the Federation soldiers were all filthy, looking like coal miners, they were all fully committed to the battle, with no one just making up the numbers or shrinking back. As for ammunition resupply, the troops had set up defenses here in advance. Even if not abundant, it should be enough for the short term. Therefore, he said to Lieutenant Norma, "Rest assured, we will soon repel the enemy and then relocate with the Corps headquarters. Now, your company's mission is to hold the position and stand firm against the enemy. No matter what happens, you must not retreat without orders. When the enemy retreats in defeat, do not pursue rashly." Lieutenant Norma saluted briskly and said, "Understood. Let's go, buddy." Weiss said to Lieutenant Miles. "Next, it's our turn to perform." Miles understood and led Weiss toward the 1st Field Battalion's defensive area. When they reached their position, the atmosphere was indeed different. There weren't many combatants in the trenches, and there were few wounded. Whenever someone was injured, 1 or 2 companions would immediately support or carry them away, seemingly out of solidarity and love, but no one was seen coming up to replace them. At this rate, the defensive strength of the position would only get weaker and weaker. Miles didn't seem surprised by this situation at all. He observed Weiss's reaction from time to time but didn't take the initiative to say anything. The biggest problem with a unit patched together from stragglers and rooted soldiers is a lack of unity and mutual trust, let alone coordination. It's difficult, very difficult, extremely difficult to solve these problems in a short time, but to turn the tide, a change must be made. Gather the officers to me immediately. Right here. Weiss said sharply to Lieutenant Miles. This shout attracted the attention of many surrounding soldiers. If he had a megaphone, Weiss wouldn't mind giving a short and powerful impromptu speech, but this was a battlefield, and leading by example was sometimes more persuasive than eloquent words. Having sent Miles off, he picked up a Grumman rifle from the ground, grabbed several clips of ammunition from an ammo box and stuffed them into his pocket. Without a word, he aimed, fired, and reloaded, firing more than 20 rounds in one go. Even though his shoulder was sore and aching from the recoil, he gritted his teeth and persevered. When he had finished the bullets in his pocket and was about to go to the ammo box for more, he suddenly found 7 or 8 officers standing around him. Among them were young second lieutenants full of collagen and seasoned lieutenants with weathered faces. Some were tall and handsome, some were ordinary, some were spirited, and some were slightly listless, but regardless of which type, every pair of eyes was staring at him. Weiss split his mouth into a grin and said loudly, "Life is endless, and the battle never stops. This is the spirit of freedom I pursue. This is the spirit of freedom I defend. Gentlemen, although you come from different units, at this moment, I ask you to come around me and gather under the banner of the 1st Field Battalion, for nothing else but to fight. We fight here, regardless of victory or defeat, regardless of the outcome, with a clear conscience. Gentlemen, for the sake of battle, fight." These words, if used on modern people or in an ordinary combat situation, would probably have little effect. But in this era, on this group of Federation officers with well-developed muscles and relatively simple minds, the effect was that everyone raised their arms and shouted. Not only the officers, but the sergeants and soldiers were also invigorated, and this emotion spread along the trenches. Weiss was very satisfied. He poked his head out of the trench to observe the battle. The Normans had deployed less than half of their strength in the center and on the left wing. Their attacks seemed to come wave after wave, but in fact, they hadn't truly exerted themselves, nor had they suffered many casualties. They were just biding their time, waiting for the right-wing troops to break through the Federation Army's defense before pouncing forward, much like the tactics of a Hyenoden. At this time, if he acted impulsively and led the 1st Field Battalion in a full-scale charge, what he would see would not be the Normans retreating in panic, but dense and fierce gunfire. If the breakthrough failed, the Field Battalion, which had finally raised its morale, might go to the other extreme, complete collapse. Moreover, Weiss still had a 5-minute appointment with that staff officer staying behind at the Corps headquarters. It seemed there was still time to go back and discuss countermeasures with him. After Weiss had finished his observation and considered it calmly, Lieutenant Miles returned to him with several officers. "I've brought all the officers I could find," he reported breathlessly. Judging by the time spent and the number of officers present, he had indeed done his best. Surrounding him, Weiss said, "The enemy has insufficient troops and firepower. They don't dare to launch a full-scale assault, but are staring at us like hyenodons, waiting for us to expose our backs to them. To escape our current predicament, we must strike them hard, smash their heads, and break their backs. Lieutenant Miles, I authorize you to command the 1st and 3rd Companies to continue holding the positions firmly. Do not attack under any circumstances. People from the 2nd and 4th Companies, follow me now. We will strike out together with the Guard Regiment and smash the Normans' heads." "Smash the Normans' heads!" the officers echoed in unison. "Now, everyone move. 2nd and 4th Companies, follow me," Weiss shouted. The officers temporarily assigned to the 2nd and 4th Companies hurried to gather their soldiers. Before long, groups and squads of Federation soldiers came running. Weiss stood in the trench and directed them to assemble on the left wing of the position. When 30 to 50 people had passed, he nodded to Lieutenant Miles and followed the flow of people toward the position where the Guard Company of the Guard Regiment's Communications Battalion was located. "Who is this guy?" an officer staying behind asked Miles. "Acting Captain Columbo Heisen, the acting battalion commander assigned to us by the Corps headquarters," Miles replied. "He looks very young, like he's just in his early 20s? But looking at his words and deeds, he seems very sophisticated," the man said. "Yes, he does look very young," Miles responded. "Young, energetic, and courageous, an extraordinary person. What he babbled just now was indeed invigorating," the officer said, baring his teeth. "If he can lead us to win this battle, I'll truly respect him. Otherwise, no matter how well he speaks, he's just a show-off." Miles nodded. "That's right. Whether he's a talent or a mediocre one, we'll see on the battlefield." Chapter 50, Give him a thrashing. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The ancients said, "An arrow at the end of its flight cannot pierce even a thin piece of lu silk." Later generations say, "A little thrashing is pleasant, too much is harmful, and forcing it will make you vanish into smoke and ash." The Normans' right wing had attacked several times in succession, and their forces were few, insufficient for a rotational battle. They must be tired and exhausted, right? They probably didn't expect the Federation Army, which had been suppressed, to launch a decisive counterattack under these circumstances, did they? "Yes, today we'll give you a big surprise." These thoughts flashed through Weiss's mind. He curled his lips slightly and gave a grand wave of his hand. Defend freedom, attack. Defend freedom, attack. The surrounding Federation officers and soldiers echoed as they climbed out of the trenches. On the position, the rotary cannons serving as fire support points added to the momentum with their continuous roars. Under Weiss's arrangement, the few water-cooled machine guns were carried by various combat teams to provide direct fire support for the counter-attacking troops. Leading from the front was a long-standing tradition in the Federation Army, especially when the battle situation was unfavorable. Officers setting an example could boost morale and inspire the troops. Of course, this move had pros and cons. In the last war, the casualty rate of the Federation Army's commissioned officers was 10 percentage points higher than that of the Normans, nearly double that of the Wessex Army. Many outstanding and promising officers fell on the battlefield, leading to a significant talent gap in the Federation Army for a long time after the war. Whether in the Supreme Defense Council or the General Staff headquarters, high-level meetings were always filled with the same old faces. Given the current situation, Weiss joined the attacking ranks without hesitation. Before sounding the horn for the counterattack, he summoned the officers and some sergeants to repeatedly emphasize that this counterattack required a layered and rhythmic offensive, not a brainless, one-wave charge. Being in the thick of it certainly allowed him to observe the battle and make adjustments in time, but battlefield communications were not always smooth. The success or failure of this counterattack would largely depend on the performance of his teammates rather than the Normans' actions. After leaving the trenches, Weiss followed the soldiers of the field battalion as they advanced. As he expected, at the very beginning, the Normans' shooting appeared orderly and not at all panicked, but their fire intensity was limited. Although they kept striking down the Federation soldiers at the front, the attacking force surged forward like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. In almost the blink of an eye, the mangled corpses of Normans appeared beneath Weiss's feet. This was the position where the Normans' previous attack had been halted. Upon entering this area, explosions of bomb grenades came one after another. The resistance encountered by the counter-attacking Federation units increased sharply, and casualties seemed to be climbing rapidly as well. Weiss didn't blink, shouting directly, "All teams, organize fire, advance alternately." Even though his voice was drowned out by the various gunshots and explosions on the battlefield, the rhythm of this mixed unit's counterattack quickly shifted from full speed to a lower gear. Under the leadership of the officers and sergeants, the Federation soldiers began firing in an orderly fashion. The rapid fire of rifles and the quick addition of water-cooled machine guns allowed the counter-attacking Federation troops to gain a firm foothold in the open ground in front of the position. Experienced sergeants and veterans judged the enemy's positions based on their fire and carried out targeted attacks, eliminating the enemy with bomb grenades, bullets, and even bayonets. Putting aside the consumption of energy, no one was better at battlefield reconnaissance than Weiss. After stabilizing the battle line, he shuttled between the various squad positions, constantly activating his human radar to provide correct guidance and assistance to his teammates. After 2 or 3 minutes of stalemate, this composite Federation force achieved total suppression over the enemy in front of them, and explosions of bomb grenades began appearing on the Norman side one after another. Weiss soon discovered that the Normans' combat strength was steadily decreasing, and they began retreating in 2s and 3s. Only a handful of positions still had organized resistance, but further away, the Normans still had dozens of soldiers, several rotary cannons, and some machine guns quietly waiting there, waiting for the Federation army to launch another charge. Weiss hurriedly looked around but saw no sign of a messenger. He had to grab a soldier who looked relatively reliable and ordered him to return to the position to have the heavy rotary cannons and field guns shell the designated locations ahead. Fearing the soldier might report the wrong coordinates, Weiss pulled out a pen and paper, hurriedly wrote down the numerical symbols, and handed them to him. Just as the temporary messenger left, a sergeant ran over from the side. "The enemy is retreating, now is the perfect opportunity to pursue and strike." Weiss weighed his options and said, "The enemy's machine guns and cannons are waiting for us to charge, we can't rush them from the front now. Sergeant, take your squad and flank them from the left. We will suppress the enemy with fire first before launching an attack. When that time comes, look for an opportunity to attack the enemy's flank. Do not be reckless, understood?" Although the sergeant replied understood, seeing his half-comprehending look, Weiss patiently explained it once more before letting him leave. A moment later, the heavy rotary cannons and field guns on the rear position began to speak. In this kind of infantry versus infantry combat, the range and power of large-caliber rotary cannons were terrifying. The 2 field guns that the artillery battalion hadn't had time to move had previously been unable to effectively observe and aim at the enemy fire points hidden in the darkness, rendering them largely useless. Now, with accurate firing coordinates, they fired one after another without pause, as if they wanted to dump every single shell onto the enemy's heads. The sudden artillery fire left the Normans, who thought they were well deployed, in a daze. The series of sparks erupting in the darkness was the beautiful sight of ammunition cook-offs. Seeing this, Weiss didn't even need to activate his special vision, he directly shouted attack. The Federation soldiers, who had reached an ideal combat state after sufficient preparation, did not hesitate and launched an all-out assault like mercury spreading across the ground. 20 minutes later, Weiss returned to the bunker where the former 9th Army Corps headquarters was temporarily located and met the staff officer who was responsible for the rearguard and had not yet left. This small-scale counterattack involving hundreds against hundreds had come to an end. During the process, because he had focused his energy on commanding the battle, Weiss hadn't killed a single enemy soldier. Even so, he could still stand before the other man with his head held high. "Good news, thanks to the efforts of the Signal Corps, we have re-established contact with the headquarters. They have set up a new command post at the new position." The staff officer made no mention of the previous 5-minute agreement. Although it had taken more than 10 times that long, Going from holding the position to routing the enemy was a task completed far beyond expectations. It's in the former 793rd Garrison Regiment's defense zone, right? Weiss didn't bother to wipe his sweat, directly pouring himself a full glass of cold water and draining it in one gulp. Since the other party already knew the answer, the staff officer decisively bypassed the topic. General Kaysen has ordered me to continue overseeing the communication and dispatch of the rearguard units, while you, in addition to serving as the commander of the 1st Field Battalion, will assist me in commanding the rearguard. It's an honor, Weiss responded calmly. Just as he finished speaking, several Federation soldiers entered, escorting a Norman soldier who looked like an officer. Before making new deployments, we need to clear some things up, Weiss said to the staff officer. By the way, do you understand the Norman language? The staff officer shook his head somewhat reluctantly. Does anyone here understand Norman? Weiss raised his voice. Of the 7 or 8 people present, not one responded. Thus, Weiss, with his less than half-full bucket of proficiency, had to step up. Name? Rank? Unit designation. This Norman officer was not tall but very stocky, giving the impression of a robust wild boar. His hair was messy, his face covered in mud, and the sleeves of his uniform were torn in several places. It was clear he had put up a fierce resistance before being overwhelmed and captured. Because of this, he looked arrogant and kept his eyes forward. Only after Weiss asked twice did he say in a contemptuous tone, "Demate, Lieutenant, belonging to the 5th Assault Division of the Norman Empire." The rank and unit he reported matched the insignia on his uniform. He says he's from the 5th Assault Division, Weiss said, turning to the staff officer. According to previously obtained intelligence, the Norman Empire's assault divisions were elite units formed during wartime. Their combat style was similar to that of the Marine divisions, usually using transport ships to carry out flanking and mobile operations. However, the Marine divisions belonged to the aviation forces, and so far, only the 1st and 2nd divisions had appeared. The assault divisions were formed by the Army, with the highest known designation being the 12th Assault Division. In terms of personnel and equipment, a single assault division seemed to have significantly fewer troops and heavy equipment than a Marine division, and their combat performance was not as eye-catching. The staff officer said, "Ask him, what was their combat objective tonight?" Weiss searched through his pitiful Norman vocabulary for a long time before squeezing out, "Purpose." The Norman held his head high, "Fight." Weiss stared, "Purpose." The Norman snorted and didn't even bother with a single word, directly putting on an air of being unyielding even under force. Weiss wasn't polite either, he pulled out his pistol, flicked off the safety, and fired a shot near the man's feet. Hearing the gunshot, several Federation soldiers ran into the bunker with their guns leveled. The Norman officer was startled, his eyes staring straight at Weiss. Weiss slowly raised the muzzle, pointing it at the guy's head. "Last words." The guy didn't give any last words but instead shouted a few sentences at high speed. Weiss only understood the gist. This fellow was arguing with him about the war conventions that prisoners of war cannot be mistreated or killed. "I'll count to 3. Weiss stared at the Norman with a cold, sharp gaze. 1, 2. Regarding the war conventions, the Federation Army's level of compliance was somewhat better than that of the Norman and Wessex armies, but it wasn't absolute chivalry. With the war reaching this stage, the Free Federation had lost a quarter of its territory, and military and civilian casualties numbered in the millions. At this moment, no one would certainly stand up to speak for this Norman officer. The surrounding soldiers stepped back one after another to avoid being splattered by the guy's blood and brains. "Stop." The Norman caved. He gritted his teeth and said quickly, "Our mission was to break through your defensive lines and attack your deep-seated targets." Weiss still held the pistol up. "How did you get here?" The Norman officer hesitated for a moment. "Flying. Transport ship?" "Warship. Transport ship." The Norman officer's answer was a bit hesitant, and a look of panic flashed in his eyes. "Lies." Weiss barked sternly. Chapter 51, Dawn Approaches. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Facing Weiss's questioning, the Norman officer didn't intend to admit it, but during their eye contact, his gaze shifted away. Because of this shift, he could only say with a look of helplessness, all right, this was supposed to be a secret that shouldn't be leaked, but after tonight, it won't matter. We were riding in gliders without engines, some of you must have seen them." "Gliders?" Weiss was slightly surprised. The appearance of gliders clearly predated airplanes. The Federation Army had already mass-equipped biplanes capable of strafing and carrying bombs. It wasn't surprising for the Normans to use gliders, but the Norman army, already skilled in tactics and strategy, was difficult enough to deal with. Having another effective piece of combat equipment meant they could add in more tactical patterns, so this was definitely bad news. However, people are the source of tactics and strategy, not equipment. Having realized this, Weiss didn't continue to ask about the gliders but instead asked in Norman language with terrible pronunciation and grammar, "Here is your target, whom?" The Norman officer did not deny this. Weiss pressed further, "How did you find this place?" Although this Norman officer wasn't firm enough, he wasn't a fool either. Weighing the pros and cons, he closed his eyes and said, "Come on. Shoot. It concerns the safety of countless comrades, I'd rather die than leak the secret." Weiss snorted, "Radio direction finding." The Norman officer snapped his eyes open, then realized he had been tricked. He immediately gritted his teeth, his face becoming contorted with rage. As expected. At this moment, Weiss actually missed Major Brooks from the military intelligence department a bit. Whether it was interrogation or coaxing information out of people, he was much more experienced than himself. That guy, who hadn't been heard from in a long time, must be as busy as a dog all day during this wartime, right? Call the Corps headquarters. The Normans followed the signal of the radio station. Tell them to use the radio cautiously, it's best to maintain silence for now, Weiss said to the staff officer. The staff officer was somewhat surprised but complied immediately. There were many things Weiss wanted to ask, but continuing the interrogation was difficult. Firstly, there wasn't enough time, and secondly, his vocabulary wasn't sufficient, so he had the soldiers take the Norman officer away. By the time the staff officer called him again, Weiss's attention had already been fixed on the battle map for a while. General Kaysen wants to speak with you, the staff officer said, covering the mouthpiece. Weiss hurried to the field telephone. He noticed there was a radio receiver here. It only had the function of receiving radio codes and could not send out radio signals. Without a transmitter, there was no way to disguise it as the headquarters to disrupt the enemy's judgment. On the phone, General Kaysen praised Weiss unreservedly. One must know that in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already good enough to hold off the enemy's attack with a crippled field battalion. He had actually launched a beautiful counterattack, killing and wounding hundreds of Norman soldiers at the cost of fewer than 100 men, temporarily eliminating the Corps headquarters' worries on this flank. No matter how one looked at it, this battle was indeed fought very beautifully. I heard you interrogated a newly captured Norman officer and gained quite a lot. General Kaysen's tone shifted. As you know, I learned some Norman language in the Norman labor detail, so I can only have relatively simple communication. Therefore, I used some intimidation tactics to get some useful intelligence regarding radio direction finding. I've mentioned it to you before, and now I can basically be certain that they tracked the radio signals here, Weiss said. The voice on the phone said, the headquarters has set up defenses at the new location. There aren't many troops, but it's enough to handle a general-scale attack. My plan is as you previously suggested, organize defenses here and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. As for you and the field battalion, I don't have any ideas for now, so let's hear your opinion. Weiss looked at his watch. It will be dawn soon. If the enemy hasn't committed many troops to this front, a counterattack should be launched as soon as possible. However, I'm worried that Steihofen is the main direction of the Normans' attack this time. In that case, what we can do is delay the enemy's advance as much as possible, wait for reinforcements, or organize an orderly retreat of the troops. You say Steihofen is the enemy's main direction. Did you find some clues from the Norman prisoner? General Kaysen asked. Yes, he said they used gliders, aircraft without engines that fly by aerodynamics. Their flight distance isn't very far, but they are easy to manufacture and can quietly fly across the front lines. They can be carried near the front lines by transport ships and then released. According to normal logic, the debut of such new equipment should be a very important military operation to catch the opponent's deployment off guard. So. No wonder. General Kaysen murmured. What did you say? Ahem, it's like this. Some units have already reported finding several aircraft left behind by the enemy. They are large, have no engines, and have seats in the cockpit that look like they can hold 7 or 8 adults. At the time, I thought it was strange. A flying transport ship can drop hundreds or thousands of soldiers at once, while this kind of aircraft can only carry a few people. What on earth are the Normans planning? Are they going to use the star source stones from the transport ships for warships? It seems my thoughts drifted in the wrong direction. Weiss paused for a moment. General, I've thought of a strategy that can interfere with the enemy's judgment and lure them into revealing a weakness. Go on, I'm listening, the voice on the other end of the phone responded in a low tone. Weiss then explained his idea from just now. Since the enemy's radio monitoring equipment has been listening to our communication channels, we'll create a fake signal source for them, making them think our Corps headquarters has moved to the rear and that our forward troops are retreating along the entire line. Meanwhile, we'll find a way to convey the real combat deployments to all units and catch the enemy off guard. How much confidence do you have in this risk while the enemy's situation is unclear? General Kaysen emphasized the words enemy's situation is unclear. Then he asked, currently, we can only contact less than half of the units by phone. If we don't use radio, we'll have to send messengers. We all know that this method is neither efficient nor safe, so. General Kaysen's concerns were also Weiss's worries. He responded, yes, General, as you said, this idea is not yet mature. What we can do right now is hold, and then counterattack. On the other end of the phone, Kaysen spoke faster. How about this? You and the field battalion will continue to consolidate your defense on the spot, acting as an outpost for the headquarters. If possible, send out a few reconnaissance squads to contact and gather our troops as much as possible. Defense and reconnaissance were tasks Weiss was relatively good at. In the absence of a better way, he accepted the mission. Not long after, Lieutenant Miles arrived. Weiss instructed him to count the personnel, weapons, and ammunition of the 1st Field Battalion. Immediately after, Lieutenant Norma of the Guard Company also arrived, but he wasn't there to take orders. After restoring contact with the Corps headquarters, he had received orders to lead his unit back to the Signal Battalion. Take care, heroic acting Captain Columbo Heisen. Before leaving, Lieutenant Norma offered his blessings, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he handed over 2 field guns left by the Guard Regiment's artillery battalion to the 1st Field Battalion and revealed that the artillery battalion had a temporary ammunition depot here. Various types of autocannons and field gun shells should be enough for the field battalion to handle a few more battles. Weiss thanked Lieutenant Norma and said, "If you encounter Major Huo Zizhen, please give him my regards. Also, tell him that I'm in dire need of experienced field reconnaissance personnel and implore him to provide assistance." After Lieutenant Norma left, Weiss began to inspect the defensive area and adjust the deployment. The positions left by the guard company were taken over by the 2nd Company of the Field Battalion. The 2nd Company's original positions were shared by the 3rd and 4th Companies. The 1st Company drew half of its strength to serve as a reserve. According to the numbers tallied by Lieutenant Miles, the Field Battalion still had 609 combat personnel, including 17 officers and 29 sergeants. Among these 609 people, a quarter had minor injuries. In addition, there were 162 wounded who had lost their combat effectiveness. They had received battlefield medical treatment and needed to be sent to a field hospital, but the road to the rear was blocked and there was a lack of transport vehicles. This group of personnel remained in the defensive area. As long as the battle didn't worsen, there wouldn't be much of a problem for now, but if the defensive area fell, their fate would be in the hands of the enemy. Dawn came quickly, but the clamor did not end. The sound of gunfire and artillery in some directions temporarily ceased, while in others, the sound of gunshots and explosions suddenly erupted. Weiss stood in the trench, peeking out to observe the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were quite a few remains of the fallen Normans and Federation soldiers as well as various abandoned equipment such as cars, horse-drawn artillery carts, and field kitchens. It was evident that last night's battle was both chaotic and intense. In this campaign, the Normans were in the north and the Federation army was in the south. The defensive area of the 1st Field Battalion had been attacked by the Norman army from both the west and the north. Weiss had each company strengthen their defenses and lay out all the barbed wire and landmines they could find in front of the positions. To the southwest of the defensive area, the positions of the original 793rd Garrison Regiment were visible in the distance. Due to the smoke and fire of war, it had become a mottled area of black and yellow. Several tanks burned into charred iron remained on the positions there. It seemed that the Guard Regiment's armored battalion had lost a lot of combat power in last night's forced attack. The ambitious senior Mustajan seemed to have kicked a steel plate. Not long after, the roar of airplanes came from the sky. Weiss looked up. Over 100 white-painted airplanes, like a flock of migrating geese, came grandly from the south and flew toward the north. He realized then that the flying warships of both sides had disappeared. Could it be that after hundreds of rounds of bitter fighting last night, the fleets on both sides had ended up in another tragic battle where both suffered heavy losses? With the fleets of both sides exiting the stage together, the result was that the Federation Army's combat aircraft were able to dominate the sky. They dove from high altitudes and schemed the ground at low altitudes, bombing, strafing, and rampaging recklessly and without restraint. The Norman Army's anti-aircraft fire was always unable to find a way to deal with these small and agile aircraft. This wave of overwhelming airstrikes, not to mention how many casualties it caused the Normans, at least suppressed them fiercely in terms of morale, giving the beleaguered Federation Army a new hope of dawn. Chapter 52, Tonight, we fight side by side. The fastest update for the latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel. The Federal Army fighter aircraft flying across the battlefield in groups mostly adopted the white egret livery, meaning the fuselage, wings, and tail were all white, while the engine section was painted black. Such highly uniform livery usually signified that the production and use of this equipment had entered the stage of mass production and large-scale deployment. For the Federation Army, which was in an unfavorable position, this was good news, absolutely good news. Among this group of simple-looking white warhawks, Weiss suddenly spotted one with a red fuselage and white wings. It swept past at a low altitude nearby, and the pilot seemed to be looking down at the ground while maneuvering the aircraft. Is it him? Nikolai Leopold, a long-lost name. Weiss could not help but look up and wave, but unfortunately, the pilot did not notice this tiny figure on the ground. Out of over 100 planes, only one had this livery. It was undoubtedly the lead aircraft. The silhouette wearing a flight cap and a grey scarf was vague and insufficient to confirm the person's identity, but it was certain that his old companion had grown into a mighty eagle soaring through the heavens, while he himself was still far from the stage of being a tiger roaring in the forest. Before long, Weiss saw 3 plumes of green smoke appear at the position where the Corps headquarters was located. It was the site of special signal flares being ignited, likely a prearranged signal. In a moment, a biplane with a white egret livery followed the green smoke and landed. After only about 5 minutes, it took off again and flew toward the front lines. Was it carrying someone from the Corps headquarters for aerial reconnaissance to get a direct understanding of the battlefield situation? Could it be General Kaysen himself? Given his personality, he didn't seem like the type to pull a Rommel-esque move. After all, aircraft were still considered a new invention in people's minds, and their stability was not yet as reliable as that of flying battleships. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the plane flew back and landed once more at the Corps headquarters location. Moments later, it took off and departed again. Since they had gained a bird's-eye view of the battlefield through air-ground coordination, they would surely have a deeper understanding of the situation. Weiss thought General Kaysen would call him soon, but this thought clearly overestimated his own position and importance. From dawn until noon, the phone at the battalion headquarters remained silent. Troops were constantly being mobilized around the defensive sector, and skirmishes were still occurring a bit further away. Only their position seemed forgotten, they received no orders from superiors and faced no harassment from the enemy. However, the officers and soldiers were not idle. They continuously reinforced the defensive works and deployed as much of the weapons and ammunition they could find onto the positions. Additionally, Weiss called meetings for the officers and NCOs of each company at the battalion headquarters. Firstly, to get to know each other and actively understand the unit's conditions, and secondly, to instill the mindset that a provisional unit is also a combat collective and that only through close coordination could they resist a powerful enemy. After the pre-dawn battle, the morale of the troops, at least among the officers and NCOs, had been effectively boosted. Aside from the issue of the wounded not being properly resolved, the situation in each company was relatively optimistic. The unit's size had even expanded slightly. Several units that had lost contact with their superiors entered the defensive sector and temporarily joined the combat ranks of the 1st Field Battalion. These units ranged from a dozen or 20 men to as many as 40 or 50. Some had their positions overrun by the enemy, while others were attacked while rushing to reinforce the front. They were in dire need of rest and replenishment, and if the 1st Field Battalion had nothing else, it could at least provide them a place for a temporary respite. Furthermore, near noon, Major Huo Zizan sent 20 scouts over. Weiss treated them like precious treasures, pairing them in a 2-to-3 ratio with elite soldiers selected from the 1st Company to form 10 reconnaissance patrol teams, which he sent out to deploy sentries and conduct reconnaissance around the defensive sector. Although the Federation Army's combat aircraft held air superiority over the battlefield and could ideally achieve continuous daytime coverage, Weiss could not rely on them to always discover the movements of enemy ground forces and provide timely interception or interference. Therefore, ground security and reconnaissance remained indispensable. At noon, Weiss invited the officers who had newly joined the field battalion to have lunch together in the command bunker, using ammunition crates and simple tables. As they were finishing, a call came from the Corps headquarters. On the other end of the line, General Kaysen's voice was hoarse and low. "Young man, your intuition has unfortunately been proven right. This route is indeed the enemy's main direction of attack. From the aerial reconnaissance, the Normans have committed at least 3 corps of troops. Their infantry has already reached Hofentus and will arrive at our defensive line before dusk. Speaking of our defensive line, unfortunately, 5 breaches were forced open by the enemy last night. Most of the frontline units suffered heavy losses. Even if we launch a forced counterattack, the most optimistic estimate is that we can only plug 2 or 3 of the gaps. Moreover, the Norman units that have broken into our defensive sector are estimated to have a combined strength of 2 divisions. They are scattered in multiple locations and supporting each other, making it impossible for us to smoothly send reinforcements, ammunition, and supplies to the front line. I have already reported the situation to Admiral Fellows and am currently awaiting his decision." Weiss noticed that General Kaysen used the word unfortunately twice in this passage, indicating that his mindset was leaning toward pessimism. Losing heart before the battle starts is never a good thing. The Normans had committed 3 corps, but on the Federation Army's side, the left-wing forces, including the 9th Army Corps, also totaled 3 corps. They held the home field advantage and had reinforcements to look forward to. Combined with the results of their recent preparations for war, they might not necessarily be unable to withstand the Norman army's offensive. Before Weiss could voice these thoughts, General Kaysen said, "We have just established contact with the 129th Reserve Division. They were hit head-on by the Norman army last night, and their units were scattered. About 2,000 men are moving toward your defensive sector. The officer commanding the troops is Colonel Mailtier. After they arrive, the 1st Field Battalion will be merged with them to form the 1st Field Regiment, with Colonel Mailtier serving as the commander. By the way, he is a senior alumnus of your Baston Military Academy." An alumnus. In times when the war was going well, the bond of the same school meant everything was great for everyone. But in times when the war was dire or even life-threatening, who would still care about such things? Furthermore, having held the position of sector commander for only half a day before having to yield to a senior officer would inevitably make an ordinary person feel lost and depressed. However, Weiss's interests did not lie there, and compared to his past experiences, this kind of grievance was nothing at all, so he remained directly indifferent. "I understand, General," he responded. "I will certainly cooperate with Colonel Mailtier to handle the handover of defensive duties." General Kaysen said, "Young man, you have 2 choices now. One is to continue serving as the commander of the 1st Field Battalion, and the other is to come to the Corps headquarters and serve as my staff adjutant." Was this an invitation? If he had this idea, why the heck didn't he just let him stay at the Corps headquarters from the beginning? In just a few short days, he was being shuffled between the Reconnaissance Battalion, the Field Battalion, and the Corps headquarters. Was this to make his resume more colorful? What a load of nonsense. Although the situation is not very optimistic, I am willing to stay here. I will stay and lead the 1st Field Battalion to overcome various difficulties. Perhaps in the eyes of others, we are an inconspicuous hodgepodge, but if the enemy underestimates us, we will surely make them regret it to their very bones." Weiss said these words with resolute determination. There was a hesitation on the other end of the phone. "Are you sure?" "Acting Captain Columbo Heisen." Weiss turned his head and glanced at the officers sitting around the simple dining table. "Sure, of course." The voice coming from the phone showed a shift in emotion. "Very well. I respect your decision and can provide you with some help within my power, such as a field medical detachment." If General Kaysen hadn't brought it up himself, Weiss wouldn't have felt right making various requests. He thanked him repeatedly. "A field medical detachment? That's wonderful. Thank you so much. That's exactly what we need most right now. I will have the Guard Regiment send a vehicle to escort the medical detachment over," General Kaysen promised, then added, "The radio silence strategy you suggested earlier has been adopted. However, to maintain contact with the units, I had the Signal Battalion set up 2 mobile radio stations, but the results haven't been very good. For important military intelligence reports, staff personnel are currently taking planes to the Superior Command headquarters. As for contact with the various division headquarters, we can only rely on field telephones. Weiss remarked, it's a necessary measure when there's no other choice. On the other end of the line, General Kaysen said thoughtfully, Admiral Fellows told me that reinforcements have already set out. Optimistically, they could arrive at the battlefield tomorrow morning or noon. Under his full coordination, the aviation units are doing their best to weaken the enemy's forces. From the current situation, these efforts have indeed yielded good results. We should still have an afternoon to prepare, and tonight will be the key to determining the success or failure of the campaign. Weiss didn't pay much attention to the final instructions and blessings, but was instead calculating in his heart, that's right, tonight will be a battle where both sides are evenly matched and pitted against each other. Whoever can hold out until the end will be crucial not only for this campaign but for the subsequent progress of the war. If the Federation Army's aviation units can participate, it would be a huge help to the ground forces. Will such precious support come? When Weiss hung up the phone and turned back to the table, the officers spontaneously stood up, casting looks of envy and respect toward him. Weiss walked to the table and let out a long breath. Guys, General Kaysen has brought us some good news, as well as some warnings. Before noon tomorrow, we cannot count on reinforcements to turn the tide of the battle. We must rely on ourselves, just as we did last night. Additionally, General Kaysen hoped I could go to the Corps headquarters to serve as his assistant, but in the current situation, I would rather fight side by side with everyone than stay in the headquarters worrying in vain. The officers looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion, but also with admiration and approval. Weiss raised the teacup beside his plate. Everyone, this is our first time fighting side by side. I am deeply honored to meet you all in the trenches. Today, we substitute tea for wine to toast our unyielding free will, our tragic and heroic years of war, and our fearless battle soul. The officers raised their cups one after another, and one of them led the way, saying, it is our great honor to fight side by side with you. Here, under your command, we will surely fight bravely and never retreat. Chapter 53, The Light of Bastion. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the mid-afternoon, Weiss met Colonel Madel of the 129th Reserve Division. This old alumnus had a head of white hair and a slight hunch. If one didn't look closely, they might think he was an old man in his 70s or 80s, but looking closely at his face, his gait, and listening to his voice, one would realize he was at most in his 50s. You are Long Cromwell Hyson, that young man General Kaysen thinks so highly of. The colonel asked in a gentle and slow tone while sizing up Weiss. Yes, officer, Weiss replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. I am deeply honored to have received General Kaysen's recognition. This is both your honor and, even more so, your responsibility. At this point, Colonel Madel had no intention of continuing with pleasantries. He looked around and said quickly, I'll set up the division headquarters here, there shouldn't be any problem with that, right? Just one ambiguous compliment, and then directly taking over the place? Respecting elders and following the higher rank the other party held both advantages, and he was also his senior alumnus. Since he had asked, could Weiss even refuse? Of course not. Then should he force a smile? Or resort to flattery? That wouldn't do either. After some consideration, Weiss chose to respond in a dignified manner, whatever you need, please just give the order, and I will cooperate fully. Although there was no direct subordinate relationship between the two units, General Kaysen had already explicitly ordered Colonel Madel to take over the defenses here, so the ownership of command was undisputed. The colonel walked straight to the only work desk in the bunker and said loudly, I need the detailed defense layout here, as well as complete personnel and supply status. Before the 129th Reserve Division arrived, Weiss had already used his precious non-combat time to organize the internal affairs of the field battalion, including drawing the defense maps of the unit using standard military cartography, categorizing and counting the unit's combat strength, and so on. Now, these materials were all laid out on that work desk, waiting for the successor to review them. With the big picture in mind, Weiss had no selfish motives at all. Let alone these combat supplies, even the medical detachment sent by General Kaysen could be shared unconditionally with the new troops. What he truly cared about was whether the senior alumnus, whom he had never met before, actually had the real ability to control the situation and deal with a powerful enemy. Thus, while introducing the unit's defenses to the colonel and recounting the events of last night's battle, he observed his reactions and noted his words and deeds. During this time, the colonel listened more and spoke less, the questions he occasionally raised were basically all key points. After the introduction, Weiss said tentatively, the ammunition supply looks fine for now, but if we face repeated enemy attacks, considering normal combat consumption and abnormal losses, it will be exhausted in less than half a day, so we must make preparations early. Colonel Madel immediately responded, you are quite right to remind me. We must implement combat management for ammunition and supplies. Major Pabulin is an expert in this area. He is still outside settling the troops, I will introduce you later. He is also a graduate of Bastion Military Academy. This bond of alumni, whether in ancient or modern times, at home or abroad, or even on the distant Oran's planet, was a quite practical interpersonal relationship. In the Federal Army, whether in combat units or administrative departments, instances of alumni looking out for each other and huddling together for warmth were everywhere. You might not scramble to push your way in or use any means to climb up, but it was very difficult to remain untainted in such an environment. This was the reality. Weiss didn't take the initiative to claim a connection, but Colonel Madel began to talk incessantly, speaking of which, his principal at that time should have been your principal as well, Army General Fan Luo. He was even my training instructor back then. When the last war broke out, we went to the battlefield together. Although his rank and position were higher than mine, once on the battlefield, he was always the one charging at the very front. That's why he was wounded 4 times, while I was only wounded twice. Of course, a war isn't won just by charging forward blindly. Towards the end of the war, he went to the General Staff headquarters, and I stayed with the frontline troops. By the time the war ended, he was a world-famous general, while I was still a lowly major. And until I retired, I was always just one breath away from those golden general stars. Principal Fan Luo is an admirable man, Wei said. When I was still a second-year student, because some things happened, he stepped down and left. By the time we officially graduated, the war had already broken out. He returned to the military academy, attended our graduation ceremony, and invited us to join the National Defense Division he personally established. Many classmates went with him, but later, Colonel Madelo took over the conversation. That battle later, the 1st National Defense Division indeed fought very well. To be able to lead a newly formed unit to confront the elite troops of the Norman Empire head-on shows that his organization and training methods have not only not fallen behind but have become even more efficient and high performance. You should know that under equal conditions, an ordinary combat division simply cannot withstand a Norman army of equal strength. Perhaps only the strongest combat division of the 1st Legion could do it. Fortunately, the military high command also recognized this and established more national defense divisions according to his method of training troops. After recovering from his injuries, he was appointed as the first member of the National Defense Mobilization Committee, becoming my boss's boss's boss. Principal Fan Luo was originally a retired army general. Forming a national defense division was a complete waste of his talents, while presiding over the affairs of the National Defense Mobilization Committee could be considered making the best use of him. Weiss did not continue this topic but focused on the present. Colonel, can you tell me about the 129th Reserve Division's combat encounter last night? The colonel said without looking up. Actually, I only took over this unit a little over 2 months ago, and many training plans haven't been completed. However, the boys' performance last night still made me proud. Do you know what we encountered last night? Humph. We were repeatedly charged by hundreds of enemy chariots. In a situation where we were isolated and without help, we still held on. Although they had withstood the brutal assault of the Norman armored units, for a division to be left with only a little over 2,000 men, the price was far too heavy. Weiss did not say it directly, but instead spoke indirectly. Speaking of which, we repaired the position fortifications today and set up new firepower points, but I still feel the defensive strength is insufficient, especially lacking the weaponry to deal with enemy chariots. Artillery is pitifully scarce, and there are only a few landmines. If we encounter a large force of enemy armor or a mixed armor and infantry unit tonight, it will be quite difficult to hold the defense zone. The colonel still didn't look up, but his tone quietly changed. Long Cromwell Hyson, tell me, what is the Baston spirit? Freedom, justice, independence, responsibility. The motto of Baston Military Academy came to Weiss's lips instantly, but this white-haired senior alumnus interrupted him. The motto only provides a code of conduct for cadets. The true Baston spirit should be extremely concise. In my view, it can be summarized in one word, and that is unfearing. Unfearing of failure, that is the first. Unfearing of a powerful enemy, that is the second. Unfearing of power, that is the third. Unfearing of misunderstanding, that is the fourth. Unfearing of ridicule, that is the fifth. Seeing the other party seriously count out 5 fingers, Weiss took a deep breath and stated his inner realization. In short, it is to be one's true self, fearless and undaunted. Yes, fearless and undaunted. Colonel Madelo shouted loudly. We can be fearless and undaunted, but what about the soldiers? Weiss asked in return. Especially these soldiers under your command, they are newly recruited reservists who just experienced a fierce battle last night and witnessed many companions die. How do we drive the fear from their hearts and make them face the enemy's attack without wavering? That is a very frank question, which shows that in your heart, you still harbor fear of the enemy. The colonel looked Weiss straight in the eye. Weiss did not avoid him, nor was he in a hurry to argue, but waited quietly for the other's following words. In this bunker, at this table, we won't find the answer. Come out for a walk with me. The colonel said. Weiss took a step to the side and made a gesture of invitation. Just as when he came in, the colonel walked out with his hands behind his back, his expression calm and his gait brisk. Weiss followed closely behind. After walking for a distance, he actually found his walking speed couldn't keep up and had to resort to a small run every now and then. The soldiers of the reserve units were issued the same uniforms and equipment as the combat and garrison units, except they had no formal military rank, their epaulets were empty, and their armbands had no decorations. They were essentially a group of newly arrived blank slates. After arriving at the new station, the blank slates of the 129th Reserve Division did not all squeeze into the trenches. Instead, they stayed along the trenches on the north and east sides of the defense zone. They sat on the open ground, some were organizing their gear, while others just sat quietly, with stacks of 6 or 7 rifles propped up beside them. Officers gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting calmly about something. Seeing Colonel Madelel's arrival, the blank slates outside the trenches stood up one after another, making the officers and soldiers inside the trenches appear somewhat loose and sluggish by comparison. Soon, a burly officer with a capable aura approached. Colonel, except for the units serving as the rearguard and escorting the wounded, all regiments and battalions have arrived and are ready to take over the defense at any time. This is Major Pabulin, whom I just mentioned to you, the colonel said to Weiss. After saluting each other, Weiss shook the other's hand and took the initiative to introduce himself. Major Pabulin had a square face, a high nose, large eyes, and a wide mouth. His voice was very resonant. He glanced at Weiss's collar and shoulder tabs, which corresponded to his status as an acting captain, and smiled. Good, a rising star with great potential. After the two had exchanged brief pleasantries, Colonel Madelo asked Weiss, seeing these soldiers of ours, what are your feelings? Without orders from the officers, the blank slates remained standing straight outside the trenches. Their young faces showed only fatigue, with no visible joy or sorrow. Judging by their numbers and the distribution of rifle stacks, the loss of weapons in last night's battle was not serious. Astonishing and admirable, Weiss found the wording he thought appropriate. I think it was your loss that you didn't join the National Defense Division personally established by Army General Fan Luo back then. If you had gone, you would have certainly gained a lot in terms of recruit training and unit organization. If you could see through it and learn it well, I believe you could do even better than me. The colonel said. Had he walked past and missed out? Weiss opened his mouth, but what he asked was, I want to know what the key is. The key. The colonel grinned. As I said before, the Baston spirit. In his unit, everyone, whether officer or soldier, has the spirit of unfearing poured into their hearts. This is a charisma of personality, a magic used without magic. Do you understand? Chapter 54, They have changed. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished on the horizon, many Federation officers and soldiers gazed north in unison. The north, once where a reliable Iron ally resided, was now churning with wave after wave of turbulent storms. While the 1st Legion and the elite National Defense Division units held the Monamolan Mountains defense line against the Norman Empire's Eastern Army, being able to withstand the Norman Empire's Northern Army had become the key to dominating the course of the war. With the arrival of the 129th Reserve Division, the 1st Field Battalion's self-replenishment came to a sudden halt. Even so, with over 700 combat personnel and ample weapons and ammunition, they still reached the level of a reinforced battalion, giving Weiss sufficient confidence to face the upcoming night. Just as General Kaysen had said, the main infantry force of the Norman army, after a day's march, arrived at Hofentis at dusk and immediately threw themselves into a full-scale erosion of the Federation Army's lines. Amidst the rumbling of artillery, the clouds in the night sky seemed to be ignited by fire, a hue that was both scorching and suffocating. From sunrise to sunset, the Federal Army deployed both land and air forces, combat aircraft exhausted their efforts, harassing and attacking the Norman army in the left theater, while Admiral Filosa's headquarters deployed troops to patch and block the gaps in the nearly collapsing front line. These efforts turned the situation in a positive and optimistic direction. However, once the main ground force of the Norman army arrived, it took only one round of attacks to cause the newly stabilized Federation army line to collapse rapidly. As the bad news arrived, Weiss sat in the battalion headquarters bunker, silently wiping his pistol parts and filling all the magazines with bullets. Facing the general trend from the position of a battalion-level officer, no divine or demonic stratagem could be effective. It was better to simplify things and prepare mentally and materially for a life-and-death battle. From the collapse of the front line to the tide-like arrival of the Norman army, there was over an hour for the 9th Army Corps to make a choice between advancing or retreating. General Kaysen might have hesitated and struggled, but the orders transmitted to the various units of the Corps were filled with decisiveness and resolve: hold fast and do not retreat until powerful reinforcements arrive or all friendly units are out of danger. Whether the reinforcements were strong enough or could arrive on time, Weiss did not know, but he believed that as long as this was a battle of blade against sword and blood merging with fire, then the side that was firmer, more tenacious, and more fearless would have a better chance of raising the banner of victory. Yes, when two rivals meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Weiss used this principle not only to encourage himself but also to exhort the officers and soldiers around him. As the retreating soldiers from the front line swept past like lifeless withered leaves in late autumn, and as the Norman army flooding over the defense line invaded like the deep cold of winter, he moved back and forth across the defensive zone, which was less than 1,000 feet wide, using a steady and determined voice to remind the soldiers that cowards could hardly recover, and only by facing death could they find a way to live. Perhaps in the eyes of the Normans, the circular defensive position deployed by the Federation Army's 129th Reserve Division and the 1st Field Battalion was merely a stumbling block that could be easily kicked aside. Before launching a frontal assault, they only fired a few symbolic rounds of artillery, then led the way with 20 or 30 armored combat vehicles, with thousands of infantry swarming forward. Regarding this arrogant attack by the Norman army, Weiss and his senior schoolmate very readily accepted the kills. In less than 10 minutes, their units used concentrated fire to dismantle the enemy's attack. By rough estimation, this battle directly destroyed more than 10 enemy combat vehicles and killed or wounded 400 to 500 soldiers. Having fought a brilliant battle with negligible losses, the confidence and morale of the troops naturally soared. As the enemy's attacking forces quickly retreated, Weiss moved through the trenches, loudly calling for the soldiers to move to the anti-artillery bunkers behind the positions. Before the officers and soldiers of each company could all transfer, the Normans' counterattack indeed came whistling in. Judging by the momentum, the Norman army mainly deployed light field guns with limited destructive power, but the number of guns was significant. The continuous shelling could still weaken and destroy the fortifications on the positions and injure or kill the soldiers within them. Having suffered a loss, the Normans frantically poured thousands of shells into the defensive zones of the 129th Reserve Division and the 1st Field Battalion for over half an hour. Moreover, at the beginning, the artillery fire came from the north, but as it continued, shells began falling from all directions. The commanders didn't even need to go out to observe. They knew from experience that their units were already surrounded by the enemy. Though it wasn't a complete ground blockade, the artillery fire and bullets had already isolated them from neighboring friendly units. As soon as the enemy's artillery fire stopped, Weiss jumped out of the anti-artillery bunker and loudly directed the companies to their designated positions, 40% of the strength to the northern position, another 40% to the eastern position, and 20% kept as an independent reserve to support critical areas at any time. For the second wave of the attack, the Norman army indeed came from the east, west, and north simultaneously. Even before engaging in close combat, they pressured the defending troops with their momentum and prestige. Fortunately, the Federation officers and soldiers at this time were no longer the inexperienced, naive rookies from the early stages of the war. After experiencing the baptism of cruel war, the officers had gradually grown up, and the veterans had also explored and mastered various practical battlefield skills. Their calmness and ease led the newcomers to adapt quickly to the battlefield, correspondingly increasing the toughness and resilience of the units. It was the best thing for Weiss that his teammates were constantly getting stronger. He shuttled back and forth between the northern and eastern positions, occasionally taking the time to check on the western position garrisoned by the 129th Reserve Division. Almost everyone was fighting calmly, firing in an orderly manner, and treating and transferring the wounded with composure. Whenever the enemy approached the position, the timing for throwing grenades to repel them was precise. Bayonet fighting would only appear as a last resort and was executed with absolute control. Everything was under control, and Weiss shouldn't have had any worries. But as the Norman army repeatedly approached the positions and forced the Federation army into bayonet combat to defend them, a sense of unease quietly grew. His thoughts were interrupted twice in a row by Norman soldiers rushing into the trenches. The Normans would throw grenades and, taking advantage of the explosions weakening of the defenders' fire, charge across the final 100 feet at full speed. Weiss had seen this tactical maneuver during the border campaign, but looking closely, there was a stark contrast. Here, the defenders had deployed crossfire across the positions. Even if firing from one section was blocked, the oblique fire from the adjacent positions still acted as a deterrent. The Norman soldiers' final 100 feet charge would inevitably cost them dearly, but what Weiss saw were Norman soldiers charging regardless of casualties, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Federation army without flinching. Even if 3 or 4 Norman soldiers faced double or triple their number of Federation soldiers, they still pounced forward. This fierce bestiality reminded Weiss of the hyaenodons he encountered on a snowy night in the desolate mountains, and of those soul-piercing eyes. How could this be? The slaughter went on wave after wave, the struggle continued one after another. Unknowingly, Weiss had exhausted the pistol magazines he carried, and many of the Federation soldiers he saw were covered in blood, like killing gods returned from hell. Finally, the second wave of the Norman attack was completely repelled. Except for the wounded who couldn't retreat on their own, the survivors had all withdrawn beyond bullet range. Seeing this, Weiss did not hesitate and hurriedly reminded everyone to withdraw from the front-line positions and move to the anti-artillery bunkers in the rear. Before leaving, he glanced at the enemy corpses lying by the trenches and noticed several bearded faces, not the untended or casually grown beards, but old-fashioned mustaches grown for years. Looking closely, the faces with these mustaches had obvious wrinkles at the forehead and the corners of the eyes, indicating they were over 40 years old. Were these people Norman veterans who had participated in the previous war? As the artillery sounded, Weiss hurried through the communication trench with this meaningful thought and arrived at the bunker behind the position. The so-called anti-artillery bunkers were essentially deeper trenches with alcoves dug into the sides at the bottom for shelter, reinforced with timber and stone. These bunkers allowed one to safely weather shelling as long as they weren't directly hit by enemy fire. However, if the enemy's artillery fire extended from the front-line positions to the rear, especially with heavy artillery, casualties in the anti-artillery bunkers were unavoidable. This time, the Norman army's artillery fire gradually extended over, including not only lightweight shells from ordinary field guns but also many heavy shells that produced earth-shaking effects. That fierce attack just now, combined with such intense shelling, made Weiss clearly realize that the Normans intended to eliminate this stumbling block without leaving any future trouble. Even if it slowed down the pace of the entire offensive, they wanted to get rid of it quickly. This kind of bestiality had rarely appeared in the Norman army before. Could it be that the Norman army from the previous war, which had made its opponents tremble with fear, had returned? The continuous shelling filled the Federation army's defensive zone with thick smoke. Officers and soldiers took out towels, soaked them in water, and covered their noses and mouths to reduce the irritation and harm caused by the smoke, and Weiss was no exception. The coolness from the towel cleared his somewhat muddled consciousness. The war had reached a point where it could be said to have passed its initial stage. Significant changes had occurred in the Federation army, with many positive factors giving hope. The Normans also didn't seem satisfied with their earlier fruitful results. Whether it was mostly proactive or mostly reactive, their army was also evolving, and the speed and results were not inferior to those of the Federation army. This point reminded Weiss of Germany in World War II. When fighting Poland, although the German army generally achieved a crushing momentum, many details revealed problems of young soldiers lacking fighting spirit and confidence, with the soft combat style. By the time of the Western Front campaign and even Barbarossa, the German army fought better and more fiercely, once beating the Soviets, who were known for their ferocity, into a daze. Later, even when at a disadvantage in terms of manpower and equipment, they made the Allies suffer in North Africa, Italy, and Western Europe. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, the Norman army was already difficult to deal with. Wouldn't an upgraded and enhanced version of the Norman army be even more deadly? As his thinking cleared, Weiss became increasingly worried and troubled. If things continued like this, in the short term, the 129th Reserve Division and the 1st Field Battalion's desperate stand might result in everyone being wiped out here, and the 9th Army Corps, or even the entire left wing, would be in danger of being defeated or even collapsing. In the long term, the industrial advantage of the Free Federation was constantly weakening. Over time, the advantage in quality and quantity of weapons and equipment would soon be leveled or even reversed. By then, the hope of securing a draw or striving for victory would be even more slim. What should be done? Chapter 55, Severely Crushed. The fastest update for the latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel. After enduring the fierce bombardment of the Norman army, the Federation officers and soldiers defending the trenches in the former Corps Headquarters Guard Regiment's sector immediately faced the third wave of the Normans' offensive. Under the light of the flares, a dense crowd appeared in front of the position. This was not only the breaking point for those with trypophobia but also a nightmare for those with weak wills. While the enemy was still approaching, Weiss's powerful voice rang out in the trenches of the 1st Field Battalion, just as it had before. Everyone stay calm, let the enemy get closer before firing. All fire points, pay attention to maintaining crossfire. Although the Field Battalion was a temporary combat unit formed on the battlefield and the speaker was only the acting commander of this unit, the officers and soldiers in the trenches still faithfully executed his combat orders despite the growing disparity in strength between the two sides, watching the rolling Norman army with cold, stern eyes. After inspecting the positions, Weiss picked up a rifle and stood side by side with the ordinary soldiers in a trench near a machine gun fire point. Seeing the Norman battle lines enter the defenders' firing range, he once again reminded the surrounding officers and soldiers to stay calm and steady their hands. Choosing a more efficient shooting method would not only save ammunition but also shake the enemy's confidence and morale. Just then, someone in the trench shouted, "Where is Captain Klemper-Hessen?" "I'm here," Weiss replied. A moment later, a young soldier wearing a messenger's badge appeared before Weiss. "I am acting Captain Klemper-Hessen." Weiss slightly corrected the other's oversight in his title. The young soldier did not apologize but handed him a craft paper bag. "This is what I just brought back from Corps Headquarters, your commission order. Captain Klemper-Hessen." This should have been a happy occasion, but with a fierce battle imminent, whether he could survive was still a question. If luck was poor, this commission for the rank of captain would be his final honor in life. So, Weiss didn't even look at it. He said thanks, stuffed the craft paper bag directly into the officer's document bag he carried, and picked up his rifle again, estimating the ideal moment to lead the officers and soldiers in opening fire. The young messenger did not leave but lowered his voice. Captain, General Kaysen asked me to bring a message to you. According to the latest intelligence, among our opponents is the Norman Empire's strongest army unit, the Royal 1st Infantry Corps, also known as the Iron Guard Corps. This is an elite unit responsible for guarding the capital. They are not only skilled at defense, but in fact, their offensive capabilities are also second to none. Tonight, if our corps unfortunately faces the enemy's Ace Corps, I grant you permission to withdraw from the sector if casualties are too high and hope is slim, and don't keep retreating to the rear. After hearing General Kaysen's message, Weiss looked at the messenger in surprise, muttered "I understand," then immediately turned back, aimed, and pulled the trigger. On the defensive position, the long accumulated energy erupted instantly. Hundreds of rifles, over a dozen rotary cannons, and water-cooled machine guns poured concentrated fire onto the Norman army's infantry echelons. After emptying the rifle's magazine in one breath, Weiss took a moment to look around. The officers and soldiers of the 1st Field Battalion were fully committed to this high-difficulty battle, and the messenger had already vanished. Given the current situation, even if Weiss had different ideas, there was no need to send a message back. Whether it would reach him was one thing, but even if he expressed his determination to General Kaysen, what practical significance would it have for this tit-for-tat battle? Reloading his weapon, Weiss turned and roared crossfire, then threw himself into shooting just like an ordinary soldier. In this state of unity and firm morale between officers and soldiers, the 1st Field Battalion, along with the 129th Reserve Division units on the flank, built an invisible dam in front of the position, preventing the Norman army from approaching within bomb grenade throwing distance, thus preventing them from using that efficient and practical method to cause mass casualties among the defenders in the trenches and bunkers. The Norman army's infantry offensive was different from the savage charges of the cold weapon era. Their infantry echelons were layered to ensure order, reduce casualties from explosives, and provide alternating support. When the vanguard's attack was thwarted, the second echelon was already prepared. They brought out rotary cannons and light field guns, using fire that arched over their own troops to suppress the defenders' positions. As the sound of cannons thundered from the enemy's formation, Weiss knew things were bad and quickly reminded his officers and soldiers to take cover. Whether they were newly enlisted soldiers or veterans who had experienced other battles, when the enemy shells whistled down, they all ducked their heads back into the trenches. Seeing the defensive fire of the garrison's position decrease sharply, the Norman infantry on the front line immediately charged forward with roars. Weiss took his rifle to a nearby machine gun bunker and urged the machine gun crew to continue firing. When the enemy infantry launched their final charge, the effect of crossfire was astonishing, but acting against the wind could very well lead to them being targeted for precision elimination by enemy artillery, requiring a spirit of fearlessness and the courage to sacrifice. The water-cooled heavy machine guns manufactured by the Krumbelhessen factory continued to emit a steady roar, with strings of bullets flying toward the approaching Norman infantry. At this time, the attackers' suppressive fire began to extend deep into the sector, and the Federation soldiers in the front-line trenches stood up one after another, greeting the Normans with bullets and grenades, but this could no longer stop the Norman infantry from reaching the line. Amidst the series of explosions caused by bomb grenades, the officers of each company were still shouting loudly, and the soldiers calmly fixed their bayonets in the gaps between shots. In the machine gun bunker, under Weiss's supervision, the soldiers single-mindedly emptied one belt after another. This single machine gun alone caused over 100 casualties for the Norman army, and Norman shells landed nearby several times, almost wiping them all out in one go. Finally, the Norman infantry were only a few dozen feet away from the front line trenches. Weiss cast aside his heavy rifle, drew his dual pistols, and took a deep breath. In the Normans' previous 2 waves of attack, their strength had been significantly weakened by the time they reached the line, but this time, although hundreds or thousands of Norman infantry had fallen during the advance, a dark mass still swept toward them. This meant that the Federation officers and soldiers defending the position were about to face their most severe test. The moment he stepped out of the machine gun bunker, Weiss remembered the message General Kaysen had sent through the messenger. The deployment of an ace corps had indeed provided a morale-boosting stimulus to the Norman army, which had been suppressed by the Federation army earlier, but it didn't seem enough to cause a near-complete transformation in them, did it? Perhaps, along with the ace unit arriving at the northern front, there was also some extraordinary famous general of the Norman Empire. In an instant, the garrison's position was enveloped by violent explosions. The Norman infantry approaching the position and the Federation soldiers defending the trenches exchanged a wave of grenades as usual. In the thick gunpowder smoke, the 2 sides engaged in a brutal bayonet-to-bayonet melee. Weiss was no stranger to this cruel and bloody way of fighting. His past battle wounds had long since healed with time, and human cowardice automatically hid itself in this blood-pumping, tense, and suffocating combat atmosphere. In the trench near the machine gun fire point, he held his dual pistols and coordinated closely with the riflemen, striving to protect the machine gunner from bayonet attacks. However, their composure and ease soon lost their rhythm in the face of the Normans' ferocious attack, becoming hurried and panicked, and even starting to show signs of terror and chaos. From Weiss's perspective, the enemies before him were indeed different from the past. Faced with young, clean-shaven Norman soldiers, he could completely take them down with 3 to 5 pistol rounds. However, when facing bearded Norman veterans, even emptying a magazine might not make them give up the fight. As for the reason, physical differences were only one factor, the difference in combat skills and willpower was the most crucial. During the battle, Weiss observed carefully and found that those Norman veterans not only had outstanding fighting skills, but their evasion awareness was comparable to that of a Hyenodan. He almost lost his life because of it firing at a bearded Norman soldier from a distance of 3 or 4 feet. The fellow used a lightning-fast motion to curl his body and roll forward, then lunged with his rifle. If Weiss hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been stabbed in the chest by the bayonet. At the critical moment, the double ammunition of his dual pistols played a role, but although those 7 or 8 bullets knocked him down on the spot, the guy actually managed to crawl back up and continue fighting with his bayonet. Weiss had seen his share of bloody scenes and experienced narrow escapes, so he wasn't intimidated by this Norman veteran's suicidal momentum. Instead, noticing the other was heavily wounded and that his speed and strength were compromised, he won the bayonet fight with a bold spirit. As for that Norman veteran, he was slammed hard onto the ground by Weiss's shoulder throw, bleeding from his nose and mouth, and this time he could no longer get up. Weiss had a small breakthrough in his state of mind, but it was of little help to the overall battle. As the fight progressed, Norman infantry swarmed into the trenches like locusts, with many difficult veterans among them, something that had never happened in any previous battle. Witnessing this scene, Weiss had to admit that it was impossible to turn the tide in a pure defensive battle with only these few hundred men of the 1st Field Battalion. He shouted and called out, telling the Federation soldiers on the front line to fight and retreat at the same time, using the communication trenches between the front line and the depth of the position to stall the enemy's offensive rhythm. The rotary cannons and machine guns specially placed in the rear positions roared at the appropriate time, but this roar was directly drowned out by the tide of the Norman army's offensive. Once the battle line moved, the rhythm of the battle lost control under the extreme pressure of the enemy, and at this juncture, the 129th Reserve Division was simply unable to lend a helping hand. Even with a veteran like Colonel Martyrell in command, their front line collapsed along with the 1st Field Battalion. Now that the front line had collapsed, even if Weiss had 100 or 1,000 reasons to be unwilling, all he could do was organize a rearguard to block the pursuers and cover the retreat. After withdrawing from the sector, he soon discovered that the location of Corps headquarters, which was the sector of the former 793rd Security Regiment, was being heavily attacked by the Norman army. Weiss's first reaction was to see if there was a chance to attack the enemy headquarters or artillery positions to relieve some pressure for General Kaysen, but he found Norman cordons everywhere, with the smallest force being 1 or 2 companies. With the dozens of scattered remnants he had managed to gather with great difficulty, there was simply no chance, whether by sneak attack or forcing a way through. The reason General Kaysen had the messenger bring such a message was that he had long anticipated this scene. A deep sense of powerlessness made Weiss very frustrated. Because he hadn't listened to General Kaysen's advice and had stayed with his brothers until the front line collapsed, if he didn't use his cheat, he probably wouldn't even be able to jump out of the Norman army's cordons. Could it be that the current function of his unique secret technique was just to lead the surviving soldiers in a pathetic escape back to the rear? Chapter 56, AO City, New Front Line. The fastest update for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Retreat, retreat south, keep retreating south. At the moment he made the decision to retreat, Weiss did not expect that the previously majestic Federation army front line, which seemed to possess infinite power, would actually suffer successive defeats and collapse like a dam breaking after encountering a large-scale counterattack by the Norman army. Within 10 days, they retreated from Hofentis to Kalatinki, and then from Kalatinki to the Samba River. This time, the Samba River defensive line failed to help the Federation army turn the tide, being broken by the Norman army in just 2 days. If the Federation army's right-wing units had not launched a timely counterattack threatening the enemy's supply lines, forcing the Norman army to pause its offensive and divert troops for reinforcement, the Normans would have had a complete opportunity to approach AO City or even take this semi-fortified industrial hub in one go. Echoing the counterattack of their allies, the Federation army units that had retreated to the AO city line rebounded from their low point, switching from defense to offense across the entire line. However, the result was much ado about nothing, only stopping after driving the Normans back to the north bank of the Samba River. The two armies were temporarily at a stalemate at the Samba River, and the various corps of the Federation army, which had suffered heavy blows in the early stages, took the opportunity to reorganize their forces around AO city. Among the units on the Federation army's left wing, the 9th Army Corps suffered the greatest losses. This unit's brave and tenacious performance in the Battle of Hofentis became one of the few consolations in this defeat at that time. The command of many units was in chaos. If it had not attracted the enemy's assault groups and held out for a night, the other corps, along with their division-level units, would likely have suffered even greater losses during the withdrawal from the battlefield, or even had their retreat cut off and been completely wiped out. Lieutenant General Atius, the former commander of the 9th Army Corps who had retired 4 years ago, was urgently recalled to command this battered unit in place of the missing General Kaysen. The veteran general arrived in AO City by flying warship overnight and quickly repaired the shattered command system using the remaining officer corps. In terms of restoring the unit's combat effectiveness, he adopted a pragmatic strategy of streamlining the organization. The 6 divisions belonging to the corps were all adjusted into a division headquarters plus a mixed combat regiment. By allocating the number of reserve reinforcements, the combat effectiveness of these division-level reinforced regiments was balanced. During the reorganization and rest of the troops, the field battalions temporarily formed on the battlefield were naturally disbanded on the spot, and their personnel returned to their respective units. Weiss also returned to the reconnaissance battalion of the Guard Regiment directly under the corps, back under the command of Major Huo Zizhen. Due to severe casualties, although the Guard Regiment retained its independent designation, only 2 battalions remained, the Reconnaissance Battalion and the Communications Battalion. The Reconnaissance Battalion originally had only 100 or so people left, but after merging with the survivors of the Armored Battalion and Artillery Battalion and adding some reserve soldiers, it basically returned to full strength. Weiss was appointed as the commander of the Heavy Equipment Company, leading 133 officers and soldiers as well as over a dozen machine cannons and machine guns assigned to the company. At the new station adjacent to Baston Military Academy, Weiss led his officers and soldiers in intensive training and coordination. The first anniversary of graduation was approaching, and the 3 silver stars on his shoulders could have allowed him to return to his alma mater with his head held high. However, the terrible state of the war, the collapse of the 9th Army Corps, and the loss of contact with General Case in this situation plunged him into negative emotions of frustration, loss, worry, and melancholy. Gazing at Baston Military Academy alone became the thing he did most often outside of training. Not long ago, he fully thought the turning point of the war had arrived, but after receiving a blow to the head, he realized he had been happy too soon. Given the current state of the Federation Army, the Samba River defensive line essentially had no chance of being held. Once the Norman army swung south again, AO City would certainly become a battlefield, and Baston Military Academy would also undergo its 4th baptism of fire since its founding. Weiss had no doubt that the rebirth of AO City and the resurgence of Baston Military Academy's glory were matters of sooner or later. It was just that this process was accompanied by countless sacrifices and endless destruction. Moreover, history had proven time and again that the living must shoulder greater responsibilities and endure more pain, thus requiring greater courage and the activation of more potential. The Samba River defensive line was unreliable, and what Weiss could see, the military high command would certainly not ignore. The first task of the 9th Army Corps after completing its reorganization was to move into the M3 and M4 defense zones in the northeastern part of AO City. Referencing the experience and practices of the previous war, the vast AO City was divided into 28 defense zones, 16 in the outer ring, codenamed 01016, 8 in the middle ring, codenamed M1M8, and 4 in the inner ring, codenamed I1I4. The participating units would each defend a zone, blocking the enemy step by step and wearing them down layer by layer, exhausting the enemy before finally defeating them. Defense Zone M4 was a non-military industrial area, home to over a dozen large and medium-sized factories in industries such as metal casting, mold manufacturing, power machinery, and vehicle assembly. About 1/3 of these were properties under the Grumman Group. Looking down from the water tower, hundreds of factory buildings, warehouses, dormitories, and other structures were densely distributed here, with chimneys of all sizes standing in rows, and a web of paved roads and freight rail tracks everywhere. From a defensive perspective, if this terrain and environment were utilized well, it could make the enemy suffer greatly, but there were 2 side effects. First, to stop the Norman army, heavy casualties would inevitably be incurred, and by the end, most of the defending officers and soldiers would likely perish here. Second, intense firefights, especially organizing a defense based on the factory area, would turn the vast majority of production facilities into ruins. Counterattacking, retreating, and counterattacking again in this series of combat operations, the Federation Army's manpower was heavily depleted. The General Staff headquarters drew units from everywhere, and the main forces stationed in AO City were no exception. Before the 9th Army Corps arrived in the defense zone, there were only a few understrength garrison regiments here, and the forces were quite sparse. Now, the command of 2 important defense zones was handed over to Lieutenant General Atius. What this retired veteran, who had returned to the front line, could rely on was only the 20,000 troops in his hands. Even with existing barricades and ammunition reserves, he had to be meticulous and consider the overall situation. Among veteran officers, Lieutenant General Atius was known as a decisive and charismatic commander, but his strength was also his weakness in many operational decisions. He had a mysterious confidence in his own intuitive judgments. In the previous war, serving successively as a battalion and regiment level commander, he relied on this drive to perform many meritorious services. However, When serving as a division and corps level commander after the war, his exercise records showed a polarization, either a brilliant victory or a dismal defeat, with very few conventional draws or minor victories and losses. Because of this overly characteristic and unstable nature, Tian missed the opportunity to be promoted to an army group level commander or even enter the general staff headquarters, eventually retiring at the end of his term as the commander of the 9th Army Corps. After arriving in the defense zone, the Guard Regiment soon received its combat deployment. Their main task was not to defend a certain position or simply protect the Corps headquarters, but rather urban combat reconnaissance and liaison. The Reconnaissance Battalion and the Communications Battalion worked together to form multiple reconnaissance and liaison detachments. Each detachment set up one reconnaissance and liaison point and several reconnaissance observation points. This reconnaissance and liaison system operated independently during the battle, transmitting observed combat information back to the Corps headquarters for the headquarters to grasp the situation and reference for decision-making. Both the Reconnaissance Battalion and the Communications Battalion were split up for use, and the Heavy Equipment Company commanded by Weiss was also divided into three, respectively occupying three combat positions that could cover and support the forward reconnaissance and liaison points. The Norman army had approached AO City twice, and most factories and citizens had already been evacuated, but some production lines that were difficult to move were still operating, converting mountain-like piles of raw material inventory into industrial semi-finished products to be processed on-site or transported out under the circumstances of tight frontline fighting and strained rear transport capacity. Even if these raw materials were abandoned on-site, it was more cost-effective than transporting them directly to the rear. Weiss's company headquarters was set up in a foundry factory where 60% of the ownership belonged to the Grumman Group. There were 4 blast furnace production lines here. When running at full capacity, they could manufacture hundreds of tons of steel products daily. Now, there were only 70-some workers who had volunteered to stay behind and a few technicians, barely maintaining the operation of one blast furnace production line. To use up the last 4,000 plus tons of steel ingots in the warehouse would take at least a month. Given that the high-temperature fuel in the blast furnace was a significant fire and explosion hazard during wartime and could injure innocents at any time, negatively impacting the Federation Army's defense, the 9th Army Corps headquarters issued a limited shutdown order the day after moving in, halting all high-pressure, high-temperature, and high-energy equipment. Although the factory head had some complaints about this, he still unconditionally accepted the military's wartime management. As the blast furnaces were extinguished and the machines stopped turning, the vast factory area seemed like a sleeping giant, suddenly becoming quiet. However, the workers and technicians did not leave immediately but continued to use lathes to repair damaged weapons for the Federation Army and used cranes to help the defenders build defensive fortifications and increase the thickness of the defenses. On the water tower next to the blast furnace workshop, Weiss had the soldiers set up a visual observation point with a high-powered telescope. From here, they could not only control the situation around the defense zone but also observe various parts of the city. To the north, the factory area and the railway freight yard were where the 37th National Defense Division was stationed, and further north was the outer ring defense zone of AO City, defended by other Federation Army units. If it were not for the threat of enemy artillery fire during wartime, this water tower, 100 feet above the ground, would undoubtedly be an ideal battlefield observation point. But the shrewd Normans would certainly not allow such a point with excellent conditions to exist. Therefore, Weiss also set up fire observation points on the roofs of factory buildings and the upper floors of warehouses. Benefiting from AO City's powerful military industry, their existing weapons were maintained, and they had stockpiled sufficient ammunition. They even towed back 215 PIR caliber field quick-firing guns and a wagon of shells from a repair factory. On the 6th day after the 9th Army Corps moved into AO City, the Norman Army launched a new offensive on the Samba River defensive line. They used a feint strategy, concentrating their armored units in the upstream area and forcing a river crossing during the dry season, opening a breakthrough at a weak point in the Federation Army's line. They then high-speed bypassed the defenders' flank and rear, putting the Federation Army in a passive position. After the battle began, the Federation Army's flying fleet and aircraft units were pinned down in the middle of the line and were initially unable to divert their attention. By the time they transferred over, they were attacked by the Norman fleet and were unable to provide strong support for the ground troops for a long time. In this way, the Samba River defensive line was only held for 2 more days before the participating units hurriedly retreated toward AO City under the cover and coordination of their allies. The Third Battle of AO City in the 2 Great Wars thus began. Chapter 57, The Clash begins. The fastest updates for the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. At dusk that day, when swarms of Norman warships appeared on the northwestern horizon, the hundreds of thousands of Federation officers and soldiers stationed in AO City felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. How many enemy warships were there? 30, 40, or even more. Where was our fleet? Could they arrive in time? Could they effectively control the battlefield? These questions, like layers of dark clouds before a storm, conveyed a sense of oppression, anxiety, and pessimism. What was bound to come eventually arrived. The moment the Norman fleet appeared, Weiss decisively ordered the orderly evacuation of the factory workers. All combat personnel withdrew from their positions at the water towers and workshops to stand by in anti-artillery bunkers located in open areas. As expected, the Norman fleet wasn't just there to show off its muscles. Upon reaching the edge of their firing range, they launched an indiscriminate bombardment of AO City. Shells fell like rain on the outskirts of the city and gradually extended toward the urban center. Wherever the fire reached, crimson flames erupted, thick smoke rolled, and sand and stones flew. Forget being outdoors, even staying inside buildings wasn't necessarily safe. Realistically speaking, every experience of large-scale enemy shelling was a struggle against fate. Death is a momentary parting, but pain can remain fresh for a long time, leaving lifelong scars. Experiencing it often can temper one into steel, or it can leave one shell-shocked. The Norman fleet's bombardment lasted from dusk until nightfall, continuing for over 2 hours. Except for the south and east of the city, the vast AO city was essentially cleansed by fire. During this time, the Federation Army's air defense units deployed in AO city committed over 100 large-caliber anti-aircraft guns. Federation warships and combat aircraft also arrived in batches and joined the fray. However, this time, in the absence of main battleships, the tactical strategy of the Norman Empire's aviation units was markedly different from before. All vessels were divided into 3 groups. The strongest group was deployed at high altitudes beyond the reach of the Federal Army fighter aircraft, its firepower alternating between targeting Federation warships and pounding ground targets, or sometimes both. The 2 slightly less powerful groups were positioned one behind the other, focusing their main energy on dealing with the Federation aircraft. However, as soon as the pressure from the Federation aircraft lessened, they would switch to shells to bombard AO city. Before the bombardment ended, the Norman fleet held its line firmly and refused to retreat, thwarting several active offensives by the Federation Army's aviation units. As a result, AO city, a city famous for its heavy industry, was engulfed in soaring flames. The massive fires seemed to ignite the city, dyeing the sky red. By the time the Norman fleet ceased its shelling, the surviving Federation military and civilians had to treat the wounded while simultaneously fighting fires and conducting rescue operations. By dawn, the fires across various districts of AO city had not been fully extinguished, yet the Norman fleet in the sky and the Norman army on the ground arrived simultaneously. At exactly 8 a.m., the rumbling of cannons sounded from the Norman side. Their long-range bombardment, which approached the limits of their range, disregarded accuracy entirely, opting instead for a brutal, indiscriminate carpet shelling. Throughout the following day, they maintained a rhythm of shelling for 1 hour and resting for 2, launching tens of thousands of shells into the western and northern parts of AO city. They thoroughly and completely combed through the Federation Army's perimeter defense lines and the city's fortifications in the western and northern districts, much like a farmer plowing a field. During this, the Federation Army's 4th defense zone was not spared, though compared to the outer zones, the physical and mental trauma they suffered was much smaller. While the command level, officer corps, and sergeants and soldiers were speculating on when the Normans would launch an attack, the Norman army initiated a probing night offensive against the Federation Army's defensive positions on the west side of AO city. Under the cover of some armored vehicles, Norman infantry successfully breached the outer minefields and penetrated deep into the trenches and barbed wire zones, using flamethrowers and explosive projectors to fiercely assault the defenders' forward positions. With a determination not to yield an inch of land, the Federation Army quickly mobilized reinforcements to the combat zone, with soldiers heading to the front in wave after wave and the wounded being transported back in turn. In a combat zone less than 10 miles wide, the 2 sides exchanged fire for over 4 hours. The defending Federation Army not only suffered more casualties than the Normans but also fought with great difficulty. If the Normans were to launch a full-scale assault, whether the positions could be held remained a significant unknown. This was the information Weiss gathered during a meeting at regiment headquarters. Regardless of whether this news was objective, the undeniable fact was that it brought a terrifying defeatist sentiment to the Federation Army units. Fortunately, most officers had grown accustomed to this succession of bad news and had learned to use their usually unpracticed dry humor to alleviate the atmosphere of anxiety and pessimism. Another positive factor was that the Federation Army had previously achieved strategic victories in AO city, which led the Federation High Command to resolve to exhaust the Norman Army's momentum in AO city, even if it meant sacrificing 100,000, 200,000, or even more troops. Based on this strategic decision, elite combat units and ample supplies were continuously arriving in AO city. The Federation Army's administrative system also demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Officers and soldiers who had previously distinguished themselves and received recommendations were being honored and rewarded in AO city. Battlefield promotions were everywhere, allowing the various units of the Federation Army to maintain high morale even in the face of such adversity. After the nighttime probing fire, the Norman army's shelling the next day was indeed adjusted accordingly. Their ground artillery continued indiscriminate scattering, but the number of shells falling into the city proper decreased significantly, while the fire hitting the defenders' outer positions increased. Despite facing increasingly fierce attacks from the Federation Army aviation units, the Norman fleet's formation stubbornly pushed forward. During every gap in the aerial combat, they used cruiser-level firepower to carry out precision strikes on several Federation Army positions. To Federation soldiers with rich combat experience and keen battlefield intuition, this change was the prelude to the Normans launching a general offensive. Consequently, commanders at all levels urged their units to hurry and repair fortifications and actively prepare for battle. After nightfall, the garrison troops in each defense zone of AO city remained vigilant, not daring to relax in the slightest. The Federation Army units deployed at the 2 defensive outposts to the east and south of the city were even more on guard, wary of the Norman army flanking them to forcibly cut off the defenders' retreat. Near midnight, the intense sound of gunfire and artillery caused the hundreds of thousands of Federation military and civilians in AO city to open their eyes wide and prick up their ears. However, the Normans did not launch a massive assault on the city that night. Instead, as people had predicted and feared, they launched a full-scale attack on the Federation Army's defensive outposts in the east and south of the city. These 2 outposts were formed by converting existing factory complexes into sturdy fortress groups to add depth to the AO city defensive line and cover the main railway line leading to the rear through the southeast of the city. If these 2 outposts fell, the Norman army could easily cut off AO city's ground connection to the outside world, leaving the military and civilians of AO city surrounded. At that point, whether they chose to attack from all sides or simply besiege without attacking, they would hold much more initiative. For this reason, the Federation army had spared no expense, using vast amounts of steel and concrete to build fortresses with thick outer walls, establishing a web of underground tunnels and bunker warehouses between them. Before the Normans attacked in force, they had mobilized elite ground units, including 6 veteran fortress regiments drawn from the capital district and the eastern border regions, achieving the effect of a good horse with a good saddle. The continuous exchange of fire outside the city during the latter half of the night kept the AO City defenders' hearts in their throats. After all, no one wanted to wake up to the bad news that AO City was surrounded. Despite the Normans committing warships and marine units for tactical support in the night battle, and having armored units lead infantry in repeated fierce assaults, by dawn, the battles in the east and south were still ongoing. The Federation Army aviation units, which lacked confidence in night combat at a technical and tactical level, mobilized in force. They broke through the Norman fleet's interception and containment, launching heavy bombing raids on the Norman troops to the east and south of AO City, causing the proud Normans to discard their equipment and flee in a pathetic retreat before the Federation lines. In this battle, the Normans left behind 5,000 to 6,000 corpses and over 200 wrecked armored vehicles in the south and east of the city. Their casualties certainly exceeded 10,000, while the Federation army had fewer than 2,000 killed and about 4,000 wounded. The casualty count was only half that of the Norman army, and the loss of technical equipment was negligible, winning back a round for the crucial Battle of Ao King. Logically, the failure of the offensive in the east and south should have served as a wake-up call to the Normans, causing them to slow their offensive pace slightly. However, after the units attacking the flanks sounded the retreat, the Normans showed no sign of stopping. They continued to shell the Federation army's defensive positions in the west and north of the city, with the frequency changing to 1 hour of bombardment followed by 3 hours of rest. Although the rhythm had slowed, the continuous high-intensity artillery fire was like a sea otter holding a stone to crack a clam. If it doesn't open in 2 or 3 hits, by patiently hitting it a few more times, the shell will eventually break, allowing it to eat the delicious clam meat. That afternoon, the Norman fleet, which had lingered on the battlefield for a long time, suddenly withdrew most of its forces, leaving behind only 2 cruisers and 2 squadrons of frigates. After a period of observation, the Federation fleet, bullying the weak, took the initiative to move forward and challenge their opponents. The Norman warships did not stand their ground, they fought while retreating. Given the huge disparity in tonnage and the number of cannons, the flying mines occasionally launched by the 2 Norman cruisers became the only effective weapon against the Federation fleet. As the Federation fleet crossed the battlefield's center line, the Norman army's ground artillery ceased fire across the entire front. If one were to view the ceasefire as the Normans recognizing the situation and tactfully retreating, they would be dead wrong. After a pause of about 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of dense artillery fire, like rolling thunder, suddenly erupted from behind the Norman positions. Hundreds of shells soared into the sky, flying toward the approaching Federation fleet. These shells usually used impact fuses, exploding only upon hitting a target or the ground. Using optical means for direction finding and positioning, the hit rate was lower than that of an old flintlock rifle, but the massed artillery fire was like a volley from the flintlock era, winning through quantity. For those Federation cruisers and armored cruisers at the front, ordinary caliber shells hitting the bow or hull was like scratching an itch. However, the fragile propulsion systems of airships meant they couldn't charge like wild bulls. Instead, they had to push through the enemy lines like a steamroller. If the opponent had stockpiled a large number of cannons and had a certain number of airships for support, then this steamrolling would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive, making it difficult to achieve success in one go. Chapter 58, Adventurer. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. The proactive offensive by the Federation fleet had once filled the defenders of AO City with joy and encouragement. Unfortunately, the scenes from the previous war where their own fleet swept through, leaving the enemy ground forces in total disarray and fleeing in panic were now difficult to replicate. The fierce resistance from the Norman army's ground artillery firmly blocked the Federation fleet's advance routes. The exchange of artillery fire lasted for over 3 hours, although the Federation fleet held a tactical advantage and inflicted considerable damage on the Norman artillery units at a relatively small cost, causing successive ammunition explosions behind the Norman lines. They remained unable to break the deadlock. The Normans, meanwhile, used this war of attrition to gain the time they wanted. As dusk approached, the Norman fleet that had previously withdrawn suddenly appeared on both flanks of the battlefield. Their participating vessels had increased rather than decreased, and they were seen charging toward AO City at high speeds, flanking the Federation fleet's rear in a pincer movement. Seeing this, the Federation fleet hastily retreated, but their speed was noticeably a step too slow. Before they could fully enter the coverage of the Federation army's ground anti-aircraft fire, their path was cut off by the Norman fleet. At this moment, a group of warships also charged out from behind the Norman lines. Following over a dozen light vessels were several large warships that had not appeared for a long time. The originally evenly matched aerial combat changed its frontal nature because the Norman army deliberately showed a weakness, luring the Federation fleet away from their battle lines. Using a tactic of 3-sided encirclement and fierce attacks on weak points, the Norman fleet settled the air battle with a swift and decisive rhythm. Even though the Federation army committed all its reserve forces, they were powerless to turn the tide. As the deep curtain of night fell, under the desperate cover of their own fighter planes, the few surviving Federation warships, their hulls riddled with scars, flew over AO City and retreated toward the rear in an extremely wretched state. Witnessing this scene, the Federation officers and soldiers stationed in AO City had to accept this bitter result. The Federation fleet had lost, and the situation of the ground combat would return to a state where the Normans rampaged at will. For the Federation army, the arduous purgatory mode had begun once again. After nightfall, the Normans used their momentum of victory to sound the horn of attack. With powerful support from warship fire, they launched a tide-like offensive against the Federation Army's defensive lines in the north and west of AO City. Although the fleet had withdrawn, the fighter planes and artillery strength remained. The Federation Army's ground units did not give up the fight. Relying on the solid fortifications built earlier, they organized an effective defense. When the first rays of morning sunlight hit the ground, the vast majority of positions in the north and west of the city were still in the hands of the Federation Army, with the ground in front of the positions littered with the wreckage of Norman Army vehicles and the corpses of soldiers. With the ground offensive frustrated, the Norman Army did not launch continuous heavy assaults. Instead, they used artillery fire to steadily weaken the defenders while making a comeback on both flanks, repeatedly attacking the Federation Army's outposts outside the city. Meanwhile, shelling targeting the outskirts and urban areas of AO City took place every day, and the rhythm became extremely irregular, keeping the defenders' nerves constantly strained. With the arrival of the flames of war, the Grumman Group building located in the central district of AO City had long been empty. However, aside from the ground floor being stained with debris and dust due to broken exterior glass, the hallways here did not show a scene of total mess. Everything was neat and clean, as if people had merely gone on a vacation and would soon return to continue their busy and fulfilling work rhythm. In an office on the 65th floor, a handsome, well-dressed young man with black hair sat in a high-backed chair, facing the glass curtain wall, gazing for a long time at the city where lingering smoke curled upward. At that time, over a dozen biplanes flew over the city area in groups, like a flock of nimble birds, circling for a while before flying into the distance. To the north, at the edge of the horizon, flying warships were faintly visible. Those were the combat fleets of the Norman Empire, proudly guarding the ground troops massing for the attack. A white-haired old man in formal attire stood silently to the side. After a moment, he said softly, "Young Master Ruofu, we should go. It's not safe here. Don't you find it strange?" The youth sat there motionless, speaking quietly. The range of the Norman army's cannons is enough to cover the central district, yet they've specifically spared the Grumman building. At such a distance, even the best artillery wouldn't be able to achieve precision fire, would it? The old butler responded in a gentle tone. Continuous, dense saturation fire, yet not a single shell hit. Not one, the youth said in a whispering manner. Look, around the building, within 2,000 feet, there are hardly any craters. The old butler looked out the window. Are you saying, the Normans are doing this on purpose? But why would they do that? To preserve a landmark of AO City. The black-haired youth snorted. They wouldn't deign to do that. If they needed a landmark, they would rebuild one after the war, one that embodies the Norman will and the glory of the imperial family. The old butler seemed to grasp the meaning behind those words. His body trembled slightly, and he turned to look at the second young master he had served for many years. In his eyes was confusion and worry, but more than anything, a deep sense of helplessness. The black-haired youth sighed. People say Norman generals are skilled in strategy, often catching their opponents off guard. If they truly thought of such a scheme and put it into practice, I would be truly impressed. I think you should be very clear about the consequences of doing this, the white-haired old butler said in a firm tone, stating his position. The black-haired youth replaced words with silence. One sitting and one standing, the two remained like that until the night slowly descended. The distant sound of artillery suddenly intensified, and in the outskirts and urban areas of AO City, the sounds of explosions rang out densely. Looking down at the city from a height of 800 feet, it was more spectacular than the scene of the whole city setting off fireworks during a festival celebration, but this current spectacle was accompanied by death and destruction. An hour passed, then another. Behind the glass curtain wall, the old man and the youth remained focused on the scene before them, as if they had turned into two statues, with neither extra words nor obvious movements. As the night grew deeper and people grew weary, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Shells trailing red light rose into the air from the ground, blooming into bursts of dazzling light. Under the illumination of this light, several dark, rivet-covered steel behemoths revealed their hideous faces. These fierce flying monsters actually broke through the Federation Army Aviation Unit's aerial picket line in AO City with a brutal posture, heading straight for the center of the urban area. Seeing the enemy ships getting closer, the black-haired youth stood up from his high-backed chair and said to his loyal servant, "It seems I guessed right. If we can successfully get the entry ticket, we will gamble everything. The result will either be winning a complete turnaround, or having nothing at all. Old Frey, if you want to back out, there's still time." The old butler shrugged. "I go where you go. Unless one day you find me too old and deaf and say to me, 'Hey, old Frey, you should retire, go home.'" The black-haired youth curled his lips, and a smile of comfort flashed across his handsome face before he quickly returned to his usual indifferent and detached demeanor. On the other side, in a certain factory in the urban area, Y stood in an open-air shelter, looking up at the night sky, his mouth twitching slightly. As a transmigrator whose horizons and knowledge far exceeded the current era, he had completely failed to expect that in such an urban siege, the Normans would actually send a fleet of warships to forcibly break into AO City in such an unreasonable manner before their ground troops had even entered. Although this fleet's lineup did not include short, stout transport ships or delicate, nimble light warships, although after several consecutive days of large-scale shelling, many of the Federation Army's anti-aircraft positions and equipment had been destroyed, and their anti-aircraft strength could not be compared to when the campaign began, although a surprise night penetration could maximize the shaking of the defenders' morale and cause them panic, however, flying over the urban area like a dark cloud and accepting the baptism of the defenders' various anti-aircraft fires, wasn't that an excessively risky thing to do? What kind of trick was this unheard-of routine supposed to be? Despite not understanding the enemy's tactics, the Federation army deployed in AO City still spared no effort in using various anti-aircraft weapons to fire, with countless shells and bullets scribbling wildly in the night sky. At this face-to-face distance, any gunner with qualified skills and a steady mindset could achieve a high hit rate, as evidenced by the light of explosions surrounding the Norman warships. But as time passed, let alone the ordinary soldiers, even Weiss, facing the combat scene before him, felt more and more alarmed. These Norman warships were not particularly massive in size and their firepower was not particularly fierce, yet they could withstand the bombardment of anti-aircraft fire. Furthermore, the rudders and propellers at the rear of their hulls had clearly been blown to pieces, yet they could still advance at a steady speed. Could it be that the Normans had built another secret weapon with astonishing performance? In the night sky, the appearance of these Norman warships sometimes showed and sometimes vanished. Weiss squinted to observe and found that their degree of damage was not serious. Judging by the combat power readings, they were indeed new type warships intermediate between battleships and cruisers. Their upper limit for protection even exceeded any battleship seen before, yet their combat effectiveness was only slightly better than an armored cruiser, and their speed barely matched that of an old-fashioned battleship. This performance configuration couldn't help but remind one of the assault ships unique to the Kingdom of Wessex. This aerial combat weapon, which the Wessex military had high hopes for, had its core parts wrapped in extremely thick armor. Besides the conventional external power units, there was also an auxiliary drive/steering system protected by armor at the rear of the warship. This design allowed them to charge through the enemy's heavy fire. Could these Norman warships before him be borrowing the design of the Kingdom of Wessex, or were they directly using unfinished warships from the Kingdom of Wessex? Thinking of this possibility, Weiss understood something and pondered further. Above the urban area, the Norman warships flew while suppressing the defenders' fire with direct aim shelling. Violent explosions occurred in the urban area one after another, meaning the defenders' artillery positions were constantly suffering devastating blows. Chapter 59, Sword Baron. The fastest update of the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. In the luxurious office on the 65th floor of the Grumman building, the black-haired young man, the second son of Alfred Grumman, the man in power of the Grumman family, left his wide desk and sat down again in a chair by the conference table in the center. At his instruction, the butler Old Frey brought over aged ice fruit wine and several exquisite glass cups, placing them on the conference table. At that time, intense artillery fire enveloped the entire city, with explosions occurring far and near. Listening closely, a dull, oppressive mechanical roar gradually approached. Suddenly, all the objects in the office began to tremble, wall hangings fell one after another, and the wine glasses on the conference table clinked. Finally here, the black-haired young man muttered. Facing the door, he straightened his back and placed his hands on the table in a clasped position. Before long, heavy footsteps came from the stairwell, followed by loud commands spoken in Norman language. Finally, the office door was kicked open with a bang. The intruder clearly hadn't expected anyone to be inside. The moment he saw Ruofo and Old Frey, he froze for a second, then subconsciously raised the rifle in his hand. The two people, one sitting and one standing by the conference table, were clearly much calmer than the soldier at the door. Except for a slight twitch of their eyebrows, they remained motionless, like two mannequins placed in a shop window. Facing two people in civilian clothes who showed no signs of aggression, the Norman soldier's finger stopped on the trigger. While maintaining his aim, he called out loudly to his companions. After a moment, several Norman soldiers entered one by one, and after a search, they all pointed their muzzles at the two people by the conference table. "I want to see your commander," Ruofo said first in Ulster language. Seeing that these Norman soldiers did not react, he repeated it in Norman language with a jerky and awkward pronunciation. This time, the lead soldier gave a response, telling the two to stay still before quickly leaving. About 5 minutes later, footsteps were heard outside the door. A Norman officer with a mustache walked in with a steady and vigorous gait. He wore a dark grey wide-brimmed military cap and a double-breasted long coat with lapels. A red collar patch with gold patterns was visible at his neck, representing his status as a general in the Norman army. Compared to the surrounding soldiers, this Norman general was neither tall nor strong enough, but his eyes had the sharpness of an eagle's. His broad forehead, high nose, square face, and thick lips were also quite handsome. Every gesture revealed an elegant demeanor, a calm air, and a noble temperament. Seeing a Norman general arrive, Ruofo quickly stood up and respectfully waited for the other party to come before him. After standing still, the Norman general held his head high, gazing at Ruofo with an arrogant posture. Then, he spoke in pure Ulster language, "Long time no see, Mr. Ruofo Grumman." Hearing the other party call out his name, Ruofo was very surprised. When he looked closely, his eyes widened and his mouth hung open. "My God, it's really you. Ze, you're not dead." "No, Ze is already dead," the Norman general said unhurriedly. "I am the sword baron of the Norman Empire, Noeo Scala. Please address me as His Excellency Baron Scala." Ruofo took a sharp breath, then looked at the Norman soldiers who had landed at the Grumman building from the Norman warship. Every one of them was as strong and vigorous as rumored, each with a resolute and cold expression. They wore shiny hemispherical helmets, neat field uniforms, and leather combat packs. They held rifles in their hands and had grenades tied to their waists, looking lean and capable. "Are you here to occupy the Grumman building?" the Norman general said with a proud face. "Otherwise? To visit and shop." Using the Grumman building as a springboard to directly invade the central urban area of AO City, coordinating with the attacking forces outside the city. This kind of combat strategy is something ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Ruofo stated his analysis and conjecture. "And you? Mr. Ruofo Grumman, standing here at this moment, you couldn't be waiting for me, could you? The Norman general said. I was indeed waiting for you. Of course, I didn't know it would be you, nor did I expect it to be you, but I knew that whoever came here would definitely be a formidable figure. You intend to defect to the Norman Empire? This question from the Norman general was a straightforward inquiry, devoid of any enthusiasm. I think we can put it another way, for example, cooperation, proactive cooperation, Ruofo defended. The Norman general snorted, fine. You are indeed a person with brains and courage. Others fear war because they are afraid of being hurt, while you see war as an opportunity to change your circumstances and dare to take a gamble when the opportunity arrives. Good, very good. And you? Didn't you have the same idea back then, which is why you went to the Norman Empire in a way that most people couldn't imagine? Ruofo said. The Norman general stared into Ruofo's eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly swung the scepter in his hand, smashing it hard against his face as if disciplining a disobedient dog, knocking him to the ground at once. The butler old Frey hurriedly shielded Ruofo, but the Norman general seemed to have no intention of continuing the attack. Instead, he stood there in his original posture, looking down at Ruofo. With just that one blow, Ruofo's left cheek immediately became red and swollen. He looked at the other party in a sorry state and slowly stood up under the gaze of the Norman soldiers. This is my reminder to you, first, when speaking to a sword baron of the Empire, you must use the honorific you, second, my past, my present, and even my future are not for you to question. Ruofo bit his teeth and lowered his head, saying, I understand, Your Excellency the esteemed sword baron. If my words just now offended you, I solemnly apologize to you here and sincerely beg for your forgiveness. The Norman general snorted again, looked around, and said, Now, Mr. Ruofo Grumman, give your knowledge of this building as the first gift to the Norman Empire. As long as you cooperate sincerely, I can guarantee you will receive the rewards you deserve. Yes, Your Excellency the esteemed sword baron. After saying this, Ruofo signaled his old butler to take a folded blueprint from an inner pocket, respectfully presenting it to the Norman general before him, and informed him, this is the design blueprint of the Grumman building. The Norman general did not reach out to take it, but said in a commanding tone, spread it out. Ruofo did not hesitate and directly spread the blueprint out on the conference table, proactively introducing, as you know, this building has a total of 69 floors above ground and 5 floors below ground. The main building uses a steel concrete structure, and the podium uses a steel stone structure. We originally designed and constructed it according to super military standards. The walls of both the main building and the podium can withstand the bombardment of 21 PIR caliber artillery. With proper reinforcement, it can completely serve as a small fortress. But objectively speaking, it has a fatal weakness. If it is attacked by large caliber artillery of the battleship class or continuously bombarded by medium caliber artillery, it is possible for it to collapse. The Norman general, along with his adjutant, focused their gaze on the blueprint on the table. Throughout Ruofo's explanation, they said nothing, occasionally leaning over to examine a certain number or set of numbers on the blueprint. Ruofo rubbed his swollen cheek and continued, more than half a month ago, we received the order to evacuate the personnel in the building. The early stage of evacuation has been completed, but most of the mechanical equipment that maintains the building's operation has been retained. Otherwise, we would have had to walk up from the ground floor. Before he could finish, flames flashed and artillery roared outside the glass curtain wall. It was clear that the Norman warship on the roof was firing. The Norman general, His Excellency Sword Baron Noeo Scala, walked quickly to the desk and looked at the situation outside through the floor-to-ceiling window. After a moment, he turned around and spoke a series of words in Norman language. After several Norman soldiers responded, they quickly walked out of the office. Ruofo and his old butler did not dare to move recklessly. They stood by the conference table, quietly watching the old acquaintance who had changed his identity. The sword baron, holding his scepter, did not linger long in front of the window. He soon returned to the conference table. His deputy took out a combat map from a carrying case and spread it out next to the building's design blueprint. The sewers of AO City extend in all directions, almost like an underground world. If I were the Federal Army commander, I would certainly make corresponding deployments here. This Norman general's words were clearly addressed to Ruofo rather than his adjutant. Ruofo hesitated for a moment and responded, I'm sorry, I don't hold a military position, nor have I participated in the city's defense deployment, so. I'm sorry, I cannot provide any information regarding the Federation Army's defenses. The Norman general looked up and glanced at him, then returned his attention to the combat map and the building's blueprint. Not long after, the building's walls made a tooth-aching creaking sound. Several spots on the surrounding glass curtain wall suddenly shattered, and a biting wind swirled in from the openings. Ruofo's expression changed drastically, and he turned a pleading gaze toward the Norman general, only to see the other party calmly pressing his scepter onto the blueprint. It seemed everything was within his expectations and control. Through the other party's reaction, Ruofo suddenly understood. Previously, because the structure of the building was unclear, the Norman warship had not placed its full weight on the roof, instead using its levitation power to offset most of its gravity. But if they were to stay here for a long time, they had to find a way to lower the consumption of the power system. The building continued to make strange noises, and then several more spots on the glass curtain wall shattered. Without the protection, the outside airflow blew wildly, mixed with a strong smell of gunpowder smoke, and various sounds of gunfire and explosions entered their ears without obstruction. Next, several Norman officers came in from outside one after another, reported the situation to the Norman general, and received instructions from him. Once the strange noises from the building stopped, the Norman general said in Ulster language, did you know? This Wessex warship has a total combat weight exceeding 35,000 ta. Previously, I was worried it would crush the Grumman building, but now it seems the Grumman group has built a flawless super building for itself. Ruofa was not from an architectural background, nor was he an expert in this field, so he could only carefully flatter, without your brilliant intelligence, this building would surely have been destroyed in the flames of war, and this unique battle today would never have happened. But the Norman general said, say that again if we can survive this battle. Chapter 60, A Gentle Breeze Blows. The fastest update to the latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel. Target bearing 205, distance 65, wind easterly, gust level 1, firing angle, right 001 plus 2, up 040 plus 5, no, 043 plus 5. Inside a factory in AO City, behind the steel sliding doors of a warehouse, 2 teams of Federation soldiers were operating 2 standard field guns according to standard procedures. Behind a window reinforced with wooden slats, Weiss was personally on the front line, ranging, calculating, and adjusting the firing sectors for the artillery. The straight line distance from here to the Grumman building was estimated at 32,500 feet, which is less than 10 kilometers. Able to conduct direct aim observation without obstruction, Weiss was confident in achieving an ideal hit rate. However, the current problem was not shooting accuracy, but the powerful backlash from the enemy. Those 3 massive, nearly indestructible Norman warships had landed directly on top of 3 buildings in the central district of AO City, including the Grumman building, which had held the title of Federation's tallest building for many years. Their arrival undoubtedly caused a center-out bloom in the Federation Army's defense system in AO City. Even worse, the artillery deployed by the Federation Army in the city was either facing outward or used to blockade specific areas. Only a few anti-aircraft guns had omnidirectional firing capabilities. To deal with these Norman warships that had forcibly intruded into the city, the Federation soldiers had to move their gun positions, which not only exposed the locations of the artillery batteries but also allowed the Norman warships, occupying the high ground, to pick them off one by one. As a result, the Federation Army inside the city failed to destroy or drive away these Norman warships and was instead pummeled into misery by their fire. Ready, Captain? The gunner reported to Weiss. Weiss looked left and right. The soldiers all looked very nervous. They knew perfectly well that once these 2 cannons opened fire, there was a high probability they would face a swift and fierce counterattack from the enemy ship's guns. Although they had prepared an escape route, no one could guarantee their safety. Perhaps an invisible Grim Reaper was already standing behind them. Prepare. Weiss raised his right hand without hesitation. A small squad of soldiers gripped the heavy steel sliding door, ready to pull it open at any moment to give the 2 field guns, which had already had their firing data calibrated, a clear line of sight. Just then, a rapid clatter of hooves rang out within the factory grounds. Through the window, Weiss saw an orderly galloping toward them. He lowered his right hand, stepped out through the small door beside the warehouse sliding door, and called out, "Hey, orderly, I'm over here." The orderly reined in his horse and dismounted nimbly. "Captain Klemperheisen." "Yes, that's me," Weiss replied. "Captain, orders from the colonel. All battalion and company commanders are to report to regiment headquarters immediately for an operational briefing." The guard regiment's headquarters was set up in a warehouse 3 intersections away. Weiss thought for a moment, told the gunners to stand by on sight, and then rode an old-fashioned bicycle there through the darkness. When he arrived at regiment headquarters, more than half of the regiment's battalion and company commanders were already there, including the battalion commander, Major Huo Zizhen. The briefing hadn't started yet, and the crowd was buzzing with discussion about the current state of the battle. After days of shelling, it wasn't surprising that the Normans had finally exerted their strength. However, driving the Federation fleet out of the AO City defense zone in one fell swoop, followed by a bizarre move that no one had anticipated, truly left the Federation Army commanders utterly stunned. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the commanders had all arrived, but the acting regiment commander, Colonel Lodrence, was still nowhere to be seen. Another quarter of an hour passed before this officer, who originally served in the 37th National Defense Division, returned to headquarters in a hurry. As he entered, he said, "Apologies, everyone. I was called away unexpectedly by General Idias to discuss military intelligence, and I've kept you all waiting." At this moment, Weiss's gaze was firmly captured by the person behind Colonel Lodrence. Seeing her face brought not only a sense of familiarity but also a pleasant feeling like a spring breeze. This heroic female officer was none other than Octavie Grumman, the only daughter of Henry Grumman, a director of the Grumman Group. She was a senior combat instructor at Baston Military Academy, recognized by both faculty and students as the Goddess Baston. Weiss noticed she was wearing the collar and shoulder insignia of a Federation Army major. The patch on her left arm seemed to be a design he had never seen before. A newly formed unit? On a battlefield filled with the scent of smoke, blood, and death, people were constantly under unspeakable mental pressure. Suddenly seeing a female officer with such excellent looks and figure, the eyes of everyone present were instantly drawn to her. Looking at that exquisite and beautiful face, some felt their hearts skip a beat, some were lost in a daze, and others felt as if they were seeing their first love. Before Colonel Lodrence spoke again, almost everyone was staring at her intently. "Allow me the honor of introducing Major Octavie Grumman, Tactical Commander of the Federation Army's 4th Special Operations Detachment. According to the arrangements from Corps Headquarters, our Guard Regiment will be operating jointly with the 4th Special Operations Detachment for this mission," Colonel Lodrence announced loudly after taking his position. Becoming the focus of a crowd of officers, Octavie showed no sign of shyness or awkwardness. Instead, she stood calmly beside Colonel Lodrence, her head held high as she spoke. Gentlemen, good evening. As Colonel Lodrence introduced, I am Major Octavie Grumman, Tactical Commander of the 4th Special Operations Detachment, ordered here to coordinate joint operations. Among you, I see some familiar faces. In fact, I served as a combat instructor at Baston Military Academy before the war, and I am glad to see my former students have grown into the backbone of our combat forces. To keep it brief, you've seen the combat situation tonight. We are falling into an unprecedented crisis. If we allow the enemy to occupy the 4 buildings in the city center, our defensive operations in AO City will face several times the pressure. This is absolutely unacceptable. Under the enemy's fire blockade, we have only 2 paths, one is to blow up the 4 buildings at any cost, and the other is to take them back from the enemy. Our primary task is to conduct reconnaissance, assess the feasibility of these 2 paths, and provide support for subsequent actions. After Octavie finished speaking, the officers present did not whisper or discuss privately as they usually did. Instead, they maintained a stiff, upright posture, each face trying its best to display masculine fortitude and determination. Colonel Lodrence noted the unusual behavior of his subordinates and snorted. "All right, gentlemen, sit down." The officers sat down in unison, their movements so crisp and their discipline so strict that they looked like a group of green recruits who had just finished basic training. Using the defense deployment map of the Guard Regiment's various reconnaissance and liaison units, Colonel Lodrence explained the upcoming operational plan. Each company would draw up to 2/3 of its strength to dispatch reconnaissance and combat personnel to surround the 4 buildings the Norman Army had turned into special landing zones, fully cooperating with the 4th Special Operations Detachment to probe the enemy's intentions. Octavie then added that in order to determine the enemy's purpose and movements, squads from the 4th Special Operations Detachment would enter the buildings and find ways to capture prisoners for interrogation. During this process, the Guard Regiment would need to provide fire cover to distract the enemy and mask the sounds of the operation. In the next step, if the superior's decision was to blow up the buildings given that the garrison's artillery would have difficulty completing the task, sufficient high explosives would need to be transported to the base of the buildings. If the decision was to retake the buildings by force, they would lead the follow-up troops to attack from the ground floor up, which would require strong direct fire support. In short, the Guard Regiment had to provide short to medium-range fire support throughout the entire process. If not for those 4 Norman warships that had forcibly landed on the rooftops, this task wouldn't be very difficult. But with 4 Norman warships possessing extremely strong field control and almost no blind spots, any Federation field guns or autocannons would draw a storm of suppression as soon as they showed themselves. How could they break through this? Colonel Lodrence looked at his watch. The situation is dire and the mission is urgent. The Special Operations Detachment will begin their move in 40 minutes. Our fire support must be in position at the same time. 40 minutes wasn't exactly short. If it were just a forced march, it would be enough time for Federation soldiers to run a lap around those 4 high-rises in the city center. Moving field guns, autocannons, and various equipment and ammunition for a position transfer seemed more than feasible in 40 minutes if the distance wasn't great. However, ordinary firing positions could not withstand the enemy's counter-battery fire. Only solid, reliable, and somewhat hidden gun positions could possibly allow the gunners to complete their mission alive. Consequently, some officers stated bluntly that the units needed time to scout the environment, select positions, and perform necessary reinforcement on the firing sites. If fire support had to be provided in 40 minutes, they could only deploy autocannons and machine guns initially, and they would need to constantly change positions during the battle. Only in the later stages could they guarantee fire intensity and sustainability. Rushing into battle would be no different from sending the gunners to their deaths. We considered your concerns when discussing countermeasures at Corps headquarters, but we simply have no more time. Looking at the big picture, even if we take great risks, suffer heavy casualties, or even face total annihilation, we must push forward. Colonel Lodrence explained the cruel reality of sacrificing the few to save the many in a powerful, resounding voice. Facing such a near-suicidal mission, the officers fell into a collective silence. "Gentlemen," Octavie said in her crisp, pleasant, yet powerful voice. "I know you aren't worried out of cowardice, but because you fear that rushing in will prevent you from completing the assigned task. Our Special Operations Detachment also received this mission on short notice. We didn't anticipate this situation at all either, but this is war, the enemy won't give us ample time to prepare. Gentlemen, you are the best of your generation, and many of you already have reputations. Now is the time to utilize the military talents you take pride in and to stimulate your inner potential. I believe you will not let our brothers charging at the front down. You definitely won't." Octavie's encouragement made Weiss feel as if he had returned to the training grounds of Baston Military Academy, back to those days of hard training. Once, he had been angry because of his peers' ridicule and felt disappointed and frustrated with his situation. But just as Octavie said, before your inner potential is stimulated, never look down on yourself. Chapter 61, Endangered Position. The fastest updates for Iron Soul of Steel's latest chapters. Time flies when one is busy. Before Weiss could finish his arrangements, the 40-minute time limit arrived. During this time, he led 2 squads of soldiers from various reconnaissance and fire support points to a new position, a 3-story building on a street corner. It had previously been hit by artillery, a corner of the roof was blown off and the window glass was entirely shattered, but the main structure remained uncracked and undeformed. This steel and stone structure appeared sturdy enough to withstand shelling from small to medium caliber artillery. The 2 field guns deployed in the factory area had sufficient range to strike the Grumman building from their original positions. However, the autocannons and machine guns lacked the range and had to be moved closer to the target to provide effective fire support. Had there been more time, Weiss would have organized the soldiers to reinforce the gun positions with various materials and prepare for counter-battery fire, but now they had to brace themselves and push forward. The battlefield situation changes in an instant, a delay of even a second could mean missing a precious opportunity. As soon as the designated time arrived, the elites of the Special Operations Unit began combat reconnaissance toward the 4 buildings occupied by the Norman warships. Some used surrounding buildings as cover, approaching under the veil of night from the ground, others crawled into the sewers, nearing the targets through drainage and maintenance tunnels. The latter route seemed much safer but actually required overcoming numerous obstacles and took much longer. Just after midnight, drifting clouds obscured the moonlight. Intermittent artillery fire made the city streets alternate between being as bright as dawn and as dark as a rainy night. Weiss's vision switched between normal sight and his human radar. The former was ineffective, but the latter was surprisingly useful. Though brainwaves couldn't penetrate multiple walls to see personnel and equipment distribution as clearly as an X-ray, this skill was like a bug in a game. With careful observation, deduction, and clever application, there was still a chance to achieve a major victory with small resources. For instance, by inferring enemy deployment and movements from partial observations, he could direct fire more effectively, achieving double or even several times the suppression effect. Before Weiss could think further, the rhythm of the battle suddenly shifted. Despite lacking night vision equipment, the Normans detected their opponent's movements. The warships perched atop the buildings like alien monsters, along with the soldiers who had entered the buildings from the ships, began firing toward the ground, using guns and cannons to blockade the advance of the Federation Army's Special Forces elites. Then, 2 red signal flares rose near the city center, the prearranged signal for covering fire. Halt! Weiss shouted. 1 minute rapid fire. Fire continuously at the middle floors. The sergeant named Hart commanded 2 7 caliber heavy autocannons. Their range was just enough to reach the top of the Grumman building, though the autocannon shells might be as ineffective as scratching an itch through a boot against a battleship-class Norman warship. In Weiss's view, damaging the enemy ships on the roof with autocannons would require a miracle. Rather than chasing such a slim hope, it was more practical to target the Norman soldiers leaving the ships to enter the buildings, which would yield tangible results. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. As the powerful roar of the rotary autocannons rang out, a series of shells streaked away along visible trajectories. Through his binoculars, Weiss could faintly see dust and debris flying from the middle floors of the Grumman building. At near maximum range, the shell spread was wide. Even without deliberately moving the muzzles, the shells could cover several floors. Some crashed through windows, wounding or killing the Norman soldiers who were sniping at the approaching Federation forces from their high vantage point. Following Weiss's orders, the 2 autocannons of Wyatt's squad fired continuously. In a short burst loading state, a team of skilled gunners could fire 180 to 240 rounds per minute from one autocannon. 2 guns meant 360 to 480 rounds. With correct positioning, taking out a dozen or 20 Norman soldiers in one go was no problem, and 30 or 40 wouldn't be surprising. Even so, during the firing process, Weiss gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, hating that his weaponry was too weak to blast the arrogant Normans directly into dust. As the 1 minute rapid fire concluded, Weiss immediately roared, "Hart! Take cover!" Even without Weiss's reminder, according to the prearranged combat routine, each gun crew was to quickly leave the window positions and move deep into the building to hide after firing. They would wait out the enemy's return fire before shifting positions to find another opening. Just as Hart's squad ceased fire, the enemy's retaliatory shelling arrived as expected. The sturdy building became like autumn leaves, trembling in the cold wind. The Norman warships atop the roof had a high vantage point and could clearly observe the Federation Army's fire positions. The process of observing, aiming, and correcting took very little time and was exceptionally accurate. The new position Weiss had chosen was already occupied by many infantrymen. Though they knew the arrival of this allied unit would surely bring trouble upon them, they silently endured the pressure and threat of the enemy's shells alongside them. In just over 2 minutes, more than 40 small to medium caliber shells were the Normans' response to the 1 minute rapid fire from the 2 autocannons. If calculated by the weight of the projectiles, this volume of fire certainly exceeded the 400 plus autocannon shells from Hart's squad, but the advantage wasn't overwhelming. Judging by the naval guns' rate of fire, the Normans had concentrated 3 to 4 guns against a single Federation fire point. If this were a duel between a warship and a coastal battery, the Normans wouldn't have gained any advantage at all. The reason the Norman fleet dared to charge into the city so brazenly was clearly because they had identified flaws in the Federation Army's urban defense deployment. Cunning Normans. Weiss narrowed his eyes. Waiting only for the surrounding explosions to stop, he issued a decisive command, Morse. 1 minute rapid fire, aim for the lower floors and fire continuously. Sergeant Morse's squad was equipped with 2 5 caliber light rotary autocannons, which used top-mounted magazines. During burst firing, their rate could reach 300 to 400 rounds per minute. Although their range and power were slightly inferior to the heavy autocannons, they were favored by frontline troops for their mobility and high fire density, requiring only 3 to 4 operators. When loaded with steel core rounds, they could also deal with light armored targets and low-intensity fortifications. Lars. Before the light autocannons could fire, Weiss called over a sharp-looking soldier. Go tell Farnason to fire once according to the original coordinates, then take cover. Do not fire a second time without my order. The soldier assigned by Weiss was short but very agile. After hearing the command, he exited through the east door of the building, hopped on a bicycle, and sped back toward the factory area where they had previously been stationed. A moment later, Sergeant Hart came to Weiss's side. That was close. If this building wasn't sturdy enough, we'd be finished. Of course, the tactics you arranged played a big part too. Weiss didn't turn his head but took a deep breath. This tactic is just a temporary measure. If the Normans realize ordinary fire can't eliminate us, they'll definitely use the warship's main guns. Do you think this building can withstand battleship-class main battery fire? The relief on Sergeant Hart's face vanished instantly. He asked urgently, then what do we do? Weiss, with his eyes narrowed, had already re-entered human radar mode. This mode consumed a lot of mental energy but didn't strictly require total concentration. In fact, as he used it more frequently, his mastery over this biotechnological system grew more refined. He could now observe and converse simultaneously, and even accurately monitor the enemy while running. Right now, we can only hope our allied forces can solve the problem before we're wiped out either by capturing those buildings or blowing them up. In short, we must deprive the Norman warships of their foothold. Even if we can't destroy them, we have to drive them away. To destroy those buildings, wouldn't using heavy artillery work? When the Norman fleet approached the city before, they were met with fierce resistance from our artillery. There must have been large caliber guns in the fight then. Did they retreat, or were they destroyed in the Norman shelling? Sergeant Hart speculated. When the colonel was deploying the battle, he didn't say why, but I suspect our artillery units can't be counted on for now. Otherwise, headquarters wouldn't be throwing their most elite special forces into a fight like this. Unless... At this point, Weiss opened his eyes and exited the human radar observation mode. Unless was a common phrase he used, a reflection of his habit of thinking in reverse. Sergeant Hart, perhaps in a state of combat excitement, didn't notice Weiss had only started his sentence with a but. Just then, Morse's squad finished their 1-minute rapid fire. Weiss shouted the usual reminder, Morse, take cover. This time, the Norman artillery didn't immediately come crashing down, but that didn't mean they had ignored this Federation fire point. After about a minute, a short, sharp whistle approached. In an instant, the entire building shook violently with a massive explosion. It wasn't just dust and debris falling from the ceiling, but large chunks of floor slabs. Broken glass and various fragments flew everywhere under the blast's shockwave, and cracks appeared in the walls. The ground floor was no longer a safe haven. 2 or 3 more explosions of this magnitude would likely turn it into a graveyard for the Federation officers and soldiers. Targeted already? Damn it. Weiss cursed under his breath. Looking around, some soldiers had been struck by falling objects, their fate currently unknown. He had originally intended to have Hart's and Lars's squads fire in turns, but it seemed he had to adjust his strategy now. While everyone waited in trepidation, another shell shrieked down. The same power, a similar distance it made Weiss and his soldiers experience the terrifying sensation of being on the brink of death once again. The enemy's repeated heavy shelling was a complete disaster for the Federation infantry who had moved in earlier. Their commander, not waiting for the next shell to fall, sent a messenger to report to superiors, requesting a full withdrawal and immediate transfer to other positions. Whether the infantry would retreat was one thing, but Weiss knit his brows and focused, racking his brain for a way out of this battle not just for himself and his 2 squads, but for the hundreds of thousands of AO City defenders and the remaining civilians. Chapter 62, Unleashing the Ultimate Move. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel, updated fastest. Just as Weiss was deep in thought, several artillery shells flew in from the northeast and struck the Grumman building. The flames and smoke of the explosions swallowed the outer walls and eroded the structure, creating the illusion that the building might collapse at any moment. After the series of explosions, this incomparably majestic building was still standing, but the cracks in the outer walls were clearly visible, and the damage to the structure was evident. If a few more shells hit similar spots, could it still remain unshaken? The Norman warship on the roof launched a counterattack immediately, its fierce artillery fire making it a beacon-like presence. Looking at everything before him, Weiss suddenly had a foreboding guess. The Normans' risky strategy of forcing their warship into the city and landing it on top of the high-rise had caught the AO City defenders off guard and achieved temporary success. However, as long as the defenders reacted and resolved to destroy the building with the determination of a warrior cutting off his own wrist to survive, surrounding and destroying the enemy ship would disrupt the Normans' tactics and eliminate those Norman soldiers who had entered the building. Could the Normans not have foreseen this situation? No, of course not. They either had a backup plan or simply didn't intend to give the defenders enough time. In other words, they would take advantage of the defenders' diverted attention to launch a fatal strike against the AO City defense system from the outside. Damn it! Having identified the hidden thread within this complex situation, Weiss clenched his fists. The few remaining artillery units of the AO City defenders had been mostly depleted, and the elite special operations unit had been deployed to investigate the enemy forces entrenched in the building. The defenders' attention was indeed firmly fixed on the enemy in the city center. Although the number of defenders on the outskirts of AO City had not decreased and combat readiness had not weakened, the adjustments to the city's defensive deployment had fatally weakened its defensive strength. In other words, this was the perfect moment for the Normans to break through the city's defensive line in one fell swoop. Hart. You take command for me. Do not act without orders. After giving the orders, Weiss didn't care about the Norman shelling. He jumped on his bicycle and rushed to the battalion headquarters at full speed. The telephone lines for the defense forces were set up down to the battalion level. As long as the lines remained clear, he could contact higher levels step by step, or even speak directly to the supreme commander of the defense forces. However, before he even reached the battalion headquarters, the city was suddenly illuminated by fire from all directions. The dense and violent explosions almost completely blocked his hearing, and the ground was shaking violently. No matter how good his skills were, he couldn't ride safely. The battalion headquarters was just ahead, so he simply tossed his bicycle aside and sprinted forward, hunched over. In this cataclysmic environment, Weiss rushed into the battalion headquarters, grabbed Major Huo Zizhen by the arm, and shouted, "The enemy's full-scale offensive is about to begin." Major Huo Zizhen was surprised that Weiss had rushed in so frantically at this time. He shouted back, "I know. Anyone can see that. Is that all you came here to tell me?" Weiss didn't explain, but instead said, "I figured it out. All of this was planned by the Normans. We must report to our superiors. There is only one path to take now, destroy the building and drive away the enemy ship. Otherwise, with all defense sectors attacked from both front and rear, AO City won't hold out for long. We are out of time, we must be fast." Major Huo Zizhen frowned and said, "How do you expect me to say that? Do you think it's easy to persuade generals to make decisions based on speculative conclusions? But we have to do something. We must do something." Weiss said urgently. "As long as you agree, I will lead a squad, take explosives up there, and blow up the Grumman building. In the meantime, I believe you will surely find a way to make the higher UPS abandon their unrealistic wishful thinking and resolve to fight the enemy to the bitter end." Regarding how to persuade the superiors, Major Huo Zizhen's experience and skills were clearly better than his own, and his chances of success were higher. As for a novice like himself who hadn't been in the army long, in the current situation, besides helping to analyze the battle situation and infer enemy movements, it seemed that the only real contribution he could make was charging through the battlefield. "You're going to use explosives to blow up the Grumman building? You're not joking, are you?" Major Huo Zizhen's eyes widened, his expression slightly grim. Outside, the shelling was deafening. In such an environment, Weiss had no way to explain in detail the special relationship between the Klemper-Hessen family and the Grumman group, nor his own extensive knowledge of the Grumman building. He could only tell Major Huo Zizhen in the simplest way that he had a plan, and that the presence of Octavie Grumman was a double insurance for completing this arduous task. Major Huo Zizhen thought for a moment. Indeed, there was no better way out at the moment, so he said, "How much explosive do you need?" Although Weiss was not a quartermaster, after the 9th Army Corps moved into AO City, he had paid close attention to the distribution of combat supplies in various sectors. By observing the small, he inferred that AO City's defensive reserves were very substantial. This premier industrial military hub, in its heyday, could manufacture enough weapons and equipment to fully re-equip an entire army corps every half-month. Even under the circumstances of large-scale relocation of personnel and equipment during wartime, the remaining production facilities and raw materials could still provide sufficient ammunition and supplies for the frontline troops. Therefore, based on the carrying capacity of a squad, he requested 4,000 pounds of high explosives from Major Huo Zizhen. 40-plus soldiers, each carrying 100 pounds, could transport these explosives to the location in one trip. After a moment of thought, Major Huo Zizhen stated that if there wasn't enough explosive, they could make up for it with artillery shells, but there were two key issues. First, the current combat reconnaissance operation was led by the Special Operations Unit. Destroying the building required their consent and waiting for their personnel to fully evacuate. Second, the Normans had blocked the roads to the building with fire. Soldiers carrying explosives certainly wouldn't be able to approach the building as nimbly and agilely as the elites of the Special Operations Unit. This was a very difficult obstacle to overcome. As time passed, the AO City defense line continued to suffer from the enemy's fierce artillery fire. The city trembled amidst the dense explosions, and wasn't the defense system doing the same? Weiss replied decisively, "For the first problem, I will find Major Grumman and find a way to persuade her. The second problem is even less of a worry. We won't take the ground, we'll take the sewers." Major Huo Zizhen nodded, "All right. I authorize you to draw the supplies you need from the ammunition depot, transport them to the Grumman building via the route you designed, and find Major Octavie Grumman to persuade her. As for the rest, I will do my best." Before leaving, Weiss said with some concern, "This is of great importance, Major. If we don't take the initiative to do this, perhaps no one else will, and in the end, we will all be finished together." Major Huo Zizhen sighed helplessly and turned to walk toward the field telephone. Weiss had intended to learn communication skills from a senior like Major Huo Zizhen, but unfortunately, the situation was urgent. He immediately left the battalion headquarters, crossed the shaking city streets, and struggled back to the factory where his company headquarters was located. He prepared to select a squad from the remaining personnel to go with him to collect the explosives, only to be shocked to find that the workshop housing the two field guns had been bombed and collapsed. The factory area was devastated, and the ground was littered with debris and the corpses of quite a few Federation soldiers. Weiss thought it was bad and hurried toward the anti-shelling bunker set up in the open area. Although the entire factory area had been affected by the explosions, these carefully constructed bunkers had provided effective protection. Many familiar faces were there, busy treating the wounded. Before seeing Weiss, almost everyone's face was ridden with panic and bewilderment. Weiss jumped into the bunker. "Hey, brothers, what happened?" Sergeant Pates, a squad leader, stepped forward to report, "The enemy's artillery shells hit the workshop where the cannons were housed, causing a violent explosion. We just checked, the workshop collapsed, the cannons were destroyed, the ammunition is gone, 11 were killed in action, 9 were seriously wounded, and 14 were slightly wounded. All we can do now is try our best to treat the injured brothers." Only 12 shells were stored next to the gun position, and the reserve ammunition was stored under the water tank, and yet they couldn't escape the doom of being destroyed. "This is terrible," Weiss murmured. "This caused 34 casualties, and more than half of the squad's combat strength was gone just like that. One must know that there were only about 60 people left in the factory area. Even if they adopted the strategy of light casualties taking care of heavy casualties, the most Weiss could take away now was about 20 people. With the physique of Federation soldiers, carrying 200 or even 300 pounds of equipment and supplies was not a big problem. The difficulty was carrying tens or hundreds of kilograms while navigating through the sewers. Not only would speed be a concern, but safety and reliability were also concerns. After a moment of consideration, Weiss resolutely ordered, "Sergeant Pates, have the uninjured soldiers of your squad come with me." It was one thing to have no reinforcements, but now he had to take people away. This burly sergeant with a loud voice stared blankly at Weiss. The other man's determined expression turned the hope that had risen in his eyes into disappointment. Even so, he still said loudly, "Luca, Alvare, gather the uninjured brothers of the squad." Before long, 16 Federation soldiers stood neatly in front of Weiss. Pates stood at the head of the line. "Captain, counting myself, this is all the uninjured personnel in the squad." But Weiss clearly saw that his left palm was wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. "So," he said to Sergeant Pates, "I need you to stay behind to take care of everyone." Then, he raised his voice, "The rest of you, come with me. We are going to strike the Normans hard. We are going to avenge our fallen brothers." At this, not only were the soldiers in the line invigorated, but the surrounding Federation soldiers, both wounded and uninjured but belonging to another squad, also stood up one after another. Weiss looked around again. "Brothers, this mission is extremely arduous. Only brave, tenacious, and resolute soldiers can handle it. If we don't make it back alive, or even if our remains cannot be found, please remember us, those who sacrifice themselves to defend freedom." After a simple and necessary motivational speech, Weiss saluted the soldiers in the line, and the surrounding soldiers also solemnly returned the military salute. After the salute, Weiss looked up and took a deep breath. The deep night sky, because of the Norman army's large-scale shelling, flickered between light and dark, yellow and red, forming a unique visual impact, giving a pessimistic and worrying omen. The progress of the Battle of Ao City was slipping out of the control of the Federal Army and entering the rhythm envisioned by the Normans. Chapter 63, A Flash of Inspiration. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated as quickly as possible. As a city, Ao City has a history of less than a century. It was the tide of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of the Grumman family that transformed it from an obscure, remote town into a world-famous military-industrial hub. The smoke of the Great War and the blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers have given it a unique heritage. The Grumman building, completed after the war, serves as a symbol of the Grumman family and Ao City walking hand in hand toward their peak. Now, Ao City is deep in the flames of war, and the Grumman building has unexpectedly become a stepping stone for foreign enemies to invade Ao City. We must blow up the building to make that largest Norman warship lose its foothold. Then, it will either be left hanging in the air to be pounded, or it will have to get out of Ao City early. This way, we can focus on dealing with the Norman army attacking the city from the outside, instead of being attacked from both inside and out. In the pitch-black sewer, Weiss held a flashlight in one hand and steadied the ammunition box carried on his shoulder with the other, leading his soldiers toward the direction of the Grumman building. A major advantage of an emerging city lies in its municipal facilities, including its sewage system, which reflects the progress brought about by the development of industrial civilization. The spacious sewers were like underground streets and alleys, extending in all directions like a spider web. Traveling through them, one could reach almost any part of the city, then go up to the surface through maintenance tunnels or drainage pipes, or enter the basements of high-rise buildings directly. "Captain, I can understand the operational plan you mentioned, but I have a doubt. Can we really blow up the Grumman building with just these explosives and bombs? Such a tall building must have a very solid foundation, right?" a soldier in the squad asked. With the approval of Major Huo Zizan, Weiss took these soldiers to the field ammunition depot attached to the reconnaissance battalion to collect 2,400 pounds of high explosives, 10 cases of bomb grenades, and 1,000 feet of fuse. After distribution, each person's load was about 200 pounds. The Federation Army units stationed in Ao City, with commanders at the company level and above, all received a city map and a drainage system distribution map, allowing them to make full use of the city's various facilities to organize defenses. Thanks to this, Weiss and his soldiers embarked on a special march that they could set out on at a moment's notice. If we want to destroy the foundation, this amount of explosive is indeed a bit low. But as long as we enter the building and place the explosives on the support columns, I think this is enough. Besides, the Special Operations Unit should have also brought some explosives. Combining the two sides should not be a problem. Weiss watched his feet while paying attention to his surroundings, answering somewhat casually, but his words were rough yet reasonable. This ton of explosives, in the hands of a demolition expert, could turn the Grumman building into the Grumman junkyard in minutes. Even without an elite demolition expert, the elite soldiers of the Special Operations Unit could handle it. At the very worst, there was still himself, this half-baked engineering guy. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find a way through. The special utility of human radar meant that Weiss did not have to worry about being ambushed by enemies in this pitch-black environment. As he walked, he discovered two combatants ahead corresponding to green-dashed boxes, with various readings significantly higher than those of ordinary soldiers. They were surely soldiers from the Special Operations Unit who had entered the sewer earlier. Just as he discovered them, a voice asking for identification also came from the front. "Who goes there?" Weiss identified himself. "Hey, brothers ahead, we are from the Reconnaissance Battalion of the Guard Regiment directly under the 9th Army Corps. I am Captain Klemper Hessen. Watch out, don't accidentally hurt your own people." The two Special Operations Unit soldiers hiding at the fork in the road replied, "Captain, who ordered you to come here? What is your mission? Weiss replied, the Normans have launched a full-scale attack on the AO city defense line. We don't have time to keep wasting it on those few Norman warships overhead. We must eliminate or expel them as soon as possible, otherwise, our defense line will be attacked from the front and back and won't last long. We have already submitted a new plan to our superiors. The situation is urgent, and while waiting for orders from superiors, we must prepare in advance. Prepare? What kind of preparation? The person opposite asked, following his lead. We brought explosives, Weiss replied, to deliver them to the Grumman building. Upon hearing about explosives, the person opposite quickly said, Captain, please stop advancing. I will go report to the commander immediately. Are you talking about Major Grumman? Weiss said. Perfect, I was just about to look for her. Before the new plan is implemented, both sides must reach a consensus. If you find her, remember to tell her that Captain Klemper-Hessen has important matters to report to her. The person opposite said, very well, Captain Klemper-Hessen, please wait here with your soldiers. Although the other party was not malicious, Weiss could not accept wasting time here. He argued, but we have no extra time. The enemy's fierce shelling has been going on for more than half an hour, and their infantry is already closing in on our defense line. Every extra minute we wait, our defense line will have to endure another minute of pressure. Listen, buddy, we mean no offense, but these explosives must be delivered to the Grumman building as soon as possible. Once the commanders approve the new plan, we can execute it as quickly as possible. The voice opposite hesitated for a moment. Actually, Captain, even if I let you pass, you wouldn't be able to enter the Grumman building right now. What do you mean? Weiss was a bit surprised. Just as he finished speaking, a dull boom sounded in his ears. It wasn't that there hadn't been sounds like this before, but because the Norman warship entrenched in the central city area was exchanging fire with the defenders' artillery from time to time, and the outer Norman army was also fiercely shelling the defenders' positions, various explosion sounds were rising one after another, confusing his hearing. The movement just now seemed to be a bomb grenade exploding in the sewer, but if one didn't identify it carefully, it would be easy to mistake it for a shell exploding on the nearby ground. We got in, but we were driven out. They wanted to enter the sewer, but we blocked them, the Special Operations Unit soldier answered succinctly. Unbelievable. Weiss muttered. Previously, when providing supporting fire for the Special Operations Unit at the street corner building, Weiss had observed with his special vision that the Norman soldier were mainly active on the middle and high floors of the Grumman building, with only a few descending to the lower floors. With the combat capability of the Special Operations Unit elites, how could they not handle a mere few Norman soldier? No, to be able to repel the Federation Army Special Operations Unit and also attempt to enter the city sewer, it must be more than just a few Norman soldier, it must be an organized and premeditated action. If that was the case, then it was even more necessary to blow up the building to stop the Normans from continuing to infiltrate and break through the center of AO City. The Special Operations Unit soldier opposite clearly didn't pay attention to Weiss's reaction. He said in a calm tone, all right, Captain, I suggest you just wait here patiently. Major Grumman is commanding the battle in front. If you go over with a large amount of explosives and something goes wrong, everyone will really be finished together. After speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the sewer, the sound gradually fading away, soon disappearing into the rumbling sounds coming from the landmark. Wait here. Weiss ordered the accompanying soldiers. Because it was not the high water season, the water flow in the sewer just barely covered their ankles. With the mass evacuation of residents, domestic sewage had decreased a lot, and the smell was still tolerable. The soldiers placed the ammunition boxes containing bomb grenades at the bottom, and stacked the wooden boxes storing explosives on top. Just like that, they simply unloaded the heavy loads and rested in place, waiting for orders. The Norman army's artillery fire was still raging, and Weiss was worried. Fortunately, the ice goddess of the Bastion Military Academy didn't make him wait too long. Before long, hurried footsteps approached from afar, but there was no flashlight beam. Could the people from the Special Operations Unit move in the dark without any problems? Captain Klemper-Hessen. That pleasant voice, which was hard to forget after hearing it once, followed. Yes, it's me, Weiss replied, while shaking the flashlight in his hand. A moment later, Octavie Grumman appeared in his line of sight. She was still as heroic as ever, still as cold and frosty as ever, only a hint of anxiety was faintly visible in her eyes. After the other party stood still, Weiss said, report, Major. The Norman army outside the city is launching a full-scale attack on our defense line. If we continue to let the Norman warship and soldiers remain in the city center, it will only make our defense difficult. We must make a painful decision. We have brought enough explosives to blow up the Grumman building this time, but just now I heard from your subordinates that the entire building is now controlled by the Normans. If that's the case, we'll have to think of another way. Octavie put her hands on her hips and listened to Weiss finish without saying a word, then asked, regarding the matter of blowing up the Grumman building, your corps headquarters hasn't issued an order yet, right? This question went straight to the point, hitting the nail on the head. Weiss touched his nose and replied, we have already reported it level by level. I believe the order will come down soon. Octavie said, unless your corps headquarters has issued a formal order, operational matters are all decided by us on the spot. You know this. If it were their first time working together, Weiss would think her implication was no way. But Octavie was his combat instructor at the Bastion Military Academy, and although she never showed mercy, she also taught them many combat skills. This experience made Weiss judge that there was more to her words, so he probed, yes, Even without an order from the Corps headquarters, you can reasonably and compliantly make the decision to blow up the building. Octavie did not let out her usual cold snort, but changed to a rare tone. Long Cromwell Hyson, as a cadet, you are the most unusual person I have ever taught. You seem to have average talent, weak physical strength, and your reaction isn't fast enough, yet you have repeatedly had amazing performances. In the exchange match with the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy, it was you who won the only victory for us. I sincerely hope that your magic can continue from the military academy to the battlefield. As you know, the Grumman building is the lifeblood of my elders, it is the pride of the entire Grumman family, and also of AO City and even the Free Federation. If it were not a last resort, I would not order it to be blown up. Putting aside personal feelings, do you think we have reached the point of last resort? Weiss originally wanted to answer her yes crisply and decisively, but then he thought that everything has two sides. Not to mention whether they could re-enter the lower levels of the Grumman building, the Norman army, with its strategy of deep penetration, had forcibly landed 4 warships on the tops of 4 buildings in the center of AO City and sent elite soldiers into the buildings. Was this not also dispersing their energy? If the Federation army acted against the trend, inducing the Norman army to enter the city from a specific direction, letting them think that the internal and external forces were about to meet, but in fact closing the door to beat the dog, and letting the Norman army's superior artillery fire be constrained, wouldn't that be a good plan to win from danger? Chapter 64, A Bold Idea. Actually, I have a bold idea. Weiss stepped forward, lowered his voice, and explained the lure the enemy deep strategy he had just conceived to Octavie in as organized a manner as possible. After he finished, the goddess Baston of the Baston Military Academy merely let out a cold snort. This isn't a bold idea, it's a crazy one. Luring the enemy in to fight them. How did you even come up with such a method? Did that mean she didn't approve? Weiss did not give up on his risky strategy, instead persuading her, unless we adopt this crazy strategy, our only other option is to blow up the building. Whether it's with explosives or artillery, we have to destroy the building so the Norman army cannot gain a foothold in the city, and then fight to the death to hold off their offensive from the perimeter. Octavie hesitated. Just as she had said, the Grumman building held extraordinary significance for the Grumman family and even for AO City. She would not agree to blow up the building unless it was absolutely necessary. Compared to the Norman army's strategy, my idea isn't crazy, it's a desperate gamble. Think about it, if we lose AO City, we lose the hub connecting the east and west, and the situation will become very dangerous. Major, the battle before us is not like the one 20 years ago, it's very different. Since the outbreak of the war, especially after the defeat of the Wessex army and the Norman army's invasion of the Federation from the north, defeatism had become a lingering shadow over the hearts of the Federation military and civilians. Weiss's words seemed to boost the enemy's morale while dampening their own. Octavie seemed very displeased and said in a cold, arrogant tone, even if we suffer repeated setbacks, even if we keep retreating, I never doubt that we can win the final victory, because evil cannot defeat justice, and imperial power cannot take away freedom. I have never abandoned the belief in victory, Weiss clarified. Even if we only use conventional tactical strategies, we can still win, but it would take a long time and come at a great cost. I have always believed that the Federal Army's tactical thinking is too outdated and rigid. Since the war has already proven this, why can't we make bold changes? Octavie did not argue this time, but said, my mission is to scout the enemy's operational intentions and seize the opportunity to retake the building or blow it up. I do not have the authority to decide on the overall defense strategy for AO City, and it is not appropriate for me to leave here to report right now. Besides, as long as the suggestion is correct, it makes no difference in essence whether I propose it or you do. Was there really no difference? Weiss wanted to argue, but upon second thought, given Octavie's qualifications and rank, her suggestions on tactical strategy would naturally carry more weight than his. However, as a direct member of the Grumman family, this special status made it inconvenient for her to propose such a risky plan that bet the entire AO City from the perspective of protecting the Grumman building. Fine, you're right. I'll go back and report this. These explosives. I think they'll still be useful, so I'll leave them all with you. Explosives. Octavie caught the implication. Tell me, what bold plan is in your head now? Weiss shrugged and said, my suggestion is to blow up all the sewers connecting to the basement of the Grumman building. We won't go in, and don't let them enter the sewers either. If they want to come out, make them walk on the surface and see if our guns agree. Octavie hesitated for a moment. Fine, leave the explosives, and take your men with you. I will carefully consider your suggestion, and in any case, I will recommend you for a commendation to my superiors. Weiss scoffed, what time is it, and you're still talking about commendations? Let's just hope we can survive until the end of the Battle of Aokeng. With that, he waved his hand and signaled the soldiers to return the way they came. He had expected Octavie to say something like good luck, but the goddess Baston lived up to her icy beauty image. She didn't even offer a single warm word of farewell. As Weiss walked, he calculated how to persuade Major Huo Zizan, how to persuade Colonel Lodrence, and how to persuade Lieutenant General Atius if he had the chance to speak with this acting commander. At this moment, he missed General Kaysen so much. In his mind, that old general was upright, tolerant, wise, resolute, and open to advice. He was one of the 2 federal generals he truly admired and was willing to follow to this day. The other one, of course, was the open-minded old principal, Fan Luo. When Weiss led his soldiers back to the surface, the Norman army's artillery fire seemed to have weakened, but this was nothing to be happy about because shells fired from outside the city were constantly landing in the urban area, which meant the enemy had begun to carry out extended strikes into the depth of the defensive line. Listening closely, there was intense gunfire coming from the perimeter of the city. Before his eyes, he seemed to see countless Federation officers and soldiers facing the terrifying black tide of the Norman army, resolutely holding their positions and firing with all their might. Time was running out. Weiss hurried back to the battalion headquarters. Upon entering, he saw Major Huozizan standing there with a miserable look on his face. When he shouted report, Major Huozizan turned his head, looked at him with great surprise, uttered "AU," and then had nothing more to say for a long while. Seeing Major Huozizan's bitter expression, Weiss guessed the gist of it and reported loudly, "We successfully transported the explosives and met with Major Grumman of the Special Task Force. The situation has changed, and I'm afraid the original plan will be difficult to implement." Oh. Major Huozizan's expression softened instantly, and he nodded, "That's convenient. The higher UPS did not approve the plan we proposed. They believe that the Grumman building is a symbol of AO City and a symbol of the Free Federation's infinite creativity. Until the very last moment, we should not blow it up, as doing so would surely deal a huge blow to the army's morale. Besides, if we drive away those few exceptionally well-defended Norman warships, they might very well follow the ground troops to attack our outer defensive line, and the result might be even worse than it is now." Upon hearing this, Weiss realized that this opinion coincided with the first half of his new idea. He felt a small thrill, and without realizing it, his voice was a bit loud, and his tone sounded a bit aggressive. "Who said that? What does it matter who said it?" Major Huozizan glared at him. No, that's not what I meant," Weiss quickly explained. "It's precisely because the situation has changed that, after discussion, we now have a new operational plan. The premise of the new plan is to let the Norman warships and the Norman soldier they brought stay in the city." "Another new plan?" Major Huozizan forced a bitter smile. Major Huozizan was a conventional officer who preferred to follow the rules rather than innovate, which Weiss had already anticipated. He sighed silently and then said, "Because it's a bit complicated, I would like to go directly to the regiment headquarters to report to Colonel Lodrence. Of course, this requires your approval. Do you really have to go through all this trouble?" Major Huozizan stared at Weiss. "It's fighting against fate," Weiss argued. "We once engaged with a visiting delegation from the Norman Imperial Royal Army Academy in the form of a military exchange and found that conventional tactical thinking simply could not win. The only victory we had was precisely the one I achieved using a bold new strategy." "All right, I know." Major Huozizan waved his hand. "Captain Klemper-Hessen, I know you are a very talented young man with limitless potential. One reason we keep losing to the Normans is indeed tactical stagnation. Since you are so confident, go ahead. Try to persuade Colonel Lodrence, and if you can get his approval, then find a way to persuade General Idias and his staff. Young man, good luck." Given the current combat situation, Major Huozizan tolerating a newly arrived subordinate officer causing trouble like this was already quite good. Weiss saluted and walked out of the battalion headquarters without hesitation, looking around for a bicycle to use as transport but finding nothing. Just then, someone shouted behind him, "Captain Klemper-Hessen, wait." He turned around and saw it was a messenger from the battalion headquarters. He saw him jogging up to Weiss, saluting, and saying, "Captain, the major asked me to take you to Colonel Lodrence." Weiss glanced at the battalion headquarters. That guy was cautious, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He couldn't be a good guy, nor could he be a bad guy. In the Federal Army, there were many people like this. They brought a certain stability and cohesion to the troops, which was the good side. However, when the Army's system, mechanisms, and operational thinking needed drastic reforms, they would become obstacles to change. Due to the reconnaissance battalion's dispersed deployment, the battalion headquarters was located at the edge of the M3 defensive zone, separated from the regiment headquarters by 3 intersections. In the industrial area of AO City, the distance between intersections was often the width of a factory. These 3 intersections, even taking a shortcut, were 3 or 4 kilometers away. If walking, it would take at least a quarter of an hour. Even if he found a bicycle, the streets were no longer the clean, tidy, flat, and straight streets they once were. They were covered in broken bricks, rubble, and debris, severely reducing travel efficiency. Messengers in the Federal Army usually had 3 modes of transportation: motorcycle, horse, or on foot. If the distance was far, motorcycles and horses were ideal vehicles. If it was at the front line, walking was the only choice. The messenger sent by Major Huozizan pushed a 2-wheeled motorcycle out of a house next to the battalion headquarters, started it with some effort, and signaled for him to sit in the back seat. After Weiss got on the bike, the messenger said, "Captain, the major said that Colonel Lodrence should be at the Corps headquarters now and asked me to take you directly to the headquarters. Hold on tight, the road is a bit bumpy, and the Norman army's artillery fire hasn't stopped." Weiss replied no problem, but felt a small touch of emotion in his heart. Colonel Lodrence was at the Corps headquarters. If things went smoothly, this could be settled in one go. How great would that be? As the motorcycle drove forward with a rough roar, Weiss's excitement quickly faded. If Colonel Lodrence and Lieutenant General Atias felt this strategy was feasible and were willing to listen to his design for tactical details, he really had no certainty. But if they lacked the courage and were unwilling to adopt this risky strategy, AO City might not be able to hold out for as long as previously expected. What should he do? Prepare to evacuate, or stay with his brothers to live and die with AO City? Although he was of low status and little influence, at this critical moment, could he only passively wait for others' decisions, rather than using more proactive or even radical methods to achieve his goal? Chapter 65, I will do my utmost. The latest chapters of Iron Soul of Steel are updated the fastest. A nearly perfect plan, the only drawback is, only a madman would dare to use it. After hearing the new plan reported by Weiss in person, the acting commander of the Guard Regiment, Colonel Lodrence, gave this evaluation. Before coming, Weiss had already anticipated that his idea might be shot down right here by the colonel, but he hadn't expected him to reject it with such a dramatic pause and reversal. Regardless, Captain, this plan has its merits and demonstrates the excellent qualities of a young officer who is good at thinking and dares to think. I will find an appropriate time to briefly report this plan to General Idius and recommend the planner of this plan to him. Colonel Lodrence very skillfully gave Weiss a consolation prize. The implication was clear: you are dismissed. Weiss helplessly glanced at the brightly lit inner hall. On the other side of the door was a group of busy figures, among whom was a white-haired old man who should be Lieutenant General Idius, who had been tasked with taking command of the 9th Army Corps in a crisis. If he ignored Colonel Lodrence's opinion and forced his way in to report to him, would there be any chance of success? Or would he just be rejected again and then severely punished for insubordination? Should he be fearless and push forward, or should he leave once again with helplessness and regret? But, Colonel, this is likely our only chance to avoid defeat. Weiss gritted his teeth and made a final effort. Colonel Lodrence glanced at him, then turned his head to look into the inner hall, and said in an educational tone, "When I was young, I also felt that I was extraordinary and would one day become a savior admired by everyone. But as I grew older and gained more experience, I slowly accepted the reality that I was born ordinary. Captain, you are a smart man, you should understand what I mean." Weiss also glanced toward the inner hall. Lieutenant General Idius at the table straightened up, his face full of worry, surely also trying hard to think of countermeasures. He clenched his fists, and just as his impulse was hard to suppress, and just as he was about to make a move, a hoarse yet powerful voice suddenly came from the inner hall, calling Colonel Lodrence's name. "Yes, General, I am here." Colonel Lodrence gave Weiss a warning look and then quickly passed through the door and walked into the inner hall. Was this his chance? Watching Colonel Lodrence's back, Weiss took a deep breath and stood still. He waited, hesitated, and wavered. 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. In the inner hall, Colonel Lodrence had joined the ranks of those discussing the war, listening at times, speaking at times, thinking at times, and it was unknown whether he had actually told Lieutenant General Idius and the staff officers about the bold idea of luring the enemy deep and catching them in a trap. In the noisy environment, a faint, almost imperceptible telephone ring sounded. An orderly picked up the phone as usual and gave a standard response, but the message conveyed through the sound made his face change drastically. His hand, transcribing the phone content onto a draft, actually began to tremble, causing the handwriting to become distorted. A moment later, he hurriedly handed the draft to an officer nearby. That officer glanced at the paper, his face changed instantly, and he turned to leave, almost colliding with an incoming officer. He didn't care about that anymore and went straight to the white-haired Lieutenant General Idius, presenting the paper. Thump. The sound of a fist slamming onto the table made the noisy inner hall fall silent instantly. Weiss involuntarily moved 2 steps toward the door, and then he heard that hoarse yet powerful voice vent a kind of hysterical emotion. In the west of the city, 2 outer defense lines have been broken in succession, and the enemy forces have already entered the city. In the north, the first outer defense line has fallen, and the second is struggling to hold. If everyone is pinning their hopes on consuming and delaying the enemy through street fighting, then that is a big mistake. Only by resisting the enemy at the outer defense lines for as long as possible, at least 3 to 4 days, is there any hope of defending AO City. It has only been one night, and the enemy has entered the city while riding the wave of victory. Their morale is high, and they are full of confidence. Coupled with those Norman warships parked on the rooftops, frankly speaking, in my military career, I have neither witnessed nor heard of any army that could turn the situation around under such dire circumstances. But we must do it, we have no choice, no way to retreat, we must achieve this. What to do? There is no other way: defend every street, every factory, every building. We must give a death order to every unit: hold the position, do not yield an inch, until the last man. Gentlemen, regardless of victory or defeat in this battle, the glorious 9th Army Corps will cease to exist. This collapse is very reminiscent of the national football team. After the outburst, Lieutenant General Idius was as red as a boiled shrimp from his forehead to the back of his neck. He paced back and forth by the table with his hands behind his back, looking furious. The surrounding officers, including Colonel Lodrence, were all stunned but dared not make a sound. At this point, the disparity between the two sides was clear. The Normans had struck with such momentum and had such a great advantage that they could win by force alone. As such, even if the defending commander had miraculous strategies, it would be difficult to find a way to turn the tide. However, organizing a retreat at this time would easily lead to a total collapse and cause unnecessary casualties. It would be better to be resolute and fight to the death, which might actually offer a glimmer of hope. However, fighting to the death is not just about shouting slogans and clenching fists. Without an iron will and a fearless spirit, without the realization of letting go of everything and facing death, it is one thing to die early in battle, but if one witnesses the brutality of war, sees comrades fall, and is lucky enough to survive, one will either undergo a transformation or be controlled by fear and give up resistance. Fighting to the death, how many officers here can do it? And how many soldiers outside can do it? Weiss sighed to the sky, then turned around and walked toward the door leading outside. Stepping out of the building where the Corps headquarters was located, the sound of explosions one after another assaulted his hearing, and the smoke filling the air made breathing difficult. He was choked to the point of tears, coughing incessantly. He tried to find the messenger who had brought him, but to no avail, so he had to walk back to his unit's defense zone. Not long after walking, a bright light flashed ahead, and his sensory world was suddenly impacted. His vision, hearing, and touch almost vanished simultaneously. But this situation only lasted for a few seconds. He found himself rolling on the ground shaking before his eyes, and a continuous buzzing in his ears. What happened? An explosion powerful enough to destroy AO City? Octavie Grumman building? Is everything over? Amidst the smoke, the thick smell of dust rushed toward him. That world-famous skyscraper had collapsed just like that, collapsing with the glory of victory and the pride of creation. Perhaps new skyscrapers will rise in the future, perhaps the city and the nation will sink into ruin, who knows? Thinking of this, Weiss did not feel surprised at all, but filled with sorrow. After the aftershocks, he climbed up in a daze and stumbled forward. As he walked, messengers on horses and motorcycles kept passing by, but no one stopped to care about this strangely behaving fellow. As he walked, a warship crashed nearby and exploded violently. He turned his head to look, then continued walking as if nothing had happened. As he walked, he finally returned to the familiar neighborhood and saw the familiar wall. At this time, there was no need to go through the gate, he entered the factory directly through the collapsed breach. He walked with heavy steps to the artillery shelter. Oh, the soldiers were still there, the wounded and the uninjured, all still waiting here for new orders. Thank you for still being here, brothers. Looking at pairs of simple yet confused eyes, looking at faces with fresh bloodstains from wounds, he seemed to have regained his soul in an instant, and his whole person suddenly sobered up. The sounds of guns and explosions were near and far. In this noisy and chaotic environment, and in the anxious atmosphere, he said in a sonorous and powerful tone, "Brothers, to be honest, the Norman army has partially broken through our outer defense lines, and the Battle of AO City has entered the urban warfare stage ahead of schedule. The situation is severe, one could even say it is very bad, but if anyone thinks we should retreat now, they are wrong. Once the units leave their positions, they will definitely become living targets for the Norman warships, and many people will sacrifice themselves in vain. If you want to survive, you must fight. Only by fighting can you fight for a glimmer of hope." After he finished speaking, no one in the room responded. Weiss raised his head. "Brothers, those who trust me, please stay. Those who don't, you can leave with your weapons and light gear." "But, Captain, the messenger just came to convey the order." A young, wounded soldier looked angry. "All units must hold their positions and must not retreat without authorization. If we choose to leave and are discovered by the inspectors, we will be executed on the spot by them. That is why I am allowing you to leave with your weapons and light gear." Weiss explained calmly, "For those who want to leave, I can give you orders to assign you to the south to carry out reconnaissance missions. If other corps retreat, you can follow them. If no units retreat, you can wait for an opportunity in the south of the city. However, I have already said, I personally do not approve of this choice. The enemy's artillery fire has already covered the city, and the further the distance, the more danger there is." After a terrible silence, someone finally replied, "Captain, I believe in you, I will stay. Instead of taking the risk of retreating and being killed by enemy artillery or our own inspectors, I would rather stay and fight the enemy to the death." Immediately after, someone else replied, "Captain, I also believe in you, I will stay." Similar voices kept sounding, which made Weiss feel relieved. But when his gaze swept over everyone again and again, there were still quite a few people who remained silent, and from their eyes, one could see their longing for life and their fear of death. Therefore, after the responders had spoken, he said loudly, "Each of us wants to live. This has nothing to do with courage and loyalty, but is a subconscious instinct. As your officer, my primary mission is to lead you to complete the tasks assigned by superiors, not to let you die on the battlefield. War is cruel. With my own strength, I cannot guarantee the safety of all of you, but I will use my weight to let as many of you as possible survive, return to your hometowns alive, and see your families alive. For this, I will do my utmost." Chapter 66, Let's Call It a Promise. Fastest update of Iron Soul of Steel latest chapter. A restless night, a noisy morning. As dawn broke, inside the Crumblehessen factory where Weiss and his troops were garrisoned, Federation soldiers were busy reinforcing their defensive works, adding bunkers and deploying new fire positions. Over the past few days, they had utilized the existing walls, ditches, factory buildings, warehouses, and water towers to transform the site into a fortress within the city with considerable defensive capabilities. However, no one had expected that the Norman fleet would annihilate the Federation fleet in a single battle, seize air superiority, and then forcefully break into the city, arrogantly capturing the city's high ground and completely suppressing the artillery deployed by the AO city defenders. Under the bombardment of the Norman warship, one factory building and 3 warehouses at the Crumblehessen factory were damaged, and multiple breaches were blown into the factory walls. The defensive environment and conditions had changed, and to continue organizing a defense relying on the factory grounds, corresponding adjustments and repairs were necessary. In terms of weaponry, although Weiss's 2 versatile field guns were destroyed, there was an ample supply of rotary cannons and water-cooled heavy machine guns. Bullets, shells, and grenades were sufficient, and food and medical supplies were enough to cope with a protracted battle. The biggest problem in holding this factory was the shortage of manpower. Although Weiss had sent men to recall the 2 detachments operating in coordination with the 4th Special Operations Detachment, including lightly wounded soldiers capable of firing weapons, the total number of combatants was less than 80. Considering the factory's defensive positions, fixed fire points, and mobile support, a garrison of 200 or 300 people would still be considered small. Since they had to hold the position to the death, they certainly couldn't be steamrolled by the enemy in a single round. Weiss, while sending men to recall the 2 detachments supporting the 4th Special Operations Detachment, also began collecting stragglers on the streets outside the factory. In fact, the Federal Army's defense plan for AO City involved participating units defending in sectors, linked head to tail, blocking and depleting the enemy layer by layer from the outer defensive lines to the urban combat positions. Therefore, the outer defensive forces were the strongest, with troop numbers decreasing layer by layer towards the interior. During the defensive operations, once an outer position was breached, the defending units were to automatically retreat to the inner defensive line to join the original defenders and coordinate the defense. Unfortunately, the plan was perfect, but reality was cruel. Under heavy pressure, the outer defensive line became like a cracked eggshell. The outer units retreated in haste, suffering heavy casualties from bombardment originating from the central city area during their withdrawal. The officers and soldiers were disoriented and unable to distinguish directions, leading to utter chaos. In just a few short hours, nearly 70 Federation soldiers had temporarily joined Weiss's unit. A rough count indicated that about 2/3 of these soldiers were from outside the 9th Army Corps and belonged to more than a dozen battalion or company-level combat units. Fortunately, with his experience organizing and commanding the 1st Field Battalion, Weiss organized them into 4 combat detachments and assigned his own sergeants to serve as acting commanders for each detachment, temporarily alleviating the combat power issue. After dawn, Weiss climbed up the water tower. The vast AO city was filled with smoke and fire everywhere. To the north, the fires of war had already reached blocks less than a kilometer away. Perhaps in another hour or two, the Norman army would launch an attack on the Krumblhausen factory. To the south, the majestic Grumman building had collapsed, leaving only a pile of broken walls and debris. However, the other 300-meter-tall buildings remained, as did the Norman warship that had forcibly landed on their roofs. Their hulls were scarred with bullet marks, their naval guns silent, like giant vultures coldly overlooking the city. This emerging industrial city ranked second in urban area within the Ulster Free Federation and could proudly rank in the top 5 across the entire Orange planet. Relying on a city for defense, the larger the urban area, the greater the defensive depth. The 2 Battle of Aokeng in the last war proved this well. It was precisely because of the vast urban area that after breaking through the defenders' outer defensive line, the Norman army, despite their fierce momentum, could only advance step by step through the densely built-up urban area, consuming a massive amount of time and manpower to capture each city block. The Federal Army commanders, who preferred to act steadily rather than boldly try new things, had successfully dragged this battle into a meat grinder mode, just as they wished. Captain! Captain! Hearing someone calling from below, Weiss looked down and saw one of his privates. The task he had assigned to him was to take 3 strong soldiers and use the maintenance passage of the Krumblhausen factory's drainage outlet to transport and store ammunition and supplies in the sewers. Considering that the Norman army would likely cut off the defenders' retreat during the attack on the Krumblhausen factory, he had decided that if the factory grounds could not be held, he would lead his soldiers to transfer to the sewers and continue the fight. Did something go wrong? Weiss climbed back to the ground along the ladder. Before he could speak, the private said, "Captain, we met people from the 4th Special Operations Detachment in the sewers. Among them is a female officer, Major Grumman. She said she knows you, and she..." Before he could finish, Weiss blurted out, "Where are they?" The private sensibly led Weiss in the direction of the drainage outlet, saying as they walked, "I arranged for them to rest in the drainage maintenance room. There are 5 of them in total, all injured, with 2 seriously wounded. I have already called a medic over." Only 5 people. Weiss was astonished. Although he didn't know the exact number of troops in the 4th Special Operations Detachment, a normal detachment organizational structure was between a battalion and a company, with at least 200 or 300, or up to 500 or 600. Since the group that Octavie personally led had the confidence to enter the Grumman building and engage the Normans, it couldn't have been less than 30 or 40 people. Now that only 5 had returned, didn't that mean the casualty rate had reached 70 or 80%? "How is Major Grumman's injury?" Weiss immediately asked again. "The injury is on her right shoulder and right arm. It doesn't look too serious," the private replied. "They risked their lives to blow up the Grumman building. It's remarkable and worthy of our admiration," Weiss said. The water tower was not too far from the drainage maintenance passage. The 2 walked quickly and soon arrived at the location. Following the stairs down to the underground drainage maintenance room, the company's dedicated medic had already arrived and was treating the seriously wounded lying on the ground. Octavie had removed her helmet, her hair was a bit messy, and she was sitting against the wall with an expressionless face. Weiss hesitated for a moment, took out his canteen, unscrewed the cap, walked straight to Octavie, and squatted down. "Major, it's me, Clem Perheson." The ice beauty of the Baston Military Academy had exquisite, delicate features and a healthy, well-proportioned complexion. Even with a haggard expression, she still looked beautiful and moving. She looked up at Weiss, silently took the canteen, took 2 sips, and suddenly sighed deeply. "I destroyed it with my own hands, destroyed the symbol of the Grumman family. I would rather do this than let it fall into the hands of the enemy." Weiss comforted her, "Yes, we destroyed it. This was something done out of necessity. For the sake of the big picture, we were not wrong. All regrets, when the war is over, I promise we will make up for them together. There is no doubt that we will have a new AO city, a new landmark, everything will be there." As a cadet, Weiss's impression of Octavie could be summarized as a cold and aloof tomboy, because her words and actions were always crisp and decisive, never dragging, and she was straightforward and honest. Joking with her usually didn't end well. In this dimly lit maintenance room, her mood was lower than he had ever seen before, but she hadn't fallen into a state of despair. To Weiss's comfort, she gave no clear reaction, just took a few sips of water, returned the canteen to him, and whispered a thank you. More than 3 hours had passed since the collapse of the Grumman building. Out of curiosity, Weiss really wanted to ask why they only came out of the sewers at this time, whether they were trapped or lost, but seeing that Octavie did not want to talk much, he did not ask further, but silently squatted to one side. After a while, Octavie asked, "How is the battle situation outside?" "The Norman army has already entered the city area and is not far from us. The Corps headquarters has ordered us to defend resolutely, and we are prepared to fight the Normans to the death here." Weiss chose to answer with the most concise language. Some situations did not need to be described in detail, one could figure them out with a little thought. Octavie deliberately lowered her voice, "It seems only we successfully destroyed our target." Weiss frowned, "Yes, the other 3 buildings are still standing, and the Norman warship parked on the roofs are still there, but they seem to have been silenced by us, or their ammunition is exhausted. Anyway, they haven't fired again during this time. If they don't join the battle, our defensive pressure can be reduced significantly. That's the situation. You are determined to hold to the death." When Octavie asked this, her gaze was fixed on Weiss, and her blue eyes revealed a coldness that would not tolerate even the slightest lie. "Yes, I have conveyed the superior's order to the soldiers and also stated my attitude. We are very clear that once the Norman army launches an attack, they will soon cut off our retreat. Therefore, we do not harbor any wishful thoughts of retreating, nor are we prepared to compromise with the enemy. In the event of necessity, we will retreat from here into the sewers to continue fighting." Weiss spoke with certainty, his gaze not retreating at all, but even so, he did not see even a hint of approval in her eyes. However, Octavie finally put away the coldness in her eyes. She silently took out magazines one by one from the magazine pouch on her waist, then took a box of bullets from the backpack placed on the side, and silently loaded the empty magazines. Judging by this situation, they must have fought the Normans in the sewers before, and it was very likely after blowing up the Grumman building. She asked Weiss about the battle situation on the surface, but it didn't look like she intended to tell him anything about the situation in the sewers. Could it be that the Ice Beauty was just going to be this cold to the end? After a while, Weiss took the initiative to ask, "What are your plans now? Do you need me to do anything? Our original mission has not been completed, and we have not received orders to change the mission." Octavie did not refuse to answer, but her answer was vague, and others would find it hard to understand. Weiss had previously led troops to cooperate with them in battle and knew what the original mission was, but he still couldn't guess her thoughts. Halfway through loading the magazines, Octavie suddenly stopped. "Given our current situation, we cannot provide help for your defense. If you cannot hold, you can enter the sewers to continue fighting. At that time, we might have a chance to fight side by side." Goddess Baston had many admirers, and there should be no shortage of suitors, but Weiss was not one of them. Out of the bond between teacher and student and the camaraderie of comrades in arms, he asked, "Is this considered a promise?" Octavie turned her head and looked at him, "I suppose so." Chapter 67, Frontal Resistance. When in college, Weiss's weekends and holidays were spent either working part-time or buried in the library. There were thousands of celebrity biographies in the stacks, and he had actually read more than half of them before graduation. Among them, none left a deeper impression than the God of War of Europe, Emperor Napoleon I of France. Several different versions of Napoleon's biography had different analytical perspectives and unique ways of dissection, but one thing was certain, his unparalleled military talent was always admired, respected, and marveled at. This little Italian man from Corsica rose to fame with his performance at the siege of Toulon. Before Toulon, his life was a mess. Not only was he short on money, but his prospects in the military also looked bleak. The Battle of Toulon allowed him to rise to fame and soar into the sky. In just a few years, he went from an insignificant artillery officer to the master of France. At that time, Weiss viewed Napoleon as an idol, dreaming that one day he could find the right direction in life at his own Toulon. After transmigrating to Oran's planet, this dream only grew stronger, especially after entering the Delafig Senior Staff College. This yearning to become a savior became even more intense. However, from the northern border campaign to the Belkacem Pass, from the Sambala River to Stephofen, he had given his all and fully mobilized his thinking. Although he had performed well, he was still far from turning the tide as he had expected. Having gone through twists and turns to reach Ao City, would this be his Toulon? Weiss had no time to think. The Norman army, surging like the incoming tide, finally advanced into his defense sector. Before long, dozens of well-equipped and agile Norman soldiers jumped over the walls collapsed by artillery fire and rushed in. "Open fire!" At Weiss's order, the Federation soldiers fired their guns and cannons. In the blink of an eye, the Norman soldiers who had crossed the wall but had not yet reached the factory were almost all turned into corpses. But the joy of killing only lasted for a moment, as the dense gunfire of the Normans pinned the Federation army defending the factory area down, unable to raise their heads. Judging from the mechanical roar of the vehicles, the Norman army's combat vehicles quickly crossed the outer defense line and joined the infantry on the front line. As expected, when the Norman army crossed the wall again, at least 3 Norman combat vehicles were prowling the streets. In this close-quarters combat, their large-caliber autocannons were extremely powerful. The Federation soldiers facing the Norman army's breakthrough point either fired at the risk of their lives or gave up shooting, hoping that comrades in other positions would use crossfire to block the enemy. In this way, they could avoid the enemy's sharp edge, seize the right moment to throw a wave of bomby grenades, and neutralize the enemy's second wave of attacks with as few casualties as possible. The Norman army was not a group of brutes, their excellent technical and tactical level had been fully demonstrated against various opponents in 2 great wars, and like a blade, they were becoming sharper the more they were honed. This was perhaps the most desperate part for their opponents. After probing with the first wave of attacks, the Normans not only covered the Federation army's fortifications with fierce and precise suppressive fire, but the soldiers attacking over the wall also rushed through the open area lacking cover with decisive posture and swift movements, approaching the production workshop area which was almost in ruins, losing only a few men in the process. In the chaotic battle among the ruins, the Norman soldiers skillfully provided cover for each other, sometimes rising to shoot, sometimes crouching to throw bomby grenades, sometimes launching frontal assaults, and sometimes flanking, making the defenders exhausted. In the combat bunker in the center of the factory area, Weiss, relying on his innate skills, accurately observed the enemy's offensive. He decisively ordered, "Orderly, notify the 3rd detachment to withdraw from the position. Heiss, detonate the explosives after everyone has evacuated." No sooner had he spoken than the agile orderly ran along the preset communication line toward the production workshop area, which was in the midst of fierce fighting. A moment later, a group of dark shadows withdrew from the corners avoiding the enemy's bullets. With the cessation of frontal defensive fire, the Normans entering the collapsed factory area could clearly feel a sudden decrease in resistance, but they did not notice the plot of the opponent, and thus joyfully took over the positions abandoned by the defenders. The demolition expert, crawling in the darkness, quietly observed the changes in the battle. After several of his own combatants helped each other leave the factory, he struck his lighter, lit the fuse, and stared at the sparks rapidly extending forward as if admiring a work of art. Boom! 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 A series of explosions turned the production workshop area where dozens of Norman soldiers were entrenched into a sea of fire. The explosions were triggered by explosives and artillery shells that the Federation soldiers had pre-planted there. They were properly installed in piles of rubble, drainage ditches, and damaged machinery, connected by quick fuses. The power of this explosion was, of course, not comparable to the large-scale shelling of the Norman army, and it was far from the explosion that collapsed the Grumman building. Besides eliminating the Norman soldiers who were as difficult to drive away as mites, its effect was merely to turn the almost ruined factory into complete ruins. Ruins were a natural position in this street fighting. As long as they were properly utilized, they could provide significant help to the defense. This unexpected trap directly caused this wave of the Norman army's attack to collapse. However, these 2 punches were obviously not heavy enough. The first probing attack and the second single-point breakthrough did not involve many troops from the Normans, totaling only about 100 losses, which was far from enough to make them retreat. Taking advantage of the enemy's brief lull in the attack, Weiss fine-tuned the defensive deployment, having half of the 2nd detachment stationed in the material warehouse area and the cargo loading yard area rotate out the 3rd detachment that had already fought the enemy, refilling the defensive gap in the northern production workshop area, and having the several autocannon teams that had previously exposed their firing positions switch to nearby firing positions. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Norman army, which had firmly grasped the initiative and was extremely aggressive in this battle, returned. 3-wheeled Norman combat vehicles directly knocked down the wall and drove into the factory area. Under their cover, the Norman infantry, like a school of chum salmon swimming toward their spawning grounds, rushed into the factory area in a seemingly chaotic formation, running toward any cover that could provide temporary shelter. At this time, the defenders naturally opened fire, but their autocannons and machine gun positions were immediately attacked by the enemy's Norman combat vehicles. Some were equipped with autocannons, some were equipped with short-barreled artillery, and in addition to the 3 exposed in view, there were several more outside the wall. This was a tit-for-tat struggle, a life-and-death fight. Neither side would have any illusions. On the Federation army side, without needing Weiss to coordinate, the fire from large-caliber autocannons poured onto the Norman combat vehicles that had entered the factory area. Their defensive characteristics were just like the Hyenoden in the mountains: hard heads, strong legs, and soft waists. The properly deployed crossfire provided the perfect opportunity to exploit their weaknesses. Under the concentrated fire of the Federation army, those Norman combat vehicles were silenced one after another, blown up one after another. However, the destruction of the frontline fire pivots did not make the Norman soldiers who broke into the factory area give up the attack. During the time when the defenders' fire was diverted, at least a company of Norman infantry rushed through the open area that was vulnerable to interception, some reaching the production workshop area that had just swallowed many of their brothers, and some approaching the furnace workshop on the west side of the factory area. With the previous lesson, the Normans' offensive rhythm noticeably slowed down, which made the Federation officers and soldiers on the defensive side feel that the pressure had decreased accordingly. However, as the battle progressed, they gradually realized that this was a terrible illusion. The Normans had simply changed a tactical strategy, from a forceful push to a flexible advance, from a hammer hitting a walnut to a sharp knife trimming beef bones. They moved in groups of 3 or 5, successively occupying those positions that were easy to attack and defend, constantly infiltrating the depth of the defenders. As soon as the defenders opened fire, multiple combat groups would suppress from several directions at the same time, covering the nearest comrades to approach the target, throwing a few bomby grenades, quickly retreating a distance, finding the next target, and eliminating it in the same way. This combat mode of the Normans, with amazing patience and skill, raised the efficiency of infantry close quarters coordination to a terrifying extreme. Because the enemy's front was stretched very wide and staggered, if Weiss were to repeat the same trick, arranging for the defenders to withdraw and detonate the preset explosives, he could only kill 1/3 to 1/4 of the enemy. After the explosion, the Normans would enter the area where the explosion danger had been cleared at a faster speed, thereby seizing favorable positions, step by step forcing the defenders into a desperate situation. Fortunately, Weiss had an ace up his sleeve. He recruited 8 marksmen from the slightly wounded, issued them Grumman sniper rifles with scopes, arranged them in hidden positions with good fields of fire, and required them not to fire until they saw a red signal flare. Once they saw the red signal flare, they were to carry out a hunting operation following the direction of the signal flare. In addition to these volunteers who considered themselves good shots, he also selected 2 young men who performed well in the previous shooting training, arranged for them to serve as guerrilla hunters, allowing them to freely choose firing positions within the defense zone, prioritizing Norman officers and sergeants as targets, and improvising during the battle. The situation allowed no hesitation. Weiss personally fired the red signal flare, and the scattered rifle shots did not stand out in this noisy battlefield. The slightly wounded soldiers acting as temporary snipers certainly could not achieve the marksmanship of hitting a willow leaf at 100 paces, but taking advantage of the fact that the Normans had not yet figured out the situation, they fired wantonly. In a few minutes, they killed and wounded many Norman soldiers, forcibly curbing their infiltration offensive, trapping the remaining Norman soldiers in place, and putting them in a dilemma. Unknowingly, the frontal confrontation around the factory area lasted for more than 2 hours. The Federal Army, far fewer in number than their opponents, frustrated the Norman army's constantly innovative offensives with a calm, composed, firm, and brave posture. Looking at the enemy's corpses on the ground and their own relatively low losses, the Federation officers and soldiers' confidence soared. Little did they know that the enemy, advancing from multiple routes, had already surrounded them after capturing adjacent blocks and factory areas. If they attacked from all 4 sides, they would surely be under heavy pressure. Moreover, the Normans were only 1 or 2 buildings away from completely cutting off their ground retreat. Only Weiss saw this precarious situation in his eyes. Chapter 68, A Difficult Struggle. The battle raged from late night until dawn, and from early morning until mid-morning, when swarms of Federal Army fighter aircraft finally appeared on the southeastern horizon, accompanied by a faintly discernible flight fleet. The arrival of their own air force gave the beleaguered defenders of Ao City hope. On the surface, the Norman army that had breached Ao City seemed unstoppable, with victory appearing to be only a matter of time. In reality, however, they had relied primarily on sharp artillery fire and the initiative on the battlefield, allowing them to calmly deploy troops and employ various tactics, which enabled them to cut through to Ao City with inferior numbers. As long as the Federal Army could regain air superiority and suppress the Norman army's artillery, the defending troops could leverage their home field advantage to launch a counterattack, thereby reversing their defeat and driving the Norman army out of the city, or even annihilating them on the spot at least in theory. The factory area where Weiss was stationed with his troops had already weathered 3 waves of attacks from the Norman army. Seeing the Norman soldier actively retreating, he knew the enemy must have a follow-up plan, so he immediately ordered his brothers to move from combat fortifications to anti-artillery shelters. Sure enough, the Normans soon launched a fierce bombardment on the factory area, with artillery fire covering every building, every ruin, and not even sparing the nooks and crannies. Even deep in the sewers, one could personally feel the terrifying power of the enemy's artillery. Furthermore, not all anti-artillery shelters were located underground, some were just repurposed water tanks, warehouses, and other facilities. Faced with artillery fire of this scale and intensity, casualties among the defending officers and soldiers were inevitable. Fortunately, as the Federal Army's combat aircraft approached Ao City in a massive formation, the Norman warship that had been bombarding the ground immediately shifted their targets. They formed a near-circular combat formation and moved slowly toward the southeast, which meant they chose to engage rather than retreat. At the beginning of the clash, the sky was filled with the sound of gunfire from the Norman warship. Artillery of various calibers and machine guns erected a massive protective umbrella over the fleet. Shrapnel and bullets could easily tear apart the fragile airframes of the Federal Army fighter aircraft, swatting them down like flies. However, those Federal Army fighter aircraft were not in a hurry to attack. They circled at high altitude, observing the enemy situation and waiting for an opportunity. Once they saw an opening, they would dive down from high altitude like gannets hunting for fish. Tempered by the flames of war, the skills of the Federal Army pilot became increasingly proficient, and their coordination grew more tacit. As long as a Norman warship was targeted by an entire flight squad, few could escape the attack. Bombs equipped with contact fuses struck the Norman warship one after another, with intense explosions echoing continuously. The Norman fleet, which had just been magnificent and orderly, now resembled a group of ships struggling to sail through rough seas. The flames of the explosions constantly battered and eroded their hulls, causing them to tremble, sway, and change their course, whether intentionally or not. As the smoke dissipated in the wind, these massive iron warships revealed their numerous scars. Some stood tall, while others appeared to be buckling under the strain. On the ground, both sides coincidentally chose to wait and see. After the Norman bombardment paused, Weiss and his soldiers poked their heads out of the shelters, watching the enemy soldiers' movements while observing the battle in the sky. In this fierce struggle, both sides exerted their full strength, engaging with a stance of yielding not an inch. Relatively speaking, the Federal Army fighter aircraft units were more skilled, creating unexpected trouble for the enemy warship groups with their small bodies that were not originally favored by the public. However, they were ultimately not powerful enough. They could batter the enemy ships until they were covered in wounds and billowing smoke with their storm-like attacks, but it was difficult to deal a fatal blow to their opponents. Those Norman warship in the sky, whether with typical Norman lines or the familiar Wessex style, seemed to only have the ability to parry, yet they possessed vigorous vitality. Some had taken a dozen bombs, caught fire several times, and had most of their guns damaged. their defensive fire turning from passionate shouts to low groans, yet they would not sink or explode, continuing to fly. Hundreds of Federal Army fighter aircraft launched attacks in several echelons, only destroying one light Norman warship and forcing one medium and two light warships to make forced landings. The Federal Army was struggling to adapt to the tactics of the Normans, and the Norman Army was also accumulating experience and looking for countermeasures in battle. Moreover, they had demonstrated strong learning and adaptability on all fronts. Because of this, even as the Federal Army committed more aircraft to the fight, the results achieved were rapidly dwindling. Looking up, Weiss observed and pondered. Suddenly, he saw that Federal Army fighter aircraft with a red fuselage and white wings, the unique red and white knight. It was undoubtedly Nikolai Leopold's mount. He had gotten his wish to soar through the sky and dominate the heavens, becoming an unconventional flight commander. Under his leadership, the Federal Army's War Eagles launched a fierce attack on the largest Norman warship. In a short time, the middle of the warship was hit by bombs one after another, explosions followed in quick succession, flames rose into the sky, and the rear half of the hull was surrounded by dense smoke. Then, sympathetic detonations began to occur on the ship, one after another, and the flight attitude of the warship finally changed. Its bow rose, but its flight altitude continued to drop, and the rate of descent was clearly accelerating, which meant its propulsion system had been severely damaged. Without sufficient lift, the flying monster built of massive amounts of steel had to succumb to gravity, eventually crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst a huge roar, the entire city trembled, and many damaged buildings were directly shaken to collapse. At the crash site of the warship, rolling smoke and dust triggered a small-scale man-made sandstorm. Surprisingly, this behemoth, carrying a huge amount of fuel and ammunition, did not cause a earth-shattering explosion after crashing, which meant it could still play a role as a fortress in the upcoming battle. As for whether it would assist the Norman army or be countered by the defenders, it depended on which ground force could seize the initiative under such a violent impact close to a crash. The personnel on board were either dead or injured, and expecting them to immediately engage in combat was obviously unrealistic. In the sky, those Federal Army fighter aircraft that had completed their bombing runs did not attempt to harass the Norman warship with their weak machine gun fire. They decisively turned and left, yielding their attack positions to the aircraft and fleets arriving later on the battlefield. Just a few weeks ago, when the Federal Army launched a massive counter-offensive, warships were numerous and fighter aircraft blotted out the sky. Its momentum was so great that it gave the Federation military and civilians immense confidence. Less than a month later, the Federal Army had lost a large number of troops and equipment during the counter-offensive and the subsequent defense and retreat, so much so that in this critical battlefield of AO City, the number of fighter aircraft and warships that could be immediately committed to battle fell far short of the psychological expectations of the defending officers and soldiers after full national defense mobilization, before the fall of the Central States, the Free Federations. Military industrial production capacity still had a significant advantage over the Norman Empire, which had plundered the industrial resources of Wessex. But today, AO City was in dire straits, with production facilities in many heavy industrial cities forced to relocate to the east, and military production was severely affected. In the foreseeable future, if the war situation continues to deteriorate, the war potential that the Free Federation prided itself on will continue to be weakened, until it falls completely behind in both tactics and strategy. The Federal Army's aircraft groups and fleets attacked together, and the Norman fleet was not fighting alone either. When the Federation fleet arrived over AO City, the area controlled by the Norman army suddenly erupted with thunderous artillery, and various ground artillery opened fire on the Federal warships. Although there was no heavy anti-aircraft fire at the level of fortress cannons, the accumulation of numbers still caused significant damage to the Federation fleet. By noon, the Federal Army Air Force had a slight advantage on the scene, but could not completely drive the Norman fleet out of the AO City airspace. As the warships of both sides continued to be depleted, some crashed, some were heavily damaged and left the field. The number of flying warships gathered in AO City gradually decreased from nearly 100 to over 40, and the oppressive feeling that these steel behemoths caused to ground personnel was correspondingly reduced by a lot. Therefore, with the outcome of the air battle still undecided, the Norman army that had invaded AO City launched a new attack, and intense gunfire and explosions once again echoed through the city. In the factory area where Weiss was stationed with his troops, the Federation soldier responded to the new wave of attacks launched by the Norman army with a calm and composed demeanor. This time, the Normans did not just attack from the north and west. Norman soldier also appeared from the east and south. They either committed large groups of troops for frontal assaults, sent small groups of elites to infiltrate, led with armored vehicles, paved the way with artillery fire, sought to win by sheer force, or emphasized delicate coordination, making the defending officers and soldiers feel pressure from all sides at all times. Weiss had long anticipated this dangerous situation of being besieged from all sides. While letting each detachment gradually shrink towards the core defensive area, he ordered the detonation of preset explosives in various places. The previous bombardment by the Normans had rendered nearly half of the traps useless, and the effect of hindering the enemy was weaker than expected. Although the pace of the Norman army's attack was somewhat disturbed, the noose around the defenders' necks was gradually tightening. If one did not consider the option of moving into the sewers to continue fighting, the end for Weiss and his soldiers would be either death in battle or capture. Holding the position for a long time or breaking out was basically hopeless. Brothers, we are moving underground, not to run away, but to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses, and to continue fighting the enemy in a guerrilla manner. Only in this way can we persist in fighting the enemy. If the enemy wants to deal with us, they will have to pay a price 10 or 100 times higher. Now, everyone listen to my orders, follow the order of the 3rd, 2nd, 4th, and 1st detachments, with the wounded first, and enter the sewers along the maintenance passages. Everyone try to carry as much ammunition and weapons as possible. Execute. Before moving into the sewers, Weiss gave a brief pep talk to the soldiers beside him. There were not many of them, and they could not be considered elite troops, and more than half of them were wounded. Persisting was not just a simple phrase for them, but required summoning courage, holding firm to their determination, and continuing to defend this dangerous city with extraordinary patience and willpower. Chapter 69, Scorched Will. The latest chapter of Iron Soul of Steel is updated. With a thunderous roar, the sewer trembled. The maintenance tunnel leading to the foundry had been destroyed, and Weiss and his guerrilla force officially bid farewell to the surface defense zone. At present, this small, insignificant unit on the AO City battlefield consisted of 7 officers, 11 sergeants, and 147 soldiers. While the numbers seemed substantial, after excluding those seriously wounded, their actual combat strength was less than 100. For them, there were 2 major advantages at the moment. One was having temporarily avoided the enemy's direct firepower, allowing them to catch their breath. The other was having relatively sufficient supplies, ammunition and materials moved down from the foundry, stored dispersely in relatively concealed places like corners and branches of the sewer. Even with only a 50% utilization rate, it was enough for this guerrilla force to use for a few weeks, or even longer. Having temporarily disengaged from battle, the soldiers could relax their minds, but the commander could not afford to slacken. The prearranged sewer defense line needed to be adjusted according to environmental changes and the arrival of personnel and equipment, setting up sentries and blocking lines based on reality, and inspecting and planning retreat routes. Weiss was busy back and forth. Once the tactical deployment was settled, he continued to walk back and forth, talking to the sergeants of each detachment, encouraging the soldiers, visiting every wounded person, and promising them that he would never give up the fight and never abandon his comrades. Unknowingly, time approached dusk. The explosions overhead gradually faded away like the footsteps of a giant, but listening closely, one could still perceive that the battle in the city was not over. Apart from the distant rumbling, there was not a single strange noise in this sewer. It really felt like a forgotten land far removed from strife and slaughter. Weiss certainly knew this was just an illusion. Once the Normans finished the battle in the city and freed up their hands, they would surely sweep the vast city sewer system. Fortunately, due to geographical, climatic, and historical reasons, AO City's sewer system ranked first among thousands of cities on Oran's planet, so the manpower and time required to thoroughly sweep it would not be less than investigating the city itself. This was the prerequisite for Weiss's choice of urban guerrilla warfare, and presumably for the same reason, the best field instructor at Baston Military Academy, Major Octavie, tactical commander of the 4th Special Operations Detachment, would remain in AO City with her remaining troops to continue circling with the enemy. Since night was falling, Weiss was not in a hurry to scout the enemy situation on the surface. Instead, he ordered the soldiers to cook food with portable utensils. Although it was just a simple field meal, the heat of the food injected an invisible spiritual energy into these Federation Army soldiers. After eating and drinking their fill, Weiss used the light of a kerosene lamp to scan the sergeants gathered beside him and said in a low voice, "The enemy thinks they can finally conquer AO City, but they are dead wrong. AO City is a fortress that the Norman Empire can never conquer. Even if they occupy it, they will be driven out before long. It was so in the last war, and it remains so this time." These faces around him, some still green, some seasoned and mature, some firm in expression, some burdened with worries, all without exception stared at this leader of fate, listening earnestly to his words, whether they placed trust in him or held reservations. "Next, we will focus on defense, but not purely passive defense. Instead, we will take the initiative to attack whenever there is an opportunity, going up to raid the enemy, disrupting their deployment, and interfering with their judgment. Therefore, I need to organize a lean, elite squad, carrying weapons and explosives, to head north and go as far as possible before returning to the surface. After completing the raid, we will shake off the enemy's pursuit and return here. If the enemy follows, we will find a way to ambush them." After Weiss finished speaking, a grizzled old sergeant replied, "Your idea is very good, Captain. As long as you give the order, I will obey unconditionally. However, why don't we rest here for a day or two and wait for the enemy to relax their vigilance? Wouldn't that give us a better chance of success? Right now, the battle in the city is still ongoing, and even at night, the enemy will maintain a high state of alert. Moreover, once the raid begins, they will quickly realize that there are Federation Army troops in the city sewers. We don't need to worry about the Norman Army's guns and shells, but what if they bring flamethrowers in? That is a weapon with great lethality in confined spaces." Flamethrowers. Weiss frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he realized there was an oversight in his preparations. In a confined space like a sewer, the power of a flamethrower was unquestionable, but as long as precautions were taken, being roasted into charred meat could be avoided. The sergeant who raised the objection was not from Weiss's original unit, but from a scattered friendly unit. Weiss couldn't recall his name, so he used friend instead. "Friend, you are right. Engaging the enemy in the sewers requires defense against their flamethrowers. Heiss, go and notify every detachment. In addition to the preset explosive points, prepare a few more explosive charges capable of collapsing a tunnel, and use short fuses or bomby grenades to detonate them. Once you encounter an enemy carrying a flamethrower, don't fight head-on, just blow up the tunnel directly." Private Heiss put down his lunchbox and went to relay the order without hesitation. Weiss kept his head down and continued to ponder. Using demolition to counter flamethrowers was effective, but the engagement location must be far from where they housed the wounded and stored ammunition, otherwise, they would quickly trap themselves. Yes, guerrilla, it requires hitting, but more importantly, it requires moving, leveraging the mobility of small units to make the enemy unable to use their strength. Having grasped the essence of tactics beyond textbooks, Weiss quickly took out his treasured map of the AO City sewer system. On this drawing, their current defensive area was just a small circle, but as his thinking elevated his horizon, his field of view widened significantly. After some brain-burning deliberation and calculation, he put away the map, instructed the sergeants in front of him to recruit some volunteers from the soldiers for the night raid, and then walked quickly in the direction Heiss had left. He wanted to personally convey the combat deployment for guerrilla warfare to every detachment, letting them launch this novel urban guerrilla warfare in a way that combined movement and stillness, freedom and flexibility. Above the surface, under the cover of night, the vast AO city no longer looked like the city with its forest of chimneys and towering buildings it once was. Here, it was all ruins, with embers still unextinguished everywhere, smoke rising, and constant gunfire in the dilapidated city, with explosions occasionally coming from the south of the city. In the center of the city, there were 3 strangely shaped skyscrapers. Their main structures were either cylindrical or prismatic, their exterior walls pockmarked with bullet holes, and none of the glass had survived. At their tops, 3 steel warships were like unique sculptures, completely integrated with the buildings, and it was precisely because of the existence of these warships that they became the last few high-rise buildings in the city whose main structures had not been destroyed. Not far from the 3 buildings, there was a winding river. It was less than 20 feet wide at its widest point, like an inconspicuous capillary in this giant city with a population of millions, but the parks and green spaces built along the river brought a rare breath of freshness to this busy and oppressive urban life. The ruthless flames of war had destroyed the city, fewer than 1 in 10 bridges across the river remained, and the park had also become part of the battlefield. Positions were dug along the roadside, charred craters and incomplete remains were visible everywhere, and fixed fire points built on small hills had already been shattered by artillery fire. The battle here seemed to have ended long ago. Except for figures moving near 2 armored vehicles parked at the intersection, no living people or animals could be seen nearby. At a hidden drainage outlet by the river, a wet shadow quietly climbed onto the bank, lay on the ground to observe for a long time, then proceeded along the riverbank for a distance without being noticed, and quickly and nimbly climbed onto the remaining pier of a ruined bridge. This solitary pier was slightly lower than the riverbank, but there were no obstacles around it, making it an ideal hiding spot for observation, peeking, or sniper decapitation. After that shadow stood firm on the pier, 2 more shadows emerged from the drainage outlet by the river. They were not only agile but also had a strong sense of purpose. They moved along the river, past the ruined bridge, and arrived at the opposite bank. One of the 3 skyscrapers was located next to a circular plaza on the riverbank. This stone-paved plaza, where modern and classical styles coexisted, was nearly 1,000 feet in diameter, and the environment here was a completely different world from the other side of the river. Apart from various glass fragments, there were neither craters nor ruins, and even the bodies of the fallen had been collected and neatly placed in the center of the plaza, waiting for the cleanup crew to collect them. At the edge of the plaza, in front of the skyscraper, the Normans had built a defensive position with various debris, which had actually withstood the counterattack of the Federation Army's elite troops. With the shifting of the front line, there were not many Norman soldiers left here, but they maintained their vigilance. It seemed that as long as the warships on top of the building did not leave, they would not withdraw. If these skyscrapers remained intact and fully functional when the Battle of AO City ended, they would very likely be taken over by the occupiers, becoming tools for them to show off their military exploits and throw their weight around. After a period of observation, the 2 shadows crawling by the riverbank took further action. One after another, using flower beds, sculptures, street lamps, and other existing facilities as cover, they bypassed the large circular plaza and approached the skyscraper from the side, trying to avoid the line of sight of enemy sentries. However, the Normans were on high alert. After waiting for a long time, they finally caught a fleeting opportunity. One of them quickly moved from the cover to the base of the wall and drilled in through an inconspicuous window, while the other observed and provided cover from the outside. Within 5 minutes, the figure who entered the building climbed out of the window with the agility of a nimble cat, and the 2 returned the same way. However, just as they were about to return behind the cover, a Norman sentry discovered them, immediately raised their gun to shoot, and shouted loudly. Seeing that the route back to the riverbank was blocked by the Normans, the 2 dark shadows covered each other and ran towards the north. After running for a distance, a shocking explosion suddenly came from the building behind them. The explosives that the Federation Army Special Operations Unit had sacrificed dozens of soldiers to place in the building finally let out a delayed roar. Chapter 70, Making a Splash. As the center of AO City was engulfed by massive explosions and the ground continued to tremble, Weiss led a 15-man guerrilla squad through the labyrinthine city sewers. Most of these Federation soldiers were his old subordinates who had volunteered to join this expedition with an uncertain future. No one knew what dangers they would encounter or if they would have the chance to return alive. Some were motivated by trust in their commander, while others preferred to fight rather than sit and wait for the enemy. Regardless of their reasons, they were willing, focused, and efficient. Urban guerrilla warfare inevitably involves fighting against a numerically superior enemy. In addition to standard weapons like Grumman rifles, bayonets, and Bomi grenades, this team of Federation soldiers also carried 2 water-cooled machine guns with their mounts removed. Furthermore, almost everyone was equipped with a revolver or semi-automatic pistol. Some had 1, some had 2, and their marching packs were stuffed with spare ammunition. The 3 youngest soldiers each carried 2 satchel charges. If anyone else were to see them, they would likely be shocked by these heavily burdened soldiers. With this setup, were they planning to open up a new battlefield? The violent explosions and earth-shaking tremors caused Weiss and his squad to pause temporarily. By checking the numbered markings at the sewer junctions and cross-referencing them with the sewer map, he quickly determined their current location. They were 1 block away from the church school in the North District, which was their first planned stop to surface and engage in guerrilla warfare. As for the city center where the Grumman building was located, it was already far behind them. The massive explosions were fierce, but their aftershocks dissipated quickly. Weiss put away the map and led his soldiers to continue moving forward. Having walked over a dozen miles through the winding sewers, they had encountered 40 or 50 Federation soldiers along the way, but most were injured and unable to move effectively. Even if they still had the fighting spirit, they lacked the combat capability. Therefore, all Weiss and his squad could do was share some medicine with them and guide them to evacuate southward. As they walked, Weiss suddenly stopped and raised his left hand, signaling to the soldiers that there was a situation ahead. At this moment, 2 glaring red frames appeared in his special field of vision, but the enemies were located above the sewer level where they were. It looked like a maintenance passage between the sewer and the ground. Were the enemies preparing to enter the sewer, or had they just found a relatively safe location to monitor and listen for movement in the sewers? Weiss and his men stayed in place for a while, and the 2 red frames barely moved. It seemed the enemies had no intention of entering the complex underground world for the time being, but instead of destroying the maintenance passage, they had stationed soldiers there, which clearly indicated they had further plans. Lieutenant Nyoci, Wallace, you 2 follow me. Everyone else, prepare for combat and act on my orders. Weiss lowered his voice, but in the silent sewer, even those at the end of the line could hear his instructions clearly. The 2 men named picked up their Grumman rifles with fixed bayonets and crept behind Weiss. Weiss held his revolver in his right hand and a bayonet in his left, inching toward the maintenance passage entrance. A sliver of light shone through the entrance. He leaned against the entrance and peeked out. There was a standard ladder for maintenance workers to enter and exit, and the faint light came from above. Clearly, someone had moved something to block the passage, but it was not the original iron cover, which was why there was a gap leaking light. The 2 enemies observed earlier were right behind this obstacle. Weiss squinted to look. There were only 2 enemies above. As for the situation further out, it was beyond the range of his wall-piercing ability. In terms of combat stats, these 2 enemies were just ordinary characters. Dealing with them was not difficult, the hard part was taking them out without them making too much noise. This seemed to be an unsolvable problem. Should he just bypass them and look for another passage? Weiss thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. He took off his helmet and handed it to his companion, sheathed his bayonet, freed his left hand, and took a bomb grenade from behind his waist. Forget it. He took a deep breath, walked into the passage, climbed a few steps up the ladder, then held the ladder with his right hand and tried to push the obstacle with his left, finding it heavier than expected. So, he knocked on it a few times and shouted, "Help! I need help!" Weiss's Norman language was terrible, but through the obstacle, and while knocking and shouting, the Normans above should not be able to hear it very clearly. A moment later, a voice from the Normans came from above, "Who are you?" "Recon Squad, Wall Hearts." "I'm injured." Weiss made up a name and deliberately pushed hard against the obstacle. The 2 Norman soldiers probably never dreamed that the Federal Army, which they had beaten into submission, would actually deliver themselves to their doorstep. Their overconfident mindset and the instinct to help a comrade made them lower their guard. After the obstacle above was moved aside, Weiss seized the opportunity, exerted strength with his hands and feet, and scrambled up. Holding the bomb grenade in his left hand and his pistol in his right, he coldly barked in the manner of a desperado, "Don't move, or you're dead." The 2 Norman soldiers were stunned by this unexpected situation. They did not have time to resist, nor did they shout loudly, they just stared at Weiss and the high-raised bomb grenade with incredulous eyes. Weiss did not hesitate at all. He took a stride to block the corridor leading out of this maintenance room, and once Lieutenant Nyoci and Wallace caught up, he had them tie up the 2 unlucky Norman soldiers. "This is unscientific." Before being gagged, one Norman soldier muttered unwillingly. Weiss did not ignore him. The Norman language he learned from the Norman Army Service Corps made this successful deception possible, but precisely because his learning was rushed and he knew too little, he could not pry more useful information out of these 2 Norman soldiers. After gaining control of the situation, Weiss carefully moved through the corridor. Right next to the maintenance room was a basement. Through the narrow basement window, he could see Norman armored vehicles and trucks parked in the open space between buildings, and quite a few Norman soldiers were resting under the eaves wrapped in blankets. This must be the church school in the North District. Now, it had become a temporary encampment for the Norman army. The battle for Ao City was not over yet, the violent explosions just now were a testament to the defenders' will to resist. And after all, Norman soldiers were not machines that could run continuously as long as they had energy. With limited total troop strength, after this day and night, almost every unit had been fighting on the battlefield for a long time, and even with victory in sight, they had to rotate out for rest. In terms of energy, these Norman soldiers before him were at the end of their rope. Could there be a better opportunity for a sneak attack? Weiss quickly returned to the maintenance passage, called for all the Federation soldiers waiting in the sewer to come up, and divided them into 3 combat groups. 2 groups each carried a machine gun to launch a surprise attack from the basement, while the 3rd group stayed in the basement to guard the rear. "Brothers, it's time to let the enemy taste our power. Attack!" Weiss clenched his fist and said. Although there were hundreds of well-trained and well-equipped Norman soldiers outside, as well as an unknown number of armored vehicles and autocannons, the Federation soldiers rushed out without hesitation. Under Weiss's direct command, after the 2 combat groups left the basement, they set up firing positions nearby on the left and right. As usual, they threw a wave of bomb grenades at the resting Norman soldiers, leaving them dazed and confused. Next, the two water-cooled machine guns fed by ammunition belts roared happily, and wherever the rain of bullets passed, the Norman soldiers were either killed or wounded. In such a night raid, the visual effects alone were enough to make the attackers feel exhilarated. The sound of gunfire, explosions, and the wailing of the enemy made one's blood boil uncontrollably. Weiss did not stay behind his soldiers. Instead, he kept his head down and hunched over, wandering around the firing positions, occasionally using his large-caliber revolver to blast enemy soldiers, and sometimes tossing bomb grenades into dense enemy groups. In the first 5 minutes of this battle, the Normans had already suffered over 100 casualties, while the attackers' losses were negligible. However, as time went on, especially after the Normans' autocannons and armored vehicles joined the battle, the attackers' advantage vanished. Following Weiss's order, everyone quickly retreated to the basement, where they decisively detonated explosives to block the passage for the Normans to follow and pursue. Don't stop, head south. After returning to the sewer, Weiss did not have time to count heads or ask about the battle situation. He directly called for the soldiers to move out. Maintenance passages leading from the surface to the sewers were not densely distributed. There were only a few in each block, but maintenance passages were not the only way to get from the surface to the sewers. In emergencies, street manholes and drainage outlets of large buildings could also be utilized. The Normans had suffered heavy losses this time, and their commander would certainly not let it go. Moving early and shaking off pursuit was the best strategy. The group escorted the two Norman prisoners, running continuously along the route they had come. Before being ravaged by the flames of war, the sewers of Ao City were as interconnected as shown on the blueprints. However, after experiencing the large-scale shelling by the Norman army and the fierce street fighting between the two armies, collapses and blockages were common. Without surveying, rashly changing routes or going the wrong way could lead them into a dead end. Wasting time was a minor issue, but getting blocked by the enemy would be a disaster. Just like that, Weiss led his night raid squad for most of the way in one go. Only when he was sure the danger had been cleared did he stop for a brief rest. After counting, they found that only one companion had sacrificed his life in this battle, and another had been slightly injured. This sneak attack had killed or wounded countless Norman soldiers and captured two, which could be considered a venting of anger for the bitter battle during the day. With real battle achievements, Weiss had the energy to boost his soldiers' morale. Brothers, let's do it like this. Strike fast, move fast, let the enemy get hit everywhere. Even if they chase us into the sewers, they'll be blind and won't be able to find us at all. Just do this, do it a few more times, and I guarantee it'll drive the enemy crazy. Chapter 71, Encounter, Determination. On the way back to the underground base, Weiss continued to walk at the front of the team. At the beginning, he had to carefully scout every intersection he passed. However, as he walked, he discovered that in these dim sewers, the frequency of using his human radar had exceeded his body's limits, the feeling of fatigue grew heavier, and the adverse reactions of exhaustion became increasingly apparent. With no other choice, he had to slow down his pace and try to perceive the environment using normal sight and hearing, only unleashing his secret skill again when he discovered abnormal situations. As it turned out, the Norman army had not yet entered the Ao City sewer system on a large scale. Those hiding in the corners were all from the Federation side. There were remnants of the defending troops, as well as unarmed civilians. Before the Norman army besieged the city, the Federal Army had issued 3 announcements, requesting the people of Ao City to follow military arrangements and evacuate eastward, providing convenience in transportation and living arrangements. However, for various reasons, about 1/5 of the Ao City residents ultimately chose to stay. Looking at the percentage alone, it wasn't high, but the actual number of people was quite considerable. Among the many who stayed behind, some believed that the Federal Army could hold the city, some were unwilling to leave their homeland in their twilight years, and others had lingering attachments they couldn't let go of. Some of these people joined the Battlefield Service Corps, voluntarily helping the Federal Army treat the wounded. Some accepted the military's advice and hid from the war in relatively safe shelters, but others stubbornly stayed in their homes, leaving their life and death to fate. After walking about 3/4 of the way, the group arrived at a crossroads. Weiss let the soldiers take a short rest on the spot, took out the sewer map to check their position and determine the route, and then conducted an all-around brainwave sweep. Upon checking, he discovered 2 stationary green wire frames in one of the side tunnels. Judging by their readings, they were likely healthy adult males at full strength, not carrying weapons, and possessing the most basic combat capability, slightly stronger than scum with a combat power of 5. In the dim sewers, to avoid a catastrophic friendly fire incident, Weiss whispered a reminder to his soldiers: "Everyone pay attention, there are people ahead, but they aren't enemies, they should be our own people." If the other party didn't reveal themselves, Weiss didn't intend to harass them, but as the team set off again and passed through the intersection, a low but clear male voice came from a dark corner. "Hey, guys, which unit are you from?" "Federal Army 11th Corps, Guard Regiment." Weiss answered quickly, then took the opportunity to ask in return, "Who are you?" The other party didn't answer. Instead, a yellow beam of a flashlight appeared in the darkness, followed by slow footsteps. At this moment, the footsteps behind Weiss stopped one after another, replaced by the rustling sound of gear rubbing against gear. The soldiers had neither night vision goggles nor the advanced friend or foe identification system. In this environment, it was perfectly normal for them to adopt a defensive posture out of instinct. Weiss squinted and looked. Those 2 wireframes were still green. Acting can deceive, but brainwaves cannot. Therefore, he stood calmly in place, waiting for the 2 people to slowly move closer. By the light of the flashlight, both sides sized each other up. "Captain, although you look very young, you have a unique and precious calmness, the low, clear voice said. If the officers of the Federal Army were all like you, the Normans would have no chance of defeating us at all. The person speaking was tall and thin, with a simple mustache and deep forehead wrinkles. He was probably between 40 and 50 years old. He wasn't wearing a hat and was dressed in a field uniform without any insignia or markings. He looked like he was a member of the Battlefield Service Corps. The other silent person was of similar height, clean-shaven with smooth skin, and estimated to be in his 20s. He also wasn't wearing a military cap or helmet, revealing a military-style buzz cut, but his physique didn't look like that of a soldier who had undergone long-term training, and he was also wearing a field uniform without insignia or markings. Furthermore, with these two standing together, the similarity in their facial features easily made one think about their relationship. You look like civilians, act like spies, but are essentially civilians. I'm curious, who exactly are you? Weiss replied. The older man showed no surprise or hesitation and answered calmly, as you can see, we are indeed civilians. Previously, we were doctors at a private clinic, later, we joined the Battlefield Service Corps and became first aid responders, but before we could be of much use, we witnessed our army retreating. If we hadn't run fast, we would already be captives of the Norman army. Judging from this person's tone and content, although he felt disappointed by the Federal Army's pathetic state and, as a member of the Battlefield Service Corps, had been ignored by the army in a moment of danger, he didn't harbor much resentment. Since he chose to come out and stand before Weiss, it indicated that he was still willing to continue contributing to this war to defend freedom. If every federal citizen were as brave, firm, and full of justice as you, the Norman Empire would never dare to covet our land and resources, Weiss replied. Regarding this compliment, the other party's reaction was as calm as Weiss's just now. The older man didn't block the front of the team but, bringing the young man with him, automatically joined Weiss's team and asked as they walked, "Where are you coming from, and where are you going?" Due to the exhaustion of his energy, Weiss's physical strength was gradually failing to keep up. He took off the rifle he was carrying, handed it to this newly joined civilian, and said, "If I said that our small squad of soldiers recently raided a Norman army encampment and took out dozens of Norman soldiers, would you believe it?" The middle-aged man with a low but clear voice took the rifle from Weiss's hand but didn't fiddle with it, instead holding it in a non-standard way. "You took out dozens of Norman soldiers?" I hope that's true." "It's true," Weiss said. "There's no joking or exaggeration involved." "Ha! Are you elites from the Special Operations Unit?" The middle-aged man's emotions were like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples. "No, we don't belong to Special Forces. To be precise, we are scouts from a regular combat unit. Of course, our main force has been scattered and lost contact. Our current status is operating independently, conducting an urban guerrilla war in our own way," Weiss explained simply, then took the opportunity to extend an invitation. "If you're willing, you can join us and fight together." The older man responded unhurriedly, "With your wise eye, you should be able to see that my son and I have not received formal military training, nor do we have combat skills or experience. Even with crash training, it's unlikely we'd reach a standard level. What we can do is work in medical first aid. As long as you don't mind, we'd be happy to serve." "We couldn't ask for more than your help," Weiss said. "However, I have a small curiosity. After losing positions and troops scattering, many soldiers have lost the confidence to continue fighting. What makes you refuse to give up or be discouraged, and willing to continue following us to fight against the powerful Norman army?" "The truth?" the older man asked. "Yes, the truth." Weiss gave a positive reply. The older man said, "Rationally speaking, given our current situation, moving alone outside is very dangerous. Even if we found a place to hide, without fresh water and food, we wouldn't last long. We discussed it. Rather than losing our lives for nothing, it's better to muster our courage and continue fighting with our army. That way, even if we die, it will be a glorious death in battle." Weiss pondered for a moment. "You are telling the truth. Besides, although we aren't soldiers in the true sense, once on the battlefield, we are just like you, fighting for freedom. You have the chance to become heroes of the nation, don't we also have the chance to become heroes of our own?" The older man continued. Weiss turned his head to look at him. Although he couldn't see his facial features clearly, at this moment, he could clearly feel the determination on his face and the pride emanating from his eyes. "Actually, just by being able to step out earlier, you have already become your own heroes," Weiss said. The older man seemed to have finished what he wanted to say. He didn't speak anymore, and the young man behind him had remained silent from beginning to end. Just like that, Weiss's night raid squad lost one companion, gained 2 captives and 2 new recruits, and finally arrived safely at the temporary base located below the foundry. After meeting up with the sergeants, Weiss learned that during the short time he led the team out, each detachment had followed his instructions to expand the garrison area. In the process, they had discovered quite a few Federation soldiers and civilians hiding in the sewers. After negotiations, more than 20 Federation soldiers who had lost contact with their units temporarily joined their ranks, and a considerable number of wounded received their help. A little less than half were not seriously injured and could pick up weapons to continue fighting. As for those civilians, apart from providing them with food supplies, there was no good solution for the time being. They could only let them continue to hide from the war in these dirty, damp sewers. "You did the right thing. Although food supplies are very important to us, we should still do our utmost to help those civilians. Originally, I thought this war was just a confrontation between armies, now it seems that the general public cannot stay out of it." Weiss affirmed the sergeant's actions. At this moment, the classic concept of on protracted war surfaced in his mind. Admittedly, the current Norman army is in its prime and seems difficult to defeat, while the Federal army is retreating step by step and in a difficult situation. If they fall into defeatist emotions and cannot extricate themselves, are swayed by the theory of national subjugation, degenerate, or even become accomplices to the evildoer, it is undoubtedly cowardly and stupid. True brave people should face reality, confront difficulties, correct their mindset, unite all forces that can be united, utilize all conditions that can be utilized, and fight on with a determination to never give up, regardless of victory or defeat, fight on. Chapter 72, Leaflets. After completing the night raid and returning to the temporary station, the participating soldiers disbanded on the spot and went to find places to rest, except for Weiss, who still had to handle military affairs and inspect the defensive adjustments in some areas. By the time he finished, it was already dawn. He found a spot not far from the foundry and personally conducted a cautious near-surface reconnaissance. To put it bluntly, he was spying on the situation outside from the ruins accessible by the sewers. At this time, intense gunfire and explosions could still be heard in the city, which meant that the Norman army had not yet occupied the entire urban area, and the Federal army was still conducting organized defensive operations. This was the positive, sunny side. On the other side was the scene of the Normans clearing houses street by street. Many Federation soldiers who were stranded due to injuries or scattered units became prisoners of war. Occasionally, those who did not want to be captured by the Normans would rely on the ruined buildings to resist, but with the Norman army having already controlled the situation, such resistance was, without exception, quickly wiped out by the Normans using bomby grenades and flamethrowers. Carrying a mood of mixed hope and sorrow, Weiss silently returned to the dark underground world. His will had not wavered, and his plan had not changed, but facing this cruel reality and the various pains that would sooner or later befall him, he felt the depression and grief in his chest becoming thicker and denser, like storm clouds before a downpour. The sewer system of AO City was so vast that the Normans had neither the energy nor the time to sweep all those corners where the sun could not reach, but this was only a temporary situation. During the past night, in the urban area occupied by the Normans during the day, there had been large-scale and destructive explosions and attacks. The militarily savvy Norman commanders would never turn a blind eye to this, perhaps they were already brewing ways to solve the thorny problem coming from the sewers. Fighting alone was bound to be full of difficulties and dangers. While closely monitoring the enemy's movements, Weiss also sent people along the sewers to the south of the city, trying to make contact with the higher command to let them know that in the occupied areas of AO City, there was still a group of Federation army personnel who had moved into the sewers to continue fighting the Normans. However, whether the soldiers sent out could reach the southern part of the city and successfully contact their own troops was not yet known. How to settle the increasing number of soldiers and civilians was the top priority at the moment. Food, calculated by quantity, could last 200 people for half a year. For fresh water, a pipeline connected to a reservoir was found in a place where a group of civilians was temporarily staying. As long as the reservoir was not destroyed, supplying 500 people with drinking water was not a problem. If this accidental discovery were lost, the pre-stored fresh water could also last for a long time. However, the above was only a theoretical situation. In reality, there were quite a few problems or uncertainties. For example, the food was raised by the military from various sources. The tinfoil packaged and canned rations that met military standards had no shelf life problems, but the flatbreads, smoked meat, pickles, and semi-processed starch made by conventional methods might only have a shelf life of 2 or 3 weeks in the sewer environment. Another example was fresh water. It was more than enough for people to drink, but from a hygiene and health perspective, regular cleaning was needed, and no matter how optimistic the situation was, taking a bath with fresh water here was too extravagant an idea. In addition, the medicine stored by the army was mainly for trauma. If they stayed in the sewers without sunlight or open flames for a long time, the demand for antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drugs was obviously something that the reserve supplies could not guarantee. These problems seemed endless and difficult to deal with upon close inspection. However, after calming down and sorting everything out, one would find that it was not impossible to solve in the urban area occupied by the Norman army. There should still be many supply depots that the defenders did not have time to destroy when they retreated or were buried during the fighting. In these supply depots, large amounts of ammunition, food, and medicine could be found. They were usually set up by various units of the defenders themselves, and there was no map marking all the supply depots, which meant that before the Normans completely cleared the battlefield, they were unaware of the status of many supply depots. As long as this time difference was utilized well, Weiss and his soldiers could quickly replenish their supplies at a relatively low cost. After clarifying the logistics route, Weiss immediately instructed a capable sergeant to handle this matter. Although they did not have the distribution of the supply depots in their hands, there were many soldiers from other units in this team. Through their mouths, they could more or less understand the situation of the supply depots of various units, and then conduct corresponding reconnaissance. Selecting 1 or 2 targets to attack every night, as long as one was successful, accumulating day by day, it would surely be a considerable harvest. After being busy for a whole night and a morning, Weiss dragged his tired body to a maintenance passage with a sealed upward exit and fell asleep squeezed together with a few soldiers. In this relatively dry place, because of the small space, he could only maintain a sitting posture. After a few hours, it was inevitable to have back pain. However, for the Federation officers and soldiers who intended to continue resisting the Norman army with the city's sewers as their position, the dark, humid environment and the various difficulties and pressures that followed were things they had to adapt to and overcome. When he woke up, it was another dusk where the sunset and afterglow could not be seen. In addition to the strange smell inherent in the sewers, the air was also filled with the fragrance of food. Outside the maintenance passage, a group of soldiers used empty ammunition boxes as chairs, sitting on the maintenance walkway beside the sewer, using a kerosene stove to boil a pot of hot soup. Dinner was flatbread with vegetable soup. Before going to sleep, he had swallowed a full portion of military rations and drank half a canteen of water, so Weiss's stomach was still full. The scent of hot soup did not whet his appetite, but rather evoked his memories and yearning for a normal life. Weiss did not linger next to the soldiers eating, but came to his temporary command post here, a maintenance room right next to a six-way intersection. Officers and sergeants used empty boxes to piece together a table, on which lay the sewer distribution map of the city. The kerosene lamp used for lighting filled the air here with another kind of smell. Seeing his colleagues at the table sitting there, neither busy with work nor talking, Weiss noticed something unusual, so he walked over and said, "Hey, guys, any new developments this afternoon?" Everyone stood up one after another, looked at each other, and Sergeant Past reported, "We found leaflets dropped by the enemy in the sewer. They are demanding that we surrender, not only guaranteeing our safety but also offering preferential treatment." Weiss snorted, "I'm not surprised at all that the enemy would do this. If anyone among us wants to give up the fight, I won't stop them. The only requirement is to return to the ground as far away from here as possible, and in any case, do not leak our location." Although the leader gave a second option, these few people were very consistent on the issue of fighting or giving up. They would never be tempted by the sugar-coated bullets of the Normans, and were determined to fight the enemy to the end. At the end, Sergeant Past added, "Currently, these leaflets have only been found in one waterway. The enemy must have dropped them in from the upstream sewer entrance. We have already assigned reliable soldiers to fish them out. The vast majority of soldiers have not yet seen these leaflets. However, this method can only work for a while. The soldiers will sooner or later know that the enemy wants to persuade us to surrender. We are worried that even if no soldiers run away, the morale of the army will be shaken. Perhaps we should do some mobilization work in advance to let the soldiers give up the idea of surrendering to the enemy as soon as possible." Fighting against the trend, stabilizing the morale of the army, and boosting morale were indeed very critical. The Federal Army certainly had various drawbacks, but as a commander, once he took the troops to the battlefield, he had to find ways to overcome various problems and difficulties, allowing the troops to exert their combat effectiveness to 100% or even supernormal performance. In this regard, Weiss knew a lot of theoretical knowledge, had more and more practical experience, and gradually realized some practical tips, and was condensing the prestige and aura of a strong person. Precisely because he had a foundation, he realized that what his unit really lacked was not determination and fighting spirit but confidence and courage. In such a state, the effect of improving the morale of the troops through soft methods such as propaganda and education was very limited. Instead of racking his brains and investing a lot of time and energy, it was better to smooth out emotions, let those willing to fight follow him to continue winning victories, regain self-confidence and firm fighting spirit in victory, and let those unwilling to fight quit early, remove hidden dangers in advance, and save supplies by the way. As for whether he could make the majority of people become the first type, that was the embodiment of the commander's ability. Therefore, regarding Sergeant Past's suggestion, Weiss nodded in agreement, but did not make specific arrangements, instead changing the subject, "What are the alternatives for our operation tonight?" Besides Weiss, the person present with the highest military rank was 2nd Lieutenant Hoot of the 47th Combat Division, who had been an officer longer than Weiss. If he hadn't been wounded in battle and his unit hadn't been beaten to pieces, he wouldn't have ended up alone in this underground world. In the previous conversation, he did not speak, but when Weiss asked about tonight's operation, he spoke without hesitation. "After screening and verification, 4 targets have been preliminarily selected. They are all on the edge of our defense zone. Specifically, they are the battalion-level reserve depot of the former 204th Regiment, the company-level reserve depot of the 278th Regiment, the battalion-level reserve depot of the 413th Regiment, and the company-level reserve depot of the 435th Regiment. According to the current situation we have grasped, there are no enemy troops stationed around the 278th Regiment's reserve depot, and the amount of material reserves is quite large, so it is recommended to be listed as a priority target. The 413th Regiment and the 435th Regiment are both security regiments, with fewer personnel and smaller defense zones, and the amount of ammunition and medicine stored will be relatively smaller. The situation of the 204th Regiment's battalion-level reserve depot is special. According to the soldiers' feedback, their defensive position was forcibly broken through by the Norman army's armored forces. The battle only lasted for half an hour, so the consumption of stored materials was very small, but we observed that the Norman army had moved into the building where this material reserve point was located. Preliminary judgment is that they discovered the materials inside and are planning to move and use the food and medicine. As for the ammunition, it is estimated that they will not move it in the short term. These are the situations. 2nd Lieutenant Hoot said while gesturing with the tactical map of AO City and the sewer distribution map. These 4 candidate targets, 2 in the north, 1 in the east, and 1 in the west, were far apart from each other. In terms of target value, the 278th Regiment's ammunition reserve depot in the north was the first choice. If they succeeded, even if everyone was dispatched, it might not be possible to move all the good things in one whole night, but its location was right next to the main road of the city, and there was a line of pencil writing on the map, "Bank Vault, 2nd floor underground." Weiss pondered repeatedly, "This time, let's start with the simple ones. Between the 278th Regiment's company-level reserve depot and the 413th Regiment's battalion-level reserve depot, choose one, and concentrate our forces to pull off this job." Chapter 73, Big fish. On a night when dark clouds obscured the sky, more than half of the streets and buildings in the vast AO city were hidden in darkness. Looking down from high above, apart from the southern part of the city where the two armies were still exchanging fire, flashes of light could occasionally be seen in the northern part of the city, which the Norman army had occupied first. Among them, the oval-shaped Grumman Stadium was the most conspicuous and easily identifiable. The roving searchlight beams made people feel as if they had returned to those bustling nights. However, the damaged walls of the stadium and the surrounding piles of rubble were constant reminders that the good old days were gone forever. Accompanied by a huge roar, an exceptionally large flying Norman warship slowly landed on the south side of Grumman Stadium, ruthlessly crushing the stadium's fences and the trees planted along the road. After the hatch opened, hundreds of Norman soldiers disembarked. Led by their officers, they divided into small squads and, with the warship as the center, set up cordon lines and defensive positions in all directions and at multiple levels. Given that the Norman army had already basically controlled all city streets except for the southern part, such tight security seemed quite unusual. Inside the cabin of this Norman warship, which was furnished most exquisitely, even the tea set was surprisingly delicate. A grey-haired general with skin that had very few wrinkles stood with his hands behind his back in front of a circular porthole. Behind him, several officers and a man wearing a black suit stood respectfully. The officers' expressions were both humble and calm, while only the man in the black suit appeared somewhat restrained, his gaze never having a fixed point. This is a great city, isn't it? My warrior. Baron Scala. The general standing in front of the porthole made a low, hoarse sound. Among the officers, the man with eagle eyes, a high nose, a square face, and thick lips replied, regardless of history or scale, it does not compare to our imperial capital, but as a city rebuilt in the flames of war, its degree of modernization is its most dazzling attribute. From this point of view, it certainly has its greatness. The two people in this Q&A did not have obvious differences in the style of their military uniforms, and both wore collar badges with red backgrounds and gold patterns. However, the one standing in front of the porthole carried 4 gold stars on his shoulders, while the one with eagle eyes, a high nose, and a heroic face only carried 1 gold star on his shoulders. The gap in their status was evident. Without your crazy plan, we would not have been able to crush the Federal Army's defense line in AO City in such a short time. Facts have once again proven that His Highness has a discerning eye for talent, and those he selects are capable people who can shoulder heavy responsibilities. And you, Baron Scala, your contribution is fully worthy of the honor bestowed upon you by the Empire. I believe that in the near future, you will have the opportunity to command a battle alone. As long as you grasp it well, you will become a member of the Knights of the Temple. The 4-star general continued to speak in his low, hoarse voice. The man with eagle eyes and a high nose lowered his head slightly, maintaining a humble posture. I will strictly follow your teachings, Duke. In front of you, I am always a junior who needs to keep learning. The 4-star general turned around, his deep gaze sweeping over the officers present, and landed on the young man wearing a black suit. He spoke in Ulster language that had almost no Norman accent. I heard, this Mr. Grumman is a direct member of the Grumman family. I am curious, did this city create your family, or did your family create this city? The young man in the black suit only looked up for a moment, then quickly lowered his gaze, answering in a respectful posture and tone, it was the city that gave this family the opportunity to rise, and the rise of the family contributed to the development of the city. Overall, AO City is the root, the Grumman family is the leaves and flowers, and the final fruit is the prosperity presented before the world. This sounded nice, but it didn't bring any praise. The 4-star general asked expressionlessly, are you a poet? Mr. Grumman. The black suit was very shrewd, he heard the subtext immediately and lowered his head even further. Seeing that this defector was so humble, the 4-star general seemed satisfied. He then said in a more gentle tone, Normans are a brave and combative race, as well as a rational and tolerant one. Even if it is our archenemy, as long as they sincerely change their hostile attitude toward us and take the initiative to show goodwill, we have always been willing to accept it. Regarding this point, Mr. Grumman, I suppose you are aware of it. You standing here right now is the best embodiment of great breadth of mind and great wisdom. Next, we need to objectively evaluate your abilities so that we can submit our recommendation plan to His Majesty the Emperor. The higher the ability, the higher the responsibilities one can take on, understand. This 4-star general of the Norman Empire spoke Ulster language unexpectedly fluently. The black suit had no trouble understanding, and he immediately responded, I understand, Honorable Duke. The 4-star general stared at the black suit and said, now, I give you your first task, which is also your first test. In this stadium named after your family, tens of thousands of citizens are sheltered. I believe it is their love for their home that makes them willing to risk the flames of war to stay in this city. I hope you can persuade them to accept the reality that the Norman army has occupied this city and join the ranks of restoring order in the city with a cooperative attitude. Let them clean up the streets and houses, dispose of the bodies of the fallen, and collect the abandoned weapons and ammunition. I can guarantee their personal safety and provide them with enough food, but if we find any resistance, they will be killed on the spot. After the other party finished speaking, the black suit replied immediately, as you command, Duke. The 4-star general added, before noon tomorrow, use your own way to communicate with them, persuade and guide them. Anyone willing to cooperate with us can return to the city by noon tomorrow and start a new life. I will definitely do my best, but I cannot rule out that some people may not be willing to accept reality for a while. Then the black suit looked up at the other person while speaking. The cold, sharp gaze in the 4-star general's eyes made him instantly silent, not daring to continue. The grey-haired 4-star general quickly withdrew his gaze, which was as sharp as a blade, and turned to look at his colleague with eagle eyes and a high nose with an expectant look. Baron Scala, the future governor of AO City, your troops will be replenished soon. Given that this battle is nearing its end, there is no need for you to go to the front lines to fight anymore. I hope you can work with Mr. Grumman to let this great city regain its vitality. From now on, every weapon produced here will be your achievement. The young officer with eagle eyes and a high nose showed no displeasure, but lowered his head respectfully. I am happy to follow your orders, Duke. You may leave first. The 4-star general signaled to the two who had received their tasks. Just before the two left the cabin, the 4-star general was already impatiently giving instructions to the remaining officers. Before noon tomorrow, the fighting in the city must end, and then take another day to clear out the enemies in the dark corners, so that AO City can welcome the inspection of His Highness the Prince in a posture of complete surrender. The hatch closed, and the 4-star general's voice was cut off. The two walked forward along the corridor, the one in military uniform in front, the one in the black suit behind, their footsteps one steady and powerful, the other hurried and chaotic. Reaching the end of the corridor, the young officer with eagle eyes and a high nose pushed open the hatch and called out, Mirlays. Inside the cabin, a tall, blonde officer responded, Here. Send Mr. Grumman to his room, give him half an hour to pack his things, and then bring him to hatch number 4 to wait for me. After finishing his instructions to his adjutant in Norman language, the young officer turned to look at his companion and said in Ulster language, Go back to your room to pack your things, and leave in half an hour. Oh. The black suit replied, then asked, Will you be with me? The young officer glared at him, did not answer, but walked forward on his own and pushed the door into another cabin. This cabin was much more spacious than the adjutant's, and it even had a private washroom, but compared to the 4-star general's cabin, it was much simpler and more cramped. The young officer did not hang his military cap on the coat rack as he usually did, but placed it on the table instead. He then proceeded to pack his personal belongings into his bag with clear purpose and swift movements, taking less than 10 minutes. Finally, he picked up a photo frame from the desk and carefully wiped its glass surface with a handkerchief. The black and white photograph in the frame had yellowing edges and a slightly blurred image, but the outlines and facial features of everyone in it were still recognizable. After studying it for a moment, he placed the photo frame into his bag, walked to the porthole, and stood there silently for 20 minutes. Then, he put on his coat and military cap, picked up his bag, and left the simple, tidy cabin, which was ready to be occupied by any other officer at any time. Meanwhile, in the intricate sewer world of AO City, Weiss was skillfully leading his soldiers toward their destination. After repeated discussions and deliberations, he and his colleagues had finalized tonight's operation plan. If they could avoid the enemy's line of sight, they would quietly transport supplies, allowing this night to be temporarily free from blood and slaughter. However, if they could not avoid the sentries and patrols of the Normans during the operation, they would take them out as silently as possible. If the best-case scenario did not occur and their actions were discovered by the enemy, they would have no choice but to rush to transport the medical supplies from the storage point and use the ammunition inside to create a trap, luring the enemy soldiers close before detonating it. With the success of the previous night, Weiss had more confidence and assurance in urban guerrilla warfare. This time, the number of soldiers deployed was more than 3 times that of before, and they carried 5 water-cooled heavy machine guns and 20 stretchers in the absence of carts. Using stretchers to transport supplies was more effective than carrying them by shoulder or hand. He divided the unit into 3 groups. One squad served as the vanguard, one squad provided close-range support, and another squad provided long-range cover. Although a significant amount of reconnaissance had been done near the surface in advance, after the unit arrived at the target area, Weiss did not immediately launch the operation. Instead, he led his old subordinates from the reconnaissance battalion to conduct further scouting. Utilizing the ruins of the city and the abandoned buildings, they conducted a detailed investigation of the enemy situation in the surrounding area. After several hours, they not only locked onto the enemy's 2 checkpoints and 3 patrol routes passing through this area but also conducted an on-site inspection of the supply storage point. Using this valuable reconnaissance information, Weiss adjusted the operational plan accordingly to ensure the unit had sound methods for both attack and defense, and clear paths for advance and retreat. After midnight, Weiss ordered the squads to move out. With the effectiveness of his human radar, whether he was serving as the vanguard, providing follow-up support, offering long-range cover, or coordinating the overall situation, he was a force that could achieve great results with minimal effort. After weighing his options repeatedly, he decided to join the vanguard squad, leading by example and walking at the very front of the unit. Only by doing so could he maximize the encouragement of his soldiers and alleviate the anxiety and worry in their hearts. The vanguard squad moved out first, with the close-range support squad following behind. Relying on the results of the prior reconnaissance, the support squad quickly occupied 2 buildings that had been damaged by artillery fire but still had their main structures intact. They climbed to the upper floors, set up machine guns, and positioned ammunition, ready to block the surrounding roads with concentrated gunfire at any moment. The long-range cover squad acted in synchronization. They were divided into several demolition teams. Some were responsible for planting explosives on the retreat route, while others carried explosives to quietly approach intersections, setting up detonation points in ruins and abandoned buildings. Once the enemy attacked, they would wait for the opportunity to detonate the explosives, obstructing the enemy step by step. With these 2 measures of support and cover in place, Weiss confidently led his soldiers to sneak into the battalion-level supply depot in the former defense zone of the 413th Regiment. This supply depot was located inside a street-facing building. According to the informant, various ammunition, food, and medicine were stored in several rooms on the first floor and in the basement. After the Norman army invaded the city, a brief battle occurred here, and the street-facing building was hit by artillery fire. The wall and floor on the street side had collapsed significantly. However, from the inspection, the war supplies stored here were basically intact. By crawling through the collapsed floor and wall on the other side, one could reach the basement, though the passage was narrow, making the transportation of supplies quite difficult otherwise. The Normans would have discovered these war supplies abandoned by the defenders during their initial cleanup of the battlefield. The second half of the night should have been silent, but in the southern part of the city, fighting was still ongoing. This was a rather surprising and puzzling situation. The Federation army had lost 3/4 of Ao City in just 10 hours, yet had held the southern defense positions for the next 2 days, resisting wave after wave of attacks from the Norman army. Was it that the defenders had consolidated their defense zone, greatly increasing their defensive strength, or was the Norman army at the end of its tether, lacking the means and force to attack in the face of the Federation army's determined defense? To avoid exhausting his energy too early, Weiss consciously restrained his habit of using his special vision, relying more on the guard positions selected during the reconnaissance process. Several experienced scouts were stationed there, and as soon as any enemy approached, they would use flashlights to secretly signal a warning. Of course, this preventive strategy was theoretically reliable, but in reality, it could not be foolproof. If they were unlucky and the flashlight beam was spotted by enemies from other directions, the situation would immediately deteriorate, and things would become troublesome afterward. Before setting off, halfway there, and upon arrival, Weiss each time used his special vision to conduct a precautionary observation. The first 2 times, there were no red dashed frames in his vision. The third time, traces of the enemy appeared near the intersection, but those Norman soldiers were fixed sentries. As long as they didn't make a big commotion here, they wouldn't move from their posts. What really needed to be guarded against were those Normans patrolling along the street. They were in squads of 20, usually equipped with machine gunners and flamethrower soldiers, possessing combat power that could not be underestimated. If they got entangled with them, it would not be easy to retreat unscathed. After the third observation, Weiss signaled 2 soldiers to stand guard outside, and he led the rest of the men into the narrow passage. Behind a broken wooden door, they found piles of food, crates of canned goods, baskets of biscuits, bags of starch, and a large amount of barreled fresh water. Although they were covered in a layer of dust, it did not prevent them from providing the energy needed for the living to survive. Parker, Florence, you 2 are responsible for this area. Prioritize moving the canned goods and be careful to check if the boxes are damaged. After giving the instructions swiftly and meticulously, Weiss led the remaining men to continue groping forward. From the outside, the footprint of this building was not prominent, but with collapsed walls, fallen floor slabs, and all kinds of door panels and cabinets filling every space, it seemed to have turned into a large maze. Moreover, the maze was filled with a chilling odor. It was clear that, with insufficient troops, the Normans simply had not had time to clean up the remains on the battlefield. A considerable portion of the Federation soldiers who died in battle were still in such ruins. Very quickly, Weiss and his soldiers reached the end of the passage. The front was completely blocked. It was impossible to proceed without an excavator. At this moment, he calmly called the soldiers to gather around and together they lifted a floor slab. Below this was a pitch-black opening. He carefully entered it, and once most of his body was down, he cautiously turned on his flashlight. After their eyes adjusted to the light, the Federation soldiers were surprised to find that below the stairs was a square basement, which seemed to be specifically used for storing goods. Inside, various boxes were piled like mountains, and there were even quite a few long wooden crates specially used for storing firearms. Although it was only a battalion-level supply depot for second-line troops, the stock was visually much richer than what Weiss and his men had when they defended the foundry. Good, this is it. Guys, move quickly. Prioritize medicine, machine gun ammunition, and bomby grenades. Move them out one by one, and be sure to watch your step, Weiss instructed. With the light from the flashlights, the speed of Weiss and his soldiers finally returned to normal, and everyone began working vigorously.